Chapter 1. Homecoming. Brother Tian, the National Defense Army cannot function without you. I implore you to reconsider. Brother Tian, the National Defense Army has invested $100 billion in your hometown. We only wish for you to remain with us. Brother Tian, are you truly planning to leave? At the airport in Jiangnan City, 5 robust men clad in camouflage stood like 5 formidable javelins. Even in stillness, their presence was enough to intimidate those nearby, who dared not approach, their glances imbued with reverence. Were they to be seen by foreign mercenaries, those 5 would send them fleeing in terror, not daring to look back. Each of them was capable of dominating abroad. Yet, at this moment, the 5 men gazed at the figure before them, their eyes filled with reluctance and sorrow. The man's name was Xia Tian. Standing at 6 feet tall, clad in a simple tracksuit, he held in his arms a delicate little girl. She wore yellow overalls, her hair styled into 2 playful braids, and lay peacefully asleep against him, her thumb in her mouth, long lashes fluttering like a cherub. One burly man stepped forward, urging him, "Brother Tian, even for Tiantian's sake, you cannot abandon the National Defense Army. Here, she will be safeguarded, receive the finest education, and attend prestigious international schools with the best caregivers at her side. In the National Defense Army, she would be the sole princess. Wealth, fame, prestige, all that one could desire. Yet in Xia Tian's eyes, they were as worthless as dust. There is no need to persuade me further. My mind is made up. From this moment forth, I am no longer Brother Tian of the National Defense Army. Please convey to all my comrades that after 8 years of service, I am no longer a soldier, nor am I Brother Tian. My name is Xia Tian. As for Tian, Xia Tian cast a gentle glance at the little girl in his arms. For years ago, upon their first meeting, he had fostered the desire to retire. He spoke softly. My retirement is for Tian. I do not wish for my daughter to be spoiled, nor do I want her to bear excessive pressure. I only desire for her to grow up in peace. If I remain in the National Defense Army, I cannot guarantee her safety. I cannot gamble on that. The phrase "I cannot gamble" perfectly encapsulated the emotions of father. Though Tian was merely his adopted daughter, after 4 years of companionship, she had become everything to him. Each day on the battlefield bore witness to death, and no one could predict who would survive to see another dawn. As a soldier, Xia Tian feared not death, but as a father, he only wished for Tiantian's safety. His words left the 5 burly men with a lump in their throats. Having witnessed countless deaths over their 8 years of service, they understood that they could not protect Tian and had no choice but to accept Xia Tian's decision to retire. In unison, they saluted him. Brother Tian, may your journey home be safe. The National Defense Army will always stand behind you. The National Defense Army will forever be your home. After 8 years of service, the National Defense Army had long since become his family. Now, as he prepared to leave, Xia Tian felt a profound sense of loss, particularly as he looked at his 5 comrades, each with reddened eyes. Xia Tian's own nose tinged with emotion as he returned their salute. "Farewell, my brothers." With these words, Xia Tian turned to leave, but suddenly, as if recalling something, he awkwardly glanced back and inquired, Do any of you have some money? Could you lend me 100 yuan for a ride home?" The 5 exchanged glances, and one of them handed over a bank card, saying, "Brother Tian, this card holds 100 billion. Brother Tian, I have 80 billion here. Brother Tian, I have some change. Here, this card is less, approximately 30 million. Please take it." Xia Tian cast a glance at the group and rolled his eyes. "Never mind. I'll manage on my own." Embracing sweet, Xia Tian leaped into a small vehicle and drove away, leaving the 5 gazing at the exhaust-emitting car, murmuring softly, "Brother Tian is truly pitiful, unable to even muster 100 yuan. Brother Tian possesses over 100 billion in his Citibank account, but if he were to touch that money, it would mean aligning with the National Defense Army, compelled to heed their commands at their beck and call. Brother Tian would have to return his post. What would happen to Sweet then? Brother Tian is a man of dreams. His dream is to return home." Chapter 2. The pickpocket on the bus. Tian nestled in Summer's embrace, her initial excitement gradually waning after 10 hours of travel. "Daddy, how much longer until we reach home?" "It seems so far." "Not much longer, just 1 more hour," Summer replied, gently stroking Tiantian's soft hair. "That place is not just your father's home. It is your home as well. From now on, you have a home. A gasp of delight escaped Tian Tian, her large, dark eyes wide and fixed upon Summer. Really, Daddy? We have a home now, and you want to leave me again, will you? After serving in the military for 8 years, Summer had undertaken countless missions. Sometimes, he could bring Tian Tian along, but often the tasks he faced were perilous, fraught with danger, traversing arid deserts, entering the swamps of primeval forests, or lying motionless in the snow for 3 days and nights. During such treacherous missions, Summer had no choice but to leave Tian Tian behind. Once, he was gone for 8 months. Upon his return, Tian Tian did not recognize him. After an hour of reacquaintance, she burst into tears, pummeling his chest with her tiny fists. At that time, she could not yet speak, but her anger was palpable, questioning Summer's prolonged absence. From that day forth, Tian Tian clung to him with fervent affection. She had little concept of what a home truly meant. All she understood was that having a home meant her father would not leave again. "We have a home now. We have a home," Tian Tian exclaimed joyfully. Summer made a shushing gesture, as many passengers were asleep on the bus. Tian Tian quickly covered her mouth, her big eyes scanning the surroundings, speaking softly, "We mustn't make noise in public." The bus was modest, accommodating just over 30 passengers, most of whom were rustic laborers. Among them, one woman stood out, adorned in a white blouse paired with light blue jeans. Her long, jet black hair cascaded elegantly, her profile exquisite, skin fair, and eyes bright, captivating the attention of those around her. Next to her sat a young man, unremarkable in appearance, with shifty eyes fixated on the handbag at her feet. In his hand, he held a hook, inching it toward her bag. Pickpockets were rampant on buses, particularly those heading to rural areas, as many laborers returned home with cash, presenting ample opportunities for thieves. Besides the young man, there was a stout individual in the 3rd row and a bald man in the 7th, all three exchanging furtive glances, evidently in cahoots. The woman appeared weary from her long journey, her head resting against the back of her seat as she drifted into slumber. The young man slowly maneuvered his hook toward her bag, which was half unzipped, revealing a thick stack of crimson bills, at least 10,000. "Ahem," Summer interjected, lightly tapping the woman's shoulder. "Excuse me, beautiful, are you traveling alone? You seem quite lovely. Would you care to be friends?" Yin Bing cast a glance at him, pondering where such a lecherous rogue had come from. Did he think she would befriend just anyone, treating her as if she were one of those indiscriminate women? Her delicate features hardened as she replied, "I apologize, but I do not have the habit of befriending strangers. Please do not disturb me." Xia Tian shrugged nonchalantly, retorting, "Habits can be changed, you know. Your face is quite lovely. I shall grant you the opportunity to pursue me." "What do you say?" The notion of pursuing him? Yin Bing felt nauseous. How could such a perverse man exist in this world? She was on the verge of cursing him out. "Please keep your distance. Do not come near me, or I shall call for assistance." Yin Bing brandished her phone, ready to report him should he dare to approach her again. Yet, to her astonishment, Xia Tian advanced rather than retreated. "What's the matter? Your face is charming. Let me have a touch," he leered, extending a lecherous hand. Yin Bing screamed as she forcefully pushed him away, her petite frame proving inadequate against the stature of a full-grown man. Just as she contemplated her next move, Xia Tian yelped, his body hurtling backwards and colliding directly with a nearby youth. Xia Tian, possessing a physique that appeared slim in clothing yet robust without, weighed 180 pounds, and the impact nearly rendered the young man breathless. The commotion caught the attention of others, awakening those who had been dozing in the bus. The bald man, with a fierce expression, pointed an accusatory finger at Xia Tian. "What are you doing? Get up. You've crushed my brother." A scuffle ensued, and as the chaos unfolded, the driver, accustomed to such disputes on rural buses, chose to ignore the ruckus. Returning to his seat, Xia Tian flashed a sheepish grin and declared, "Everyone, please do not be angry. I sincerely apologize. I will sit down now." Tian Tian, beaming, remarked, "Daddy, your acting is superb, but those individuals were thieves. Why did you not call the police to apprehend them?" Having spent much time with Xia Tian, she was quite perceptive and had noticed the same thieves he had. Calling the police would only result in them being locked up for 15 days, only to return to their misdeeds. From now on, they will no longer be able to pickpocket, Xia Tian revealed, brandishing a silver needle. During the earlier scuffle, he had pricked the arms of the three thieves. Their craft relied heavily on dexterity, and the slight tremor induced by his needle would hinder their abilities. "Wow, Daddy is amazing," Tian giggled, her chubby thumb raised in admiration, exuding an endearing charm. An hour later, the vehicle came to a halt. Tian, it's time to disembark. We have arrived home." As they stepped off the bus, Tian curiously inquired, "Daddy, were we the only two to get off the bus? The village is backward, with no outsiders visiting except for the villagers themselves. Currently, it is not the festive season, and those who work elsewhere cannot return. Consequently, for months, not a single person has entered the village." "That should be the case," said Tian. Just then, a charming figure jumped down from the vehicle. Chapter 3. Ere Guzi the Large and the Small exchanged glances with Yin Bing, who in turn looked at them, and as Tian smiled, Yin Bing took a cautious step back before she could utter a word. Her beautiful face was stern, exuding an irresistible aura of authority. "Keep your distance. If you dare touch me, I will call the police." "You've misunderstood," Tian said, realizing he hadn't had the chance to clarify on the vehicle. "Miss, I apologize. The young man beside you is a pickpocket. He was attempting to steal money from your bag, and I merely intended to warn you. I meant no disrespect." "A pickpocket?" Yin Bing raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical of Tian's words. "If there was a pickpocket, why didn't you call the police? You look strong enough. Are you genuinely afraid of a thief?" How could Tian explain? Should he say that calling the police would be futile? That he could assure her, through acupuncture, that the three of them would never pickpocket again? Nothing he could say seemed credible. "It's not about fear. I simply don't know how to explain it," he said, looking troubled. Yin Bing let out a cold laugh, mocking him. "You can't explain yourself, can you? A person like you is bold when flirting with women, yet you appear frightened in front of a few thieves. You're hardly a man." "Not a man? Would you like me to prove otherwise?" Tian replied, exasperated, tossing out a dismissive remark. "You wouldn't comprehend anyway. In any case, I'm not a bad person. Tian, let us go home." "Stop. You cannot leave." Yin Bing blocked their path, her gaze fixed on Tian. She had noticed Tian when she got into the car. She had seen many beautiful children, but Tian possessed a unique aura resembling a little angel. Even the most wicked of devils would find it hard to harm her. Her fair skin was akin to that of a porcelain doll. Dressed in pale yellow overalls and a pristine white shirt, with rosy cheeks, she seemed like a city child. In contrast, the man beside her was dark and rough, and together they did not resemble a father and daughter, but rather a child abducted by a trafficker. Gazing at Tian, Yin Bing spoke softly, "Little one, tell Auntie, who is this person to you? If he is not your father, you can inform Auntie, and she will help you find the police. The police will reunite you with your real parents." Both the large and the small were taken aback. It seemed this woman had mistaken Tian for a trafficker. Tian clung to Tian's arm defiantly, saying, "He is my daddy. Nobody can separate me from him." Yin Bing revealed a sweet smile, gently coaxing Tian. "Little one, you are still very young and may have been deceived by this man. Perhaps your biological parents are looking for you elsewhere. Would you accompany Auntie to the police station?" "No." Tian firmly dictive. Yin Bing was reluctant to concede. Tian stepped forward, towering over her, and spoke with impatience. "That is enough. Tian is my daughter. No one can take her away from me. I may apologize for my actions in the car, but you have no right to doubt me, nor the authority to separate me from my daughter. Please step aside immediately, or I shall not be courteous." A powerful aura surged forth, akin to a ferocious beast, causing Yin Bing's heart to race uncontrollably. Her body instinctively recoiled, overwhelmed by panic. Yet, this only solidified her suspicion that Tian was a human trafficker. First, she needed to stabilize Tian, then discreetly withdrew her phone to send a message to the villagers. Why be so fierce? She feigned weakness and turned towards the mountains. The towering peaks loomed high above, lush with greenery. To traverse the mountains, there was but one path, the Sky Ladder. Tian hailed from Sky Ladder Village, nestled amidst the mountains. To leave the village, one must ascend. The surrounding peaks were exceedingly steep. After a century of efforts from the villagers, a staircase had been carved out, boasting over 1,000 steps, ascending straight into the clouds. The surrounding mountains offered breathtaking scenery, making it an ideal destination for tourists, yet the village suffered greatly. The mountains, while beautiful, obstructed transportation, leading to the impoverishment of Sky Ladder Village. When Xiaotian departed the village 8 years ago, it had yet to be electrified. Wow, Daddy, is our home in the sky. It's so beautiful. Tiantian's innocent exuberance filled Xiaotian with joy, prompting a smile. Our home is not in the sky, but it is indeed in a realm of wonder. Come, let us return home. Hand in hand, the pair ascended towards the mountain summit. The steps were of manageable height for adults, yet for a mere 5-year-old, each step demanded great effort. Typically, indulgent parents would have already lifted their child to ease the burden, but Xiaotian chose to encourage her. You can do it, Tian. This scene was captured by Yin Bing and shared in the village group. Help! There's a trafficker here mistreating a child. Can a child manage such high steps? If this were their biological parents, would they allow this? Come quickly, catch the trafficker. Instantly, the group erupted in commotion, with a throng of villagers rushing to apprehend the alleged trafficker. Half an hour later, the duo reached the pinnacle of the sky ladder. The view unveiled a tapestry of towering mountains, nature's artistry resembling a delicate ink wash painting. Standing atop the peak felt like being on the edge of the heavens. Nestled among the mountains was a small village, with 100 or so humble homes, wisps of smoke curling upward, emanating the warmth of human existence. Oh my goodness! How beautiful! Exclaimed Tian, her astonishment rendering her speechless. Xiaotian inhaled deeply, returning home after 8 long years. A surge of emotion nearly moved him to tears. He was an orphan from a young age, raised by the village's barefoot doctor, a reclusive old bachelor who lived in poverty and had a penchant for alcohol. During the summers of his childhood, he often experienced hunger, surviving only thanks to the villagers' assistance. Otherwise, he would have perished from starvation. Upon leaving the village to enlist at the age of 19, he vowed to return one day. As he prepared to descend the mountain alongside a younger companion, a group of villagers approached, brandishing hoes and shovels, shouting fervently, "Where's the trafficker?" The village chief demanded. "He is the trafficker," Yin Bing exclaimed, stepping forward and pointing at Xiaotian as if wielding a judge's gavel, condemning him. Several villagers paused in confusion. One elder, bewildered, asked, Guzi, is that you?" "It is I," Xiaotian replied with a smile and a nod. Yin Bing was taken aback, her brow furrowed in confusion. "He is also from Tianyi village?" "Indeed. He is Guzi," a villager affirmed. Casting a cold glance at Xiaotian, Yin Bing remarked, "The disparity between individuals is striking. Though we hail from the same village, Xiaotian has sent money back home every year to help improve the community. Yet you, what have you done? Have you become a trafficker?" Her words rendered the surroundings silent, with a few villagers exchanging awkward glances. Aunt Zhang forced a smile and introduced, "This is the village chief, Yin. Guzi is just a nickname. His real name is Xiaotian." Chapter 4. This is my home. Yin Bing felt a pang of disappointment. Since her arrival in Tianyi village, she had frequently heard Xiaotian's name. An orphan who grew up and enlisted at 19, dedicating his entire monthly income to the village. What a commendable young man. Who could not admire him? His name, Xiaotian, conjured images in her mind of a bright, sunny figure, exuding warmth and joy, with a dazzling smile revealing pearly white teeth, embodying an open-heartedness and the reassuring demeanor of a soldier. Yet the reality of Xiaotian was that he seemed to be frightened of even the smallest thieves. Stealing a glance at him, she noted his height, around 6 feet, with reasonably handsome features but dark skin, resembling a farmer. His local accent did little to align with the grandeur of his name. He was not particularly attractive and appeared timid. How could such a person have served 8 years in the military? Perhaps he was merely a cook, she mused quietly. Opting to take a shortcut home, her spirit dampened and uninterested in their idle chatter. Tianyi village ranked among the bottom 100 of impoverished villages nationwide, with the youth having departed for work elsewhere, leaving behind only the elderly and children. Since her arrival, Yin Bing had been resolutely focused on invigorating the village's economy. Unfortunately, with so few able-bodied individuals to assist, her aspirations felt increasingly futile. A month prior, Xiaotian had returned from military service, and she envisioned a partnership that could transform their village into a prosperous one. Yet, dreams often clash with the harshness of reality. And Xiatian had proven to be a source of disappointment. Perhaps Tianyi village was destined for a future devoid of hope. With a heavy heart, Yin Bing walked towards her home, and before she reached the door, she spotted Xiatian standing at the entrance, holding Tian Tian. Tian Tian, we have arrived home. This is our house. The house belonged to the old bachelor. During that summer, it was left abandoned in the mountains for a mere few months until it was retrieved by the villagers and gifted to the old bachelor, a gesture to ensure he had a place to stay. That summer, at the tender age of 19, the old bachelor passed away, leaving the house to Xiatian. After serving in the military for 8 years, the house had remained unoccupied. Xiatian gazed at the yard, where 2 wooden cabins stood. The old bachelor was not only the village doctor, but also an exceptional carpenter, utilizing anti-corrosive wood coated with a thick layer of yellow clay. Despite the passage of years, the structures stood resilient. In addition to the 2 wooden cabins, there was a small storage room beside them, and a 100-square-meter yard where vegetables were grown and chickens were raised, enclosed by a 1-meter-high fence. As he beheld these familiar scenes, Xiatian was overwhelmed with nostalgia, feeling as though he had returned to his childhood. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Let us go inside and take a look." Just as they were about to push the door open, a voice called out, "Stop! This is my house." Xiatian was taken aback and turned to see Yin Bing approaching, her face flushed with indignation. Pointing at the fenced yard and the 2 small wooden cabins, she coldly declared, "This is my home. Please leave." "Your home?" Xiatian was stunned, despite having been away for 8 years. How could he mistake the home in which he had lived for 19 years? 3 years prior, when Yin Bing arrived in Tianyi village as the village secretary and found herself without a place to stay, the village had tidied up this vacant house for her. Little did she know it belonged to Xiatian. Furrowing his brow, Xiatian replied, "The village gave you my house?" "What do you mean, your house? This is village property, and you need to leave immediately." Yin Bing stood tall, one hand pointing outside, ready to evict him. "I'll let you live in my house for free, and you don't even say thank you. Yet you want to kick me out?" Xiatian retorted angrily. "Why should I leave? This is my home." Yin Bing shouted back, "This house is in terrible condition. I paid to have it repaired, or it would have collapsed long ago. Even if it collapsed, it would still be my home. Everything inside is mine. That too is my home. The original house had no electricity, and I arranged for repairs. This is my home." No matter what Yin Bing said, Xiatian repeated resolutely, "This is my home." Yin Bing's face turned crimson, her eyes bulging with fury, wishing she could scratch Xiatian's face, but she lacked the strength to do so. In frustration, she stomped her foot, declared, "Well, I'm not leaving," and stormed into the house, slamming the door behind her. Both Xiatian and his daughter stood bewildered. Ting Tian, with a hint of vulnerability, asked, "Daddy, has someone taken our home? Are we going to be homeless?" Xiatian was at a loss for words. What kind of person occupies another's house with such audacity? He pointed to the adjacent cabin. "Which room shall we stay in?" "In the 2 wooden cabins." Yin Bing occupied a small bedroom, which had once been Xiatian's, while the old bachelor's master bedroom remained vacant. The house had been repaired and was ready for occupancy, albeit a bit dusty. Xiatian wiped away the dust, while Ting Tian handed him a cloth. They spent the entire afternoon tidying up, finally settling in. In the rural courtyard, a multitude of chickens, ducks, geese, and dogs thrived. One summer day, I took stock of the vegetables and poultry in the yard. There were a total of 18 chickens, comprising 17 hens and 1 rooster, alongside 6 large geese. Additionally, the yard was abundant with an array of vegetables, such as sweet potato leaves, peppers, scallions, and lettuce. After a day of labor, I felt a twinge of hunger. I glanced at the vegetables and asked my daughter, Tian Tian, what she would like to eat: a clear broth of free-range chicken, a rustic goose stew, sauteed lettuce with garlic, or sweet potato leaves with shrimp paste. "Whatever you desire, my dear, I shall prepare for you." Tian Tian swallowed hard and timidly inquired, "Can we not have them all?" I chuckled and pinched her soft cheek, calling her a little glutton. "Let us go with the goose stew, and I'll prepare a couple of vegetables as well. We can have chicken tomorrow, play for a while, and I shall go prepare our dinner." During my time in the military, I often ventured out on missions, spending months in the primordial forest where cooking skills became essential. The art of plucking geese was second nature to me as I cooked. Tian opened her phone and aimed the camera at herself. Hello everyone, I'm Tian, and I'm back home with my dad. This is my father's house, which is now my new home, and it is so beautiful. Let me show you our lovely abode. The camera focused on two thatched roof cottages, small and quaint, surrounded by verdant mountains and flowing waters, with wisps of smoke curling into the air, creating an ethereal atmosphere. This is my dad, she continued, as the camera zoomed in on a young man with a bronze complexion, skillfully plucking the feathers from a farm-raised goose. The goose's delicate skin and deep red meat made one's mouth water at first glance. Across the internet, excitement erupted. Oh, my Tian is back. She has finally emerged after months. I missed her so much. Is that Tian's dad? Finally, we see his true visage. He is quite handsome. Chapter 5. Oh my. What a fragrance. With a flurry of deft movements, the goose released an intoxicating aroma. In Tiny Village, where spring prevails all year round, the villagers are accustomed to dining in their courtyards. A large iron pot bubbled away, with the rich fat of the goose simmering delightfully. After an hour and a half of slow cooking, the goose became tender and succulent. I chopped a dozen vibrant red and green chilies and tossed them into the pot, stirring them in. The combination of goose and chilies not only dazzled the eyes, but also created a harmonious blend of flavors that was utterly irresistible. Wow, I haven't eaten yet. Let me see this. It must be delicious. Instant noodles pale in comparison. A sound of swallowing broke into the lively chatter of netizens. Ha ha, Tian is too polite. Just looking at her plump cheeks makes me want to pinch them. It's perfectly normal for a child like her to love food. Not just Tian, even I am tempted. Tian's dad is an incredible cook. The scene of us dining in the courtyard with the mountains behind us and the smoke rising is simply enchanting. I wish I could quit my job and stay here for a few months. I served 2 bowls of rice, one for myself and one for Tian, adding a generous goose leg to her bowl. Let us eat. Stop playing with your phone. People on the internet are untrustworthy. Tian put away her phone and began to devour a roasted goose, her words muffled as she chewed. Dad is such an old-fashioned man. We live in a digital age where many streamers cook and contribute to their hometowns. None of them are as handsome as you, nor do they cook as well. If you were a streamer, you would surely surpass them in popularity. Indeed, Summer was rather antiquated, spending most of his time in the deep mountains, completely oblivious to the news and having no time to scroll through the short videos on Douyin. Previously unable to accompany Tian every day, he compensated by purchasing her a smartphone. To his surprise, Tian became enamored with short videos. She recorded and posted clips, indulging in this youthful hobby that did not interfere with her studies, and Summer did not object, though he worried about the strain on her eyes. After 2 hours of phone play today, he declared, no more for now. After dinner, it's time to wash up and sleep. Reluctantly, Tian lowered her head, feeling a bit glum as she ate. At that moment, the wooden door creaked open, and both of them turned to see Yin Bing standing at the entrance, her delicate face expressionless as she inquired, "Did you eat my goose?" Having been away from home for 8 years, Summer's previous livestock had all perished, and now the chickens and geese in the yard were cared for by Yin Bing. Tian shrank back, a guilty expression on her face. "Dad, what do we do?" "We ate the beautiful lady's goose. Will she be angry?" Summer, unfazed, placed a piece of meat in Tian's bowl and replied to Yin Bing, "Yes. We ate one of your geese. You've lived in my house for 3 years without paying rent, so I'll deduct the cost of this goose from your rent." Yin Bing's face flushed with indignation. She had expected an apology from Summer for eating her goose without permission, but instead, he asserted his claim so boldly and even mentioned rent. The dilapidated house had nearly collapsed when she took it over, and she had invested her own money to repair it. It was quite unreasonable to expect rent from her. However, Yin Bing was not unreasonable. She still needed to continue living here. Coldly, she stated, "The vegetables, chickens, and geese in the yard are all my responsibility. You may eat as you wish, but I will not be moving out. I will stay in this house, and you can occupy that one. We will not disturb each other. I prefer peace and quiet. Unless necessary, do not interrupt me or speak to me. Let us treat each other as if we are invisible. I will not interfere with you, nor should you interfere with me. As for the utilities, we will split the costs." The two exchanged glances, and Summer frowned. setting aside the fact that this ancestral home belonged solely to him and had no connection to Yanbing. The arrangement of a man and a woman living in the same courtyard seemed rather inappropriate. Moreover, although Yanbing was a woman, she was still a stranger. And as a father, Summer could not allow any stranger to approach his daughter. Just as he was about to refuse, Tian quietly interjected, "Daddy, I like this Annie. Let her stay." Summer was almost always compliant with Tian's wishes. "You harbor affections for her." Sweet and round, her chin nodded heavily in agreement. Summer furrowed her brow, hesitating for a few moments before acknowledging Yanbing with a nod. "We accept your conditions. From this day forth, we shall be neighbors." Yanbing crossed her arms, letting out a cold huff. "We are merely strangers, not neighbors." With that, she slammed the door shut and retreated indoors. Sweet stuck out her tongue and, in a soft voice, remarked, "The beautiful aunt is quite fierce. If you find her fearsome, why do you still like her?" Sweet squinted her large eyes and chuckled. "Because she is beautiful." Summer was taken aback. She gently tapped Sweet's little head. "You are a girl. How can you admire her beauty? Hurry and eat your meal." Inside the room, Yanbing held a bowl of instant noodles, took a bite, and inhaled the aroma of the iron pot stewing goose. The fragrance was so enticing it nearly brought her tears. Although she raised chickens and geese, she had never tasted them. The thought of slaughtering them had always deterred her. Since becoming the village secretary, she had lost 20 pounds over the past 3 years, often experiencing the feast or famine cycle. As she inhaled the scent of the stewed goose, the instant noodles in her hands felt like chewing on wax, utterly unappetizing. It was evident that he was quite the chef. After 8 years of military service, she thought he might have become a special forces soldier. But he turned out to be just a cook. What a disappointment. Muttering under her breath, her eyes couldn't help but wander toward the window. Upon raising her gaze, she saw Summer standing at the window, holding a bowl of goose meat. In the rustic wooden house, devoid of screens, the open window offered a full view inside. Yanbing quickly set down her bowl of noodles and coldly inquired, "What do you want?" "I brought you some of the goose you raised," Summer replied as he placed the meat on the windowsill. Yanbing haughtily shouted, "I'm already full. Take the dish away. If you're not going to eat it, then just toss it." Summer turned away, ignoring Yanbing's prideful demeanor. "Toss it if you must. Humph, who is afraid of whom?" Yanbing carried the bowl toward the trash can, and a wave of rich aroma enveloped her, the robust scent of the old goose mingling with the fragrant chili, creating a unique flavor that made her mouth water. She picked up a small piece and tossed it into her mouth. Her large, watery eyes widened in astonishment. "Oh my, how delicious!" Chapter 6. Let her be my mother. Early in the morning, Summer prepared a basin of water for Sweet to wash her face, gathered a few free-range eggs from the chicken coop, and cooked a simple yet wholesome breakfast of scallion and egg stir-fry, millet porridge, steamed buns, and a plate of sauté egg greens. While Summer was cooking, Sweet began a live stream. In a charmingly soft voice, she announced, "Good morning, everyone. Today marks my second day in Tiani Village, and my dad is making breakfast for me. The meal is ready. Let me show you." The camera focused on the colorful spread on the table. The food was simple yet vibrant, with the free-range eggs boasting a rich orange hue, clearly laid by hens raised in a natural environment. The humble breakfast, complemented by the surrounding melodies of birds and fragrant flowers, captivated viewers on the other end of the video. My goodness, what a heavenly place. This is simply too beautiful. Tian Ladder Village is indeed beautiful. Last night, I inquired about the village's location, and I discovered that it is quite remote. After taking the high-speed train, one must still ride a bus and then a small car, resulting in at least a 10-hour journey from the city to Tian Ladder Village. Even more daunting is the fact that there are thousands of steps leading into the village. One must climb to enter. My goodness, with so many steps, I cannot even manage the 4 flights of stairs at home. No wonder the scenery is so breathtaking. Although it is far away, I am willing to make the trip. I would also like to ask Sweet's father if there are accommodations available. I would gladly pay for a homestay. Sweet's father, please take notice of me. Summer does not understand Douyin and is oblivious to what Sweet is doing. He merely thinks she is recording videos, adjusting her chopsticks, and calling out to Sweet. It's time to eat. The camera then shifts to focus on Sweet's chubby face. capturing her double chin and her adorably plump lips from an upward angle, instantly winning over countless viewers online. Sweet is simply delightful. He seems to be trying to persuade me to have a daughter. Brother, wake up. What they have is a little cotton jacket, while what you would have is a steel wool ball. Regardless, I have a fondness for Sweet and her father. I will follow Sweet's videos to the end. Sweet waves at the camera and sweetly says, I want to eat now. Everyone, goodbye. After turning off her phone, Sweet eagerly holds her bowl and chopsticks, digging into her meal. At just 5 years old, Sweet has been eating independently for 3 years, since she became aware of her surroundings. Summer has taught her to handle her own affairs. She picks up a piece of free-range egg, places it on a spoon, and enjoys it with porridge, savoring the delectable taste. Daddy, the free-range egg is so delicious. I love Tian Ladder Village. Sweet's affection for the village brings immense comfort to Summer as a father. In this era, children often crave vanity and yearn for big cities, and he hopes that Sweet can retain her innocence, untouched by worldly influences. If Sweet enjoys it, then we shall reside in the village for a lifetime. Yes, yes. Sweet cheers with joy. At that moment, with a creak, the wooden door opened, and Yin Bing stepped out. The duo turned to look at her. Yesterday, Yin Bing was as her name suggested, cold and distant, exuding an aura of aloofness. Now, having just awakened, she wore no makeup, yet her delicate features and long, tousled hair presented a chaotic beauty. Sweet exclaimed, Annie, you are so beautiful. Yin Bing smiled, replying, Sweet is even more beautiful. When Sweet grows up, she will surpass me. Yin Bing was a beautiful child, yet Sweet surpasses her childhood beauty. Beyond her looks, Sweet possesses an angelic presence. Seeing her is akin to witnessing a celestial being, the most exquisite essence of humanity. Even the worst of moods can transform into joy in her presence. Not only is she lovely, but her words are sweet as well. Thank you, Andy. Did you just wake up? Come join us for breakfast. My daddy made a delicious meal. I'll fetch some porridge for you. Sweet is a diligent child. Just as Yin Bing was about to decline, Sweet had already dashed inside to serve the food, her plump little hands carrying a bowl of porridge as she scampered back out. With her large, glistening eyes fixed upon Yin Bing, the little girl sweetly called out, Annie, come eat. Her angelic demeanor made it seem almost sinful to refuse her. Reluctantly, Yin Bing sat down to partake in the meal. As she sampled a bite of the farm-fresh egg, a slight frown crossed her face. However, after a second taste, her eyes sparkled with delight. Although she wasn't initially hungry, the rich flavors of the egg awakened her appetite, a sensation she hadn't experienced in 3 years, having lived alone and lacking culinary skills, often resorting to mere biscuits for breakfast. In her eagerness, she devoured the food voraciously. The little girl, wide-eyed with curiosity, asked in her sweet, endearing voice, Auntie, you can't cook? Caught off guard, Yin Bing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her and managed a sheepish smile. I can cook, but not very well. Girls often take pride in their abilities, and to say one's cooking is poor usually implies a lack of skill altogether. Xiao Tian, ever tactful, refrained from pointing this out directly, merely suggesting, if you're cooking isn't good, perhaps it's best to refrain from it. Cooking poorly is the greatest waste of food. In the future, I shall cook, and you can join me. What did he mean by saying that poor cooking equates to waste? Did a lack of cooking prowess disqualify one from the kitchen? Yin Bing shot Xiao Tian an irritated glance, itching to retort. Yet, recalling that she had eaten his cooking the previous night, and that morning, she swallowed her words, placing her bowl and chopsticks down. I'm finished. I must head to the village hall for a meeting. Would you like to come? As the village accountant, your presence is essential. 10 years ago, upon graduating high school, Xiao Tian, one of the few educated individuals in the village, had assumed the role of accountant. Even after his military service, the village retained his position. At the beginning of each month, meetings were held, mandatory for the village officials. Xiao Tian had returned to the village to contribute to its development and had some ideas to share, so he nodded in agreement. Go ahead. I'll wash the dishes and join you shortly, Yin Bing replied, nodding. As she turned to leave, a sudden thought struck her, and she hurried back to retrieve a bag of white rabbit candy. Here, sweetie, have some candy. Sweetie hesitated, glancing at Xiao Tian. He had strict rules about accepting gifts from strangers, particularly sweets, as he worried about potential harm. Recognizing that Yin Bing meant no harm, he nodded in consent, allowing Sweetie to accept the treat. "Thank you, Auntie," Sweetie said gratefully. "Such a good girl." "Annie has to go to work now," Yin Bing said, affectionately ruffling Sweetie's hair before departing. Watching Yin Bing's retreating figure, Sweetie gleefully raced over to Xia Tian, exclaiming, "Daddy, Daddy." Xia Tian inquired, "What's got you so excited?" With her cheeks flushed and a bashful demeanor, Sweetie shyly confessed, "Daddy, I want the pretty Annie to be my mommy." Chapter 7. This proposal seems a bit foolish relying on memory. Xia Tian made his way to the village hall, greeted along the way by numerous villagers. Erguzi has returned. Erguzi remains unchanged, looking exactly as he did at 19. In fact, he has become quite handsome. He is still unmarried, I presume. In the countryside, when idleness prevails, gossip flourishes. Any event in a household becomes common knowledge within an hour. Just yesterday, Aunt Wang inquired about Tian Tian, and Xia Tian casually mentioned that Tian Tian is his adopted daughter. Today, someone is already introducing potential suitors to Xia Tian. An older man accompanied by a young woman is simply unacceptable. Thus, they hastily sought a match for Erguzi. I believe Secretary Yin would be a splendid match. They seem quite compatible. Indeed, they are a fitting pair. Living together, why not simply share their lives? Ahem, ahem, ahem. Xia Tian awkwardly cleared his throat and laughed lightly at the gathering. I'm still young. There's no rush to marry. I must attend a village meeting now. I'll take my leave. He hurriedly departed, leaving the villagers chuckling behind him. Erguzi's face flushed. It seems there may indeed be a budding romance with Secretary Yin. Perhaps they even spent the night together last evening. Is that true? They met only once and shared a bed? Today's youth are remarkably open-minded. The rural landscape is picturesque, brimming with talented individuals, yet the villagers' penchant for gossip is less than admirable. Xia Tian has grown accustomed to such chatter, choosing to remain indifferent to the rumors. Upon arriving at the village hall, the meeting had already commenced. Secretary Yin was addressing the assembly, while Uncle Li, the village head, along with several officials, nodded at Xia Tian, beckoning him to take a seat as Secretary Yin continued his discourse. The challenges facing our village are well known. In a word, poverty. In 2 words, excessively poor. In 3 words, utterly destitute. There is an abundance of necessary improvements within our village: road repairs, housing renovations, school construction, and hiring teachers, all fundamentally reliant on one essential element: money. I have been in Tianyi village for 3 years, during which I have enhanced the labor force, promoting the breeding of native chickens, ensuring that every villager has a source of income. Last year, the average monthly income per person in the village was 600 yuan, a figure that has doubled compared to the previous year. This statistic is quite remarkable. Moving forward, I intend to expand the scale of native chicken breeding, fostering a large-scale operation to incubate chicks, allowing experienced villagers to participate in the incubation process. Currently, the village consists of 135 households, each owning 30 native chickens. The land in Tianyi village is vast. Each household must increase their flock to over 100 to earn greater profits. What are your thoughts on this? Uncle Li, aged 55, has served as village head since he was 20, dedicating his life to the prosperity of Tianyi village. After more than 30 years, the dream of wealth remains elusive. Before Secretary Yan's arrival, villagers subsisted on a mere 100 yuan monthly, barely self-sufficient to avoid starvation. Yet, with Secretary Yan's guidance, the villagers have begun to prosper, and they now enjoy a stable income. In their eyes, Secretary Yan is the savior of Tianyi village. They do not question his decisions. He is akin to a general. While they are but soldiers, whatever he commands, they will dutifully execute without dissent. Secretary Yin, we are all in accord with your vision. Whatever you decree is final. Once the meeting concludes, I shall arrange for the incubation of chicks. Yin Bing nodded, accustomed to making decisions independently. Although she inquired about their opinions, she was aware that this was merely a formality. They would not question any of her choices. Closing her notebook, she prepared to conclude the meeting. At that moment, an incongruous voice broke through. May I ask if there are dedicated buyers for free-range chickens? The crowd turned their gaze towards Xia Tian. Uncle Li chuckled and replied, Of course, Secretary Yin first secured buyers before encouraging the villagers to raise chickens. She is diligent in her work, and such minor details have long been arranged. Xia Tian nodded and continued. What is the price for purchasing free-range chickens? 10 yuan per pound, specifically for larger birds weighing over 8 pounds. Building Tianyi Village was Yin Bing's aspiration. Over the past 3 years, she had transformed the village, ensuring that every household could afford meat and health care. Although life was still challenging, witnessing the villagers thrive brought her immense satisfaction. Reflecting on the countless days and nights she had devoted to this endeavor filled her with pride. Within her petite frame resided an inexhaustible strength. At that moment, she felt more formidable than any man, yet Xia Tian's expression caused her irritation. She noticed him frown slightly. Yin Bing, displeased, asked, "If you have a question, please ask directly. I have spent 3 years in the village, leading the villagers to prosperity, assisting the elderly without children in securing social welfare, thereby providing them with security. Raising free-range chickens is a new path to wealth. If you have any thoughts, express them candidly." Xia Tian replied nonchalantly, "I have no particular thoughts. I just feel there might be issues with the idea of raising free-range chickens." "What issues?" Yin Bing retorted. Upon hearing Xia Tian's words, the office fell into an immediate silence. He instinctively glanced at Yin Bing, whose face flushed with indignation, on the verge of an explosion, yet she forced herself to swallow her anger. After 2 seconds, she calmly inquired, "Are you implying that my leadership in guiding the villagers towards prosperity is a sign of mental deficiency?" Uncle Li and the others were taken aback. To them, Yin Bing was the savior of Tianyi Village. They spoke carefully, fearful of provoking her to the point of leaving. How could Xia Tian dare to insult her intelligence? Uncle Li patted Xia Tian on the shoulder. "You reckless boy, mind your words. Secretary Yin has devoted herself to leading Tianyi Village towards prosperity, never leaving for 3 years. And you dare to insult her? Do you want me to discipline you?" Having watched Xia Tian grow, Uncle Li played a fatherly role in his life. Xia Tian hastily clarified, "Uncle Li, please calm down. Allow me to explain. I am not suggesting that Secretary Yin is lacking in intelligence. Rather, I feel that selling free-range chickens at 10 yuan per pound may be flawed." Uncle Li's eyes widened. "What flaw?" "For the past 3 years, they have been sold at 10 yuan per pound, and the villagers have profited. How can this suddenly be a problem?" Yin Bing crossed her arms, silently observing Xia Tian, waiting to see how he would navigate this predicament. In the summer, Xia Tian cleared his throat and succinctly articulated his thoughts. Half an hour later, all the individuals in the office fell into deep contemplation, while Yin Bing's complexion fluctuated between shades of red and white. Chapter 8. I can cure 8-pound native chickens require at least 8 months of rearing without feed, incurring a minimum cost of 60 yuan. Selling them at 10 yuan per pound yields a mere profit of 20 yuan per chicken, amounting to only 2,000 yuan for 100 chickens. Over the course of a year, this translates to an income of 3,000 yuan, assuming everything proceeds smoothly. If the native chickens fall ill with avian flu, the entire annual profit would vanish. Secretary Yin, you claim that raising native chickens leads to wealth. I ask you, how can one prosper with an annual income of 3,000 yuan? Xia Tian's words struck like a sharp blade, piercing the hearts of everyone present. Yin Bing's expression fluctuated, revealing her awareness that a profit of 20 yuan on a 10 yuan per pound chicken was hardly substantial. After all, she was a university graduate and certainly capable of basic arithmetic. However, the avenues for wealth in rural areas were limited, and the villagers lacked skills. Raising native chickens was a universally accessible path to prosperity, albeit a modest one. Moreover, even a small profit was still a profit. By raising chickens, cultivating vegetables, foraging for wild greens, and benefiting from various subsidies from the county, the average monthly income could amount to 600 yuan. Since you deem selling native chickens at 10 yuan per pound foolish, what price do you propose? Yin Bing asked, her gaze icy as she scrutinized Xia Tian. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Tian replied, at least 25 yuan per pound. By extensively breeding chicks, 8-pound native chickens are too challenging to rear. Chickens weighing over 3 pounds can be sold sooner, allowing for a quicker turnover. Selling these chickens would facilitate the continuation of chick breeding, with each household raising over 1,000. thus creating a beneficial cycle that could lead to prosperity. How lofty your ideals are, Yin Bing retorted with a cold smirk, her tone mocking. Your idea is commendable, but allow me to point out two things. First, good luck finding a buyer willing to pay 25 yuan per pound. The highest price for native chickens is 10 yuan, and after 3 months of searching, I found that other buyers only offer 7 or 8 yuan. If you possess the capability, go ahead and find merchants willing to pay 25 yuan per pound for native chickens. Second, as you mentioned, chickens can fall ill, particularly with avian flu. Growing up in the countryside, you should be aware that when the number of chickens increases, they become more susceptible to disease. A household raising 100 native chickens is a scientifically calculated reasonable ratio, neither more nor less, to prevent the spread of infectious diseases. Raising 1,000 is bound to lead to illness. How do you propose to address the issue of sickness? The gaze of the crowd shifted back to Xia Tian. Uncle Li, with his deep voice, interjected thoughtfully, Guzi, the issues you've raised have already been contemplated by Secretary Yin. But achieving wealth is not as simple as it may seem. Setting aside the price, take the matter of avian flu, for instance. Just yesterday, 2 of my roosters fell ill, their appearances altered, and I estimate they may perish by tomorrow. Thankfully, Secretary Yin had forewarned us. Upon noticing any issues, we immediately isolated the other native chickens to prevent a widespread outbreak. This foresight helped avert significant losses. You suggest that every household should raise 1,000 native chickens. But how do we address the issue of chicken diseases? There's an old saying in the countryside, anything with feathers is difficult to raise. Diseases such as chicken plague and avian influenza leave farmers in dire straits, causing them to incur significant losses. Raising chickens is reliant on favorable weather. Only when the heavens allow can one earn a profit, but if misfortune strikes, an outbreak of chicken plague could wipe out the entire flock. Since ancient times, chicken plague has been a persistent concern for farmers. Prior to returning to the village in summer, I had already contemplated this issue. Chicken plague is a disease. This ailment I can cure. In an instant, the office fell silent for the second time. After a full 30 seconds, Yin Bing finally spoke, her watery eyes reflecting disbelief, as if she had not comprehended my words, and asked again, "What did you say? You can cure chicken plague?" "Yes, I can," I affirmed with a nod. Li. Yin Bing and several other village officials exchanged glances, and Yin Bing chuckled. Her interest piqued as she regarded me. Historically, chicken plague has been a significant issue. Currently, there are some medications available to prevent it, but these can only avert the disease. They cannot cure it. Once native chickens are infected with chicken plague, death is inevitable. Have you achieved a breakthrough in a field that scientists have studied for over a century? Are you truly more competent than the scientists? Yin Bing intended to be sarcastic, yet I, without a trace of embarrassment, earnestly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I am more capable than the scientists. Does this individual possess an inflated sense of self-worth? Is there something amiss with their mental state? How can one be so confident? Yin Bing contemplated making a sarcastic remark, but upon witnessing my unwavering confidence, she refrained and simply smiled. Since you are so confident, then give it a try. Uncle Li's chickens are afflicted with the plague. Go treat them. Additionally, the chickens at Uncle Qian's place at the village entrance are also suffering. You should attend to that as well. If you manage to cure the chicken plague, I shall relinquish the position of village secretary to you. With that, the meeting came to a close, and she excused herself to attend class. In our village, there are no schools, and students must travel 30 kilometers to attend one, with several left-behind children in the village. Yin Bing personally took the initiative to apply for educational funding from the county, teaching a few children herself. Class was set to begin at 8:30, and with her notebook in hand, she departed the office. As soon as Yin Bing left, Uncle Li playfully slapped the back of my head. "You rascal, almost 30 years old, and you still speak so bluntly. You Haven T learned a thing from your second father. Being an orphan, the elders in the village are like parental figures to me, with Uncle Li serving as my second father. In his presence, I am but a child." Rubbing the back of my head, I chuckled. It was a meeting. I spoke my mind. Why beat around the bush? But you were too direct. You drove Secretary Yin away. Uncle Li pulled out a pack of hand-rolled cigarettes and offered one to me and the others. As we lit up, Uncle Lee squinted and scrutinized me, asking with a hint of disbelief, Guzzi, be honest with your second father. Do you truly know how to cure chicken plague, or are you merely boasting? I took a drag of the cigarette, the harsh smoke causing me to cough uncontrollably. Cough, cough. Dear father, when have I ever deceived you? Unlike my elder brother, I do not boast. When I claim I can heal, I truly can. My elder brother, a lifelong bachelor, revels in grandiose tales, indulging in drink and exaggeration. He once frightened away 2 village maidens who were fond of him due to his incessant bragging. Yet, Summer is not like him. They have watched Summer grow, and he never boasts. He speaks plainly, and his words are true. Uncle Lee took a couple of puffs from his pipe, hesitated for a few seconds, then rose to grasp Summer's shirt. Cool me. Let us go home. Chapter 9. Mischief after a long day's toil. Darkness enveloped the sky by the time they returned home. Sweetie had been left in the care of Aunt Wong, having already had her dinner there. As soon as Sweetie saw Summer, she hurried out to greet him. Daddy, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you. It's been so hard. Sweetie leapt into Summer's arms, her chubby face rubbing against his neck. Holding the plump little girl, Summer felt his heart melt. Sweetie, be good. The village chickens are ill. Daddy want to treat them. Sweetie pouted, her little lips puffed up in displeasure. If the chicks are sick, why can't I go with you to help? Why did you leave me all alone? I want to go with you, Daddy. Having grown up without parents, Sweetie appeared cheerful, but was, in truth, a child deeply lacking in security, clinging to Summer. Seeing her pitiful expression, Summer could not bear it. He readily agreed. All right, tomorrow Daddy will go up the mountain to gather herbs. You can come along. Yay! I love gathering herbs, Sweetie exclaimed joyfully. The duo entered the courtyard. After a day of hard work, Summer was weary. He washed Sweetie's face and feet, allowing her to play for a while as he took the basin to the bathroom. It was now 11 p.m. In the countryside, the bathroom is outdoors, shared by 2 houses. As Summer strode purposefully toward it, the rural night had settled in, shrouded in darkness, and without a thought, he pushed the door open. At that moment, a woman stood inside, unclothed, illuminated by the moonlight. Her body radiated a pale glow, her wet hair clinging to her form. She gazed at Summer, and he stared back at her. What should one do upon unexpectedly encountering a naked woman in the bathroom at midnight? I await your guidance urgently. Having lived alone for 3 years, the sudden presence of a man made Yin Bing feel a prickling sense of insecurity, both psychologically and physically, especially since the bathroom was outdoors and shared. Previously, she would bathe and retire to bed by 8 p.m. Now, with a man in the house, she was forced to postpone her bathing until the early hours, sneaking in to wash herself after Summer had fallen asleep. Moreover, she dare not turn on the lights. In the countryside, street lights are non-existent. The night is exceedingly dark, and any glimmer of light stands out sharply. Yin Bing was concerned that turning on the light would alert Summer. As a girl, one must take care to protect oneself. In addition to refraining from lighting the room, she would quietly and carefully wash herself, ensuring the door was locked tightly. At that moment, she had just finished her bath and was preparing to dress when the door suddenly swung open. The air was suspended for a brief 5 seconds. Yin Bing's mind went blank, and just as she began to comprehend the sight of Xia Tian and was about to scream, her mouth opened, but before any sound could escape, Xia Tian barked out an exclamation. Ah, how shameless of you, behaving like a lecher. After this outburst, he slammed the bathroom door shut. Yin Bing was left in a state of shock, the words that had been on the tip of her tongue abruptly stifled. Half an hour later, as she lay tossing and turning in bed, her heart grew heavier with indignation, and sleep eluded her, prompting her to sit up. How could he accuse me of being lewd? How utterly shameless of him. Yin Bing felt a pang of bitterness. It was Xia Tian who had barged in and seen her undressed. She was the one wronged, yet somehow it had been twisted to make her the shameless one. This was the first time in her life she had ever endured such humiliation. Having worked in this desolate place for 3 years, she had no home to return to. Aside from her duties to lead the villagers towards prosperity, she was also responsible for teaching the local children, who varied in age from 1st graders to 6th graders. Yin Bing had to educate them individually, covering subjects like mathematics, language, and English all by herself. Moreover, the rural children, having been raised without much structure or etiquette, posed a significant challenge to teach. The daily grind was already exhausting, and now she had to endure bullying as well. Tears of sorrow streamed down her cheeks. At 6 in the morning, her biological clock roused her. After barely 3 hours of sleep and a night spent crying, her eyes were red and puffy, her complexion dull, resembling someone just recovering from a serious illness. She got up to fetch water and wash her face. Upon stepping out, she encountered Xia Tian. Would he offer an apology? A responsible man would surely apologize. Wouldn't he? As these thoughts warred in her mind, Xia Tian merely glanced at her before continuing to prepare breakfast, skillfully chopping scallions and cracking eggs, revealing his culinary background. His expression was impassive, entirely devoid of any intent to apologize. Yan Bing was infuriated. She glared at him, gritting her teeth. Aren't you going to apologize for what happened last night? What incident are you referring to? Xia Tian raised an eyebrow, his demeanor cold. Oh, you mean the part where you took a bath without turning on the light and left the door unlocked? There's no need for an apology. I forgive you. However, I hope there won't be a next time. If you truly have feelings for me, you may pursue me openly without resorting to such petty tricks. We are adults, after all, and perhaps I might consider accepting your advances. The mother of my daughter must certainly be a good woman. A promiscuous woman cannot be a sweet mother. Yan Bing was taken aback. Forgive her? No apology required? Pursue him? Promiscuous? What absurd and predatory words were these? Yan Bing felt as though the world was spinning. She pinched herself at the waist, wondering if she were dreaming. The pain was real. It wasn't a dream. If it wasn't a dream, then it was indeed reality. She gazed at Xia Tian, incredulous, and asked, Have you lost your mind? Why would I pursue you? You barged in while I was bathing. If I reported this, you could be charged with indecent exposure. And what do you mean by petty tricks? I intentionally removed my clothes for you to see. Summer replied expressionlessly. It wasn't intentional. Why don't you turn on the light? Taking a shower without turning on the light, pretending that the restroom was unoccupied, was merely a way of waiting for someone. Wasn't it? Yan Bing, was about to lose my mind. She was on the verge of cursing. At that moment, Tian Tian emerged, clad in a little dinosaur pajama, her rosy cheeks and large eyes still hazy with sleep. Upon seeing Yan Bing, she rushed over enthusiastically for a hug. Good morning, beautiful auntie. Yan Bing detested summer, but her affection for Tian Tian was genuine. In front of the child, she couldn't utter any foul language. Tian Tian went to wash her face and, after breakfast, set off for the mountains. When Summer called out, Tian Tian immediately dashed to the restroom to wash her face and brush her teeth. The duo, one large and one small, enjoyed breakfast together before heading out with a bag of traditional medicine. Just before leaving, Tian Tian sweetly waved goodbye, saying, Beautiful Annie, we're off. See you tonight. Yan Bing forced a smile for Tian Tian, but her heart was filled with rage as she watched the pair depart. She longed to rush over and tear Summer's mouth apart. That bastard actually thought she liked him? Was he deliberately trying to entice her? Who gave him such audacity? Was it Liang Jingru? After sitting in silence for a few minutes, Yan Bing suddenly stood up. No, I cannot live with him. I must devise a plan to drive him away. Chapter 10. Encounter with a wolf. Hello everyone. I'm Tian Tian, and I'm back. Today, I'm going to the mountains to gather herbs with my dad. Let me show you my hometown. In the video, Tian Tian's round face and soft voice appeared, followed by a scene change to the mountain peaks, where the wind whistled through the air, revealing layers of mountains and water in the distance. Nestled within the mountains was a small village, occasionally visible with wisps of smoke rising. The sounds of the wind, swaying trees, and birds chirping filled the atmosphere. Tian Tian stood atop the mountain, overlooking the entire village. With just one glance, the village and mountains were laid bare before her, and the vast scenery evoked a sense of openness. Viewers behind the screen were captivated. The scenery was indeed beautiful. Life in a big city felt so stifling that one yearned to quit their job and move there. Tian Tian's hometown was undeniably enchanting, providing an exhilarating feeling at first sight, making it a perfect place for meditation. Tian Tian was adorable, and the scenery was breathtaking, although the camera wobbled a bit. Was Tian Tian walking? The scene shifted again to her adorable face. I'm climbing the mountain with my dad. Let me show you, this is my dad. The camera focused on Summer. More precisely, it was aimed at the top of Summer's head. It took a while for viewers to comprehend. Oh, it turns out Tian is riding on her dad's neck. I was wondering how she managed to climb such a high mountain. Impressive, big chest, brother. I can't even climb that high myself. And he is carrying a child too. What great physical fitness. Not only is Tian's dad handsome, but he is also fit. I heard that Tian's dad was a soldier. I adore soldier brothers. Tian is still young and needs a mother. How do you think Tian's dad sees me? Go away. It's not your turn. Tian's dad is the one I noticed first. Sister, this is rather inappropriate, is it not? I have long been with Tantan's father. I kindly ask you all to leave. The livestream room was bustling with excitement as a multitude of netizens engaged in fervent debate. At that moment, a user named Iron Straight Man interjected. Enough. Let us cease this clamor. Tantan's father has a daughter, but no wife, indicating his distinct orientation. Tantan's father glanced at me. I stand at 178 centimeters, weigh 70 kilograms. I'm a physical education teacher, age 28, and am dedicated to fitness, boasting an impressive 8-pack. I have already sent a private message. Please respond promptly. The netizens erupted. Goodness. How can one be so flamboyant and still call oneself Iron Straight Man, especially when claiming such endowments? Show us how substantial it is. I dare not look, for I fear the consequences, unless you message me privately. Hilarious. I am in stitches. The comment section is filled with talent. Tantan, perched upon Xia Tian's shoulder, held her phone. Since Tantan was just a few months old, Xia Tian frequently took her out, initially cradling her in his arms. Now, after 2 years of growth, Tantan could sit upon his shoulders. He had endeavored to teach Tantan to walk, yet the mountains of Tianshire village were too steep. She would manage a third of the way, with Xia Tian carrying her for the remaining 2/3. Upon reaching the summit, Xia Tian gently set Tantan down. Tantan, take a moment to rest. I shall gather herbs and bring you a lollipop. He tossed her a lollipop and ventured off to forage. Tianshire village is nestled amidst towering mountains, surrounded by steep cliffs, abundant primeval forests, and lush vegetation, teeming with medicinal herbs. Ever since the old bachelor passed away, no one in the village had continued the practice of herb gathering. Xia Tian had grown up under the tutelage of the old bachelor, the sole village doctor, whose family had practiced medicine for 7 generations, with an ancestor even serving as a royal physician. Unfortunately, the old bachelor left no descendants. He imparted his knowledge to Xia Tian without reservation. Many in the village claimed the old bachelor was incompetent, merely a drinker with mediocre medical skills. Yet Xia Tian held a different perspective. Having lived alongside him for years, he witnessed that while the old bachelor did indulge in drink, his medical prowess was undeniably exceptional. In fact, during his 8 years of military service, Xia Tian encountered numerous renowned physicians, none of whom surpassed the old bachelor's skill. The old bachelor's family heirloom. The 7 uniques of the Dai family consisted of 7 volumes. Having mastered only the first 3, Xia Tian had already garnered international acclaim as a fearsome poison doctor, instilling fear in mercenaries. What might transpire if he were to master all 7? Alas, Xia Tian had not yet had the opportunity to study the remaining 4 volumes before the old bachelor departed from this world. It was a cold, rainy night when the old bachelor abruptly informed Xia Tian of his impending journey, advising him not to wait and to pursue his military aspirations without concern for his return. 3 months later, the news of the old bachelor's demise reached Xia Tian. The authorities reported that he had been struck by a vehicle. By the time Xia Tian arrived, the old bachelor's body had already been cremated, leaving behind only a blood-stained set of clothes and his identification. Gazing at the mountains, Xia Tian felt a pang of sorrow. Failing to accompany the old bachelor on his final journey remained an everlasting regret. Grandpa, I have returned. I promise you I would lead Tianshire village to prosperity. Rest assured, I shall fulfill that promise, ensuring the village thrives and that all may return home. In the summer, Xia Tian took a deep breath and ventured into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs. Having grown up in the mountains, he was adept at foraging, and within less than 3 hours, his bamboo basket was brimming with various herbs. Tian, let us head back home, he said. By now it was noon, and both father and daughter were feeling quite hungry. Before leaving, Xiao Tian had prepared a large rooster in a sizable iron pot. The chicken soup should be ready for their meal. Wait a moment, Daddy, I need to go to the bathroom, Tian said, her cheeks flushed. Go behind that big tree, Xiao Tian replied with a smile. Having learned to use the toilet on her own, Tian took some tissue and dashed toward the tree. As Xiao Tian pulled out a cigarette and reached for his lighter, he suddenly heard a sharp scream from Tian. Daddy, help! Dropping his cigarette, Xiao Tian rushed over in an instant. Behind the tree lay a large, gray male wolf, its size imposing and resembling a husky, yet its eyes were fierce and menacing, exuding an aura of intimidation. Tian, come here, Xiao Tian shouted, swiftly pulling her back and stepping 2 paces away to maintain a safe distance. Tian, still shaken, clung to Xiao Tian's neck, regaining her composure after a moment. With her large, innocent eyes fixed on the wolf's leg, she whispered, Daddy, it's hurt. Its leg is bleeding and its belly is torn. What should we do? If we leave, it will die. The wolf bore numerous bite wounds, both large and small. At least 100 in total, with scabs indicating it had endured a fierce battle days prior. As Tian observed, if they departed, the wolf would perish. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Tian instructed Tian, climb up the tree. Chapter 11. Rescue, lifting Tian's small frame. Xiao Tian helped her ascend the old locust tree, where sturdy branches ensured she would not fall. Wolves could not climb trees and posed no threat to her. After ensuring there were no snakes nearby and confirming the area was safe, Xiao Tian cautiously approached the injured wolf. The wolf emitted a low growl, attempting to warn Xiao Tian to keep his distance, or else it would bite him fatally. However, due to its severe injuries, the wolf's threat lacked conviction. Having encountered countless wolves during his duties, Xiao Tian knew a healthy adult wolf would not stand a chance against him, let alone one that was gravely wounded. He approached the wolf gently, saying, I have come to help you. Rest assured, I will bandage your wounds and then depart. The wolf seemed to comprehend Xiao Tian's words, ceasing its growling, though its piercing gaze remained fixed on him, its white fangs poised to deliver a lethal bite at any moment. Be careful, Daddy. Tian anxiously called from her perch in a tree. Do not worry, it's just a little dog. It cannot harm me. Xiao Tian replied with a reassuring smile and a wink. The wolf growled twice in apparent discontent at being referred to as merely a little dog. Summer disregarded its protests, carefully inspecting the wounds upon its body. The injuries were predominantly bite marks, and they were inflicted with brutal ferocity, with patches of skin torn away, exposing the innards beneath. Fortunately, the male wolf possessed a robust physique, enabling it to heal rapidly. Otherwise, it would have succumbed long ago. Remarkably, it could be saved. Summer retrieved a small vial from his pocket, containing a white powdered medication, an ancestral remedy known for treating wounds, particularly external injuries. The powder had anti-inflammatory properties and stung slightly when applied to the wounds. The sharp pain elicited a fierce howl from the wolf, and in a swift motion, it lunged at Summer's abdomen with its fangs. Had it succeeded in biting down, it would have torn through his intestines. Yet Summer was prepared, quickly stepping back and delivering a kick to the wolf's head. Stupid wolf, I'm trying to save you, and you wish to bite me. Stay still. Already injured. The kick rendered the wolf incapable of further resistance, leaving it to whimper softly on the ground. Seizing the opportunity while the wolf was dazed, Summer hastily treated its wounds. Lacking bandages, he applied herbal remedies directly to the injuries to protect them. Once the wounds were attended to, Summer produced a substantial piece of chicken breast and tossed it to the wolf. This chicken breast was originally meant for Tian, as Summer worried she might go hungry on her journey, an unintentional boon for the wolf. The wolf emitted a soft whine, sniffed the chicken, and devoured it in one gulp. Casting a beseeching glance at Summer, as if to imply, is there more? I am still hungry. None left. Your wounds will heal by tomorrow, and you can hunt for yourself. We must take our leave. Tian, let us return home. He gently lifted Tian from the tree and began their descent down the mountain, while Tian waved cheerfully at the wolf. Little Gray, we are leaving. Get well soon. In the courtyard, Yin Bing sat at a stone table, engaged in a meeting with several village officials, including Uncle Li and Uncle Wang. The village committee had encountered an infestation of cockroaches, prompting Yin Bing to spray insecticide, which led to the decision to hold the meeting outdoors today. The forest ranger for Tierney Village resigned 3 months ago, and the county has requested our village to appoint someone to oversee the mountains. Let us convene today to select a candidate. Each mountain requires a forest ranger to ensure its guardianship. The ranger's duties may sound simple, conducting daily patrols, but the reality is arduous. The mountains are vast, and the ranger must venture out at dawn and return only after dark, traversing at least 30 kilometers each day. Furthermore, one must reside within the mountains, leading an isolated life surrounded solely by nature, with only 1 day per week allocated for descent to procure supplies and visit family, which can be incredibly lonely. Few are inclined to take on such a role, yet it remains an essential position. The county has stated that should Tierney Village provide a ranger, road construction plans will be prioritized with a commitment to complete the roads within 5 years. Upon hearing about the road construction, the elderly villagers became instantly animated. To become prosperous, one must first pave the roads. The impoverishment of Tierney Village can be attributed to its inconvenient transportation, which obstructs external trade while rendering local goods unsellable. This isolation has led to a generational cycle of poverty, compelling the youth to seek employment elsewhere. If the roads were improved, Tierney Village would have a chance to escape its destitution. Let old Huang go, suggested Yin Bing. His wife passed away last year, and both his son and daughter work in the city. He is just idling at home. If he takes a job in the mountains, he could earn around 2,000 yuan a month. Yin Bing shook his head. Uncle Huang is not suitable. He has a penchant for alcohol and often gets so drunk that he wouldn't notice if a wolf carried him away while he slept under a tree. What about the mute at the village entrance? He doesn't drink or smoke, but he is mute. If something happens in the mountains, how could he report it? After much deliberation, they found no suitable candidate. Uncle Lee took a puff from his old pipe and said thoughtfully, "If we genuinely cannot find anyone, I'll go. It's merely patrolling the mountains. A child raised in the mountains runs around every day. I can manage this task." Yin Bing continued to shake his head. Uncle Lee's chronic leg ailment had worsened significantly, and the doctor had advised him to rest and avoid overexertion. A day of patrolling required walking 30 kilometers. Yet Uncle Lee could barely manage 10. Uncle Lee, with worry etched into his wrinkled face, sighed, "This 1T work, that 1T work. What are we to do? If Tierney Village does not send someone to patrol, the county 1T repair the roads, and we will remain perpetually impoverished. For the sake of the village, we must send someone." A heavy silence fell over the group. To facilitate road repairs, the village needed to send someone to patrol, yet the villagers were few in number. The few available laborers had families to care for, making it impossible for them to step away. Seeing the group's reluctance to speak, Yin Bing gradually suggested, "Actually, there is someone in our village who would be quite suitable. He is strong, young, and has no elderly family to care for. He has experience in patrolling the mountains and can communicate effectively." The villagers looked perplexed. Most of the young people had left, and those who remained were well known. Who possesses such experience and has no elderly at home? Uncle Lee blinked and inquired, "Secretary Yin, who are you referring to? I was unaware that we had such a person in Tierney Village." Yin Bing smiled and revealed a name, Xia Tian. Xia Tian? The others quickly shook their heads in disapproval. "No, this cannot be. Xia Tian is an asset. He must remain in the village to create wealth and lead the villagers towards prosperity. It would be a waste to send someone of his caliber to patrol the mountains." They all vehemently disagreed, viewing Xia Tian as a significant figure in the village, second only to Yin Bing. However, Yin Bing remained unconvinced. "What nonsense! He is merely a cook. Because he occasionally sends supplies to the village from his time in the army, the villagers regard him highly. Yet in my eyes, he possesses no remarkable qualities and is overly self-absorbed." After the departure of the elder and the younger in the morning, Yin Bing pondered for a protracted period on how to expel Xia Tian from the village. It was inconceivable to force him out, as Tianti village was his home, and the house belonged to him as well. To attempt to oust him shamelessly would not only be futile, but would also cause Yin Bing to lose the villagers' trust. There was, however, a singular solution to secure him a job. She resolved to assign him the task of patrolling the mountains, with a schedule allowing 1 day off each week. Meeting once a week was a compromise she could accept. She anticipated that the villagers might refuse, but she had already crafted a rationale. First and foremost, Xiaotian had military experience, having grown up amidst the mountains, making him well-suited for the patrol. He was articulate and relatively youthful. She acknowledged his potential. Upon returning from service, his intention was to assist Tianti village in alleviating poverty. Accepting the position of patroller would still contribute to the village's welfare. The matter of road construction was a significant undertaking. Once the roads were completed and accessible, the village's youth would return. If he chose to resign later, they could find someone to replace him and allow him to return home. Otherwise, his idleness in the village would serve no purpose. Yin Bing planned to gently persuade a few individuals, methodically presenting her arguments, confident that they were irrefutable. She believed her reasoning was flawless. Even if she could not secure immediate agreement, she could at least stir some interest. However, the expressions of a few villagers shifted. The villagers, known for their simplicity and kindness, had always greeted her warmly during her 3 years in Tianti village. Yet now, their gaze bore a hint of hostility, as if she had insulted their son or wronged their wives. A sense of unease crept into Yin Bing's heart. Just as she was about to clarify her intentions, a villager entered the courtyard, calling out boisterously, "Secretary Yin, I have 20 chickens weighing 8 pounds. When the collectors come next time, make sure to include my lot." Yin Bing momentarily paused in surprise. "Didn't your chickens contract avian flu? Just the other day, you mentioned they were on the brink of dying. How have they grown so quickly?" The villager grinned widely, his dark face radiating joy. "The avian flu has been cured. This morning, my chickens were up and eating, full of vigor. The rooster was quite the sight, mounting 7 or 8 hens early in the day. It's as if they were never sick." He then produced a large rooster, its wings tightly grasped, yet its legs kicked vigorously, bright-eyed and full of life, hardly resembling a bird that had once been afflicted by illness. Yin Bing was taken aback. Just 2 days prior, she had visited the villager's home to inspect the sick chickens. Dozens had been afflicted with avian flu upon her arrival. They had been lethargic, barely eating, their eyes fluttering as if death were imminent. The villager had lamented, "They won tea last 2 days. The entire brood is doomed." Tears had streamed down her face in sympathy. How could it be that within just 1 day, the flu had vanished? What remedy had this rooster received to recover so swiftly? Yin Bing was utterly astonished. Having spent 3 years in Tianti village investigating the origins of chicken plague, she had consulted numerous sources and contacted many experts, all to no avail. Once afflicted by chicken plague, there was a 99% chance of mortality. The ailment could only be prevented, not cured. Yet, this rooster had miraculously recovered, a revelation that left her in shock. She was eager to discover what this rooster had consumed. The villagers were confounded. One scratched his head and remarked, "Last night, Erguzi came over and fiddled for a while, chopping vegetables and grinding herbs. I have no idea what he was up to, but he claimed he could treat chicken plague. Remarkably, his remedy truly worked. When he arrived yesterday, 2 chickens had already perished, and I thought the rest would follow suit. However, after a night, they surprisingly recovered, and the disease vanished." Summer? Yin Bing was momentarily speechless, while Uncle Li, taking a puff from his old pipe, grinned with his yellowing teeth and said, "My chickens have also recovered. 2 succumbed to the plague, and I thought they were doomed, but after taking Erguzi's medicine, they're well again. Last night, I accompanied him on a stroll around the village. All the local chickens suffering from the plague consumed his remedy, and today they are lively and thriving, showing no signs of having been ill. My little hen, which seemed on the brink of death yesterday, today has even jumped into the rooster's coop, which houses over 20 roosters, while the other hens couldn't even block the entrance." The villagers laughed heartily. "On my way here, I inquired, and it seems that the chickens of others in the village have also been cured. With Erguzi around, we no longer fear chicken plague. He can heal them. By the way, Secretary Yin, I plan to head to the county soon to purchase some welding equipment to construct a few chicken coops. I intend to engage in large-scale free-range chicken farming. My land is vast, and farming is not profitable. I aim to raise all my local chickens. Previously, raising too many resulted in illness, but now with Air Guzi's presence, we need not worry. I am ready to embark on a grand endeavor." The villager's face was flushed with excitement, his energy palpable, clearly prepared for an ambitious undertaking. Formerly, an excess of chickens often led to disease, which could wipe out the entire flock. Now, that chicken plague could be treated. Large-scale farming promised imminent prosperity. The enthusiasm of the villagers ignited the spirits of several village officials, who echoed their support with fervor. "Feel free to pursue your ambitions. The village committee will fully back you. By the way, when you go out tomorrow, stop by my house. I'll give you 1,000 yuan. Please bring back some welding equipment for me to construct a few more chicken coops," Uncle Lee added. The villagers sniffed and laughed. "Deal? I'll notify you before I leave tomorrow. For now, I'll head back for dinner." With the rooster in hand, the villager departed, the rooster struggling vigorously, showing no signs of illness whatsoever. After the villager left, Uncle Lee took a puff from his pipe, casting a sidelong glance at Yin Bing, and casually inquired, "Secretary Yin, what did you just say? Summer is useless?" Chapter 13. In the next life, Yin Bing glanced at Uncle Lee, then at the others, her gaze returning to the retreating figure of the villager clutching the rooster. For a moment, she felt disoriented, as if the world were spinning around her. She wished to explain a few words, yet her throat felt parched and hoarse, rendering her utterly speechless. Uncle Lee extinguished his tobacco pipe against the stone table, his wise eyes gazing intently at Yin Bing as he spoke softly, "Secretary Yin, you have only just met Air Guzi and do not yet know him well. Perhaps you harbor some misconceptions about him. However, I can assure you with my very life that Air Guzi is far from being useless. As for his merits, you may observe them in due course." With that, Uncle Lee departed, and the others followed suit. Alone in the courtyard, Yin Bing felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Alongside her shame, an overwhelming sense of astonishment enveloped her. Had the chicken disease truly been cured? Could he really possess such remarkable abilities, surpassing even those of scientists? Just yesterday, when Xiatian confidently proclaimed his superiority over scientists, Yin Bing had scoffed at him, regarding him as a mere jester. Yet, it was she who now found herself the fool. Moreover, she had boldly declared that if Xiatian indeed cured the chicken disease, she would gladly relinquish her position as village secretary to him. What was she to do now? She felt lost, as if a mere shell of herself, her thoughts in disarray, oblivious to the greetings of passing villagers. Upon entering her yard, she was greeted by the sight of a father and daughter enjoying their meal. The aroma of the food wafted from the stone table, and having fasted all day, Yin Bing was instantly tempted. Tuan Tuan waved her chubby little hand in greeting. "Pretty Auntie, you're back. Come eat with us. Daddy made chicken soup. It's delicious." Yin Bing felt a stir of warmth in her heart, about to respond when Xia Tian admonished Tuan Tuan. "Tuan Tuan, what did Daddy teach you? Enthusiasm is commendable, but excessive eagerness can be awkward. Let others come to eat if they wish. You needn't summon them. Now drink your soup, and then off to bed." Tuan Tuan stuck out her tongue and murmured, "Daddy is so fierce." Yin Bing had initially intended to apologize and ease the tension between herself and Xia Tian, but his words extinguished the flicker of hope within her. Who cares to eat your food? What does it matter if you cured the chicken disease? Your character is appalling, and you even spied on others while bathing. Talent or not, you are a scoundrel." With a fierce glare directed at him, she stormed towards the bathroom. "You perverted creep, spying on me while I bathe. You trash. Don't think that your talent elevates you in my eyes. In my view, you shall forever remain a voyeur." The more she pondered, the angrier she grew. She distinctly recalled locking the door last night. Due to her lack of security, she always ensured she locked the door when using the bathroom. Yet last night, she heard not a single sound, no footsteps, only the unmistakable creak of the door as Xia Tian opened it. The absence of noise indicated that he had been lurking outside, peering in. As for the door, it must have been he who had stealthily manipulated it open. Scoundrel! Upon contemplating the notion of someone peering at her while she bathed in the evening, Yin Bing was seized by an overwhelming chill of fear. Hastily, she quickened her pace and entered the washroom. At that moment, her gaze fell upon the door lock. The lock was quite simplistic. It could only be secured from the inside, rendering it impossible to open from the outside when locked. This lock was purchased 3 years prior when she first arrived in the village and appeared to be in pristine condition, showing no signs of wear or damage. However, the door had undergone a transformation. The panel beside it had been replaced with a new one, distinctly differing in color from the adjacent wooden planks, making it conspicuously odd. Behind the washroom, a decayed wooden board lay discarded. Yin Bing stood frozen for a few seconds, and suddenly a thought emerged. The wood was rotten. It was entirely feasible to pull the door open despite the lock. Indeed, as she leaned down to scrutinize it closely, she discerned a mark on the rotting wood, indicating the former position of the lock. It became evident that the wood had deteriorated. Thus, it was not that Xia Tian had been spying on her last night. Rather, the rotting wood, paired with Yin Bing's failure to turn on the light, had led him to be unaware of her presence inside, resulting in the door being pushed open. Yet, how could he tread so silently? Who walks without making a sound? As Yin Bing wrestled with these thoughts, a voice suddenly interrupted from behind her. "Are you ready yet?" The abruptness of the voice startled Yin Bing, causing her heart to race wildly as her cheeks flushed crimson in astonishment at the sight of Xia Tian behind her. "What is wrong with you? You walk without a sound. Was that intentional?" Xia Tian replied with an impassive expression. "I was a soldier." Yin Bing retorted indignantly. "So what if you were a soldier? Does that mean you must walk silently? I've never seen a soldier tread so noiselessly." Xia Tian, taken aback, responded. "Have you ever encountered a soldier who has served for 8 years and still walks loudly? When one is a soldier, one must execute their duties. In the wilderness, sound can easily reveal one's position, and if discovered by the enemy, one may lose their life in the next moment. Forget it. You wouldn't understand this. If you're not using the washroom, step aside. I need to relieve myself." With a decisive motion, Xia Tian slammed the washroom door shut and locked it, displaying a cautious demeanor, as if fearing Yin Bing would intrude. However, this time, Yin Bing felt no anger. Her mind was a whirlwind, constantly replaying Xia Tian's words. The reasoning that soldiers must remain stealthy to avoid revealing their position made sense. The wood was rotten, hence the lock had not secured properly. Since Yin Bing had not turned on the light, and she had already finished her bath when Xia Tian appeared, the absence of water sounds meant he was unaware of her presence. This implied that the events of the previous night were merely a misunderstanding. Yet, from Xia Tian's perspective, the sight of Yin Bing hiding in the washroom at such an hour without clothing and without illumination could suggest she was awaiting an unforeseen encounter with him. Was she attempting to entice him? The humiliation was unbearable. In that moment, she felt as if she had socially perished. Should she apologize? Yin Bing's heart was in turmoil. The incident from last night was indeed her fault. Although someone had seen her, she was acutely aware that the error lay with her. Since she was in the wrong, an apology was warranted. After a moment's hesitation, just as she was about to speak, the sounds of Summer echoed from the restroom. "Why do you linger at the door? Surely you do not wish to spy on my most private moments? First, you expose yourself for my gaze, and now you dare to intrude upon my dignity in such a manner? How can someone so seemingly pristine behave so indecorously? What, spy on you while you relieve yourself?" Yin Bing's face flushed with indignation as she retorted, "Are you out of your mind? What makes you think I would want to observe such a thing? If you're curious about the scent, why not step inside and find out for yourself? You're deranged." Yin Bing stomped her foot in frustration and turned back into her room, dismissing any notion of an apology. "To think I would stoop so low as to apologize to someone like you, perhaps in another lifetime." Chapter 14. Await my news after a restless night. She resolved to catch up on some sleep in the afternoon. However, her dreams were haunted by the presence of Summer, who cheerfully inquired whether she would like to sample his unpleasant offering. The nauseating thought jolted Yin Bing awake. Stepping outside, she spotted Uncle Lee engaging in conversation with Summer. Guzzi, is it true that the farm-raised chickens are fetching 25 yuan per gene? Can they really sell at that price? I thought 10 yuan per gene was already exorbitant." Summer, cigarette in hand, replied thoughtfully, "The price of farm-raised chickens has always held steady. The low purchasing price stems from middlemen reaping excessive profits. Authentic farm chickens in the market usually command no less than 30 yuan per gene. If we eliminate the middleman and sell directly to retailers, 25 yuan per gene is certainly feasible. Before returning to the village, Summer had taken the initiative to research the market. In recent years, with rapid national development, the populace has grown increasingly affluent, placing a premium on health-conscious eating. Naturally, free-range farm chickens have surged in popularity. It's not uncommon for people to pay 35 yuan per gene. The reason for the low prices in the village is solely due to the excessive profits taken by middlemen. After a few puffs of smoke, Uncle Lee broke the silence. Without middlemen, can we actually sell our chickens? In pursuit of selling the farm chickens, Secretary Yin had traversed every chicken restaurant in the county, including the largest establishment, the Hai Kualan Tian Hotel, the sole five-star hotel in the area, renowned for its signature dish of braised chicken. She had staked out the hotel for 2 weeks to meet the owner, only to be met with the disappointing news that they had existing supplier contracts and would not breach them for her sake. Secretary Yin also sought assistance from the county, but they dismissed her plea, stating that their village was too small and that wealth generation was a matter for the villagers to organize independently. The county would not intervene. Is it necessary to have connections everywhere? We have none. Summer replied calmly, the absence of connections does not equate to unsellable chickens. As long as the quality is high, selling them should not prove difficult. How utterly audacious. Yin Bing still vividly recalled the humiliating experience of her 2-week vigil in the county. To save money, she had lodged in a budget inn, where the thin wooden walls allowed her to hear every conversation and sound from the neighboring rooms, including some rather unsavory nocturnal activities. Yet, she was willing to endure all this discomfort if it meant successfully selling the farm chickens. After half a month of waiting, she had yet to catch a glimpse of the boss, and the manager repeatedly rebuffed her. Initially, the manager had a somewhat courteous demeanor, but as time passed, he would scold Yin Bing at the door, telling her to get lost. In her desperate bid to sell the free-range chickens, Yin Bing shed all sense of shame. After 2 weeks of toil, she managed to find a buyer willing to purchase them for 10 yuan a pound. Reflecting on those bleak days still brought tears to her eyes. In the summer, someone had the audacity to claim that selling them for 25 yuan a pound was not difficult. She was tempted to retort, but then reconsidered. There was no point in chastising someone so shameless. Instead, she needed to devise a plan to temper his arrogance. With a glint in her eye, Yin Bing approached with a smile, saying Xia Tian is a talented individual. He claimed he could cure chicken disease, and he truly did. He said selling the free-range chickens for 25 yuan a pound should be no issue. We ought to trust him. I will call Boss Zhang and inform him that we have found another buyer for the chickens in Tianyi Village and will not be selling to him any longer. He should not come over. Yin Bing took out her phone and dialed. Hello, Boss Zhang. We will not be selling our village's chickens to you anymore. You need not come tomorrow. Yes, we found a new buyer at 25 yuan a pound, which is 15 yuan more than your 10. All right, that's settled. With a decisive click, she hung up the phone. Uncle Lee and the others were momentarily dumbfounded. Uncle Lee slapped his thigh, his anxious face a shade of yellow. Oh dear, Secretary Yin, why are you so blunt? The chickens haven't been sold yet. If they don't sell, and we offend Boss Zhang, what will happen to our village's chickens? Yin Bing, with her sparkling eyes, turned to Xia Tian. Xia Tian said they could be sold for 25 a pound. 10 is far too cheap. He assured me he would find a buyer. There's no doubt in my mind. With just a few words, Yin Bing had elevated Xia Tian's status. If he enjoys boasting, then let him face the consequences of his bravado. In truth, Yin Bing's phone call had never connected. Boss Zhang was the village's safety net, and, as the village secretary, she could never sever that lifeline. She had deliberately made that statement for Uncle Lee and the others to hear. She was curious to see how they would regard Xia Tian if the chickens failed to sell. Would he still be considered the village's savior? Xia Tian possessed keen hearing. He could detect the slightest sounds, and even without speakerphone, he clearly understood that Yin Bing's call had not gone through. Her words were intentional, aimed at instilling panic among Uncle Lee and the others, thereby applying pressure on Xia Tian. If he could not sell the chickens, he would be blamed as the village's failure. That woman, how petty! Xia Tian chuckled softly, reassuring Uncle Lee and the others. Do not worry. I will go to the county tomorrow to seek out suppliers. Await my good news at home. Uncle Lee glanced at Xia Tian, took a drag from his pipe. His aged face etched with worry. It seemed they had no choice but to proceed this way. As he departed, Uncle Li gave Xia Tian's shoulder a heavy pat, murmuring softly, "The future of Tianyi village has been entrusted to you. It is imperative to find a buyer." After Uncle Li and his companions departed, only Xia Tian and Yin Bing remained in the courtyard. They exchanged glances, and just as Yin Bing was about to speak, a breath caught in her throat. Before she could utter a word, Xia Tian turned away, disregarding her entirely. If Yin Bing were a sharp kitchen knife, Xia Tian would be a bundle of cotton. One slice against cotton left no mark. Humph. With a resentful glare, Yin Bing stamped her foot and left. After dinner, once Xia Tian had lulled Tian to sleep, he spent a moment on his phone. A red notification, marked 99, appeared on an app called Douyin, causing Xia Tian to furrow his brow. Was this the live streaming that Tian engaged in daily? He bore no objections to her sharing her life with online viewers. Yet he worried that excessive gaming was not suitable for a child. What was she so busy with every day? Curiosity piqued, he clicked on the app. Chapter 15. Unworthy. Within an hour, Xia Tian had perused all the videos as well as the backend of Douyin. Even someone accustomed to grand spectacles like him was astonished by the data displayed. The first video garnered 30 million views, 200,000 likes, 210,000 comments, and 110,000 shares. The most recent video showcased Tian during dinner that evening, where Xia Tian donned an apron, slaughtering a chicken and plucking its feathers, his expression serious and focused, even capturing moments of their meal together. Viewing himself on the screen filled Xia Tian with embarrassment. His every action was laid bare before countless online spectators. In hindsight, had he known so many would be watching, he would have chosen a more presentable outfit to appear more dapper. He clicked to read the comments. Most praised Tian's cuteness, playfully expressing a desire to steal her, while others flirted with Xia Tian, suggesting they wanted to bear his children. Of course, there were also the contrarians, yet 99% of the remarks were quite reasonable. In his private messages, however, he encountered some unsightly content. A user named Little Elf had sent him 7 or 8 censored photographs. Xia Tian scrolled through them and promptly deleted them. "Dear Tian's father, please take a look at my message. Next month is summer vacation, and I wish to bring my child to stay in Tianyi village for half a month. Are there any homestays available? What are the prices? The color of your free-range chicken is truly beautiful. It is evidently authentic farmhouse chicken. How much is it per pound? I would like to purchase 2. This is urgent. My wife is about to give birth, and we cannot do without free-range chicken during her confinement. It is impossible to find authentic free-range chicken in the city. Tian's father, if you see this, please contact me immediately. I wish to buy free-range chicken." One user sarcastically remarked, "What nonsense about documenting life. Isn't it really just to sell things? Are all these chicken sellers just shills?" Xia Tian frowned, having heard that online marketing could be a promising avenue. He shared the video in a small group, inquiring, "Do any of you understand online marketing?" The group comprised 6 members, 5 of whom were Xia Tian's comrades. Typically, the small group was quiet and uneventful. Whenever someone had something to discuss, all would immediately respond to the call. A minute later, Tian Long emerged. "Ha ha ha, I am in stitches. Brother Tian, you look remarkably dashing in that apron." Xia Tian interjected, "Let us not dwell on trivialities. Many netizens are approaching me to purchase chicken. What are your thoughts on online marketing? Is it reliable?" Tian Long chuckled and analyzed. "Why wouldn't it be reliable? Everything has evolved with the times. 6 years ago, online marketing obliterated brick-and-mortar businesses, and now it has become immensely powerful. Just look at those prominent streamers. They can sell $1 billion worth of goods in a single hour. However, Brother Tian, you are a general of the National Defense Army. If you desire funds, you have billions at your disposal in Citibank." At that moment, a dog emoji popped up. "Well, Brother Tian, why don't you utilize that money? Are you unaware?" The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Observing their dialogue, Xia Tian remained silent. After 8 years in the military, he had witnessed countless comrades perish, most of them in battle, while some fell victim to the fickleness of human sentiment. The first squad of the National Defense Army comprised 18 members. They enlisted at the age of 19, each possessing unique skills. The designation of First Squad indicated their exceptional prowess. They had once vowed to retire together and enjoy their twilight years side by side. Yet ultimately, only 6 of them remained. Xiao Tian's departure from the army was partly to care for Tian and partly due to a mission 3 years prior that left all 18 severely injured. Support was supposed to arrive within a week, yet they waited a full 3 months. After this period, only 6 remained. Subsequently, Xiao Tian spent a year investigating the cause. But the higher-ups provided only a vague explanation. The support team had gotten lost. Could a mere misdirection be the reason for the demise of 12 of his brothers? This justification was unacceptable to Xiao Tian, impacting him profoundly and eroding his ability to fight selflessly. Retirement became the only viable path. As for the funds in Citibank, did he wish to utilize them? Hundreds of billions could transform Tianyi village into the wealthiest in the nation. The children in the village would no longer be left behind, and the youth wouldn't need to toil in distant cities. They could return to rejuvenate their homeland. However, that money was untouchable. Once he accessed it, he would be irrevocably bound to the National Defense Army. At their summons, he would have to lay down his life. Refusal would leave him with but one option. For Tian, for his fallen brothers, Xiao Tian could only choose to retire. Tianlong exhibited an awkward expression. I've had too much to drink. I forgot about that matter. Brother Tian, I support you. Just remember us when you strike it rich. I must get back to work. Tonight, I have to deal with an old Russian. Signing off now. After Tianlong left, Laogo sent a smiling emoji and assured Xiaotan, brother, go ahead without hesitation. The brothers are all behind you. The other 3 had yet to respond, likely preoccupied. After a brief chat with Laogo, Xiao Tian turned off his phone. For breakfast, he had sweet potato porridge, scrambled eggs with garlic chives, sauteed sweet potato leaves with garlic, and 2 pieces of red bean cake, one for Tian and one reserved for himself. A large and a small meal were savored with delight. As Yin Bing made her way to the restroom, she cast a fleeting glance at the dishes on the table. Swallowing hard, noticing Hong Fong's change in demeanor, she coldly inquired, is this Hong Fong mine? Have you pilfered my food again? Xiao Tian, however, remained unfazed, devouring his meal with gusto. This entire house belongs to me, and everything within it is mine. Thus, Hong Fong residing here is also mine. Just as Yin Bing was about to unleash her ire, Tian burst into a melodic giggle. Aunt Bing Bing also lives here. Does that mean Aunt Bing Bing belongs to Dad as well? Xiao Tian playfully patted Tian's forehead. You're quite the little schemer. Hurry and eat. Today, Dad is heading to the county. You and Aunt Bing Bing will stay home, and when I return in the evening, I shall bring you a lollipop. Upon hearing that he was going to the county, Yin Bing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you off to seek business opportunities in the county? Oh, how thrilling. 25 per pound for free-range chickens. Tianti village is on the brink of prosperity. She mocked Xiao Tian, who had been lurking in the county for half a month. Still unaware of the circumstances there. Selling at 25 per pound? It was nothing short of a fanciful dream. She envisioned Xiao Tian returning in disheveled despair, especially since she had severed Ba Zhang's route for him. If the free-range chickens failed to sell, Xiao Tian would become the pariah of Tianti village. By then, he would have no choice but to patrol the mountains. Every step unfolded according to her design, and the thought of no longer having to see Xiao Tian in a few days filled her with elation. Xiao Tian shot a glance at Yin Bing, his expression impassive, easily discerning her sarcasm. This woman was truly petty. Look at your excitement. If I do manage to sell the chickens at 25 per pound, would you have to marry me? Yin Bing's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice laced with indignation. Who would want to marry you? Stop dreaming. Xiao Tian nodded, replying, true enough. You're of average looks and have a terrible temper. You hardly measure up to my standards. Average looks? Terrible temper? Not a match? Yin Bing's eyes bulged in astonishment, utterly incredulous at this rogue's misplaced confidence. Just as she was about to retort, Xiao Tian slung a bamboo basket over his shoulder and departed, leaving her with one last remark. I'm off to the county. Please take care of Tian. You scoundrel. Am I your nanny? She yearned to hurl a few expletives at him, but upon seeing Tian's angelic face, she felt that even uttering such words would be a desecration. Thus, the words lodged in her throat, stifled. Chapter 16. Seeking business opportunities scaling the mountains. Xiaotian arrived in the county by 10 o'clock in the morning. He began by perusing the market, where various chicken breeds were on display. San Juan chickens, meat chickens, and free-range chickens, with frozen chickens being the least expensive. Following them were the meat chickens, and lastly, the San Juan and free-range chickens. The latter was priced at 28 per pound, the chickens already slaughtered. Growing up as a bona fide rural child, Xiaotian could discern at a glance that these so-called free-range chickens were not truly free-range, as they had not been raised in a natural environment. They were merely of the free-range breed, raised through different farming methods, having been fed commercial feed. Typically, these free-range chickens can be ready for market in 3 to 4 months, while authentically farm-raised chickens, nourished on corn and vegetables, require at least 7 to 8 months. The feed chickens significantly shorten this period by half. Similarly, chickens raised on such feed tend to lack flavor, and excessive consumption may adversely affect one's health. At 11 o'clock in the morning during summer, I hailed a taxi. "Driver, please take me to the Blue Sky Hotel." The driver glanced at me, noting my rural attire and the woven bag slung over my shoulder, which contained 2 large roosters that occasionally crowed. My sun-kissed skin revealed my humble origins. The driver chuckled. "The Blue Sky Hotel has quite a high price range. Are you dining there?" "I'm here to sell chickens," I replied candidly. The driver paused, surprised, and scrutinized me. Usually, the hotel has dedicated buyers for free-range chickens and doesn't typically work with individual sellers. You might leave empty-handed. The hotel requires a substantial quantity of chickens daily, necessitating timely deliveries, which individual sellers often cannot guarantee, thereby affecting the hotel's operations. This concern had already been raised by Uncle Lee yesterday, and I was well aware of it. Let's give it a try, I thought. Perhaps there's an opportunity. The driver, catching my unwavering expression in the rearview mirror, smirked, internally critiquing my naivety as a small-town farmer. 10 minutes later, the taxi halted in front of the Blue Sky Hotel. I paid the fare and alighted, shouldering the weight of the 2 roosters as I strode confidently toward the entrance. As a 5-star establishment, the Blue Sky Hotel is the largest in the county, with 2 elegantly dressed hostesses in high-slit cheongsams greeting guests at the door. They possessed statuesque figures, fair skin, and refined features, treating incoming patrons with courtesy. As I approached, they momentarily paused, appraising me before inquiring, "Sir, are you dining or looking for someone?" "Dining," I declared boldly, unperturbed. "Just for one. Please arrange a table for me." The 2 hostesses exchanged glances, and one of the shorter ones gestured for me to follow. "This way, please." The hotel boasts 5 floors, with the 3rd to 5th reserved for accommodations and the first 2 for dining. The expansive restaurant houses 70 to 80 tables. I settled into a corner, where a server promptly presented me with a menu. Having often roamed this area during my school days in the county, it was my first time entering the Blue Sky Hotel. I ordered a bowl of clear stewed chicken and a side of stir-fried water spinach, sufficient for one. Half an hour later, the chicken arrived. They first served a bowl of soup, and upon tasting it, I found the broth rich and infused with various medicinal herbs. A common practice in Jiangnan cuisine, though the flavor of the chicken broth fell slightly short of expectations. After a mere sip, I set down my spoon and signaled to the server. A young waitress promptly approached with polite curiosity. "Sir, is there anything wrong?" As Summer wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth, he addressed the waiter, requesting the manager's presence. The waiter's expression shifted to one of anxiety, his demeanor growing serious in response to Summer's tone. Summer, with a smile, reassured him, "It's nothing serious. I merely wish to inquire about the local free-range chicken." The waiter, initially fearing trouble, visibly relaxed upon hearing this, and courteously replied, "Please hold on a moment." 5 minutes later, a woman in a fitted blazer, adorned with heavy makeup, approached. She appeared to be in her 40s, exceptionally well-kept, with a slightly plump figure that suggested a dedication to Pilates. She was curvaceous in all the right places while maintaining a slender waist. "Red, this is the gentleman." The waiter gestured towards Summer. Red appraised Summer from head to toe, her smile radiating warmth as she inquired, "Good day, sir. I hear you wish to discuss the free-range chicken. What concerns might you have?" Summer, beaming, replied, "I've heard that the Hai Kualan Tian is the finest establishment in the county, renowned for its clear broth free-range chicken. a celebrated dish that requires the slaughter of at least 200 or 300 chickens daily. Having long admired the reputation of Hai Kualan Tian, I decided to visit today. However, I must admit I'm somewhat disappointed. The chicken you serve is not authentic free-range chicken, but rather farmed chickens fed with commercial feed. At this pronouncement, several tables around them ceased their dining, turning their attention towards Summer. The quality of the free-range chicken was the hallmark of Hai Kualan Tian. If that quality faltered, it would tarnish their esteemed reputation. Red's expression darkened. Her arms crossed as she scrutinized Summer for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. I see. You've come here to stir trouble. Do you believe that by questioning Hai Kualan Tian, you can undermine us? Abandon such hopes. I care not whence you hail, but I suggest you leave immediately. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to be unfriendly. With a fierce glare, Red emanated an immense energy from her petite frame, overpowering several diners in the vicinity. This manager is quite self-assured, someone remarked. Indeed, confidence stems from quality. And I firmly believe in the integrity of Hai Kualan Tian's free-range chicken. Absolutely, I share that belief. I visit monthly, and the chicken soup is delightful. Surely this fellow is here to provoke a confrontation? In an instant, all eyes were on Summer, their gazes filled with skepticism. Undeterred by the scrutiny, Summer calmly responded. I hail from Tianti village, where every household raises free-range chickens. I am well acquainted with their flavor. Authentic free-range chicken possesses a rich taste with a hint of sweetness. While this chicken is indeed rich, I detect no sweetness at all. Compared to the chickens from my village, this falls woefully short. If you doubt my word, we can compare. With that, Summer produced 2 large roosters from a bag, drawing gasps of understanding from the crowd. Red, with a mocking expression, let out a derisive laugh as she regarded Summer. Young man, I perceive your intent. You are here to peddle free-range chickens, are you not? I have heard of Tianshire village, the most impoverished in our county. As a businessman, I am willing to extend a modest hand to aid the needy rural areas. Should you present yourself at my office with your free-range chickens, I might consider collaboration, taking into account the plight of Tianshire village. Yet what do? You cast aspersions on the hotel's dishes and malign the ingredients. Now you seek cooperation, believing me to be a benevolent philanthropist? Those around us scoff, their gazes directed at you, filled with derision. Ah, so you're merely a salesman of free-range chickens. While promoting your product is permissible, questioning the hotel's culinary offerings is quite another matter. How presumptuous! Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Summer remained undeterred. He harbored his own objectives. First and foremost, he intended to ascertain the quality of the hotel's free-range chickens. If the quality proved inferior, indistinguishable from those of Tianshire village, he would promptly depart to market his wares elsewhere. However, after tasting the chicken soup, he discerned that the quality was subpar. This was not the authentic free-range chicken, but rather one fattened on feed, ready for market within 3 to 4 months. A mere comparison would unveil the stark differences. Moreover, had Summer declared his intention to sell free-range chickens upon entry, would the manager have entertained him? Likely, he would not have made it past the threshold. He addressed Hongjia slowly and deliberately. You have erred in 2 respects. First, I did not question the hotel's free-range chicken. I merely established that this is not genuine free-range poultry. Second, my purpose in presenting these free-range chickens is not a plea for your approval. We seek a partnership, devoid of any hierarchical notions. Please do not conflate our relationship. These 2 roosters were brought from my village. Should you doubt me, simply take them to the kitchen. Prepare a bowl of chicken soup, and you shall discern the flavor. Summer's confidence momentarily left Hongjia speechless. Having traversed the world for many years, she had never encountered such assuredness in a rural individual. She scrutinized him closely, his bronze skin, well-defined features, and dark brows imbued with an air of mystery. His broad shoulders and muscular chest dazzled her. Was this not the fabled little wolf dog? Under normal circumstances, she would have undoubtedly pursued him. Yet at this moment, she was at work, strictly adhering to protocol. With an elevated gaze, she regarded Summer, crossing her arms in a posture of dismissal. I appreciate your confidence, but I cannot acquiesce to your demands. You have 5 minutes to vacate the premises, or I shall summon security to escort you out. Summer furrowed his brow and replied, All I ask is for the kitchen to prepare these 2 roosters. Taste the broth and judge for yourself. Improving the quality of the free-range chicken would only benefit the hotel. Why refuse? Hongjia let out a derisive laugh, her eyes mocking as she retorted, and why should I agree? If you require a reason, I can provide one. I harbor a disdain for rural folk. Is that sufficient? Xiaotian let out a sigh. He had dined in the most prestigious restaurants in the world and had encountered billionaires with immense fortunes. The more upscale the establishment, the more courteous and polite the demeanor. Conversely, in small towns, rural folks were often looked down upon. Given this, any collaboration was futile. After finishing lunch, he decided to leave on his own. The old bachelor had once imparted wisdom. Healing relies on fate. Those destined to connect would pay nothing, while those who were not worth their weight in gold. The same principle applied to business. The free-range chickens from Tianyi Village were of exceptional quality, and there was no fear of unsold stock. Since the wide expanse of the sky and sea was unwilling to cooperate, he did not feel compelled to insist. If necessary, he would seek out another establishment. There would always be one willing to engage. Having already placed the order, it was midday, and his stomach began to grumble. He would eat his fill before departing. Umph. Red Jia scoffed softly, addressing the young waiter. Keep an eye on him. Be wary of him skipping out on the bill. The young waiter straightened, his large eyes fixed intently on Xiaotian. As noon approached, the restaurant grew increasingly crowded. It was the weekend, and many families had come to dine with their children. The establishment provided high chairs for infants, and within half an hour, it was at full capacity. Waitstaff weaved through the throng, bustling about. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Help! Someone please! In an instant, everyone put down their chopsticks and turned toward the source of the commotion. A young woman, her face pale, was crying out for help, cradling a child of about 1 year in her arms. The child's complexion had shifted from rosy to a deep blue, his little mouth opening and closing, clearly choking. Nearby stood a woman, likely the child's grandmother, desperately probing the child's mouth in an attempt to dislodge whatever was lodged inside. Help! Is there a medical professional? Please, save my child. Her frantic cries echoed throughout the hall, and the waitstaff rushed over. Red Jia hastily approached, glancing at the child's face, her expression darkening. The child was on the brink of suffocation. Is there a doctor present? Red Jia shouted from atop a table. A child is choking. The crowd exchanged glances, yet no one stepped forward. 20 seconds passed. The child's complexion grew increasingly ashen. If this continued, it could lead to tragedy. Even the seasoned Red Jia felt panic rising within her. A child perishing in a hotel would lead to dire ramifications, and the thought of such an adorable little one choking to death was heartrending. As a mother herself, she could not bear to witness such a scene. In the midst of the urgent crisis, a deep voice emerged. I am a doctor. Hand the child to me. Xiaotian rushed forward, taking the child from the woman's grasp, supporting the child's chest with one hand while delivering sharp, firm pats to the back with the other. Thud! 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 The sound resonated loudly. A young waiter whispered, Isn't that a bit too forceful? That could harm someone. Red Jia furrowed her brow, about to admonish him when, suddenly, the child expelled a whole piece of chicken heart from his mouth, letting out a loud wail, and his complexion gradually returned to a healthy hue. The woman, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt before Xiaotian, cradling her child. Thank you. Thank you for saving my child. Summer hurriedly assisted the person to their feet. No need for thanks. Just be cautious while feeding. For such a small child, food must be cut into smaller pieces. It should not be given whole. Additionally, I employed the Heimlich maneuver, which is quite simple and can be learned by mothers. If a child chokes again, there will be no cause for concern. Summer provided an on-site demonstration. The technique of the Heimlich maneuver is straightforward and easily grasped by an ordinary person. The woman earnestly absorbed the instructions, and upon mastering the skill, bowed repeatedly to Summer. Before departing, she slipped him a business card, urging him to keep in touch. With the child saved, Summer proceeded to enjoy his meal, carrying a large rooster towards a bar. How much for table 18? Chapter 18. Eczema behind the bar. Hongjia appraised Summer from head to toe. She had closely observed him while he was saving the child and noted his organized approach, exuding a remarkable confidence. Hongjia had encountered numerous prominent figures, Yet Summer's self-assurance surpassed that of any she had known. Standing tall with a straight back, he resembled a spear. His robust chest was strikingly prominent. "Are you a soldier?" "Only soldiers possess such an aura." Summer nodded. "I served for 8 years." "I thought so. Your demeanor is unlike that of ordinary people." "When did you retire?" "After 8 years of service, the state arranges employment for veterans." "Why have you returned to Tieni village?" "I hear that place is quite impoverished." There was an air of mystery about Summer that intrigued Hongjia. He was candid, sharing his thoughts. "It is precisely because it is so poor that I have returned. If no one contributes to the development of our hometown, Tieni village will gradually fade away. Let us calculate the cost. I'm pressed for time." Hongjia glanced at the 2 large roosters in Summer's grasp. The journey from Tieni village to the county was not far, yet traversing the mountains made it quite inconvenient, requiring at least 2 to 3 hours. His urgency was likely due to promoting the roosters at the next hotel. Casting a glance at the 2 roosters, each weighing over 5 pounds, their wings tied, yet their eyes bright and combs vibrant, they exuded a commanding presence. Coupled with the fact that Summer had just rescued a child, Hongjia felt a surge of gratitude towards him. Softening her heart, she said to him, "Please take the roosters to the kitchen. I will have them prepared. However, I must clarify, if the broth tastes identical to that of my suppliers, I will still opt for the supplier's native chickens." "No problem." Summer had utmost confidence in the quality of his native chickens. Since returning to the village, he had been the one feeding the chickens, supplementing their corn diet with a specific herbal medicine, which enhanced the quality of the roosters, setting them apart from ordinary ones. "Have some water first. It will take at least an hour to prepare the broth." Hongjia instructed a server to pour Summer a pot of tea and brought him a piece of pastry. After taking a bite of the pastry, Summer's gaze fell on Hongjia, who was busy checking the accounts. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, she initially felt uncomfortable and was about to glare back, but upon realizing it was Summer, her heart fluttered, filling her with delight. My sister still holds a significant allure. Even the young wolves are fond of her type." Just as she was basking in the glory of her success, Xiatian approached her and inquired, "Sister Hong, do you have an office? Let's go there." A jolt of surprise coursed through Hongjia. Such directness? They had only known each other for less than an hour. Hongjia found herself in a quandary. She took her work very seriously and seldom engaged in frivolities during office hours. Yet, the commanding aura exuded by Xiatian was undeniably captivating. She had divorced a decade ago, and though she had been solitary for these years, the void of companionship was unsettling. It had been 2 months since she last had someone by her side, and the lonely nights were quite desolate. Glancing around the establishment, she noted that the lunchtime rush had subsided and a brief departure would be permissible. She instructed a young waitress, "Keep an eye on things. I need to discuss a matter with Mr. Xia." They ascended to the 3rd floor, where the last room was Hong Jia's office. As they rode the elevator, Xiatian stood behind her, his masculine presence enveloping her. When he turned, his breath brushed against her earlobe, causing her entire body to weaken. In that brief span of less than 20 meters, her mind conjured vivid images of their passionate entanglements. Despite her desires, she maintained the unique pride of a woman. Upon entering the office, she refrained from taking the initiative and instead cast a wistful glance at Xiatian. "You men are all the same, proposing such demands upon our first meeting. Do you take me for a wanton woman?" As she spoke, Hongjia leaned slightly towards Xiatian. Were he to make a move, she would not resist. Xiatian, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, looked at Hongjia and awkwardly said, "I apologize, Hongjia. You may have misunderstood my intentions." Stunned, Hongjia found her mind clearing, her confusion evident as she stared at him. "You call me to the office for something other than that? What do you mean?" Noticing his hand resting on his waist, along with a rash upon it, he explained, "I believe you have eczema. If you remove your clothing, I can take a look. I possess a family remedy for eczema." Having played various roles in his past missions, including that of a playboy, Xiatian had encountered many frivolous women. He assumed that people in a small county would be more reserved. Yet he was taken aback by Hongjia's forthrightness and realized she had misconstrued his intentions, leaving him feeling slightly embarrassed. After a few moments of surprise, Hongjia examined the rash on her hand, and suddenly enlightenment dawned upon her. At 40, Having weathered numerous storms, she was unfazed. She playfully patted Xiao Tian on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "You little rascal, I thought you were after something else. If you wanted to see the eczema, you could have just said so, saving me from this misunderstanding. It's your fault." Xiao Tian nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, it is my fault." With a graceful confidence, Hong Jie removed her clothing, revealing her waist. Years of practicing Pilates had rendered her skin remarkably taut and fair from the waist alone. She appeared as youthful as a woman in her early 20s. On the left side of her waist, there was a patch of red rash, swollen and inflamed. A layer of blue ointment had been applied to it, and Hong Jie could not resist scratching the area, expressing her distress. "I've suffered from eczema for decades, and it recurs every year. While I can alleviate it with some medication, I have never been able to eradicate it completely. The itchiness is unbearable. Sometimes I awaken in the middle of the night due to the incessant itching, which has significantly disrupted my daily life. Can you help me?" Xiao Tian took out a small bottle from his pocket and replied, "It's a minor issue. Apply my ointment for 3 days, and you will see improvement. Afterward, just apply it once a month, and it will not recur." The small bottle contained a white ointment that exuded a refreshing scent reminiscent of peppermint oil. When applied to the eczema, it provided an immediate sense of relief, quelling the itchiness. Hong Jie, pleasantly surprised, touched Xiao Tian's chest and remarked, "I didn't realize you had something special." Xiao Tian, in a light-hearted manner, responded, "Not only do I have something special, but it's quite substantial." Chapter 19. A gift. Having spent years in the military, accustomed to jesting with a group of men, Xiao Tian inadvertently made a somewhat embarrassing remark. Fortunately, Hong Jie was a seasoned woman, experienced in navigating life storms. Instead of being offended, her eyes sparkled with amusement as she smiled and said, "Oh, you are quite confident. Let me see it." Clearing his throat awkwardly, Xiao Tian replied, "Perhaps another time." He continued, "Keep this ointment, apply it for 3 days, and afterward, once a month, and your eczema will be cured." Eczema had tormented Hong Jie for over 20 years. It would flare up every rainy season. In her quest for a remedy, she had traversed renowned dermatological hospitals across the country, trying countless topical treatments. While some offered temporary relief, the condition always returned. And during severe episodes, the ointments failed to alleviate the itch. However, upon applying Xiao Tian's ointment, the cooling sensation provided complete relief from the itchiness. "This ointment is truly miraculous. What brand is it? How much does it cost?" Xiao Tian smiled and replied, "I concocted this ointment myself. It's free of charge. Just take it, and it will cure your eczema." The transparent ointment in the small bottle weighed approximately 50 grams. Although the quantity was modest, it required only a small amount per application, allowing it to last a considerable time. The ointment's fresh aroma, with a hint of floral fragrance, was particularly pleasing to Hong Jie, who worked in the culinary industry and could not afford any peculiar odors. Excitedly, she remarked, "I must say, you are quite impressive. Were you a military medic?" Xiao Tian replied, "Not only was I a military medic, but I was also a sniper, an assault soldier, a soldier of renown. However, those days are behind me. Now, I am merely a humble farmer." His bronze face broke into a bright smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "The free-range chickens should be ready. Let us head to the kitchen and take a look." The two departed the office and made their way to the kitchen. The chef presented 2 portions of clear stewed native chicken. One was sourced from the supplier, while the other was crafted from summer rooster. The summer rooster, being notably larger, boasted a golden yellow skin. To preserve the integrity of the native chicken, both were stewed whole. Upon lifting the lid, a rich aroma wafted forth. Hong Jie inhaled deeply and nodded appreciatively, commenting on the enticing scent, though uncertain about the flavor. She ladled a bowl of soup and, after tasting it, remained composed, stating that the broth was indeed pleasant. However, she shifted her focus, her captivating eyes glancing at Xiao Tian. The taste seemed comparable to that of the supplier's native chicken, which appeared to lack any distinct advantage. Xiao Tian remained unruffled, responding calmly, "Try the chicken meat." Hong Jie instructed the chef, "Please bring me a dipping dish." The clear stewed native chicken, made with native chicken and various herbal ingredients, was primarily meant for savoring the broth, where all the essence resided. The chicken meat, often overcooked, could lose its texture and flavor, rendering it bland. Thus, the hotel had prepared a dipping dish containing fragrant vinegar, soy sauce, cilantro, and a hint of chili oil, enhancing the taste of the chicken. Before Hong Jie could speak, Xiao Tian interjected, "My native chicken doesn't require a dipping dish. It's best enjoyed as is." He placed a chicken leg in a Hong Jie's bowl. She scrutinized the piece, frowning. Without the dipping dish, wouldn't it be flavorless? As someone who runs a native chicken restaurant, I've experimented with countless methods, ultimately concluding that dipping enhances the meat's taste. The flavor has already infused into the broth. The meat must be rather unappealing. With an air of mystery, Xiao Tian replied, "You'll know once you try it." His confident demeanor piqued Hong Jie's curiosity, prompting her to take a bite of the chicken leg. Upon swallowing, she paused in surprise, then took another bite. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Delicious! This chicken is incredibly flavorful, tender, and succulent. It's delightful." She devoured the entire leg in one go and called over the kitchen staff, inviting them to partake. "Don't just stand there, come and taste this." Surrounded by a group, they indulged, and soon the rooster was reduced to a mere skeleton. Within 10 minutes, even the broth was entirely consumed. The head chef wiped the grease from his lips, giving a thumbs up. "Now this is true native chicken." The broth not only exuded a rich aroma, but also carried a subtle sweetness, while the chicken's flavor was beyond compare. The summer rooster had been entirely devoured, with not a drop of broth left, while the other portion of clear stewed native chicken sat untouched. Hong Jie ladled a bowl of soup, took a sip, and furrowed her brow, promptly setting the bowl down. Previously, she had found the hotel's clear stewed native chicken to be exquisite, but after tasting the summer rooster, she could no longer stomach it. The difference was truly stark. Frustrated, she tossed down her chopsticks, her expression hardening as she muttered, "That scoundrel. Passing off inferior chicken as authentic native chicken. I was kind to him, and he dares to deceive me." With that, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number, unleashing a torrent of reproach before the other party could even respond. "Beginning today, the vast skies will no longer require your collaboration. Henceforth, there is no need for you to deliver chickens. Why, you ask? Simply put, your services are no longer needed. Enough with the pleasantries." A woman who ascends to the position of general manager in a five-star hotel must possess not only beauty, but also formidable execution capabilities. Hong Jie is a decisive individual. Upon concluding the call, she promptly finalized a contract with Xiao Tian. "Come now, my friend, what price do you propose? How much for the native chickens?" 25 yuan per pound, Xiao Tian stated unequivocally. Hong Jie furrowed her brow. While 25 yuan may not seem exorbitant for retail, the hotel procures native chickens in bulk, meaning the price must be reasonable. At 25 yuan, it is somewhat steep, as the hotel sources its native chickens at 21 yuan per pound. This results in an increased cost of 4 yuan per pound, ultimately diminishing revenue. With hundreds of pounds required daily, this added cost significantly affects the hotel's bottom line. "Young fellow, could you possibly reconsider the price? We could establish a long-term partnership." Reconsider? Xiao Tian had already committed to selling at 25 yuan per pound to the villagers. He could not lower the price by even a single yuan. However, observing Hong Jie's demeanor, it was apparent that without negotiation, she would be unlikely to agree. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Tian's face broke into a smile, and with a cheerful disposition, he addressed Hong Jie. "The price for the native chicken stands firm at 25 yuan per pound, with no room for reduction. If Hong Jie is willing to collaborate, I can offer her a special gift." "Oh, what gift might that be?" Xiao Tian wore a mysterious expression, suggesting a grand reveal, which piqued Hong Jie's curiosity. "The gift is this." Xiao Tian pointed to an herbal ingredient in the chicken soup, known as Wuji Maotao. This herb is renowned for its ability to strengthen the spleen and invigorate qi, alleviate dampness, and soothe the muscles. When simmered with native chicken, it effectively regulates gastrointestinal activity, eases breathing, and bolsters immunity. In the Jiangnan region, where humidity is prevalent, households traditionally enjoy using Wuji Maotao to prepare chicken soup. The combination of Wuji Maotao and native chicken is a signature dish of the hotel. The price of Wuji Maotao has surged dramatically. 20 years ago, it was virtually free, easily harvested from mountains. However, due to overharvesting, It has become increasingly rare near urban areas, necessitating deeper excursions into the mountains. Currently, it fetches a price of 15 yuan per pound. Our village, situated amidst the mountains, is abundant in wild Wuji Maotao, which I can provide at the rate of 8 yuan per pound, 7 yuan less than the market price, while the native chickens are only 4 yuan more. Thus, if calculated, Hongjie stands to gain 3 yuan. As she pondered Xia Tian's assessment, Hongjie found the price of 8 yuan per pound for Wuji Maotao indeed appealing, particularly since the wild varieties from the mountains possess a rich flavor that infuses the soup profoundly with just a few stems. This arrangement indeed appears profitable for her. However, Hongjie harbored a concern. With native chickens priced at 25 yuan per pound and Wuji Maodao at 8 yuan per pound, this collaboration could be sealed. Yet, can you guarantee daily supply? The native chickens must arrive at the hotel before 10 a.m. each morning. I recall that Tianyi village is quite remote, requiring one to traverse a formidable mountain, rendering vehicle access impossible. The journey from the mountains takes no less than 2 to 3 hours. Our hotel requires 300 to 400 pounds of local chicken daily. If you fail to deliver on time, it will adversely affect our establishment's reputation, and I shall be compelled to terminate the contract. This dilemma had been contemplated long ago during the summer. Indeed, the logistics of Tianyi village are quite cumbersome. Otherwise, it would not be in such dire poverty. However, these are mere trifles, as Summer has already devised a solution. He assured Hongjie, "Rest assured, I will ensure the chickens arrive by 9:30 each morning. Should I be late by even a minute, you are free to rescind the contract." If anyone else had made such a declaration, Hongjie might have been apprehensive. Yet, there was an aura of formidable confidence about Xia Tian that inspired trust. Further bolstered by his gift of medicinal ointment to Hongjie, she felt obliged to grant him a chance. After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. "Very well. Tomorrow, deliver 50 chickens weighing 3 pounds each, 100 weighing 5 pounds each, and an additional 20 weighing 8 pounds. The Wuji Maodao Hotel has some stock. Please bring 100 pounds in a week." Xia Tian meticulously noted the order, a total of 810 pounds of chicken at $25 per pound, amounting to $20,250, more than double the price of $10 per pound. At this rate, Tianyi village would inevitably rise from its impoverished state towards prosperity. "Come, my brother, let us connect on WeChat." Hongjie produced her phone, added Xia Tian, and promptly transferred the amount of $20,250. Staring at the transaction notification, Xia Tian was taken aback. He gazed at Hongjie in disbelief. "Aren't you concerned that I might be a fraud?" With a playful wink, Hongjie replied coyly, "I rather hope you are a swindler, but do not forget to deceive me in matters of the heart as well." Xia Tian's face flushed crimson. Hongjie chuckled, teasing him, "Oh my, I did not realize you possessed such innocence. Your blushing visage is quite endearing. Rest assured, I am not a fool. I can discern reliability," she continued. "As agreed, you shall deliver the chickens by 9:30 tomorrow morning. Let it be known, no dead or diseased chickens will be tolerated. Should I discover any signs of illness, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Typically, in hotel collaborations, payment is made upon delivery after prices are agreed upon. However, Hongjie had directly transferred the funds to Xia Tian, which implied a profound trust in him. Xia Tian smiled, his voice deep and reassuring. "Do not worry, Hongjie. I shall not betray your trust. Until tomorrow morning, goodbye." Before parting, Hongjie added, "When time allows, do let me see how large they are." Xia Tian's face reddened once more, and he nodded eagerly. "Certainly, certainly." With his head lowered, he hurriedly departed. Having finalized the contract, a great weight lifted from Xia Tian's heart. With ample time remaining before leaving the hotel, he visited a supermarket to procure some daily necessities, including several cans of infant formula. Although his daughter, Tian, was already 5 years old, he insisted that she continue with the formula. At 3 in the afternoon, Xia Tian boarded a minibus back to the village. The journey to Tianyi's entrance would take about an hour. He settled into the last row of seats and closed his eyes. Uncertain of how much time had passed, a cacophony erupted within the vehicle. "What are you doing touching my bag? Are you a thief? Everyone, come and take a look. We've caught a thief." A large woman clutched a tattered leather purse tightly to her chest. Beside her sat a bald man, unremarkable in appearance, with slanted eyes, a flattened nose, and dark skin, giving him a shifty, untrustworthy demeanor. With a fierce expression, the bald man glared at the woman and shouted, "I merely brushed against it. Who said I was stealing your things? Don't slander me." The passengers in the vehicle turned their gazes toward him. At that moment, two men, one stout and the other lean, stood up and addressed the woman. "Did anything go missing from your bag? If not, let us not stir up trouble. We all come from nearby villages. We might even be relatives. If you claim that a mere touch is theft, should we say that bumping into someone is akin to stealing a person?" The woman opened her bag and counted the money inside, her expression becoming somewhat uneasy as she said, "The money hasn't gone missing. However, the absence of loss does not absolve him of being a thief. If I hadn't caught him in the act, my money would have been stolen." The stout man, visibly impatient, retorted, "But you can't prove he is a thief, can you? The money is intact. What more do you want?" The lean man interjected, "All right, let's all calm down. The money is safe, and that's what matters. I'll switch places with the bald man. Dear lady, perhaps you could refrain from further comments." The bald man rose, cursing under his breath as he made his way towards the back of the vehicle. At that moment, he locked eyes with Xia Tian, and his expression froze. In the next instant, his face flushed red as he pointed an accusing finger at Xia Tian and shouted, "It's you." Chapter 21. A familiar face among thieves, this bald man was none other than the pickpocket from that day. It was utterly unexpected to encounter him again so soon. "Elder brother, second brother, come quickly. It's this brat," the bald man exclaimed, recalling that his hand had been injured due to Xia Tian's deliberate fall and subsequent struggle. During that encounter, as Xia Tian feigned a fall and tussled with the three men, he had deftly manipulated their movements. Since that day, the hands of the trio had been prone to tremors, which did not significantly impact their daily lives, but rendered them incapable of their thieving endeavors. A thief's hands must be steady and swift. Shaking hands would easily arouse suspicion. Just moments ago, the bald man attempted to steal from the woman, but was caught in the act. Over the past few days, the trio had attempted to pilfer 10 times, and each time they were caught, suffering 5 beatings in the process. They pondered the cause of their misfortune, unable to comprehend why their hands had failed them since encountering Xia Tian. As fate would have it, they stumbled upon him today. "Elder brother, second brother, come quickly," the bald man called out. The occupants of the small vehicle exchanged puzzled glances, wondering where the elder and second brothers were. The woman regarded the bald man, then turned her gaze to the lean man beside her, suspiciously questioning, "Are you his second brother? You're not all in cahoots, are you?" As the conversation unfolded, the stout man tightly clutched the bag in his embrace, while the other passengers in the vehicle cast wary glances at the portly figure and his lean companion, their eyes scrutinizing. It was well known that pickpockets often operated in cohorts. The recent discovery of the bald man's misdeeds had prompted these two to intervene on his behalf. It was highly probable that they were all part of the same nefarious group. The lean man rolled his eyes and, with an air of disdain, remarked, "Who do I know him from? With a face like that, how could I possibly recognize him?" The stout man remained silent, feigning indifference. The bald man, sensing the tension, quickly sealed his lips. The three of them were strangers to one another on this vehicle, and revealing their connection would only expose their ulterior motives. He shot a glance at Xia Tian, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "You'd better watch out. Our business is far from over." The bald man took a seat in the row ahead of Xia Tian, his beady eyes fixated on him with a menacing glare. Xia Tian merely cast him a fleeting glance before resuming his slumber, dismissing the insignificant threat as unworthy of his attention. Even if he were inclined to engage, he would prefer to do so once they had disembarked. The risk of collateral damage in the confined space of the vehicle was not worth it. He had already grown weary after a long day of travel and leaned back to rest. It was not until the driver called out, "We arrived at Tianyi. Anyone getting off?" That Xia Tian stirred. "I am," he replied, leaping from the vehicle with his belongings in hand. The small minibus rattled away, leaving behind 3 figures before Xia Tian, the bald man, the stout man, and the lean man. After casting a casual glance at the trio, Xia Tian leisurely extracted a cigarette, lighting it before taking a deep drag and finally speaking. "What's the matter? His dialect bore the local flavor of Tieni village. The three men, sharing a similar accent, were evidently from nearby villages. The stout man was the eldest, followed by the lean man, with the bald man appearing to be in his early 20s. None of them possessed particularly striking features. They would easily be lost in a crowd. The bald man pointed an accusatory finger at Xia Tian, bellowing, "Damn it! Did you meddle with us? Ever since you hit me that day, my hand hasn't been right. Confess, or I'll sever your hand." His expression was fierce as he brandished a spring knife, its blade glinting ominously in the sunlight. The stout man scrutinized Xia Tian from head to toe and darkly remarked, "Since we encountered you, our hands have been rendered useless. Is this connected to you?" In truth, the three were uncertain whether their ailments truly stemmed from Xia Tian. They had visited the hospital, where no fractures or nerve damage were found, leaving them perplexed about the cause of their condition. The only certainty they possessed was that their troubles began after crossing paths with Xia Tian. "Indeed, it was I who did this," Xia Tian declared boldly. "I have damaged your hand nerves, rendering you incapable of thievery from this moment forth, though you may still labor with bricks." The trio was taken aback, not anticipating such a direct admission from Xia Tian. The bald man erupted in fury, his rage palpable as he shouted, "Damn it, it really was you! I'm going to kill you!" With a fierce glint in his eyes, he lunged forward, spring knife in hand, embodying the reckless bravado of a petty thug. After 8 years of military service, Xia Tian transformed from an anonymous soldier into a formidable warrior. He had encountered the world's most skilled assassins, and in comparison, the bald man's speed appeared utterly laughable, evoking in him the sensation of observing kindergarten children. When they were about a meter apart, Xia Tian lifted his leg and delivered a swift kick, sending the bald man rolling on the ground for several circles before finally halting. Pain surged through his chest, his body covered in dust, and the dagger he held slipped from his grasp. Infuriated by being dispatched with a single blow, he pointed an accusatory finger at Xia Tian and shouted, "Brothers, take him down. Kill him." The stout and slender brothers were somewhat calmer than the bald man, who was prone to violent outbursts. The stout one stepped forward, squinting his already small eyes as he fixed his icy gaze on Xia Tian. "Kid, I am Li Da. This is my brother, Li Er, and Li San. We 3 brothers hail from Sanha village, near Tieni village. You can inquire about our reputation in Sanha village. There are few who dare to offend us. If you wish to live, you will promptly apologize with 3 respectful bows and compensate us with 100,000 yuan. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ruthless." His eyes widened with menace, a hint of murderous intent flashing across his visage. For an ordinary person, this would have been terrifying. However, in Xia Tian's eyes, the trio were nothing more than petty thugs, devoid of any intimidation. Casting a glance at the stout man, Xia Tian replied coldly, "You 3 brothers have hands and feet. Why not engage in some legitimate work to earn a living? I know Sanha village. It is as impoverished as Tieni village, both stemming from humble beginnings. Instead of striving to change your fate, you drag your brothers into thievery. How do you claim to be the elder brother?" The stout man's face flushed with anger. He had intended to intimidate Xia Tian, but never anticipated that he would not only remain unafraid, but also scold him in return. With renewed confidence, he bellowed, "Did I ask for your opinion? If you have the guts, then fight." 10 minutes later, the stout man bore the markings of defeat. His already plump face swollen to that of a pig's head, blood streaming from his nostrils. The slender man clutched his abdomen, writhing on the ground and repeatedly crying out in pain. The bald man sat atop a pile of cow dung, wailing loudly, "Brother, he hit my face. It hurts so much." Xia Tian advanced step by step towards the stout man, who retreated in fear, blood and tears streaming down his face as he begged for mercy. "Please, please, don't strike. Let us discuss this reasonably. I was wrong. Can't we settle this?" Chapter 22. Gathering a few underlings seated on the steps, Xia Tian held a hand-rolled cigarette, while the 3 brotherly knelt before him in unison. Taking a puff from the cigarette, Xia Tian began, "What were you just saying? That I should bow and apologize? Pay 100,000? With each word he uttered, the 3 men trembled, their faces devoid of color. Xia Tian's gaze fixed on Li San, and he coldly remarked, "Aren't you quite the chatterbox? Why the silence now?" With a bruised face and his spring knife lost, Li San hung his head, gritting his teeth. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, his eyebrows shot up, and a flicker of malice crossed his eyes as he grumbled through clenched teeth. We have faced defeat. Yet do not press too hard. We are all from the same region. Sanha village is merely a mountain away from Tianyi village. As the saying goes, even a cornered rabbit may bite. If you provoke us 3 brothers, I shall retaliate. With a swift motion, I struck Li San, leaving him bloodied. What will you do? Will you slaughter me? A flicker of menace danced in Xiao Tian's eyes, sending a chill down the spines of the 3 men. Li Da and Li Er could not help but shudder. Li Da, the eldest, hurriedly slapped Li San across the face, admonishing him, if he cannot speak wisely. Then silence your tongue. Who do you think you are? Just a mere peasant. Yet you act so grand. After schooling Li San, Li Da turned to Xiao Tian, forcing a conciliatory smile. My dear brother, I sincerely apologize for my younger sibling's behavior. He gestured to his head. We have offended you, and I offer my apologies. We 3 brothers are indeed from Sanha village. I once played in Tianyi village during my youth. The 2 villages have intermarried in the past, making us all akin. Please, grant us clemency. Our hands have been rendered useless. We can no longer steal. Tomorrow, we shall seek honest work. Rest assured, we shall refrain from wrongdoing. During the scuffle, the 3 brothers recognized Xiao Tian as a soldier, and his prowess instilled fear in them. Li Da sought to speak kindly to persuade Xiao Tian to spare them. After taking a couple of puffs from his pipe and extinguishing the embers, Xiao Tian spoke solemnly. Allow me to pose a question. Why do you not seek work in the city? Both Sanha and Tianyi villages rank among the 100 poorest in the nation, with the youth leaving for labor. The 3 brothers, still in their prime, ought to be working. Even as pickpockets, they would earn more in a bustling city, considering the wealth of its inhabitants. Li Da sighed, fatigued from kneeling, and sat down upon the ground, his face marred with worry, rendering his already unattractive countenance even more grotesque. Who wouldn't desire to go to the city? Yet we are bound. Our mother, father, grandparents, and in-laws remain here. Our parents are frail and require care, along with the 4 elderly. The 3 of us simply cannot leave. If it were possible, we would have sought work long ago. My younger brother, being Navi, cannot be left alone. Thus, I have stayed. Ideally, 1 or 2 of us could remain to look after the family while another ventured out for work. But Li Da has not departed due to Li San's temperament, his square head and lifeless eyes betraying an irritable disposition. After hearing the brother's plight, Xiao Tian conceived an idea. From this moment forth, you shall work alongside me. I offer 100 yuan a day, 3,000 a month for each of you. The work is simple. Come in the morning and return home by evening. Will you accept this offer? Transporting over 800 pounds of free-range chickens in a day is no small feat, especially during the summer months, and certainly cannot be accomplished by a single individual. Assistance is essential. However, the village's young and able-bodied population is scant, as most residents are middle-aged or elderly. The fear of them straining their backs is ever present, for the meager earnings would scarcely cover the medical expenses incurred. Thus, help is imperative. Li Da and Li Er exchanged glances, both feeling a twinge of interest. A monthly salary of 3,000 is not particularly enticing, especially compared to the 5,000 or 6,000 one could earn working in an electronics factory. Yet, the allure of returning home each evening holds great significance for them. They refrain from seeking work elsewhere primarily for the sake of their families. Li Da felt torn, intrigued yet apprehensive. May I inquire what kind of work it entails? He asked. The 3 of us possess only elementary education and lack any particular skills, relying instead on sheer physical strength. Physical strength is all that is required, replied Xiao Tian. Come to the village tomorrow morning at 6, and I shall assign you your tasks. Li Da and Li Er exchanged anstanglises, momentarily at a loss for words. Li San, observing Xiao Tian's gaze, which was laden with palpable hostility, felt a wave of tension. Noticing their silence, Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow. What? Are you unwilling? No, it's not that we are unwilling, Li Da quickly clarified, shaking his head. It's just that we are uncertain about the nature of the work, which makes us a bit anxious. However, we are willing to give it a try. We will arrive at the village promptly at 6 tomorrow morning. The rural lifestyle dictated an early rise with the sun. Typically, villagers awaken around 4 or 5 o'clock. With a journey of over 20 minutes from Sanha village to Tianyi village, The three would have ample time to have breakfast before setting out. Very well. I shall see you tomorrow, Xiao Tian concluded. As darkness enveloped the sky, Xiao Tian, eager to return and check on Tian Tian, bid farewell to the trio without further idle chatter and swiftly departed, his silhouette fading at the end of the path. Phew, Lier exclaimed, dropping onto the ground, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. Brother, that fellow possesses remarkable skills. I could barely register his movements before being taken down. Do you know this guy? Li San interjected. Didn't you go to Tianyi Village for matchmaking 3 years ago? Haven't you encountered him? Tianyi Village is in close proximity to Sanhe Village, and while the frequency of interactions has dwindled over the years due to a shortage of youth, they still maintain some awareness of happenings in the neighboring village. He must be Xiao Tian, Lida pondered, furrowing his brow. There is an orphan in Tianyi Village who was discovered by the village chief at the age of 1 and was raised by a bachelor who struggled to find a wife. After the bachelor's passing, he enlisted in the army. When I visited 3 years ago, everyone in Tianyi Village praised Xiao Tian, claiming he was formidable and nearing the end of his service. They said he had served for 7 or 8 years. Truly impressive. Lida spat out a mouthful of blood, frustration evident in his demeanor. Li San, his eyes wide with indignation, cursed, impressive indeed. Yes, just one person, and we are 3. Tomorrow, we'll bring our tools and deal with him. Little San refrained from speaking recklessly, Li Er cautioned, covering Li San's mouth with urgency as he cast a wary glance toward the path leading to Tianyi, fearful that Xiao Tian might overhear and return. Li San swatted his hand away, exclaiming in frustration, "What are we afraid of? There are 3 of us, and we should fear just one?" Li San was known for his volatile temper. When his mother was in labor with him, she had been rushing home, desperately trying to keep him from being born on the road, which left Li San with a somewhat unhinged disposition. His temperament was explosive, and he often resorted to threats of violence. Lida glared at him and reprimanded, "You're not afraid of him. Yet you wield a spring knife and haven't even touched a hair on his head. We were all beaten to a pulp by just him." Li San, eyes bulging and face flushed, shouted, "That was because I wasn't prepared. Give me another chance, and I swear I will stab him to death." Lier, unable to tolerate this any longer, slapped Li San on his bald head and frowned. Enough shouting. He's gone now. There's no use in yelling. Let us consider what we'll do tomorrow. Are we going? He directed his gaze toward Li De, realizing that discussing matters with Li San was futile. It was time for the 2 brothers to devise a plan. Li De, clever and often the top student in school until poverty forced him to abandon his studies, furrowed his brows in contemplation before gritting his teeth and declaring, "Let us go. We'll assess the situation tomorrow and bring the knife. We can't allow ourselves to be humiliated like this. We must show him our strength. Moreover, he has been a soldier for 8 years, and his severance pay must be at least 500,000. We should seize the opportunity and take the money. If he dares to resist, we will do him in." A glimmer of ferocity flashed in Li Da's eyes, and though Li Er felt a chill at the thought of murder, the mention of the severance pay steeled his resolve as he gritted his teeth and agreed, "Fine." As dusk fell, wisps of smoke curled up from the village. Tianyi Village, nestled among the mountains, experienced sunset about an hour earlier than the plains. As the sky brightened, families prepared for their evening meals, but today, Uncle Li and several village officials found themselves unable to eat. Uncle Li, puffing on his pipe, ambled towards Xiao Tian's home, glancing at Yin Bing and Tian Tian in the courtyard. With a grin, Uncle Li asked, "Little Tian Tian, is your father not back yet?" "He'll be home soon." "Grandpa Li, have you eaten?" "Come in and join us," replied Tian Tian. She and Yin Bing were having dinner, with Xiao Tian absent. Their meal consisted only of instant noodles, enhanced with an egg and some greens, a delightful feast for Yin Bing. Tian Tian's adorable demeanor brought a smile to Uncle Li's face. "I've had my fill. You go ahead," he said. Yin Bing handed Tian Tian a piece of vegetable and encouraged, "Eat your greens, then go play with Xiaohua." Xiaohua was a stray cat that Yin Bing had taken in, and since Tian Tian's arrival, they had become fast friends. Tian Tian quickly devoured her noodles and rushed to Yin Bing's room to find Xiaohua. Yin Bing cast a meaningful glance at Uncle Li, whose face was etched with anxiety. Clearly, he was worried about Xiao Tian's dealings with the merchants. As the village head, he bore the weight of ensuring that the local chickens were sold. Failure to do so would leave him with no explanation for the villagers. All his hopes now rested on Xia Tian. Yin Bing feigned ignorance and inquired with a puzzled expression, "Is Uncle Li looking for Xia Tian about something?" Uncle Li Siga. What else could it be? It concerns the vendors. His murky gaze rested upon Yin Bing. If Xia Tian cannot find a partner, do you think Boss Zhang will be persuaded to continue purchasing if someone spoke a few kind words? At that moment, several other village officials arrived. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Yin Bing raised her voice and declared, "Of course not. Boss Zhang is already displeased over this matter. A purchase price of 10 yuan per gene is already quite generous for our impoverished Tianti village. Yet, he still has to come here to procure the chickens and find someone to sell them. It's an utter hassle. I told Boss Zhang yesterday that we could sell them for 25 yuan per gene, and he straightforwardly retorted that if they couldn't be sold, not to come looking for him. Furthermore, Uncle Li, you need not worry. Xia Tian is remarkably capable, since he claims he can sell them for 25 yuan per gene. We should have faith in his abilities, shouldn't we?" A smile graced Yin Bing's lips as she winked at the crowd. Her voice resonated loudly, attracting villagers who had come out after their meals, and they were taken aback by her words. "What? Selling chickens for 25 yuan per gene? Are we mad? Who would pay such a price? Is Boss Zhang no longer purchasing our village's chickens? What are we to do if he stops? I just spent 1,000 yuan on feed for the chickens. If there's no buyer, won't they just rot in our hands? My son is working elsewhere and fell ill. He's relying on the money from selling the chickens for medical aid. How can they just say they won't buy?" In an instant, a wave of panic swept through the village, spreading like a contagion. Within half an hour, Yin Bing's doorstep was crowded with villagers, all speaking over one another, creating a chaotic scene. "Stop the noise. We must trust the village head and Secretary Yin. It's not that I don't trust. I just want clarity. You don't trust. I do not. You do." Two villagers shouted hoarsely at each other, looking ready to brawl. Uncle Li rushed over to intervene. "Enough. Guzi has gone out to find a partner. He mentioned that the chickens can be sold for 25 yuan per gene. And 10 yuan per gene is simply too low. 25 per gene?" The villagers stood in disbelief. Market-ready chickens are only 25 per gene. Can live ones really fetch that price? That's absurd. Secretary Yin has spent months seeking a partner, but hasn't found anyone willing to pay 25. Can Guzi really be more capable than Secretary Yin? Yin Bing, a graduate of a prestigious 211 university, stood in contrast to Xia Tian, who had only completed high school. In the eyes of the villagers, a university graduate was deemed intelligent and superior. And Yin Bing's erudition and teaching ability further elevated her standing. "Everyone, please remain calm. Since Xia Tian claims he has a solution, we should place our faith in him. However, 25 per gene is indeed exorbitant. There likely aren't any hotels in the county willing to collaborate. If all else fails, as the secretary, I will find another way. Perhaps even plead with Boss Zhang." Yin Bing sighed deeply, embodying a selfless commitment to her village. A villager coldly remarked, "Guzi is just messing around. He was merely a cook in the army, utterly ignorant, and now he claims to have a partner offering 25 yuan per pound? It's sheer fantasy. I suspect he aims to bring us to ruin." In Chapter 24, the deity of Tianyi village, during his first year of military service, due to his exceptional physical fitness, Xia Tian was directly selected for the Special Forces Reserve. While in the reserves, he excelled at cooking and spent several months assisting in the kitchen. In a letter to Uncle Li, he detailed the circumstances of the kitchen. Moreover, since Special Forces operatives must conceal their identities, the villagers have always believed Xia Tian to be simply a cook. What does a mere cook know about business? Guzi is truly a menace. What shall we do if the local chickens cannot be sold? I need that money. Villager, how can you heed Guzi? As the village leader, you must consider the greater good. Guzi is just a child, spouting nonsense. How can you even believe him? The crowd chimed in, disparaging Xia Tian to no end. Uncle Li, growing impatient, shouted at the assembly, "What did you say when Guzi treated the chicken plague? He is the deity of Tianyi village. And now you label him a child babbling nonsense?" The villagers fell silent, responding, Guzi grew up alongside the old bachelor, the village doctor. It is natural for him to learn medicine from him, but he knows nothing of business. After all, he is just a cook. Others echoed, what does a cook know about business? This is utter nonsense. Alas, Erguzi has caused trouble. Yin Bing, observing the villagers' reactions, felt a sense of satisfaction. She understood their nature. While he was their deity when he aided them, the moment anything went awry, he would swiftly become the village's scapegoat. Xia Tian had generously donated to the village, earning their gratitude. Yet if he failed to find a partner this time, their sentiments would change in an instant, transforming him from the deity of Tianyi village into its pariah. Clearing her throat, Yin Bing interjected, since everyone is present, let us discuss the matter of patrolling the mountains. Who will undertake this task? The patrol must be youthful, physically fit, without elderly relatives to care for, possess experience in the mountains, be articulate, and preferably have some martial skills to deter any timber thieves. The villagers exchanged glances. The previous patroller was a man from Sanha village, but he had to return to care for his ill mother, leaving the position vacant. The job offered over 3,000 yuan a month, along with insurance, a decent wage for rural areas. However, the constant presence in the mountains was arduous and isolating, demanding high physical standards. The villagers looked around, noting that most of the young people from Tianyi village had gone to work elsewhere, leaving only a few behind, all with elderly relatives at home. One villager remarked, young, without elderly relatives, and possessing some martial skills. Only Erguzi fits the bill. Uncle Li furrowed his brow and scolded, Erguzi is a talent. He must remain in the village to contribute to our development. To send him to patrol the mountains would be a gross misallocation of his abilities. Upon hearing Uncle Li's words, the villagers rolled their eyes in derision. What kind of talent is that? After 8 years as a cook, he considers himself skilled? When he returns tonight, he won't find a partner, so he might as well go patrol the mountains tomorrow. Uncle Li glared, ready to speak, but the other villagers nodded in agreement. Indeed, let him patrol the mountains. Does he not wish to develop Tianyi village? The county has stated that if someone patrols the mountains, they will certainly construct roads for Tianyi village within 5 years, aiding the village as compensation for him. The villagers eagerly decided on the matter of Summer's mountain patrol. Uncle Li, fuming, was about to blow his top, while Yin Bing was nearly bursting with laughter. Wonderful! That scoundrel is finally leaving. I can bathe whenever I please, for as long as I desire. Yin Bing was practically soaring with excitement. Just then, a villager shouted, is that Summer? In the distance, a tall figure appeared, carrying a bamboo basket on his back, moving at an astonishing pace. The steep steps of Tianyi village, angled at 65 degrees, made it seem as though he floated down the mountain. While others took 15 minutes, he needed only 5. Yin Bing gasped in astonishment. He moved so quickly, perfect for patrolling the mountains. At that moment, her mind conjured an image of the villagers confronting Summer after he failed to find a supplier, and she wished she could land a few punches on him. Oomph. Look at me, no apology needed. That scoundrel deserves to be punished. Though the incident was merely an accident, it was still at her expense. For a grown man like Summer, what harm is there in saying sorry? Is it too much to utter I'm sorry? You lack compassion, so I shall show none. 5 minutes later, as Summer descended the mountain and approached his home, he was met by a throng of villagers. Almost half of Tianyi village gathered at his doorstep, their scrutinizing gazes making him feel uncomfortable. What is happening? Why is everyone here? A villager stepped forward, his face cold and stern, demanding, Erguzi, did you prevent Boss Zhang from purchasing our free-range chickens? Upon hearing this, Summer immediately understood. They were here over the chickens. Selling them was the villagers' sole means of income, and now that avenue had been blocked by Summer, who had become their target of ire. Furthermore, Tianyi village had not severed ties with Boss Zhang. Yin Bing's phone had never successfully connected that day. It was evident that the villagers had been misled by Yin Bing. Deciding to go along with the tide, Summer nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it was I who suggested terminating our partnership with Boss Zhang. 10 yuan per gene is far too low. The growth cycle for free-range chickens is lengthy. With such a price, Tianyi village will never escape poverty. Upon hearing this, the villagers were instantly stirred. One villager cried out, Erguzi, you are committing a grave sin. Without Boss Zhang, who will buy our chickens? My daughter is still waiting for the money from selling the free-range chickens to pay for her medical treatment. If anything were to happen to her, would you be able to bear the responsibility? You, dog-ear, have caused this harm. In an instant, the crowd rallied against him, each voice joining the fray, and Summer was nearly drowned by their vitriol. Meanwhile, Yin Bing was on the verge of bursting into laughter. Oomph. Today is your turn to suffer. Let the villagers unleash their wrath upon you. The villagers showed no restraint, raising their fists to strike him, targeting his nose, his eyes, and kicking him where it hurt. In Yin Bing's mind, images of Summer being beaten began to take shape. At that moment, Summer addressed the villagers. Without Boss Zhang, there are other suppliers. I have found a new supplier who will purchase at 25 yuan per kilogram, and they can supply us long-term. Chapter 25. Sold out? What? You found a partner? Yin Bing leaped up in excitement, her round eyes filled with disbelief, bombarding him with questions in rapid succession. You found one? Who is it? How much per kilogram? Can we have a long-term partnership? Yin Bing's inquiries echoed those of the villagers. In rural areas, attaining wealth cannot be achieved by merely selling a few chickens. A long-term, effective partnership is essential. Selling for just a day or two will yield little profit. Summer took a deep breath and answered Yin Bing's questions in one go. The partner is the Haikua Lantian Hotel. I have negotiated with manager Hong Jia for a daily supply of around 800 kilograms of free-range chickens at 25 yuan per kilogram. As long as Haikua Lantian remains in business, we can continue this partnership. Haikua Lantian Hotel is the only 5-star establishment in the county, owned by one of the 3 wealthiest individuals in the area. Established 20 years ago, it has consistently remained the most luxurious hotel in the county. Would such a venerable establishment ever close down? If it were to go under, the county itself would likely cease to exist. Thus, a long-term partnership poses no issues. Dog Air is truly remarkable for having found a partner. Haikua Lantian is formidable, and such a large hotel is unlikely to fail. Indeed, I passed by Haikua Lantian last year during my visit to the county, and it had been newly renovated, exuding elegance and grandeur. At 25 yuan per kilogram, the price has more than doubled. We are on the verge of prosperity. Dog Air, you are incredible. The villagers were ecstatic, rushing to pat Summer on the shoulder and shake his hand in camaraderie. Uncle Lee was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Thank goodness you have returned. With you back, our teeny village has hope. Hope is here. A throng gathered around Summer, their excitement overwhelming him to the point where he struggled to speak. After a while, as their enthusiasm subsided, Summer conveyed the chicken order requested by Hongjia to the villagers, instructing them to prepare the chickens for delivery the following morning. Then his tone grew serious. Additionally, I have a plan I need to discuss with you. The hotel purchases free-range chickens at 25 yuan, but I will pay you 20. The remaining 5 yuan difference will be set aside for the development of our village, for road repairs and the installation of streetlights. Do you have any objections? The mountains of Tianyi Village are exceedingly challenging to traverse. In pursuit of prosperity, it is imperative to open up the mountains and construct roads, necessitating the excavation of a tunnel from one end of the range. However, the maintenance of this tunnel demands a substantial financial investment, which the county lacks, and the state has withheld funding. This financial burden must be borne solely by Tianyi Village. 5 yuan may seem a trifling amount, yet when accumulated, it represents a significant sum. Should we fail to save, the villagers will collectively shoulder the costs of road construction. Thus, Summer's request was not unreasonable. Upon hearing his words, the villagers fell silent, each mentally calculating their potential earnings. A villager named Dezai spoke softly, suggesting that everyone could pool their funds for the road project, which was a distant endeavor. At present, they were all short on money, so they should prioritize receiving their funds now. Others nodded in agreement. Indeed, Dezai was correct. Saving the money was prudent, but they should first ensure they receive their share. Dezai, age 35, had grown up alongside Summer, yet their relationship had always been strained. Dezai, emboldened by his age, often bullied the village children, but when he ventured to neighboring villages, he was meek and timid. Summer had never been fond of him. Casting a glance at Dezai, Summer calmly asserted, this 5 yuan, aside from road construction, will also cover labor costs, vehicle expenses, and since Haikua Lantian does not provide delivery, we must transport the farm-fresh chickens ourselves, which requires daily transport for several hundred pounds of chickens, incurring additional costs. Thus, 5 yuan is indeed not an insignificant amount. Dazai shot a sideways glance at Summer, muttering discontentedly, as if he had more to say. Uncle Lee interjected loudly. Are you dissatisfied with 20 yuan? If not, go find Boss Zhang. He'll buy it from you at 10 yuan a pound. In an instant, no villager dared to voice further objections, and they all returned home. Uncle Lee clapped Summer on the shoulder, nodding appreciatively. Well done, lad, before turning to leave. After a long day of toil, Summer felt utterly exhausted. He removed the bamboo basket from his back and gulped down a bowl of water in one go. In the courtyard, Yin Bing scrutinized him closely, her gaze imbued with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Summer set down his bowl and teased, If you like me, feel free to confess. There is no need to stare at me so furtively. You shameless fool. Who likes you? Yin Bing retorted, speechless. How could there be such a brazen person in the world? Observing his cool demeanor, she found his self-admiration rather ridiculous. Flushed with indignation, her face matched the vibrant floral shirt she wore, making her appear exceedingly charming. Summer found her amusing and often enjoyed teasing her. If you're not interested in me, then why are you staring? Is it because of my dashing good looks? Yin Bing feigned a gagging motion, expressing her disdain. You're truly nauseating. I'm not staring at you. I'm pondering why Hongjia would choose to collaborate with you. Hongjia's supplier is the largest in the county, and I've heard their farm-fresh chickens are priced at 21 yuan a pound. Why would she terminate a long-standing contract with her supplier to work with you? Yin Bing's captivating eyes scrutinized Xia Tian, akin to the discerning gaze of the Monkey King, as if she sought to peer into the depths of Xia Tian's soul. Noticing her intense demeanor, Xia Tian chuckled and inquired, Do you wish to know? Yin Bing nodded. I shan't divulge. In an instant, Yin Bing's delicate visage flushed crimson, her anger bubbling forth as she prepared to unleash a torrent of curses. However, she suddenly paused, her lovely eyes shifting, a hint of playful mischief dancing across her face. Realization dawned upon her. I understand now. This left Xia Tian utterly bewildered. How could He Shao possibly be aware of the events that transpired at the hotel? It was inconceivable. She was not present. What do you know? Yin Bing's enigmatic expression cast a shadow of foreboding over Xia Tian, with a mysterious smile gracing her features. Yin Bing teased, Sister Hong divorced a decade ago and is now single. Although she is not the owner of the hotel, she possesses shares and is indeed a wealthy woman. Have you sold yourself? You must have served her well, hence the contract she signed with you, right? Xia Tian was rendered speechless, about to clarify when Yin Bing interrupted. Rest assured, this matter is between us, and I shall not breathe a word to anyone. Given your immense contributions to Tianyi Village, as the village secretary, I truly ought to present you with a certificate of commendation. I promise to recognize your efforts come year end. With the hour growing late, she declared, I must retire for my beauty sleep. Without allowing Xia Tian a chance to explain, Yin Bing firmly shut the door behind her. Observing the closed door, Xia Tian could only shake her head and smile in resignation. Chapter 26. Eating noodles beneath a grand tree in Tianyi Village. Inside a modest three-room house, for men sat upon the calm, a plate of peanuts and 2 bottles of erguo gracing the table, half of which had already been consumed, their cheeks flushed with warmth. One man spoke up, Dahai, what is your take on Erguzi's affair? Another man grumbled, what is there to discuss? We raised the chickens. Why should he pocket 5 yuan from the profits? This nonsense about transportation and labor costs. I suspect he merely wants to keep that money for himself. 800 jin a day, at 5 yuan per jin, amounts to 4,000 yuan daily. Earning 4,000 yuan so effortlessly? We toil endlessly raising chickens. Yet he stands to profit more from a mere handoff. After departing from Xia Tian's home, the 4 men gathered at Dahai's residence, all expressing their deep dissatisfaction with Xia Tian's decision to withhold 5 yuan. To them, the chickens were theirs. Xia Tian had neither the right nor the obligation to deduct that sum. Dahai tossed a couple of peanuts into his mouth, lifted his cup, and took a sip of erguo, a glimmer of ferocity flashing across his flushed face. Erguzi's actions are indeed unscrupulous. He has always been shrewd. The villagers have cherished him and treated him well. But what contributions has he made to the village? While in the army, his monthly salary contributed little to the community. An orphan he may be, raised by the village, Yet the meager sum he offered hardly compensates for the 19 years of nurturing. Now that he has returned home, he dares to extract a portion of the profits from our free-range chickens? He must be dreaming. He mentioned that he enlisted a few helpers for transporting the native chickens, raising questions about their relationship with him. Having just returned from military service, where could he have possibly met these individuals? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other two silent companions darkened. One of them grumbled, "Damn it, why should we part with our money for someone else?" Raising chickens is no simple task. A slender man, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness, turned to Dahai and inquired, "Brother Hai, what should we do about this? We cannot simply sit idly by and allow him to lead us by the nose." Dahai retorted, "Of course not," with a somber expression. He contemplated for a moment before speaking coldly. "On the way back, I heard from Uncle Zhang and Aunt Wang that the villagers are quite displeased about the 5 yuan deduction. Here's our plan." Guzi mentioned that he signed an agreement with Hai Kuolan Tian, and the chickens must be delivered by 9:30 in the morning. The manager of Hai Kuolan Tian has connections to the underworld. Don't let her gender fool you. She's formidable. On the first day of cooperation, Guzi dares not be late, for the female manager will not let him off easily. We'll intercept Guzi. If he doesn't pay 25 yuan per pound, he won't be allowed to deliver the chickens. At that point, let us see how she reacts. After Dahai laid out his strategy, the other 3 immediately gave him a thumbs up, extolling, "Brother Hai is brilliant. I never thought of this approach. Your wisdom is unparalleled. The only one who can match you is Secretary Yin from our village." He chuckled. Secretary Yin is 26 this year. She should consider finding a partner. A few days ago, she gave Brother Hai a lollipop, clearly showing interest. Yin Bing has a fondness for lollipops. Whenever someone from the village heads to the county, she asks them to bring some back. Dahai has purchased them for her 7 or 8 times, insisting on not accepting payment. Yet Yin Bing always slips him the money. Recently, when Dahai handed her a lollipop, in addition to the money, she slipped him another lollipop as well. A single lollipop brought Dahai joy for several days. Now in his 30s and still unmarried, he feels a pressing urgency, but young people are scarce in the countryside, and young women even more so. Besides, can any village girl compare to Yin Bing? The moment he laid eyes on her, he fell in love with her. Hearing his companions mention her now fills Dahai with delight. Could be she really has feelings for me? The other 3 chimed in, "Of course she does. If she didn't, would she give you lollipops? Don't you know if Secretary Yin has feelings for you?" Instantly, Dahai's cheeks flushed as he replied, "She must have some feelings. Whenever I see her, she smiles at me. It is said that if a woman smiles at a man, she is interested in him." Once this batch of chickens is sold, he would tidy up the house and then propose to Yin Bing. Excitement radiated from Dahai's face. Yin Bing, possessing striking beauty and an air of sophistication characteristic of urban dwellers, stands apart from the village maidens. Graduating from a prestigious 211 university, her intellect and dedication to learning render her all the more enchanting. The men in the village are unanimously captivated by her charm. However, among the village's youth, only 4 remain. As the eldest among them, Dahai proclaimed his claim over Yin Bing the very day she entered the village. Yin Bing is his, and no one else may contest this. The other 3, lacking in physical appeal compared to Dahai, would surely find Yin Bing's affection favoring him. Congratulations, Brother Hai. When next you see Yin Bing, she shall no longer be addressed as Secretary Yin, but rather as sister-in-law. Come, Brother Hai, let us celebrate. Dahai's cheeks flushed with pride, yet his mind remained clear. There was no rush regarding the proposal. First, he needed to ensure that Ergo returned the 5 yuan owed to him. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Brother Hai, tomorrow he won't leave without paying. I'll bring a sickle. If he refuses, I shall deal with him. Who does he think he is to take my money? The night passed in silence. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Tian rose, freshened up, and began preparing breakfast. This morning was particularly hectic. There was no time to cook porridge, so he utilized last night's chicken broth to prepare noodles, adding a handful of bok choy. Just as the noodles neared completion, he whisked an egg into the mixture, allowing it to blend with the broth. He served 2 bowls of noodles and placed them on the table, before heading into the room to awaken Tian Tian. Upon rousing Tian Tian, The duo stepped outside to find Yin Bing savoring a bowl of noodles with evident delight. Upon spotting them, Yin Bing waved to Tian Tian. Tian Tian, rise and enjoy the noodles. They will cool soon. Tian Tian glanced at the two bowls of noodles and then at Xia Tian, inquiring sweetly, Daddy, what are you eating? Xia Tian's gaze remained fixed on Yin Bing. She, with a triumphant expression, seemed to convey, I have one. Daddy is having bread. You should hurry and eat your noodles, he replied. Xia Tian retrieved a piece of bread from indoors, eating it while watching Yin Bing, and casually asked, Are my noodles delicious? Chapter 27. Let him roll, scoundrel. Yin Bing was infuriated. Initially relishing her meal, she felt her appetite vanish upon hearing Xia Tian's question about the noodles. A torrent of chaotic images flooded her mind, leaving her unable to indulge further. With Tian Tian nearby, she stifled her urge to curse. Her delicate face flushed with indignation. She retorted, Is it really necessary to be this petty over a bowl of noodles? Were we not in agreement that all food would be shared? You may eat my goose. Yet I am forbidden from having your noodles? Xia Tian maintained an impassive expression, responding earnestly, Of course you may have them. From now on, I shall serve you noodles every day. How does that sound? Do you like it? Yin Bing's face grew crimson with irritation. Her appetite vanished as she tossed down her chopsticks and stormed off, declaring, You're truly disgusting. Tian Tian, holding her bowl of noodles, looked up at Xia Tian with wide, curious eyes, innocently inquiring about the situation. Father, why is Aunt Bing Bing angry? Did you upset her? Why did she get mad when you said you would feed her below? Ahem. Xia Tian felt a wave of awkwardness. This was an adult joke, incomprehensible to a child. Yet, Sweetie, being the curious little one she is, continued to inquire relentlessly. It was because Aunt Bing Bing disliked Father that she was upset. Hurry and eat your noodles. Sweetie took a sip of the noodle soup, her eyes suddenly sparkling, and exclaimed, I understand now, Daddy. Understand what? Xia Tian asked, bewildered. You are flirting with Aunt Bing Bing, she said, her wide eyes curving into crescent moons, her soft voice chiming. I like Aunt Bing Bing. You need to try harder, Daddy. Ahem, Xia Tian felt embarrassed once more. How did it turn into flirting? However, Yin Bing could indeed be Sweetie's mother. As a graduate of a prestigious university, she could easily secure a good job in the city, and given her beauty, finding a wealthy boyfriend would be a breeze. Yet, she chose to teach in the countryside, serving as the village secretary in Tianyi Village for 3 years, aiding in the improvement of living conditions and educating the children. Her dedication was truly commendable. Moreover, from her perspective, she would not leave Tianyi Village until it thrived. She was a woman of plans, goals, responsibility, and grace. Wasn't this the kind of wife he desired? If he married Yin Bing, they could jointly develop Tianyi Village, and perhaps then they could have a little brother for Sweetie. Ahem, what am I thinking? She dislikes me. After all, Sweetie, finish your noodles. Today, Father is quite busy. Soon, the villagers will come to deliver chickens. After finishing breakfast, the villagers arrived at Xia Tian's home, each carrying local chickens. Following Hong Jie's instructions, the chickens were categorized by weight, 3, 5, and 8 pounds. Before placing each chicken into the cage, Xia Tian had to weigh them again. The weight could only increase, never decrease. Tianyi Village had finally secured a collaboration with Hai Kualan Tian, and there could not be any issues with the chickens' treatment. Besides weighing them, Xia Tian also checked the quality of the chickens to ensure there were no signs of disease. Dahai and 3 others approached, carrying their chickens. Erguzi, these are my family's chickens. Each of these 5 weighs 5 pounds. You can check. Xia Tian accepted the chickens, inspecting their quality before weighing them. The first 4 chickens weighed around 5 pounds and 2 ounces, but the last one only weighed 4 pounds and 8 ounces. Xia Tian tossed the last one back to Dahai. This one doesn't meet the weight. Take it back and raise it some more. Dahai's eyes widened, and he shouted, How is that not enough? My 5 chickens average over 5 pounds each. Xia Tian was nearly overwhelmed with busyness. Dahai was stirring up trouble, and it made him a bit impatient. Coldly, he replied, Not enough is not enough. Spare me the nonsense. Each one must weigh over 5 pounds. If it doesn't raise it some more before selling. During summer, Xia Tian wholeheartedly considered the well-being of the villagers, raising the price of free-range chickens from 10 yuan per pound to 25. Last night, the villagers were so moved that tears streamed down their faces, and they should have wholeheartedly supported his efforts. However, Xia Tian was completely taken aback when Dahai turned against him. The free-range chickens were thrown against the chicken coop, causing a chaotic scene as several already packaged chickens were sent flying. Hey, Erguzi, what do you mean by that? What do you mean there's so much nonsense? Am I not allowed to ask even one question? You are being excessively domineering. Dahai exclaimed. You were once an abandoned child, raised by the villagers. If it weren't for them, you would have long been taken by the wolves in the mountains. T village nurtured you, and this is how you repay them? Now that you've grown capable, do we no longer have the right to speak? Dahai's actions ignited discontent among the villagers, particularly those whose chickens had been thrown. They pointed fingers at him and cursed. Dahai, what do you intend to do? You can endure a few curses. Erguzi leading T village to prosperity is already a way of repaying the village. Wasn't today busy? You should just take it. The villagers took turns criticizing Dahai, while Xia Tian coldly observed the unfolding turmoil. The situation was far from simple. Dahai wouldn't unleash such fury over a mere chicken. He was using the incident as a pretext to provoke trouble. Xia Tian, with a stoic expression and a frigid gaze, addressed Dahai coldly. Speak your mind directly. Dahai sneered, his mocking gaze directed at Xia Tian, as if to say, you are finished. The free-range chickens are priced at 25 yuan per pound, yet you only offer us 20. If I am not mistaken, that extra 5 yuan has been pocketed by you, hasn't it? Delivering over 800 pounds of chickens a day, that amounts to 4,000 yuan. Earning 4,000 each day means 120,000 a month and over 1 million a year. This is truly lucrative. You claim to be repaying the village, but I see you are merely here to amass wealth. As Dahai's words fell, the other three joined in, shouting in unison. If it were truly for the villagers, you wouldn't withhold that 5 yuan. What does deducting money imply? It's merely your selfish desire to profit. Is this how you repay the village? By taking backhanders? We don't need a leech like you. Our free-range chickens are healthy and can fetch a good price at Haikua Lan Tian Hotel. The four of them berated Xia Tian mercilessly, while this time, the villagers fell silent. No one stepped forward to defend Xia Tian. Chapter 28. The villagers of T village. The villagers of T village glared at Xia Tian, their eyes seemingly poised to devour him at any moment. Uncle Li arrived just in time, pointing angrily at Dahai and the other three. You little rascals, are you looking for trouble? If it weren't for Erguzi, your free-range chickens would still be selling for just 10 yuan per pound. Now, they are worth 21, and instead of expressing gratitude, you create trouble for Erguzi. If Erguzi truly sought a kickback, he would not have initially revealed that the free-range chicken was priced at 25 yuan per pound. Instead, he would have stated it as 15 yuan. Would you have refrained from purchasing then? Uncle Li is the second father of Xia Tian, having carried him down from the mountains in his youth. In his eyes, Xia Tian is akin to his son, and he harbors unwavering trust in him. However, others do not share the same sentiment. Dahai scoffed, gritting his teeth and retorting, how can you be certain that I would buy at 15 yuan per pound? Ba Zhang offers 10 yuan, yet he is an outsider. It is only natural for him to profit. But Erguzi is from T village. How can one villager profit from another? That is utterly unjust. The other villagers nodded in agreement, affirming Dahai's assertion. Indeed, Dahai was correct. It was inappropriate for Erguzi, a villager himself, to profit from the villagers. It was not merely inappropriate. It was fundamentally wrong. He was raised in T village, and a profit from us is akin to ingratitude. Casting a glance at the crowd, Xia Tian furrowed his brow. After 8 years of military service, he had grown accustomed to the deceptions of the outside world. In his memories, T village was the epitome of simplicity and kindness, perhaps romanticized by the horrors of battle. He had forgotten a saying, in impoverished mountains and treacherous waters, cunning individuals arise. Before withholding 5 yuan, he had contemplated informing the villagers that the purchase price was 20 yuan per pound. However, had the villagers discovered the truth, it would have been challenging to clarify. He had believed that transparency would foster understanding, but he was mistaken. Nonetheless, the decision to withhold 5 yuan was made after careful consideration. The villagers had no habit of saving. Once the funds were distributed, when it came time for road repairs or streetlights, they would lament their poverty, leaving Tianti village in perpetual destitution. By withholding that 5 yuan, he had ensured some savings. Thus, he would not relinquish that 5 yuan. He cast a cold, expressionless glance at the Hai and the others, stating icily, "If you do not wish to sell, then leave. I will not purchase your free-range chickens. For those who wish to sell, leave the chickens here, and I will transfer the funds now." The Hai, his face flushed, pointed an accusatory finger at Xia Tian and shouted, "Listen, listen, he's telling me to leave. Is this the orphan nurtured by Tianti village for 19 years? Is this even person? Now that he has some capability, he speaks of rolling out. This is nothing short of beastly. He should have been left on the mountain, to be taken by wolves." As the Hai's words grew increasingly outrageous, a surge of anger welled up within Xia Tian, and he clenched his fists, ready to confront him. At that moment, a sharp voice interrupted, "Wang Hai, be silent." Yin Bing emerged from the room, having just returned from the restroom, where she had overheard every word. She could hardly believe that over a mere 5 yuan, Wang Hai and his companions resorted to insults and were on the verge of violence. After all, the previous price for a pound of free-range chicken had been 10 yuan. 20 yuan represented a significant increase. How could they still be dissatisfied? Though she harbored disdain for Xia Tian, she prioritized the greater good, refusing to do anything detrimental to the villagers. Last night, when Xia Tian proposed withholding 5 yuan for village development, Yin Bing had wholeheartedly agreed. The village was in dire need of improvement. Wealth is accumulated gradually. Relying on government grants may take an eternity. Moreover, withholding 5 yuan, the price per kilogram is already 20 yuan, which is not insignificant. Why should it be refused? Upon seeing Yin Bing, Wang Hai's expression instantly morphed into one of obsequiousness as he chuckled, "Secretary Yin, your braided hair looks splendid. You also look lovely with your hair down." Yin Bing furrowed her brow and replied coldly, "Stop with the frivolities. I heard your previous comments. 20 yuan per kilogram is indeed a fair price, double what Boss Zhang offers. What is there to be dissatisfied about? During our meeting, what did I emphasize? One must possess a sense of gratitude. The price of the local chicken has doubled, yet instead of appreciation, you seek fault? What did you say yesterday? That summer is the deity of Tianti village? Now it has transformed into a beast? Your words change daily. Which statement holds truth?" Standing at around 163 centimeters, Yin Bing possessed a slender frame and a fair, youthful visage that belied her age, no more than 20. Yet, within this seemingly delicate girl surged an immense strength. Her formidable presence swiftly subdued the villagers. They exchanged glances, and a timid villager murmured, "The secretary says 20 a kilogram. Then it shall be 20. We shall heed Secretary Yin." "Yes, yes, we will listen to Secretary Yin. Please weigh our chickens." Wang Hai and his companions wore solemn expressions, and the thin one whispered to Wang Hai, "What should we do, Brother Hai? Secretary Yin stands with them. You should speak to Secretary Yin, mention your impending marriage. Women tend to listen to their men. Surely she will take your words to heart." Wang Hai summoned a surge of courage, stepping forward to speak, only to be met with Yin Bing's fierce glare. "What more do you wish to say?" Wang Hai was taken aback by her demeanor, feeling deeply disappointed. "If you do not wish to sell, then leave. No one is stopping you." Yin Bing's words pierced through Wang Hai's resolve like a thorn, leaving him momentarily speechless. His face flushed. The stout friend pulled him aside and whispered, "Brother Hai, it's best not to provoke her. You are not yet married. If you truly wish to educate her, that can only come after marriage. Once wed, it is she who will heed your words. For now, let this matter slide." Wang Hai contemplated this advice and reluctantly nodded. "Very well, I will endure this, but I have no intention of letting Xia Tian off the hook. Did he not claim to have hired some porters?" The three nodded in agreement. "Yes, he mentioned hiring workers to transport the chickens. What do you intend to do? Brother Hai, are you planning to confront the porters?" At that moment, someone pointed towards 3 figures in the distance, exclaiming, "Here come the unfamiliar faces. They must be the workers Xia Tian hired." Wang Hai narrowed his eyes, fixating on the trio, and clenched his teeth. "Let us go deal with them. If they wish to profit from Tianti village, they must face the consequences. I am eager to see how Xia Tian manages alone with over 800 kilograms of chickens." Chapter 29. Brother Tan Wang Daho and his three companions, each wielding a sickle, cast vigilant glances at the three approaching figures. Wang Dahu gritted his teeth and said, "In a moment, I will shout, and you all will spring into action." "Understood, we shall heed Brother Hai's command," the three replied, nodding in agreement. As the trio drew nearer, Wang Dahu's expression shifted to one of increasing confusion. When they were about 5 or 6 meters away, he focused intently on them and called out, "Is that you, big brother, second brother, and third brother?" "Lida, Lier." And Lisan raised their heads to see Wang Dahu, with Lida chuckling, "Ah, Dahu, it's been a while. How is your sister?" 3 years prior, Lida had been introduced to Wang Dahu's sister, who worked in the city. After a lackluster meeting, she returned to her job in the city the very next day, leaving their potential match unresolved. As notorious bullies from a nearby village, the trio, Lida, Lier, and Lisan, were always the center of attention wherever they roamed. Particularly Lida, who was of a similar age to Wang Dahu. They had once attended the same school, where Lida had frequently bested Wang Dahu. Now, confronted by Lida and his brothers, Wang Dahu resembled a mouse in the presence of a cat, or a eunuch before an emperor. His posture slumped and his words laced with deference. "Big brother, what brings you to Tianyi village? Here for matchmaking?" Wang Dahu inquired. Lida replied, "We are here on business." "What brings you here?" He cast a wary glance at the sickles in Wang Da's hands, and with a menacing gaze, he added, "Are you preparing to confront us?" Startled, Wang Da trembled, allowing his sickle to clatter to the ground as he forced a nervous smile. "How could that be? We are practically family, brothers after all." Noticing a slight softening in Li Da's demeanor, Wang Dahu seized the opportunity. "Since you are here, could you assist me in teaching someone a lesson? I'll treat you all to a meal afterward. What do you say?" Though younger than Wang Dahu, along with his brothers, was known for their formidable fighting skills, and their close-knit camaraderie made them a fearsome presence in the surrounding regions. The mere mention of a brawl ignited a spark of excitement in their eyes, particularly in Lisan. "Who are we going to beat? The meal is secondary. I excel at fighting," Lisan declared, thumping his chest, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he brandished a switchblade. Wang Dahu chuckled. "There's a scoundrel named Guzi from our village, a petty thief with whom I've had a minor dispute. However, since we hail from the same village, I fear the village chief and the party secretary might disapprove of any confrontation. I would greatly appreciate your assistance." He had been a loss regarding how to deal with Xia Tian and was fortunate to have encountered these three. "Where is he?" Lisan shouted, brimming with enthusiasm, as if fueled by adrenaline. "Where is he?" "Over there." Wang Dahu pointed toward the direction of the crowd. 3 individuals strode purposefully ahead, with Wang Dahai and his 3 companions trailing behind. The slender fellow, brimming with excitement, whispered to Wang Dahai, "Brother Dahai, you are truly impressive. Your strategy of using others to eliminate a foe is brilliant. I have heard that the 3 brothers from the Laoli family are formidable. Their strikes can result in severed limbs, and in severe cases, their victims may find themselves hospitalized for months. Guzi 1T escaped this time." Wang Dahai cast a sidelong glance at the trio and sneered. "Did you think I summoned these 3 brothers merely to give Guzi a beating?" The 3 were bewildered, struggling to comprehend Wang Dahai's implication. What other reason could there be? "We bear no grudge against Guzi." Wang Dahai chuckled coldly and elucidated. "Let these 3 brothers teach Guzi a severe lesson while the 4 of us seize the opportunity to secure the high Kualan Tian collaboration. At 20 yuan per kilogram, we could easily earn several thousand in profit. Wouldn't that lead us to wealth?" Upon hearing this, the 3 were left utterly astounded. The stout one gave Wang Dahai a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother Hai, you are brilliant. I hadn't even considered that we could become the bosses ourselves." A glimmer of greed sparkled in Wang Dahai's eyes. "Isn't it merely about delivering chickens? Hai Kualan Tian is interested in our village's free-range chickens, not in Guzi himself. Moreover, we 4 the only able-bodied youths in Tianti village. Uncle Li is not in good health, and Secretary Yin is a woman. In business matters that require mobility, only we 4 can take charge. Once we hold the reins of this business, we can dictate our own terms. However," he added, "there is one critical condition. Guzi must be eliminated." The four of them fixed their gaze intently on Xia Tian. The stout fellow chuckled. Rest assured. Li San is a lunatic. He won't strike unless Air Guzi resists. The moment Air Guzi puts up a fight, he will surely draw his blade. Ideally, he would fatally wound Air Guzi, and the business would be ours. The slender man was already in a fervor, rubbing his hands together and chuckling. I can hardly wait to see Air Guzi sprawled in a pool of blood. At that moment, Li Da, Li Air, and Li San stepped closer to Xia Tian. As they approached within a meter of him, Wang Dahai felt his heart leap into his throat. In the next instant, the three would strike, and Xia Tian would be drenched in blood. Just then, Li Da stepped forward and shouted, "Brother Tian, we are here." Silence ensued. The four stood frozen in shock. The stout fellow's neck seemed to stiffen as he slowly turned to Wang Dahai and weakly inquired, "What did they call Xia Tian? Brother Tian?" The slender man stammered. "Why, yes, it seems they called him Brother Tian." The short one blurted out, "Oh no, could they be the reinforcements Air Guzi summoned?" The four were utterly bewildered, staring wide-eyed at the three brothers, when Li Da turned to Xia Tian and asked, "By the way, Brother Tian, which one of you is Air Guzi from your village? I have two brothers who instructed me to teach this Air Guzi a lesson." Summer cast a chilling glance at the three individuals, their bodies shivering under the weight of his icy stare. Li San, terrified, hastily sheathed his spring knife, while Li Da and Li Air were so frightened that beads of sweat formed on their foreheads. The previous day's encounter with Summer had been overwhelmingly powerful. They had been incapacitated before they could even comprehend his movements. The lingering pain from their defeat still ached in their bodies, and they had no intention of facing him again. The frigid intensity of Summer's gaze sent shivers down their spines as they nervously swallowed and inquired, "Tian, is there an issue? Do you know Air Guzi? Sama spoke de liba atali, iam Air Guzi. How do you intend to teach me a lesson?" Li Da glanced at Summer before turning to see Wang Dahai and his three companions fleeing in terror. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Summer was indeed Air Guzi. "Damn it," he muttered, glaring at Wang Dahai's retreating figure before forcing a smile toward Summer. "It's a misunderstanding, Tian. It's all a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Summer raised an eyebrow, sending chills through the trio. Their appearance sparked a minor commotion. "Aren't they Li Da, Li Air, and Li San? What are they doing here? Could they possibly be hired by Air Guzi? Remarkable. Those three bullies have become his subordinates. This is quite astonishing." Yin Bing scrutinized the trio, her recognition growing. She pointed at Li Da, frowning. "Aren't you the pickpocket from a few days ago on the minibus?" Li Da's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. "I sincerely apologize for that incident. I intended to steal your money, but Tian intervened and thwarted our plans. We three brothers offer our apologies. We're truly sorry." He bowed deeply, his sincerity evident. In rural areas, many young men, unable to find work or earn a living through legitimate means, resorted to petty theft, a common occurrence that often goes unnoticed. Yin Bing, a city dweller, held a strong disdain for thieves. However, what angered her more was the revelation that Summer had employed these individuals. With narrowed eyes, she coldly questioned, "Are you in cahoots with them?" Li Da, perceptive enough to discern the tension, interjected before Summer could respond. "Tian is not one of us. To be honest, we encountered him again last night and had a scuffle. We didn't know him then, but he truly is formidable. We three brothers were utterly defeated by him. He forbade us from stealing. Yet we had no means of earning a living, so he hired us for work. What a motley crew," Yin Bing muttered under her breath, rolling her eyes at Summer. To her, associating with such unsavory characters reflected poorly on him. The fact that Summer chose not to report the pickpockets and instead employed them painted him in a similarly dubious light. With a huff, she warned him, "Keep an eye on your associates. If anything goes awry, you will be held accountable." The summer was rather dull, and this woman seemed excessively petty. While pickpockets are indeed detestable, these three brothers still possess the potential for reformation. Transforming a rogue is far more beneficial to society than harboring hatred towards one. Summer chose to disregard her and directed the villagers in their tasks. Li Da approached with a smile that sought to please. "Brother Tian, what work do you want us three to do? We're just rough men and can handle physical labor, but using our brains is not our strong suit." Li Da glanced at Wang Dahai, and Summer understood instantly. It seemed that Wang Dehai and his companions were dissatisfied and had intended to teach Li De and his brothers a lesson. However, upon realizing that Summer was acquainted with the three, they fled, terrified. He noted this incident but was currently preoccupied with delivering chickens and had no time to deal with them. Pointing at the chicken coop, he instructed the trio, "These native chickens need to be transported up the mountain. They must all be delivered to the county." The native chickens were housed in cages, 2 per small crate, with clasps connecting them, allowing the crates to be stacked and placed on a handcart for the uphill trek. The steep terrain rendered it impossible for cattle to ascend. Thus, human strength was required. For decades, this method had been employed in Tianshur village for transporting goods, remaining unchanged despite the passage of time. With dozens of native chickens weighing over 800 pounds, the sheer magnitude of the task left the 3 men utterly astounded. Lida exclaimed, "Goodness, Brother Tian, this is far too much. How many trips will it take to transport all of this?" Summer directed them, "Load 100 pounds per cart. Each of you will carry 100 pounds. For an adult man, pulling a cart with 100 pounds is not insurmountable. Even a child could manage it on flat ground." However, the mountain trail proved daunting, leaving Li De and his companions momentarily speechless. Lida surveyed the 800 pounds of chickens and then the seemingly endless ascent of the mountain. Summer inquired, "What's the matter? Are you unwilling?" His expression remained impassive, yet this very demeanor instilled considerable dread in the 3 men. They swallowed hard, and Lida gritted his teeth, declaring, "We'll do it. Brother 2, Brother 3, let us go." Without hesitation, the 3 brothers hoisted the ropes onto their shoulders and began their trek. Before setting off, Li Da and Li Er took 2 large roosters from Li San's cart and placed them onto their own. Witnessing this, the villagers murmured amongst themselves, noting the apparent camaraderie among the brothers. The elder siblings were indeed quite attentive to their younger sibling. After all, they were blood relatives. "Come on, let us not dawdle. Let us get to work." Beside the mountain path, there was a small road specifically for carts. Aside from the 3 brothers, there were only 200 pounds of native chickens left to transport, and a quick glance revealed that the remaining villagers were mostly the elderly, women, and children. There are still 2 carts left, one for Air Guzi and the other. Who will pull it? Wang Dehai and his companions had fled, unwilling to engage in such labor. "Why should we elderly folks do it?" The villagers exchanged glances, and Li Shu extinguished his cigarette, rising to say, "I'll do it. In my youth, I could easily haul 150 pounds, while currently, I weigh merely 100, a trivial matter indeed." Yin Bing stepped forward to intercept him, her brow furrowed in concern. "Uncle Li, your legs are not up to it. The doctor has advised against climbing slopes. Even walking is a struggle, let alone ascending." Uncle Li was acutely aware of his physical limitations. He could hardly manage the heavenly ladder, much less pull a cart. Yet, with the necessity of transporting goods, he sighed softly, "Even if I cannot climb, I must. Otherwise, if the cargo is not delivered, the hotel will create trouble. And what will we do if they terminate the contract with us?" Yin Bing's beautiful eyes glanced at the trailer, and after a moment of deliberation, she clenched her jaw. "I will do it. I may not have experience in pulling carts, but I have been hiking frequently over the past 3 years. Climbing the heavenly ladder is effortless for me, and hauling 100 pounds should be manageable." Her declaration left Xia Tian momentarily stunned. Observing her petite frame, no more than 90 pounds, he wondered how she could possibly pull 100 pounds of a mountain. Although she lacked strength, her confidence was unyielding. Eager to take on the task, Yin Bing prepared to pull the cart, but Xia Tian strode over and seized the reins, addressing Uncle Li. "Uncle Li, could you assist? Please unload all these chickens and transfer them to that nearby vehicle. I can handle 200 pounds by myself." This time, it was Yin Bing who was taken aback, though only briefly before she retorted mockingly, "Stop pretending. You can lift 200 pounds by yourself? Do you fancy yourself a strong man?" Chapter 31. Striding with grace, Xia Tian cast her a sidelong glance, and without further ado, he stepped forward and effortlessly hoisted Yin Bing into the air. His movements fluid and swift, as if he were lifting a bundle of straw. A wave of masculine energy enveloped them, his immense strength rendering Yin Bing as light as a feather, akin to a small chick in his grasp. It was as if he could fend off the very heavens themselves with a mere punch. Dazed and disoriented, Yin Bing had no time to scream before she found herself back on solid ground. Stumbling back a couple of steps, her cheeks flushed, she gasped for breath. Her wide eyes fixed on Xia Tian. It took her a moment to regain her composure before she shouted in exasperation, "Xia Tian, you scoundrel! What do you think you're doing? Attempting murder?" Her face, adorably flushed, only added to her charm. Xia Tian raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Just you? Am I meant to commit murder over you? So what do you think? Am I strong enough? You weigh around 90 pounds, right? I can lift you with one hand. 200 pounds is a trivial task for me." Yin Bing was about to retort, but Xia Tian waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Enough, don't delay me. Uncle Li, begin loading the cart." With Uncle Li's assistance, 200 pounds of chickens were loaded onto the vehicle, the cages stacked high. Uncle Li secured them with ropes. Unless they overturned, the cages were unlikely to fall. However, 200 pounds. Back in his youth, Uncle Li was a strong man. Few in the village could match his strength. Yet he could only manage 150 pounds and had never attempted 200. Guzi, can you manage? Shall I push from behind? No need. I can handle it, Xia Tian replied, fastening the reins around himself as he approached the heavenly ladder. Uncle Li wondered if this young man could truly manage alone. Yin Bing was pulled aside, her small face flushed, and her large eyes were filled with ire. "Uncle Li, don't bother with him. Didn't he say he could manage? Let him go alone." She fumed internally, incensed that this scoundrel dared to embrace her. Did he not understand the notion that men and women should maintain a respectful distance? Moreover, this was in front of the villagers. The rural community was rife with gossip, and who knew what scandalous tales might emerge. Yet, despite her anger, she retained her composure. Glancing at the towering chicken coop, she resolutely said to Uncle Li, "You take a break. I will assist him." Transporting a 100-pound country chicken was no easy feat, even for a child from the mountains. The six of them struggled greatly along the path. Li Da, Li Iya, and Li San had set off earlier and had already reached a point halfway up the mountain. Li Da paused to wipe his sweat and turned back, expressing concern for Li San. "Third brother, if you can't pull it, just stop and rest." Li San's face was flushed, his teeth gritted in determination. "No need for that. I'm not tired. Eldest brother, second brother, don't stop. We can't let the people from Tianti village catch up." Li San had always been competitive, striving for first place in all endeavors, fearing the disdain of others. This was rooted in the inferiority complex stemming from his impoverished childhood. Although his two elder brothers had always been kind to him, upon hearing his words, the two brothers resumed their grip on the reins and continued their ascent. At that moment, a figure dashed up from the foot of the mountain, followed closely by a woman who was shouting, "Slow down. I can't keep up. Please walk slower." Yin Bing slipped and fell, her ankle sliced by a stone, causing it to bleed. Xia Tian glanced back at her, frowning as he said, "Don't follow me. I can make it alone without your help. If you get hurt, I'll have to take care of you. And that's just a hassle." Fuming, Yin Bing retorted, "You're the real hassle. Do you think I want to help you? Uncle Li asked me to assist you with 200 pounds of cargo. If the cart flips and crushes you, you'll be finished." As she spoke, her words came out like a barrage from a machine gun. Xia Tian, however, cut her off, pulling the cart and hastening up the mountain. Yin Bing was left stamping her feet in frustration. "You bastard! May the cart crush you." Her ankle throbbed painfully, blood flowing incessantly. Enduring the pain, she glanced at Xia Tian's retreating figure, then at the path home. After a brief moment of hesitation, she declared, "I am the village secretary, and I have a responsibility to ensure the safety of the villagers." With a determined stomp, she chased after him. Li Da observed Xia Tian, who was moving with remarkable agility while the others were drenched in sweat, faces flushed and gasping for breath. Yet Xia Tian, bearing 200 pounds, remained unperturbed, breathing evenly, as if he floated up the mountain. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with several others. Wow, incredible! With that stamina, he could pull 300 pounds without breaking a sweat. Li Da and Li Er were left astounded. Li San turned to glance at Xia Tian. Realizing he was about to catch up, he quickly hoisted the reins and shouted, "Let us go. Hurry, don't let him catch up." As soon as the words left his lips, a shadow darted past him. Li San attempted to give chase, only to realize the figure was rapidly distancing itself. vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The descent down a mountain. Ascending was a test of endurance, while descending proved taxing on footwear. With his heels striking the ground, the weight of the cart bore down on his back as he slid down the slope. This required a certain level of expertise. Those lacking experience might tumble or be crushed by a hastily descending vehicle. However, for a group of children raised in the mountains, navigating the downhill path was a trivial matter. In less than an hour, over 800 pounds of free-range chickens were transported to the roadside. A truck had been arranged for the summer, already waiting at the curb. Unloading and loading the cargo was executed swiftly by a few agile hands, and within mere minutes, all 800 pounds of chickens were aboard the vehicle. Zhanga, you all can head back now. I'll manage the delivery with the Li brothers. You take the trailer back, he instructed. At that moment, Yin Bing arrived, her ankle already in pain. The arduous descent, not along a proper path, had taken its toll, and she found herself squatting on the ground, blood seeping from her ankle. Xiao Tian glanced at her and remarked, I told you, you're a nuisance. You're the nuisance. Your entire family is a hassle. As the village secretary, I have a duty to ensure the safety of everyone in the village. What are you doing? She retorted. Let go of me. As Yin Bing shouted, Xiao Tian approached and lifted her foot to examine the wound. He then foraged for a few blades of grass nearby, wiped the dew off them, chewed them briefly, and applied the mashed mixture to her injury. Spitting out a mouthful of green juice, he smeared it onto her ankle. Xiao Tian's technique was adept, his demeanor serious. Despite her initial resistance, Yin Bing found herself captivated by his earnestness. Chapter 32. A surprise this earnestness made him rather handsome. Hiss! Yin Bing winced in pain, her body shivering slightly. Do not move, bear the pain. His authoritative tone left her feeling irritated. I'm not your soldier. There is no need for such a commanding tone, is there? Enough already, don't apply any more. Who knows if you're using poison? It's just a scratch. Don't make me disabled. Without looking up, Xiao Tian casually replied. If you become disabled, I'll take care of you. Who would want you to do that? Yin Bing rolled her eyes. She stood and tested her ankle, and a miraculous occurrence unfolded. The herbal application, initially fiery and painful to the point of tears, began to cool the area. Within a mere minute, the pain vanished, and she could move freely. You've got some skills, she assessed, sizing him up. After a brief hesitation, she spoke. The issue of transporting the chickens needs urgent attention. This method is too perilous. Previously, Boss Zhang took a detour from Sana village, adding about 50 kilometers to the journey, but at least the vehicle could access the area. Let us reconvene tonight to discuss transportation solutions. The collaborator has been found, yet transportation has emerged as a significant issue. The ladder to heaven is exceedingly high, and relying on manpower to haul the cart is excessively cumbersome. Furthermore, should any problems arise, the village of Tianyi cannot bear the responsibility. A more effective solution is required. Yin Bing wishes to discuss the transportation dilemma with Xiao Tian. However, Xiao Tian casually dismisses her concerns. You need not worry about transportation, he states, summoning Li Air, and Li San aboard the truck. With a clap on the hood, the driver starts the vehicle, which rumbles away. Yin Bing, exasperated, stomps her foot in frustration. What does he mean by saying I need not worry? I am the village secretary of Tianyi. Ouch, my ankle. Just as it was recovering, the pain returns. Nearby, several villagers chuckle at Yin Bing's plight. Secretary Yin, do not be upset. Guzi speaks this way. That's just how a confirmed bachelor is. Since he has his own ideas, his assurance that you need not concern yourself indicates he has a plan for transportation. Just wait, and he will surprise you. A surprise? Yin Bing scoffs, hoping it is not a shock instead. Since her arrival in Tianyi, she has been seeking a method of transport. The village is vast and rich in resources, surrounded by mountains and forests. To promote the village's development, the county has allocated all surrounding mountains for Tianyi's use. The village can raise chickens, graze livestock, and cultivate mountain delicacies, as long as the forests remain undisturbed. However, how to manage transportation? There are no funds for road construction. Thus, the only option left is to rely on manpower, taking a detour through Sana village. What good plan can Xiao Tian devise? It is merely a roundabout route through Sana village. His mysterious demeanor and apparent confidence irk Yin Bing. What is so impressive about that? If he does not want my assistance, so be it. I shall observe what he manages to concoct. On the truck, Lita pulls out a pack of Hong Shuangshi cigarettes, offering one to Xia Tian before lighting his own. With a grin, he inquires, Brother Tian? That village secretary just now was Secretary Yin, right? I heard in Sana village that Tianyi village has a beautiful female secretary, a city person, a 211 graduate, a real talent who has come to help the village prosper. Seeing her today, she truly is stunning. Hee, it seems she cares quite a bit about you. Are you two an item? Lita makes a gesture with his thumbs, implying they are a couple. Xia Tian takes a drag of his cigarette and shakes his head, expressionless. No. Lita's eyes light up with surprise. Really? Hee, I am over 30 and still single, struggling to find the right partner. If you and Secretary Yin are not together, could it be that? On that day, in the small car, the three brothers were solely focused on stealing money, not paying attention to Yin Bing's appearance. Today, however, she is undeniably beautiful, with her lustrous black hair, petite figure, and exquisite features. Her ethereal grace surpasses that of any woman in the surrounding countryside. Lita was instantly captivated. If Yin Bing were not with Xia Tian, could he pursue her? Before he could finish his thought, a fierce aura surged forth, instantly chilling the three of them to the bone. Lier slapped Li down the back of his head, scolding, Brother, what are you thinking? How could Secretary Yin be someone of our humble stature? You might as well be a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Lita nodded repeatedly. Yes, I was just thinking about it. I am not worthy of Secretary Yin. Beside them, Li San's eyes bulged around, resembling a stringless puppet, as he shouted boisterously, What do you mean unworthy? If my brother has taken a liking to her, it is her honor. If you pursue her, little brother will assist you, once we get the money. Before Li San could finish his sentence, Lita slapped him again, admonishing, If you can't speak properly, then just be quiet. You know nothing yet, you keep blabbering. Close your mouth. If I don't allow you to speak, you must remain silent. Li San's cheek turned a bright red from the slap. Ordinarily, he would have lunged at his brother, but the slap reminded him of their plan. Xia Tian had served 8 years in the military, earning at least several $100,000 in retirement pay. The trio's visit under the guise of work was merely a pretense. Their true aim was to get their hands on Xia Tian's retirement funds. Before the plan commenced, they needed to feign being Xia Tian's underlings, ensuring he remained oblivious to their intentions. Otherwise, he would be on guard, and their scheme would surely fail. At 9:10, the truck arrived at the back door of the Haikwell Lantian Hotel. The chefs had been waiting eagerly at the entrance. Upon seeing the truck, a group of them rushed over to unload it. The head chef, known as Brother Qian, approached Xia Tian. Mr. Xia, Hong Jie asked me to check the quality of the native chickens. Please go ahead, Xia Tian gestured invitingly, confident in the quality of the native chickens from Tianyi village and unafraid of inspections. After a thorough examination, Brother Qian gave Xia Tian a thumbs up. The native chickens from Tianyi village truly live up to their reputation. Each one is remarkably spirited. Now, let's begin unloading. The three brothers, along with a dozen others from the kitchen, swiftly unloaded all the native chickens in just a few minutes. At that moment, Brother Qian pulled Xia Tian aside, his expression tense and voice grave as he cautioned, Mr. Xia, Hong Jie is on a business trip today. She asked me to inform you that her eczema has cleared up thanks to your medicine. Additionally, she wanted to warn you to be cautious of Brother Hu. Who is Brother Hu? Xia Tian asked, bewildered, as he had never encountered anyone by that name. Brother Qian glanced around to ensure no one was listening and whispered in Xia Tian's ear, Brother Hu is a local tyrant from Gan County. Previously, he was the supplier of native chickens for the hotel. After Hong Jie terminated the contract with him, he was furious. Last night, he confronted her in the office for over an hour. Before leaving, he was informed that the new supplier is Mr. Xia. As he left, he threatened to deal with you. Hong Jie has connections and is not afraid of him. Brother Hu wouldn't dare touch a hair on her head, but he will cause you trouble. Hong Jie asked me to give you a heads up. Upon hearing this, Xia Tian's heart became clear. Since ancient times, the pursuit of business has often led to numerous disputes. Yesterday, in the presence of Xia Tian, Hong Jie terminated her contract with Lao Hu, prompting Xia Tian to anticipate trouble from the other party. Little did he expect it would come so swiftly. A few local ruffians appeared, but Xia Tian did not take them seriously, yet he remained grateful for Qiange and Hong Jie's warnings. Thank you, Qiange. When Hong Jie has some time, I shall treat her to a meal. By the way, Qiange, I believe your stomach is not in the best condition. Xia Tian glanced at Qiange, observing his sallow complexion, which appeared somewhat dull. When he spoke, aside from the scent of smoke, there lingered an unpleasant odor that, from a traditional Chinese medicine perspective, suggested gastrointestinal issues. Qiange was taken aback and gave Xia Tian a thumbs up. Impressive, my young friend, you could discern that. I have a gastric ulcer. In my youth, I was impoverished, surviving on steamed buns with pickled vegetables for every meal, unable to afford even vegetables or tofu. Eventually, I developed a gastric ulcer and underwent surgery a decade ago. While I have recovered, my stomach still occasionally troubles me. Once the body suffers damage, complete recovery becomes elusive. Xia Tian casually penned a prescription and handed it to Qiange. If you follow this prescription for 3 months, while it may not restore your stomach entirely, it will ensure that your ulcer does not recur. Qiange gratefully accepted the prescription, repeatedly thanking Xia Tian. Thank you, my friend. I will go get the medicine after work. With the combined strength of many, within half an hour, all the free-range chickens had been weighed and the payment completed. After the weighing, Xia Tian left with his brothers Li San and Sange. Instead of returning to the village directly, he headed to the county, with the brothers trailing behind. Tiange, when are we going home? I want to buy some things, you all wait here. Xia Tian instructed before heading to a construction materials company alone. Watching Xia Tian's retreating figure, Li San anxiously inquired of his 2 elder brothers, when do we strike? My hands are itching. The 2 brothers shot him a disapproving glance, with the second brother scolding him. What do you know besides fighting? If it weren't for the elder brother slapping you in the car, your loose tongue would have revealed everything. If Xia Tian learns of our plans, none of us will make it home today. Li San, indignant, retorted, what is there to fear? He is alone, and we are 3 brothers. 3 against 1. What is there to be afraid of? Slap. Lida delivered a sharp smack to the top of his bald head, exclaiming in exasperation. What sin did I commit in my past life to have a foolish brother like you? Have you already forgotten yesterday's events? Just yesterday, you were beaten to the point of begging on your knees. You couldn't even fend off a single attack with your spring knife, and you've forgotten all that? Submit when you can't win? Why act tough? After being reprimanded by his elder brothers, Li San lowered his head, his expression dark, though his eyes still reflected defiance. Yet, his tone had finally softened as he looked up at his brothers with an anxious gaze. What do we do now? When do we strike? Lida cast a glance around. The city was teeming with people, a diverse array of crowds bustling along the streets. We're heading home. We'll make our move once we enter the mountains. Air, have you prepared everything? Lier retrieved a small packet of white powder from his bag, approximately 50 grams. Li San grimaced and mumbled, is this little enough? Lier chuckled. I consulted with the veterinarian. This small amount is potent enough to incapacitate a cow, let alone a mere human. San, go fetch a few bottles of water and dissolve the powder in it. As soon as we enter the mountains, we'll bring down Xia Tian, find him and demand his severance pay. Otherwise, we'll make him regret it. Li Da's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, I inquired yesterday, after 8 years of service. The severance pay is no less than 500,000, likely around 7 to 800,000. If we can extract that money, we'll be wealthy. We could build a house and find a wife. Once we're flush with cash, I'll pursue Secretary Yen. That lovely face could squeeze water. Li Er and Li San joined in with lewd chuckles. Big Brother has his sights set on Secretary Yen. She truly is beautiful with a distinct aura, but she can be quite formidable. The city girls have a sense of feminism and don't easily obey, Li De remarked, cigarette dangling from his mouth. A lecherous grin on his face. Obedient wives are dull. I prefer a little spice. Right now, securing that severance pay is paramount. At that moment, Li Da's phone buzzed. It was a message from Xia Tian. He called a few people over, stashed his phone away, and extinguished his cigarette, but with his foot, cautioning Li San, before the plan commences, keep your mouth shut. If Xia Tian discovers our intentions, we're doomed. Li San, though a bit eccentric, was not foolish. He nodded vigorously. I understand. I swear I won't say a word. Let us hurry. They observed Xia Tian purchasing a large assortment of equipment, including ropes, 300 to 400 pounds in total. The trio was taken aback, bewilderedly asking, Tiangu, what are all these items? So many ropes? Xia Tian explained. These are for transporting free-range chickens. You three, come over and help me load the ropes onto the truck. With their assistance, the 300 to 400 pounds of items were loaded onto the vehicle. Xia Tian patted the truck's bed and called out to the driver. Let us go back to the village. The three brothers exchanged glances at the ropes, then looked at Xia Tian. Li Er quietly remarked, those ropes must be quite expensive. At least 100 to 200,000. He really is wealthy. Leader replied. After all, he served for 8 years. The severance pay must be substantial. Prepare yourselves. Once we reach the ladder, take out the water for him to drink. Is the knife ready? All set, Li Er confirmed, feeling the dagger hanging at his waist. Lida nodded, gritting his teeth. If he willingly hands over the money, we'll let him live. If he dares to resist, we'll handle him. Chapter 34. Brother who arrives. The small truck rattled along the rural roads, bumping for a solid hour before the ladder appeared faintly in the distance. Lida handed a cigarette to Xia Tian, grinning broadly. Tiangu, have a smoke. In the summer, Xia Tian took a drag from his cigarette. During his service, he refrained from smoking to avoid detection by the enemy. But now that he had retired, he no longer had such concerns and resumed the habit. Taking a deep breath, he extracted 300 yuan and handed it to the three men. This is your wage for today. The trio paused momentarily at the sight of the money. Li San reached out to accept it, but was deterred by a mere glance from Lida. With a chuckle, said, no rush. You can wait until we're busier to get paid. The day isn't over yet. Just take it. Xia Tian tucked the money into Lida's breast pocket. Lida, with a twinkle in his eye, grinned and asked, I heard that Brother Tian served as a soldier for 8 years. The country must have compensated you handsomely upon your retirement, especially for those serving in border regions. You must be a millionaire by now, right? Lida, in a casual tone, sought to extract information about Xia Tian's severance pay. Xia Tian's expression remained impassive, betraying no suspicion of the three. He replied calmly, the compensation for border service is indeed higher. My severance pay is around 700,000. I also have over 100 billion in Citibank. However, I will never touch that money, as it belongs to the National Defense Forces. The 700,000 is solely mine, which I initially intended to donate to Tianti village. He was determined to help the village prosper, ensuring that its residents could lead better lives. However, the incident with the local chickens had taught him a valuable lesson. Too much generosity breeds dependency, and should he cease his support, he would become an adversary. Therefore, he resolved to keep the 700,000 for himself. 700,000, exclaimed Lida, exchanging glances with Li Er and Li San. Just then, a small vehicle came to an unsteady stop, and the driver called out, We arrived. Xia Tian extinguished his cigarette, leaped from the car, and assisted the three brothers in unloading the ropes. The 300 to 400 kilograms of cargo left even the 4 strong men sweating profusely. Lida exchanged a knowing look with Li Er, who promptly retrieved several bottles of mineral water from his bag, handing one to Xia Tian. Here, Brother Tian, have some water and take a breather. At that moment, a chilling voice broke through the air. Is that you, Xia Tian? Approaching were 8 men clad in black shirts and sunglasses, their aura menacing. The leader, a stocky man with a face full of flesh and piercing eyes, bore tattoos on his right arm, exuding a threatening presence. Xia Tian glanced at them, finding them unfamiliar. I am Xia Tian. What do you want? Just a small matter. The leader said, sizing Xia Tian up with his fierce gaze. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lao Hu. In Gan County, everyone calls me Brother Hu. The mention of Lao Hu sent a shiver down Xia Tian's spine, recalling Hong Jie's warning to be cautious of him. It was alarming how quickly trouble had come knocking, especially since this group had evidently been lurking beneath the Tianti, having thoroughly investigated Xia Tian's identity and whereabouts. Gazing at the group, led by the tiger, Xia Tian maintained a stoic expression and calmly remarked, I do not recognize any tiger. Speak clearly, or do not speak at all. One of the men beside the tiger, pointing a finger at Xia Tian's nose, barked, "What S with that attitude? Do you dare to speak like that to Brother Tiger? Believe it or not, I could rip your head off." Xiao Tian merely cast a glance at the man, his expression unwavering. To sever a head requires 2,000 pounds of force. An ordinary person can muster at most 300 to 400. I wager you cannot do it. The man, infuriated and gritting his teeth, was about to advance when the tiger raised a hand to restrain him. In his 30s, the tiger stood at 6 feet tall and weighed around 200 pounds, his imposing physique alone instilling fear. Looking at Xiao Tian, the tiger smirked slightly. "Ha, kid, you have quite the humor. To cut to the chase, Haiqualantian's business has always been mine. I earn about $1 million annually from it. And you have now severed my source of income. You have snatched Haiqualantian from my grasp. How do you intend to settle this?" Xiao Tian arched an eyebrow, a hint of impatience crossing his face as he casually replied, "Settle what? Haiqualantian is not your property. Anyone can collaborate with them. The one who terminated the contract is Haiqualantian. If you wish to inquire, direct your questions to them. Should Haiqualantian wish to work with you again, I will not interfere." Xiao Tian's demeanor exuded indifference, tinged with annoyance, showing neither respect nor fear towards the tiger. This attitude provoked the tiger's ire. "Are you refusing to acknowledge your debt? Since you're ignorant of the ways of the world, do not blame me for being ungracious." He narrowed his eyes, a faint aura of menace surfacing. The 7 men behind him pulled iron rods from their sleeves, each as thick as an arm and heavy in hand. A blow to the head would surely burst the brain within. Li Da and his companions were utterly petrified. "Goodness, that's the tiger. I have a classmate who runs with him. They say he killed a man at 15, spent a few years in labor camp, then broke someone's legs and was imprisoned for another 3 years. Within that time, he rose from a mere lackey to the leader of the prison. On the day he was released, numerous wealthy patrons from Gan County came to welcome him. Now he is the local kingpin, the boss of Gan County. Crossing him is tantamount to stepping into a coffin." Li Er spoke, his voice trembling, his pale face turned towards Li Da, inquiring with quivering lips, "Brother, what do we do now? Xiao Tian is doomed. Will the tiger consider us accomplices and dispose of us as well?" Li Da's countenance darkened significantly. He could hardly fathom that Xiao Tian had dared to encroach upon the tiger's business. What a pity about the 700,000. He lamented. Just like that, it's gone. Gritting his teeth, Li Da turned to his 2 brothers and declared, "Run. They are after Xiao Tian. We are not involved. Let us flee." Without further ado, the 3 took off, their upbringing in the mountains allowing them to navigate the terrain with ease. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. The tiger and his companions observed the retreating figures of 3 individuals, chuckling as they spoke to Xiao Tian. "Your companions have fled. You're all alone now. Almost forgot. You reside in Tianyi village, where many inhabitants dwell, don't they? If you wish to summon assistance, you must traverse this formidable mountain. By the time they discover your absence, you will have long since become a lifeless corpse. Speak, do you desire to live or perish?" Chapter 35. Is he a Superman? The tiger's intentions were remarkably straightforward. He was both a local tyrant and a businessman, solely wishing to conduct his affairs diligently. Upon receiving a call from Hong Jie about the termination of their partnership, while he was engrossed in a game of mahjong, the tiger was taken aback. He had collaborated with Haiqualantian for 3 years, generating annual profits exceeding $1 million. Just like that, the partnership was severed due to the emergence of a new supplier. Had his business been usurped? Enraged, the tiger's fury surged, yet his objective remained singular: profit. As long as Xiao Tian agreed to withdraw, he would refrain from causing any trouble. However, if Xiao Tian insisted on encroaching upon his territory, the tiger felt compelled to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, how could he maintain his reputation in Gan County? What would his underlings think of him? After a brief introduction, the tiger prepared a barrage of intimidating remarks. For an ordinary person, a few harsh words from the tiger would suffice to instill fear. Just as he was about to unleash his tirade, Xiao Tian suddenly raised his hand and struck the tiger's face with a swift, precise slap, leaving the tiger momentarily stunned, clutching his cheek in bewilderment. "You dare strike me? Even my tiger brother?" In Gan County, the tiger had never encountered anyone who would attack without hesitation. After the first slap, Xiao Tian delivered another before the tiger could react, catching him off guard and landing a solid blow. "Damn it! The tiger roared in fury, pointing at Xia Tian. Brothers, take him down. Eliminate him. In the ravine, the three brothers ran breathlessly, with Lida glancing back to see no one in pursuit. He called to his companions, since no one is chasing us, let us take a breather. They leaned against an old locust tree for a moment, and Li Er grinned, saying, the tiger is a formidable opponent. Xia Tian must be done for by now. If he is not dead, he'll surely be skinned alive. Li Dapante Davidi. While Li San's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let's go back and check. If that little scoundrel is still alive, we can bring him back and claim the 70,000. Li Da and Li Er exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with hesitation. Li Da furrowed his brow and said, what if we encounter the tiger and his gang on our return? Those merciless demons might eliminate us to silence us. It's too dangerous, Li Er replied. But if we truly secure that 70,000, we three brothers could marry, and we could also treat old C's illness. At the mention of old C, the faces of the three brothers darkened. The outside world is aware of the three brothers of the Li family. However, they remain oblivious to the existence of a younger sister, the youngest child at 12 years of age, who is adored by all. In their childhood, the three brothers vied for the privilege of holding her. When she was 5, a severe fever left her mentally impaired. Her intellect forever stunted at that of a 4 or 5-year-old. They sought medical help for her in the city. The county doctor advised them to give up hope, declaring her condition untreatable. Yet, the city doctor offered a glimmer of hope, a surgical procedure with a 70% chance of success. The cost of the operation was a staggering 200,000. They could hardly muster even 20,000. For years, the three brothers chose a life of petty theft over legitimate work, primarily to care for their ailing parents and, secondarily, to remain close to their sister, who could not be left unattended. A sum of 700,000 could resolve all their troubles and restore their sister's health. After a moment of contemplation, Lida resolutely declared, let us go. We will seek an opportunity to earn money for our sister's treatment. The brothers retraced their steps, their minds flooded with grim images of violence, of severed limbs, or even worse, of lives extinguished. They steeled themselves for the sight of bloodshed. However, upon their return to the foot of the mountain, they were met with an unexpected scene. 8 men, led by the fierce tiger, knelt before them, their postures rigid and their faces marred by injuries. Tiger, in particular, bore the marks of a severe beating, swaying as if he might collapse at any moment. In stark contrast, Xia Tian reclined casually on a rock, a cigarette dangling from his fingers, unharmed and smoking leisurely. With a swift motion, he slapped Tiger across the face with the cigarette. What did you say? You want to kill me? Slap. You think you can stop me from doing business? Slap. Who gave you that authority? Is the market yours? Is Gong County yours? Slap. Speak up. Why are you silent? Tiger's face resounded with each slap, his head spinning, overwhelmed by the humiliation. At that moment, he longed to weep out loud. I'm sorry, Brother Tian. I was wrong. I mistook you for an easy target. With that, Tiger struck himself 3 times across the face. Slap. Xia Tian responded with another slap. His hands, calloused and strong, sent Tiger staggering, nearly toppling over. Did I instruct you to strike yourself? Tiger trembled in fear, quickly kneeling properly, refusing to move. The other 7 subordinates bowed their heads in submission. The 3 brothers stood in stunned silence. Li Er rubbed his eyes in disbelief and asked, Brother, am I seeing things? Did I just witness Tiger and his men kneeling before Xia Tian? Am I dreaming? Lida's face turned pale, fear etched in his features as he quaked. You are not mistaken. Tiger and his men are indeed kneeling before Xia Tian. He single-handedly defeated all 8 of them. This scene felt all too familiar. Just yesterday, the 3 brothers had been kneeling in unison, while Xia Tian sat upon a stone. Today, he remained perched on the same stone. But the kneeling figures had shifted from Li San and his brothers to the 8 members of the Tiger Gang. Yet, the 3 brothers were perplexed. Had Xia Tian truly single-handedly bested 8 individuals? This was the Tiger, after all, the most formidable figure in Gong County, akin to the king of the forest. How could such a powerful character, accompanied by 7 lesser thugs, be unable to withstand a single opponent? Was he, perhaps, a superhuman? Li San bellowed in disbelief. The 3 brothers exchanged glances, silent for a considerable time, as they processed the unfolding events. After delivering 2 or 3 dozen slaps to the tiger, Xiao Tian, feeling fatigued, pointed at the tiger's nose and admonished him. "From this day forth, I shall keep my eyes on you. Should I ever witness you bullying anyone again, beware of your head. Be gone." At his command, the 8 members of the tiger gang scurried away in disarray. If this moment were captured and shared on the local Gan County website, it would surely send ripples throughout the entire region. As the tiger and his entourage departed, Xiao Tian cast a glance back. With just that single look, the 3 brothers felt a chill run down their spines, their legs trembling, leaving them devoid of the strength to flee. Chapter 36. The plan is cancelled. Tian Ge. The 3 trembled in fear, their faces drained of color. Lida stuttered. "I am so sorry. We were just scared. Tiger Gu's reputation is too formidable, and we were worried that you might not be their match. So we thought it best to return and gather help." Xiao Tian's expression shifted, his brow arched as he coldly replied, "You told the villagers?" The 3 exchanged glances, seeking a plausible excuse to escape, but realized their reasoning was too foolish. After all, they had not returned to summon help, which would expose their lie. Lida lowered his head, stammering, We didn't encounter anyone. We were just worried about you, so we came back." Xiao Tian sighed in relief. He had genuinely feared that the trio would inform the villagers of the tiger's trouble. The minds of rural folk are intricate, and the recent issues surrounding the sale of local chickens had already stirred some discontent. Xiao Tian wished to soothe the villagers' hearts in the short term. If another tiger incident arose, he feared it would instill panic among them. Moreover, in Xiao Tian's eyes, the tiger was but a mere kitten, easily dispatched with a single kick. Such trivial matters could be resolved by himself, without the need to alarm the village. "Come, let us carry the supplies up," he declared, hoisting a rope weighing 150 pounds as he made his way up the mountain. With 150 pounds remaining, each of the 3 brothers bore 50 pounds, a burden that posed little challenge for them. They followed closely behind, carrying a collective weight of 150 pounds. Yet their strides remained light during the summer. They ascended the steps with remarkable speed. While others took 20 minutes, he managed to reach the top in merely 10. The 3 of them whispered amongst themselves, "Eldest brother, what shall we do now? Shall we continue with our plan?" Lier gazed eagerly at Li De, his elder brother, knowing that their actions hinged entirely upon his decision. Li De remained silent. Beside him, Li San's eyes widened like copper bells as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Of course we should continue. If we don't, how will we obtain the money? What will we do for the 4th to receive treatment? When we take a break? Second brother, you should give him some water." The village veterinarian assured me that giving a bottle of water to a cow would ensure it would be incapacitated in no time. We can then drag it into the mountains and demand the money. Otherwise, Li San made a gesture across his throat. Lier shot him a glance but remained silent. Li San had never been particularly clever, often lacking a sense of reason, and his brother seldom took him seriously. Given the gravity of the situation, Lier was even less inclined to heed his words. His gaze returned to Lida. "Eldest brother, you decide. What shall we do? I will follow your lead." Lida furrowed his brow, his already unattractive visage becoming even less appealing with the frown. After a long moment of contemplation, he sighed and addressed his younger brothers. "The plan is cancelled." "Why?" Li San blurted out, his voice rising with agitation. "If we cancel, how will we provide for the 4th treatment? Do you want him to remain a fool for the rest of his life?" Lier exchanged a knowing glance with his elder brother before exhaling deeply. Li San, lacking understanding, failed to grasp Li Da's intentions. Li quietly remarked, "Eldest brother does not wish to take the risk. This summer is perilous. Even tigers are no match for him, and we 3 are even less so. If the plan fails, our lives are forfeit. Even if he does not kill us, he would report us. We already have a case against us, and a charge of attempted murder could easily lead to a lengthy prison sentence. If we are incarcerated, who will care for our parents and the 4th? They would be left to face despair." As the eldest, Lida bore the weight of concern. Their parents were unwell, and their sister was mentally incapacitated. They were responsible for the entire family, and if anything happened to them, what would become of their loved ones? The stark image of summer, where he faced a tiger, had profoundly unsettled Lida. This summer was unlike any other. He maintained a stoic demeanor, seemingly indistinguishable from ordinary individuals, yet he exuded an aura of calm authority. Whether confronted by threats from three brothers wielding knives or a group of 8 led by a tiger, he remained unflappable, as if he had encountered far greater, more terrifying, and more brutal scenarios. In his eyes, the Li brothers were no more significant than ants. He was undoubtedly a formidable individual, one whom the three brothers could not afford to offend. Li San, feeling somewhat disgruntled, retorted with a huff, "If we don't seize the opportunity, there won't be any money left for Lao Si's treatment, and she'll be doomed to live as a fool for the rest of her life." Li Er shot back, "Isn't being a fool better than dying?" Li San fell silent. At that moment, the trio reached the summit, where Xia Tian placed all the equipment on the ground. Apart from the ropes, there were several machines whose purposes were unknown to the three. Xia Tian began to assemble them. Lita approached, curiosity piqued. "Tiangu, what are these for? What about all these ropes and this large hook?" Xia Tian secured the hook to a rope, hoisted it up, and pointed to an old locust tree at the mountain's peak, instructing Li Da, "Do you see that branch? Climb up and tie the rope there." The forest near Tianyi village was lush, filled with towering ancient trees, their trunks measuring 3 to 4 meters in circumference. Under Xia Tian's guidance, Lita climbed and secured the rope to the tree trunk. Meanwhile, Li Er and Li San searched for 2 large trees at the foot of the mountain to tie their ropes. After 2 hours of diligent work, everything was finally in place, yet the trio remained perplexed about the function of the ropes and hooks. "Tiangu, what is this rope for?" Xia Tian, pleased with the outcome, smiled and replied, "Have you ever ridden a cable car?" "What is a cable car?" The three had only ventured to a big city once, accompanying their sister for medical treatment. Upon learning that the cost was 200,000, they returned home, lacking the leisure or funds for entertainment. A cable car is a device that utilizes a driven steel wire rope to transport along a laid track. This right here is a simplified version of a cable car. Li San, hold on to the hook. I'll send you down. Chapter 37. The borrowed money. Li San, gripping the hook, shut his eyes in fright. Xia Tian operated the controller, and within a minute, Li San was lowered down the mountain. Once he came to a halt, Xia Tian reversed the controls and conducted several tests. The equipment proved to be remarkably stable. "Not bad," Xia Tian nodded in satisfaction. With Li San weighing approximately 65 kilograms, the cable car functioned smoothly. The owner had mentioned that it could transport goods weighing up to 200 jin without issue. A round trip took around 3 to 4 minutes, allowing for the swift transport of over 800 jin of native chickens in just over 10 minutes. The best part was that no manpower was required for hauling, a significant convenience. The trio gazed at the cable car, their eyes gleaming with excitement. "Tiangu, this equipment is impressive. With just a shake, the goods are lifted. It will make transportation so much easier." Li San chuckled. "This is my first time riding a cable car. It's quite fun." Xia Tian was thoroughly satisfied with the equipment. While the three were busy setting up on the mountain, villagers below had spotted them and quickly informed Yan Bing. "Secretary Yan, you must go check on Tianyi. Er Guzi has returned and is tinkering with something at the top of the mountain, tying up a lot of ropes. We don't know what he is up to." Upon hearing this, Yan Bing immediately set aside his work and rushed towards Tianyi with Uncle Li and others. After the crowd dispersed, the cable car was already secured. Yan Bing gazed at the intricate tangle of ropes, furrowing her brow, and blurted out, "You spent $5 deducted for a pound on this contraption? Could you elucidate its purpose? Furthermore, although you sourced this collaboration with Haikualantian, the funds deducted ultimately belong to the village. Shouldn't you consult with the village before making such expenditures? You can't just purchase things without even a word of notice. Currently, the village is most eager to investigate transportation issues. Uncle Li and I have already deliberated. In the future, the village's native chickens will be transported from Sana village. Though the distance is somewhat far, vehicles can access the area. Relying on manpower for transportation is far too perilous." Yan Bing rattled on, giving Xia Tian no opportunity to interject. Xia Tian, unruffled, lit a cigarette and pulled out his phone, engrossed in it. Observing him, Yan Bing glared and scolded. "Did you hear what I said? I am speaking to you, you imbecile." Xia Tian looked up, bewildered, and replied, "What? Are you talking to me?" Yan Bing, infuriated, gritted her teeth and reiterated, "Yes, I am addressing you." Uncle Lee and several village officials approached, squinting at the bundle of ropes in the tree, pondering its purpose for a while, yet failing to comprehend. Uncle Lee took a puff from his old pipe and, with a weathered voice, inquired of Xia Tian, or Guzi, "What is this thing? Please explain it to us." Upon hearing Uncle Lee speak, Xia Tian immediately set aside his phone and elucidated to Uncle Lee and the others. This is a simple launch device. It employs physical principles for basic transportation. It has another name. Many scenic spots utilize this. They call the cable car. Upon hearing cable car, Yin Bing's eyes sparkled with realization as she turned to the cable car and suddenly understood. It was indeed so simplistic that she hadn't recognized it at first. After Xia Tian's explanation, she quickly grasped its function. Xia Tian continued. The cable car is used for transporting native chickens, capable of moving 200 chickens at a time from Tidy Village to the outside in just over 10 minutes, without exertion. Let me demonstrate. Li San, come on up. Li San mumbled a reluctant response, but climbed aboard. Under Xia Tian's demonstration, the villagers comprehended the cable car's use. Uncle Li excitedly gave Xia Tian a thumbs up. Erguzi, this is remarkable. With this cable car, it will be so convenient. If we had a seat to the hook. The elderly villagers with mobility issues need to climb the mountain to go out? Absolutely, Xia Tian affirmed. The villagers cheered in approval. The mountains had obstructed many elderly villagers from venturing out, especially those whose children had settled outside the village. Returning with heavy bundles meant climbing countless steps, a daunting challenge for all. Now, with the cable car, the elderly villagers could go out, and it would be easier for outsiders to come in. The villagers were all abuzz with excitement over the newly introduced cable car. It was splendid. My mother had been persistently expressing her desire to visit the town, but her legs were no longer able to manage the climb. Now, with the cable car in place, I shall take her into town tomorrow for a leisurely stroll. My grandson can finally return home. I plan to weave a bamboo basket to transport him on the cable car. The advent of the cable car has truly exhilarated the villagers. Yin Bing was equally astonished, marveling at how Summer had conceived such an idea. Before departing one morning, Summer had promised to surprise Yin Bing, and lo and behold, it was indeed the cable car. This indicated that he had been contemplating this innovation for quite some time without sharing it with Yin Bing. Meanwhile, Yin Bing was still fretting over transportation issues. That rascal! How could he devise a solution without informing me? Yin Bing was incensed. With a frosty demeanor, she confronted Summer, stating, "The idea of the cable car is commendable. But for a matter of such magnitude, shouldn't you consult the villagers? After all, you're using their funds." As soon as she finished speaking, Summer placed a stack of money before Yin Bing. Staring at the pile, Yin Bing was momentarily taken aback and asked in confusion, "What is this money?" Summer, devoid of expression, replied, "This is the 4,000 yuan earned from selling chickens today. As the village secretary, this money is entrusted to you." Yin Bing was dumbfounded. She glanced from the cable car's ropes to the 4,000 yuan in Summer's hand, and after a moment of bewilderment, she asked, "You didn't use this money?" Uncle Lee chuckled awkwardly and explained to Yin Bing, "Secretary Yin, you may not grasp the cost of these ropes. Despite their small size, they are rather expensive. Coupled with the equipment, the weight of 300 to 400 jin would amount to at least several 100,000 yuan. The 4,000 yuan from selling chickens barely covers the cost of 10 meters of rope. Guzi, how much did you spend on the ropes in total?" Summer responded, "It cost a total of 200,000 yuan with a 2-year warranty. If there are any issues with the ropes, we can return to the supplier for replacements. Here's the receipt. Uncle Lee, please hold on to it so it doesn't go missing." Summer handed a receipt for 200,000 yuan to Uncle Lee. Gazing at the document, Uncle Lee exclaimed, Guzi, where did you acquire such a sum?" After a brief hesitation, Summer replied, "I borrowed the money." "Borrowed money? You borrowed money to install a cable car for the village?" Uncle Lee exclaimed, while the other villagers stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with astonishment. Borrowing money for the village cable car. Was Summer a fool? Is there truly someone so selfless in this world? Summer chuckled awkwardly. "I'm just borrowing for now. Once the free-range chickens start to generate income, I will repay it." He refrained from disclosing the matter of the withdrawal fee to the villagers. Human greed is insatiable. Once they learned that Summer had 70,000 yuan in withdrawal fees, many would fixate on that money. Eliminating poverty and achieving wealth is not merely a transformation of living conditions, but also a shift in the mindset of rural inhabitants. The villagers of Tianyi village have a rigid mentality, often seeking small gains. If they were to discover that Summer possessed 70,000 yuan, each would surely focus on that sum, devising means to extract it from him. Directly giving them money would only foster greater laziness. Summer had already learned a lesson from the free-range chicken venture. Thus, Summer has no intention of revealing the retirement fee to others. Gutzi. Uncle Lee patted Summer's shoulder heavily, his dim eyes glistening with tears, and he spoke with a voice choked with emotion. You were not raised in vain by Tianyi village. Bringing you back from the mountain was the wisest decision of my life. As the village head of Tianyi, I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the village. I bow to you. Uncle Lee's emotions were profoundly stirred. As an elder, he was about to bow to Summer, who was taken aback and hurriedly helped him up, smiling as he said, Uncle Lee, please don't humble me. If it weren't for you and Tianyi village back then, I would have long been devoured by wild wolves. The cable car transport is not a sustainable solution. Developing roads is the foundation of Tianyi village. We must strive to earn money and aim to construct the road within a year. If the county does not provide funding, we will pool our resources to build the road ourselves. Only then can Tianyi village prosper. It's getting late. Let us return home. Under Summer's guidance, the group made their way back to the village, while Li and the others returned to Sana village. The descent felt interminable for Yanbing. Her mind was a tumultuous mess, and her cheeks burned with heat. Although there was no mirror, she could sense the crimson hue on her face. What a slap in the face. Summer lent money to the village to install the cable car, and here she was, criticizing him for using the village's funds without consulting her. It's his own money. What on earth is there to discuss? Moreover, how much money does the village have? 4,000 yuan barely buys 10 meters of rope. Compared to 200,000, it seems utterly trivial. Watching Summer's retreating figure, Yin Bing wished she could find a crevice in the ground to hide. Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly startled when Summer turned back. Secretary Yin, please inform everyone that those who are free can go up the mountain to dig for 5-finger peach. Hai Kualan Tian is purchasing 5-finger peach at 8 yuan per pound. Anyone in the village wishing to earn some money can go dig. I will assist in selling once harvested. Harvesting 5-finger peach has always been a significant source of income for Tianyi village. The price for 5-finger peach is not low. And with the abundant mountain resources, the villagers rely on the mountains for their livelihood. However, the price of 8 yuan per pound is rather low. It can sell for 15 yuan per pound in the market. Yin Bing frowned. Isn't 8 yuan per pound too low? In recent years, the price of 5-finger peach has been relatively high, retailing at 15 yuan per pound, and wholesale could reach 11 or 12 yuan, right? Yin Bing has long sought to vigorously develop the 5-finger peach business, yet each of the 5 transplant attempts has failed. The villagers claim that the 5-finger peach is rather particular. Once it settles in a spot, it refuses to change, and transplantation is futile. Without transplantation, large-scale production is impossible, leaving only the option of harvesting wild ones. The mountain paths are treacherous, and each year, Tianyi village manages to gather only a few hundred pounds, earning a meager profit. Summer anticipated Yin Bing's skepticism about the price and replied calmly, Hai Kualan Tian only offers 8 yuan. They have long been engaged in a considerable acquisition endeavor. Please notify them. If anyone is willing, they can send the Wizamatado over, and I will assist in delivering it to the hotel. Those who disdain the meager 8 yuan can take it to the city to sell. I won't impede them. In any case, Summer has pointed the way for them. Whether the villagers choose to follow is no longer his concern. He is now eager to return to see Tianyi. Having not seen her for a day, Summer is in a state of anxiety and calls out before reaching the door, Tianyi, Daddy's back. Tianyi, who has been eagerly awaiting his return, dashes out from the courtyard upon hearing his voice. Daddy! She jumps into Summer's embrace, her tiny hands cupping his face as she sweetly exclaims, Daddy, you're back. I missed you so much. Daddy's back. Oh, and I brought you some delicious treats. Summer has purchased an assortment of snacks. Little cakes, biscuits, milk, fruit leather, and Tiantian's favorite chocolates. With chocolate smudged on her lips, and her rosy little tongue licking away. She looks utterly adorable. Each time Summer watches her enjoy her food, his heart melts. Is it tasty? Very tasty. You should try some too. No. These are all for Tian. After affectionately ruffling Tian's hair, Summer washes his face and heads inside to cook. After a long day of labor, he is quite fatigued. The two of them enjoy a delightful dinner together. Afterward, Summer takes a shower, and as he emerges from the bathroom, he finds Yin Bing waiting at the door. The night has fallen, and Yin Bing, clad in a white shirt, stands under the moonlight, her fair face aglow with a frosty demeanor. Summer is startled to see her. Secretary Yin, what are you doing standing here? You don't intend to spy on me while I bathe, do you? If that's what you wish, just say so. I would gladly show you, but sneaking around like this is frightful. You won't be able to afford the consequences. You scoundrel. Yin Bing's face instantly flushes with indignation. After descending the mountain, she has been busy notifying each household about the acquisition of Wuzimatado, hardly having a moment to eat. And now, Summer, without even a word of thanks, accuses her of wanting to spy on him? How shameless. Does she think she is Wu Yinzu? I'm here to give you this. Yin Bing presents a bank card to Summer. Here, take this card. Tomorrow, go to the county and repay the 200,000. Summer examines the card, puzzled by Yin Bing's intentions. What money is this? The village's funds. Since I arrived in Tianyi village, I have helped save up 300,000. You should first repay the cable car expense, and the remaining 100,000 can stay with you. If the village requires money in the future, I will come to you. With her head bowed and her cheeks flushed, she appears shy. Summer glances at the card and then at Yin Bing, grinning as he asks, "So, now that you've given me the money, does that mean I'll be receiving you in a few days as well?" Chapter 39. Live broadcast. Summer limps into the room, where Tian lies on the bed, beaming at him. "Daddy, couldn't you defeat Aunt Bing? Who says I couldn't? I simply choose not to stoop to her level," Summer replies, rubbing his sore waist. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Bing suddenly lunged forward with all her might towards Tian. Even the god of war could not contend with Tian, let alone a woman. Tian could have evaded her attack, but Yin Bing's force was too great. If he dodged, she would undoubtedly tumble headlong into the stone mill, potentially harming herself. To prevent her from falling, Tian instinctively caught her in his arms. In response, Yin Bing, lacking gratitude, twisted his waist and, as she departed, stamped her foot down hard on him. "Hey, Daddy, is this what you call playful banter? Aunt Bing, are you going to become my mother?" Her big, sweet eyes sparkle with mischief. Tian playfully tapped her little head, acknowledging her cleverness. "Now, off to bed with you. Tomorrow morning, Daddy will take you to the mountains to gather traditional herbs." The development of free-range chickens was the primary goal of the village. Now that a partner had been found, the next task for Tianyi village was to breed a significant number of local chickens and develop chick seedlings. Moreover, Tian needed to cultivate some side businesses. Planting five-fingered peach was an excellent project. The demand for five-fingered peach in chicken soup was steadily increasing. If he could cultivate and mass-produce it, it would pave a crucial road to prosperity. With thoughts of five-fingered peach swirling in his mind, Tian gradually drifted into slumber. Early the next morning, after having breakfast with Tian, Tian took the local chickens to the county. With the cable car, transporting the chickens became exceedingly convenient. Within 20 minutes, 800 pounds of chickens had been dispatched. With the assistance of the Li brothers, all the chickens were delivered to the Haikou Lantian Hotel. Today, Tian did not linger in the county. By 10 o'clock, he returned to the village, with Tian carrying a bamboo basket as they ascended the mountain. "Tian, you take this," he said, fashioning a small cane for her. The mountain path was treacherous, and the cane would help prevent her from stumbling. "If you get tired, just tell Daddy. I'll carry you." After walking for over half an hour, they reached the foothills where Tian stopped, hands on her hips, gazing towards the village. The sky was overcast, shrouded in mist, and the village appeared to be enveloped in a delicate veil of jade. "Wow, Daddy, the village is so beautiful. Can I record a video?" Ever since Tian had advised her against casually filming, Tian had refrained from live streaming for several days. Seeing her eager expression, he couldn't bear to refuse and nodded. "Go ahead." Tian excitedly took out her phone and skillfully opened the app. Her sweet voice chimed in. "Hello everyone, I am Tian. And this is my daddy. Let me show you our village. In the video, nestled among the mountains, a quaint village exuded wisps of smoke, and one could faintly see a couple of villagers tilling the fields. The scenery was picturesque, with the jade-like ribbons of fog, as if one had stepped into a fairyland. As soon as the live stream began, it went viral. Oh my, Tian is finally live. I'm so excited I could cry. I watch her streams every day, and as soon as she goes live, I open my phone immediately. The boss was in a meeting when I noticed Tian had started a live stream. Stealthily, I slipped into the restroom to watch it. Oh, the scenery was absolutely breathtaking. It was akin to a realm where immortals reside. The video was focused on the summer landscape. Tian's voice narrated, "Hello everyone, this is my father. He took me to mountains to dig for five-fingered peaches. Look, he has discovered a peach plant. My father brought a local chicken, and soon we will brew chicken soup on the mountain." They ascended at 10 o'clock, and with no time to descend for lunch, they opted for cold steamed buns that lacked nutrition. Instead, Summer had brought a pot from home, slaughtered chicken, and set up a fire on the mountain. In the video, Summer appeared modestly dressed, tall in stature, wielding a machete. With deftness, he harvested a five-fingered peach, placing it directly into a basket, leaving two behind to wash clean in clear water and chopping them into finger-length pieces to toss into the pot. The freshly slaughtered chicken was added as well, the lid placed atop to commence the simmering process. Then, Summer tossed two small buns to Tian. Tian, if you're hungry, have a little bread, but don't fill up. We'll have chicken soup soon. I understand, Dad, she replied obediently, with one hand grasping her phone. Filming from a first-person perspective, Tian captured her father's actions. The viewers behind the screen were enthralled. Oh my, I feel as if I've been charmed. Tian's father seems to have patted my head. He must take responsibility for me. Tian's father is truly handsome, exuding a military aura, confident and composed. Even in the face of calamity, he remains unperturbed. Such men are the most captivating. Oh no, I must travel to Tian's village to be her mother. I'm booking my ticket. As the online community erupted, Summer continued diligently harvesting five-fingered peaches. The old bachelor, who had 10 acres of land, had left it vacant upon his passing. Occasionally, villagers would plant some vegetables, but due to the sparse population in Tian village, the land often remained untouched. The prices of grains were exceedingly low, with corn fetching only 90 cents per pound. Vegetables were pricier, but difficult to preserve. In comparison, the price of five-fingered peaches was favorable. If unsold, they could be dried and stored, making them a wise investment. With skill, he uprooted the five-fingered peaches and packed them into a bamboo basket. In less than an hour, the basket was filled to the brim. The chicken had simmered for a while, and Summer took out the buns, toasting one over the fire, breaking it in half to share with Tian. If it's not enough, I'll toast more. As Tian nibbled on the bun, her large, dark eyes fixated on the pot of chicken soup, unable to suppress a swallow. Dad, when will the chicken soup be ready? I'm hungry. Summer lifted the lid for a glance. The chicken was cooked. Although letting it simmer for another half hour would enhance the flavor, Tian was eager. He ladled a bowl of soup for her, adding a chicken leg. The enticing color of the chicken and the clear broth had viewers salivating behind the screen. I want to buy that chicken. Tian's father, look at me. I want to buy it too. I'm willing to pay a high price, 50 per pound. Tian's father, look at me. I want to buy. I want to buy. A group of enthusiastic netizens shouted excitedly. Tian cast a glance at the screen and noticed their messages. Online sales had long since overshadowed traditional businesses, and with the convenience of transportation nowadays, farm-fresh chickens could be processed and shipped nationwide with ice packs. With this thought in mind, Tian addressed the netizens. I shall host a live stream tonight at 8 o'clock to sell farm-fresh chickens. Those interested can join me in the live room. Let us not miss each other. Chapter 40. A reunion with little gray dad. Please eat. Tian placed a chicken wing into Tian's bowl. When she was younger, he often took her to the mountains for picnics, and the food consumed amidst the trees tasted particularly delightful. Both father and daughter had hearty appetites. As they devoured the chicken, a sudden noise disrupted their meal. Tian sprang to his feet, instinctively cradling Tian in his arms, while simultaneously drawing the machete from his waist, crouching low. and fixing his piercing gaze on the source of the sound. There, hiding behind a large tree, was a gray wolf, its eyes scrutinizing the pair. "Dad, it's little Gray. Its wounds have not yet healed. It's still bleeding." Tian pointed at the wolf's foreleg. A few days prior, while hiking, they had encountered this gray wolf, which bore numerous wounds. After Tian had tended to it, the wolf had recovered significantly, with only the injuries on its paws still bleeding. "Dad, please help little Gray." Tian pleaded with Tian. The two locked eyes, a man and a beast, for several minutes. Slowly, the wolf rose and approached them, lying down a few meters away, exposing its belly. Upon witnessing this, Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Having spent years in the wilderness, he was well aware that the abdomen was the most vulnerable part of a beast. If it willingly lay down and displayed its belly, it signified a lack of aggression and a desire for peace. The gray wolf was seeking Tian's aid. "Tian, climb onto my back," Tian instructed. His experience told him that the wolf bore no malice, but in order to protect Tian, he remained vigilant. Tian perched on his back as Tian secured them together with a rope and cautiously approached the wolf to examine the injury on its paw. The wound had festered over the past few days, emanating a foul odor. Now, it had begun to heal, covered with a thick scab, though a fresh bloodied hole remained. Tian remarked in exasperation, "Since you are injured, why not submit quietly instead of seeking conflict? Is it so difficult to yield?" "Ah," the gray wolf howled, seemingly protesting. "I would rather die in battle than submit." "Very well, I concede your strength. Stay still, I shall tend to your wound." Tian retrieved a small vial from his pocket, containing a white powder he had concocted as a healing ointment, renowned for its efficacy. As he applied the medicine to the wound, the wolf trembled in pain but remained silent. Tian raised an eyebrow, teasingly remarking, "Ah, a true warrior you are. This medicine does sting." After applying the medicine, Tian sought a herbal remedy for wounds during the summer, chewing the herbs and applying them to the injury. Once the application was complete, Tian inspected the wolf's other wounds, confirming their healing. He then reassured the wolf, saying, "Rest assured, the pain will subside by tomorrow. Complete recovery will take about 10 to 15 days. During this period, avoid fighting and allow your wounds to heal properly, so you can regain your strength." The gray wolf seemed to comprehend Tian's words, emitting soft whines. At that moment, it glanced at the cooking pot. Tian playfully tapped the wolf on the head, saying, "Are you trying to exploit my kindness? Not only am I treating you, but I also have to provide you with food." Despite the teasing, he prepared a meal for the wolf. With half of the free-range chicken remaining, he reserved a drumstick for Tian and shredded the rest, mixing it with broken steamed buns and broth, presenting a generous bowl to the ravenous gray wolf, which devoured the meal voraciously. "Take your time, Xiao Hui Hui. Don't choke." Tian reached out to pat the wolf's head. "Tian," Tian exclaimed. "While it is acceptable to stroke a beast's back, touching its head is strictly prohibited. Animals tend to be protective of their bellies and necks. An unexpected touch on the head, especially while eating, may be perceived as a threat. Given the wolf's formidable size, it could easily swallow Tian's entire arm." Tian attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Tian's small hand was already caressing the wolf's head. The wolf paused momentarily, then displayed a look of satisfaction, exposing its belly for more affection. Tian breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing that the wolf regarded them both as benefactors and would not pose a threat. "Daddy, Xiao Hui Hui is so adorable. It likes me to pet it," Tian exclaimed. "Can we bring Xiao Hui Hui home?" The thought of bringing a wolf home raised concerns about the sustainability of the free-range chickens in Tiani village. Moreover, the wolf's wild nature posed a risk to the villagers. "Tian ferme plaid. No. The gray wolf belongs in the wild. Keeping it in a cage would be cruel. Let it live freely in the forest." Disappointment clouded Tian's cherubic face, her pouty lips forming a sad expression. "But I like Xiao Hui Hui." Unable to bear seeing his daughter upset, Tian hesitated before proposing, "How about this? If Xiao Hui Hui is willing, we can take it to the old house. We can visit it every day, but it must not enter the village." The old bachelor's 10 acres of land were a bit distant from a village. Tian needed someone to guard the newly cleared land, and if the gray wolf was willing, it could serve that purpose. Tion's face lit up with joy, clapping her hands excitedly. Yes, yes. Xiao Hui has a home now. It's no longer a stray. Xiao Hui, come back with us. The wolf appeared to understand Tion's words, nuzzling her hand repeatedly. When she suggested going home together, the gray wolf showed no signs of resistance and followed the pair down the mountain. Indeed, the wolf followed them. As Summer glanced back at Little Gray, he shook his head in silent exasperation and muttered, "Orcs shall never be enslaved, unless provided with food and shelter." To avoid inciting panic within the village, Summer first escorted Little Gray to the old residence. The dilapidated abode, a half-constructed earthen house, had been uninhabited for years and appeared on the verge of collapse. Summer found 2 planks to reinforce it and said to Little Gray, "This room will be your dwelling. Let's establish 3 rules. First, you must not harm anyone. Second, you are forbidden to disturb the chickens in the village. And third, from this day forth, Sweet and I shall be your masters, and you are to heed our commands. Should you misbehave, I shall have no choice but to return you to the mountains." Little Gray cast a sidelong glance at Summer and then approached Sweet, rubbing his head against her, as if to declare, "This wolf has but one master, and that is Sweet." "Who are you? What a foolish wolf," Summer muttered, settling Little Gray in before returning to the village. As they entered, a villager rushed toward them in a state of panic, exclaiming, Guzzy, something is wrong. The cable car's rope has been severed. You must go and see." Chapter 41. Who did this? The cable car's rope has been cut? Summer dropped the bamboo basket and hurried toward the cable car. Before reaching the site, he witnessed the rope hanging limply in midair, both strands having been severed. Uncle Lee wore a face laden with worry, frowning as he lamented, Guzzy. Now, with the rope cut, how are we to transport the native chickens tomorrow? Alas, what a calamity! Summer examined the location where the rope had been severed. The clean cut indicated it had been deliberately sliced. With both ropes destroyed, the cable car was rendered useless, as it relied entirely on the ropes for operation. Yin Bing was also present, her petite frame brimming with a fierce energy. Who did this? Who is responsible? Step forward. If you had the audacity to cut the rope, do you lack the courage to reveal yourself? Her face flushed with indignation. Her icy gaze swept over the crowd. Silence enveloped the area, no one stepping forward or speaking. All exchanged glances, each appearing utterly innocent. After scanning the crowd, Yin Bing's gaze fell upon a villager. Pointing an elegant finger at him, she demanded, "Tell me, who severed the rope?" Yin Bing's commanding presence left the villager trembling, his face reddening as he stammered, "I don't know. I didn't see anyone. It wasn't me. Secretary Yin, I truly don't know." Yin Bing shot him a glare before turning her steely gaze to another villager, her authoritative demeanor pressing upon him as she inquired, "You were the first to notice the rope was cut. Did you see who did it?" "And no, I didn't see anything," the villager replied, shaking his head in fear. Yin Bing retorted, "Since you did not see anything, it must be you who did it." The villager was utterly terrified, his face turning pale as he repeatedly exclaimed, "Secretary Yin, it wasn't me, truly. My daughter is studying at university in the city. Our entire family relies on selling these free-range chickens to support her education. I eagerly anticipate selling the chickens. Why would I ever sever the cable? If I cut the rope, the cable car ceases to function, and the chickens cannot be transported. Would I not be striking my own foot with a stone? I may lack formal education, but I am not foolish. Such an act is beyond my capability." His words echoed the sentiments of many. The free-range chickens, priced at 20 yuan per pound, had ignited hopes of prosperity within the village. Recently, every household had been incubating chicks, preparing to robustly expand their chicken business. Who would jeopardize their own livelihood? Uncle Lee sighed deeply and remarked to Yin Bing, Secretary Yin, "It was Jean Feng and I who discovered the severed rope. By the time we arrived, the rope had already been cut. There is no one here who would do such a thing. Please do not inquire further." Yin Bing's face flushed with indignation. She understood that the likelihood of someone present being the culprit was slim. Her frustration led her to act in haste. Uncle Lee glanced at Xia Tian and inquired, Guzzy, "What do you think we should do about this matter?" While Yin Bing was pointing at the villagers, Xia Tian observed the cable. The cable's rope was not ordinary. It was composed of intertwined iron wire and nylon. Now severed, the exposed iron wires were visible. This rope can be reattached. Uncle Lee, please fetch some iron wire and bring a welding machine. We must first reconnect the rope, he instructed. The village was filled with skilled craftsmen. Upon hearing Siatan mention welding, a villager named Brother Yu immediately volunteered, confidently declaring, Urguzi, leave this task to me. I am skilled in welding. I constructed the village's chicken coops. I just inspected it, and with some iron wire to connect it and a bit of welding, it should be functional again. Siatan nodded and asked Brother Yu, can it be ready by tomorrow morning? Absolutely no problem, Brother Yu replied, brimming with confidence. Very well. I entrust this task to you. Uncle Lee, Secretary Yin, please come over here. Once everyone from the village committee had gathered at Siatian's home, he addressed them. The severing of the cable car rope was perpetrated by someone from our village. Yin Bing rolled her eyes. Did we really need to state the obvious? It was certainly someone from the village. Casting a glance at Yin Bing, Siatian continued, I suspect it was Wang Dahai and his group. Uncle Lee took a puff from his tobacco pipe, remaining silent for a few seconds before slowly responding. I too suspect him. He was quite unhappy about the deduction of 5 yuan and approached me last night to discuss it, claiming it was unfair to the villagers. He went on, but I dismissed him. Wang Dahai has never been a good person. His jealousy is excessive, particularly towards Urguzi. Today's incident is likely his doing. A village official, visibly agitated, cursed under his breath. With great exasperation, one could observe that Wang Dahai seemed intent on disrupting the hard-won progress of Tianyi village. Despite the village's newfound development, his actions were nothing short of destructive. A few individuals were fervently discussing going to confront Wang Dahai, but after a prolonged silence, Xia Tian calmly interjected, stating, there is no need to go. Even if we do, he would not admit to anything without evidence. Let us prioritize ensuring the cable car is guarded to prevent further damage. As for Wang Dahai, if he holds disdain for me, he may come to me directly. Uncle Lee, the village head, took a puff from his pipe, cursing under his breath. I won't need anyone else. I shall guard it myself. I refuse to believe that Wang Dahai would dare to cause trouble under my watch. If I catch him, I will break his legs. As the leader of Tianyi village, Uncle Lee felt a sense of responsibility, especially in light of the recent troubles. Siatian nodded, advising Uncle Lee, if anything arises, give me a call, and I shall come over. It's getting late. Everyone should return to rest. I have gathered some roots of the Wuji Maodao, and I will plant them first. The mention of planting Wuji Maodao elicited a collective sigh of resignation from the group, as they had failed numerous times in cultivating this delicate herb. It was notoriously difficult to transplant, with any attempt resulting in immediate demise. Yin Bing shot him a disapproving glance, exclaiming incredulously, do you even know anything about farming? You're about to waste a perfectly good Wuji Maodao. Chapter 42. Growth liquid. That woman certainly had a knack for opposing him. Xiatian returned her glare, devoid of any emotion, and replied coolly, your inability to nurture it does not imply that I cannot. Do not judge my capabilities through your limited perspective. You are not in a position to do so. What? Yin Bing, taken aback, turned to Xiatian with incredulity. What did you just say? I am unworthy. My perspective is limited. She was nearly beside herself with frustration, while Xiatian maintained his stoic demeanor, as if merely stating a fact. When faced with her retort, he raised an eyebrow and responded, you heard me quite clearly. Is there a need for repetition? Do you have a penchant for self-deprecation, enjoying being insulted? Furious, Yin Bing sprang to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiatian, ready to unleash her wrath, but then recalled the presence of Uncle Lee and the others. A glance at them revealed their amused expressions, struggling to suppress their laughter. Uncle Lee hastily interjected, I must return home for dinner. I need to take care of my grandson. Within moments, the group had dispersed. Sweet emerged from the house, her large, sparkling eyes fixed on Yin Bing as she sweetly inquired, Aunt Bing Bing, did my father upset you again? I apologize on his behalf. Please do not be angry. Sweetie resembled a little angel, and uttering profanities in her presence felt like a sacrilege. Yin Bing's heart softened instantly, her anger dissipating by half. Yet she could not overlook Xia Tian's words. What did she mean by saying Xia Tian had a narrow perspective and was unworthy? She merely stated a fact. did she not? Historical records have long documented the failure of transplanting the five-fingered peach. For many years, the villagers have attempted to cultivate it, all in vain. Even after I came to the village, I persevered and tried 3 or 4 times, yet to no avail. This plant is exceedingly delicate. It perishes immediately upon transplantation. Could you succeed where everyone else has failed? Yin Bing intended to mock Xia Tian. Everyone has faltered. Do you truly believe you could triumph? Dream on. However, to her astonishment, Xia Tian nodded resolutely, exuding confidence as he spoke. I can. Secretary Yin, if you do not believe me, let us make a wager. If the five-fingered peach is alive tomorrow, you lose, and you must kiss me. If it dies, I lose, and I will kiss you. What do you say to this bet? Xia Tian always appeared serious, and with his military bearing, he gave the impression of someone who never jested. Upon hearing his proposal, Yin Bing instantly replied, "Fine, I accept your wager." But then she quickly exclaimed, "Ah, wait. You scoundrel, try to take advantage of me. How dare you? If you lose, you must move away from here. I heard there's an old house belonging to an old bachelor over in the fields. You can go live there. That house is in disrepair and uninhabitable, and besides, Xia Tian had already given that property to Xiao Huihui. Nevertheless, he was confident he would not lose, so there was no cause for concern. All right, it's settled then. If I win, you kiss me. If I lose, I'll move to the old house." Yin Bing furrowed her brow, hesitating for a few seconds before gritting her teeth. "Fine, it's a deal. Tomorrow will reveal the outcome. You are bound to lose." Yin Bing's delicate face radiated confidence. She had conducted extensive research and consulted numerous plant scientists regarding the transplantation of the five-fingered peach. Yet none could resolve the issue of its transplant failure. What could a mere chef accomplish? Yin Bing's self-assurance amused Xia Tian, and he was genuinely curious to see her expression when the five-fingered peach thrived the next morning. As for the kiss, he felt a tinge of anticipation. It had been nearly half a year since he had been with a woman, and for a young man, living alone was rather dreary. A kiss from a beautiful woman would surely be delightful. Then let us meet tomorrow. Xia Tian planted the 8 five-fingered peaches in the yard. These 8 would serve as the initial experiment, and should they thrive, he planned to cultivate them in abundance. After all were transplanted, Xia Tian carefully dripped a single drop of the growth liquid, which had been imparted to him by the old bachelor, onto each five-fingered peach. Just 1 drop. Any more would be excessive. The old bachelor, a perennial drinker, seldom tended to his vegetable garden. Yet the produce from his plot in the entire Tianyi village was the finest. The villagers often remarked that the heavens took pity on him, a man without a wife or children, allowing his vegetables to flourish. In truth, the old bachelor possessed a secret, a growth liquid. This elixir contained no less than 134 varieties of medicinal herbs, simmered for 3 consecutive days and nights to yield but a small vial. In his childhood summers, the old bachelor frequently imparted wisdom, stating that while human ailments could be cured and animal maladies treated, plants too could suffer afflictions. As long as one tended to their ailments, the plants would thrive. In his youth, Xia Tian could not comprehend this notion. Aside from pests, what ailments could afflict plants? It was only as he matured and honed his medical skills that he unexpectedly discovered the truth. Plants indeed fall ill. The old bachelor's growth liquid not only healed plants but also accelerated their growth, akin to the nourishing milk powder consumed by children. This growth liquid served as a vital tonic for plants. Gazing at the 8 peach trees, Xia Tian softly encouraged, "You 8 must strive. My happiness relies upon you." Having tended to the peach trees, it was already 7:50 p.m. when Tian hurriedly dashed in a courtyard, calling out, "Daddy, Daddy, it's almost 8 o'clock. Have you forgotten about the live stream?" Earlier that day, he had promised his followers a live broadcast. Xia Tian splashed water on his face, adjusted his attire, and promptly began the stream at 8. "Hello everyone, I am Tian, and this is my father. My dad has prepared some free-range chickens for our fans. Below is the link. Friends who enjoy free-range chicken can purchase them." With her sweet, melodic voice serving as an introduction, the scene shifted to Xia Tian. "Hi everyone, I am Tian's father. I am grateful for your affection towards Tian. She mentioned that you're interested in free-range chicken. All the chickens from Tianyi village are raised freely in the countryside for over 6 months, ensuring both taste and quality. The price for the chickens is set at 25 yuan per pound, the same price for our fans, with shipping costs to be borne by you. I will arrange for SF Express for payment on delivery. I appreciate your understanding. Furthermore, as a token of gratitude to our fans, I will include half a pound of peach fruit with each chicken. A chicken, half a pound of peach fruit, and a handful of goji berries make for a delicious soup. Today we have made available 100 free-range chickens, each weighing 5 pounds. Interested friends may purchase at their leisure. Chapter 43. Truly popular Xia Tian displayed the link for the free-range chickens on the screen. With the advent of short video live streaming, online shopping had become exceedingly convenient. Xia Tian coordinated with the live streaming company, and the link was promptly set up. Once the link was ready, he produced a sheet of paper, an introduction to the peach fruit chicken soup he had meticulously prepared in advance. He would first extol the virtues of the soup to attract customers, then weave a tapestry of enticing descriptions to enchant consumers, encouraging them to indulge in their spending. Though Xia Tian had never engaged in sales before, he made a modest preparation for his inaugural live-stream selling event. His expectations were humble. He believed that selling 10 native chickens would suffice, especially considering it was merely the first day of business. Hello, everyone. Allow me to introduce the benefits and virtues of Wuji Maotao chicken soup, he began. Just then, his little daughter Tian playfully poked him, insisting, "Daddy, stop reading." "What's the matter?" Xia Tian replied, bewildered. "Aren't we here to promote?" Even though he wasn't delivering his lines with utmost professionalism, he felt compelled to put on a show. In a sweet, endearing tone, Tian chimed in. "The native chickens have all been snatched up." "What? Snatched up?" Xia Tian was taken aback. He hadn't even begun his pitch, and yet they were gone. His astonishment was palpable, easily perceived by the viewers behind the screen. "Huh, Daddy Tian's expression is so genuine," one viewer remarked. "He's really adorable. I heard he's 27 this year, but he looks so youthful. Just in his early 20s, perfect match for me. Hey, where did this lonely ant come from? Don't set your sights on Daddy Tian. What do you mean lonely ant? Speak more politely. I'm only 40, and most a young lady. 40, and still calling yourself a young lady? Enough of that chatter. I've ordered 2 native chickens. When Daddy Tian processes them, please save the innards for me. I adore chicken offal. Yes. Save the offal for my chicken as well." After a moment of shock, Xia Tian regained his composure, crumpling the paper in his hand and tossing it into the trash. He had previously heard tales of live-stream sales generating thousands in mere seconds, thinking it was merely an exaggeration of the internet. Little did he know, he would soon experience it firsthand. His 100 native chickens sold out in less than 2 seconds. Moreover, numerous fans lamented their missed opportunity, clamoring, "When is Daddy Tian's next live stream? I didn't get any. I want some too. Daddy Tian, look at me. I want native chickens." The viewers resembled a flock of eager chicks, waiting for Xia Tian to feed them. In just 5 minutes of streaming, the viewership had surged to over 500,000, with more than 400,000 watching live. A mere 100 native chickens were nowhere near enough for such a vast audience. Xia Tian mused briefly. Even listing 10,000 would likely result in an instant sellout. Calculating, he realized 10,000 chickens, each weighing 5 pounds, at 125 yuan each, would amount to 1,250,000 yuan. With the village taking a 5 yuan cut, that would be 250,000 yuan. Tianti Village's mountainous terrain required substantial investment for road construction, amounting to at least 3 to 4 million yuan. For the once struggling Tianti village, such a sum was astronomical, yet now, hope was on the horizon. Feeling invigorated, Xia Tian addressed his fans. "Hello, everyone. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, I will continue my live stream. Friends who purchased native chickens today, please leave your addresses. I will process the chickens tomorrow and live stream the event to ensure that they're all authentic native chickens. I welcome you all to join me. See you tomorrow." As he concluded the live stream, he and Tian took turns bathing. By the time they settled into bed, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Lying there, Xia Tian gazed at the ceiling, his mind swirling with thoughts of rural development. The sweet, watery eyes glanced mischievously at Xia Tian, and in a soft, tender voice asked, "Daddy, do you like Aunt Bing Bing?" Why is she asking this again? Tian had inquired about Xia Tian's feelings for Yin Bing, no less than 5 times. To ask once or twice might be childish play, but to ask repeatedly indicates that Tian clearly has a fondness for Yinbing. I like Aunt Bingbing. Tian counted on her fingers. Aunt Bingbing is beautiful, highly educated, and kind-hearted. She also has a cat, and I love cats. The key point is that she lives with us. Moreover, I will soon grow up, and when I do, I won't be able to sleep in the same room as you anymore. You will sleep with Aunt Bingbing, and I will be alone in this room. You can have another little brother, and our family will be 4. Daddy can earn money while Aunt Bingbing stays home to keep me and my brother company. How wonderful that would be. Indeed, it does sound delightful. After 8 years of military service, Xiaotian had played various roles: a playboy, a destitute vagabond, and a bodyguard to a business tycoon. His 8-year military career had exposed him to countless beautiful women and allowed him to savor their charms. He had experienced the bliss of love, yet never had a woman truly made him yearn for marriage. Marriage, unlike romance, is a different matter altogether. In a relationship, one can part ways if feelings fade, but marriage involves the mundane realities of daily life and the minutiae of existence. Do not underestimate these details, for they can overshadow love. Furthermore, Xiaotian was determined to return to Tianyi village. How many girls in the city would willingly embrace rural life? Yinbing was an exception. Her dedication to Tianyi village deeply moved Xiaotian, yet she did not harbor feelings for him. It would be unreasonable to force it. Wouldn't it? All right, time to sleep. We must rise early tomorrow. After a long day of activities, both father and daughter were exhausted, falling asleep within mere minutes. At 5 in the morning, Xiaotian awoke promptly, rising to wash his face and brush his teeth. As he entered the bathroom, he was surprised to find Yinbing also washing her face. Upon seeing him, she shot him a glare and scolded, "Didn't you see someone was here? You didn't even knock. You don't lock the door, so why should I knock?" Xiaotian retorted while squeezing toothpaste onto his brush. Yinbing dried her face with a towel and shot him another disdainful look, saying, "You are truly annoying. By the way, you should check on your 5-fingered peach. I suspect they have all perished." Yinbing had attempted to transplant 5-fingered peaches several times, only to find them wilted by morning, and within 3 days completely dead. Xiaotian hurriedly finished washing his face and brushing his teeth, then rushed to the yard to check on the 5-fingered peaches he had planted. As he approached, he was taken aback. The sapling, which had been merely a foot tall where he planted it, had astonishingly grown overnight to reach his knee. Moreover, one of the 5-fingered peaches had even blossomed. Beneath the vibrant green leaves, clusters of fruit hung, even juicier than those found in the mountains. Turning back to Yinbing with a smile, he cheerfully asked, "Is this kiss for now?" That evening, perhaps it would be best to wait until no one was around to share a kiss. Chapter 44. It survived? Yinbing gazed in disbelief at the 5-fingered peach that Ba Ke had miraculously revived. She was stunned for a full 2 minutes before she slowly spoke. It actually survived. How could this be possible? In Yinbing's understanding, the 5-fingered peach was simply impossible to nurture back to life. The scene before her altered her perception entirely. Xiaotian chuckled and said, "In this world, nothing is truly impossible. It all depends on who is attempting it. What others cannot achieve, I can." Yinbing's round, sparkling eyes fixated on Xiaotian, her lips parting as if she wished to say something, yet the words eluded her. Just last night, she had contemplated mocking Xiaotian thoroughly today. While he was busy delivering free-range chickens to the hotel, she would pack his belongings. She intended to send him away that very night. However, reality struck her like a bucket of icy water poured over her head. "How did you accomplish this?" "I tried numerous times and could never revive the 5-fingered peach." "What is your secret?" Yinbing quickly regained her composure. Accepting the truth, she realized that if Xiaotian could nurture it back to life, he must possess a unique method. Xiaotian produced a small vial and, with utmost seriousness, introduced it to Yinbing. "This is a growth liquid. You may liken it to the nutrient solutions sold in the market. But the efficacy of my growth liquid far surpasses those so-called nutrient solutions. With this growth liquid, not only the 5-fingered peach, but even wild ginseng can thrive under my care." The vial was modest in size, containing a transparent liquid that appeared inconspicuous. Yet Xiaotian described it as something extraordinary, akin to a miraculous potion. causing Yin Bing's eyes to widen in wonder. She reached out to grasp the growth liquid, but Xia Tian swiftly retracted his hand, placing the vial back into his pocket. "What are you doing?" Yin Bing exclaimed. "This growth liquid is my treasure." Standing tall, she crossed her arms, adopting an authoritative stance reminiscent of a teacher reprimanding a student, and spoke emphatically. "You are from Tianyi Village, and, as a member of the village committee, it is your duty to share anything that benefits the village. The village has attempted to cultivate the five-finger peach numerous times and failed each time. Since you have this growth liquid, why did you not present it sooner? I never imagined you to be so selfish, hoarding good things for yourself and refusing to share with the village. Haven't you repeatedly stated your desire to repay the kindness of Tianyi Village? Is this how you show your gratitude? By keeping valuable things to yourself? Tianyi Village nurtured you for 19 years, enduring hardships. Do you treat their kindness with such disdain?" Xiaotan narrowed his eyes, taken aback by the audacity of the young girl. Though petite in stature, she spoke with remarkable conviction, especially when admonishing others. Reminiscent of an elementary school teacher. With a cold expression, Xiaotian replied, "Firstly, I served in the military for 8 years, during which I was preoccupied and had no time to tend to the village. However, all my earnings were contributed to the village. I was unaware of the village's efforts to cultivate the five-finger peach. Secondly, only 2 individuals in Tianyi Village truly raised me, Uncle Li and my father. Uncle Li rescued me, and my father raised me with every morsel of food and sip of water, while the others in the village offered no assistance. I am determined to develop Tianyi Village, but I have my own plans. What I intend to do is of no concern to you, nor do I need to divulge everything. On regular days, Yin Bing would scold Xiaotian, who would often ignore her. Today, however, she spoke at length, leaving Yin Bing wide-eyed in astonishment, followed by a cold laugh. "What are you so busy with? Aren't you just a cook? Busy chopping vegetables?" "Cook? When did I become a cook?" Xiaotian responded, bewildered. Before he could collect his thoughts, Yin Bing spoke again. "Enough. I don't care who raised you. As a child of Tianyi Village, you bear the responsibility to contribute to it. Such a miraculous growth liquid cannot be monopolized. Hand over the formula." Ultimately, her aim was still the formula. Without hesitation, Xiaotian wrote down the formula and handed it to Yin Bing. "Here is the formula. You may study it." Yin Bing received the formula with exuberance. However, upon seeing the densely packed characters, her expression shifted. Over 100 types of herbs, many of which she did not recognize. Was this recipe genuine or a ruse? Noticing her frown, Xiaotian remarked, "I've given you the formula. Shouldn't we fulfill our wager? Do you prefer to kiss with your eyes open or closed? I'll accommodate you." Yin Bing, with her large, sparkling eyes, stared at Xiaotian in utter shock, seemingly oblivious to his words. "What are you talking about? Open eyes? Closed eyes? I don't understand." Xiaotian's expression darkened as he replied, "I'm saying, Yin Daji, you wouldn't dare to default on this, would you? Such behavior is unbecoming of someone like you." With a sly smile, Yin Bing, embodying the essence of a cunning little fox, replied in a sultry tone, "What is wrong with being someone like me? I'm just a little woman. Haven't you heard the saying, it is difficult to raise both women and petty men?" She feigned yawn, twisting her waist as she walked away. "I woke up early and feel a bit drowsy. I'm going to catch up on sleep." Watching her retreating figure, Xiaotian shook his head in resignation. He had anticipated Yin Bing's evasion. Although she was a girl raised in the city with a strong personality, her nature remained rather conservative, unlike the more liberated city girls. Despite having foreseen the outcome, he still felt a tinge of disappointment. The hazy image of Yin Bing bathing flashed in Xiaotian's mind. The moonlight had been perfect that night, illuminating her as she opened the door, her skin as flawless as snow. Recalling it now ignited a flame of desire within him, leaving him feeling restless. "Brother Tian, what are you thinking about?" Li Da's voice broke through his reverie. The 3 brothers from the Li family had arrived for work. Xiaotian hurriedly returned to reality, clearing his mind of distracting thoughts, and joined the brothers in their tasks. The ropes had been welded securely, although there were slight hitches during transport due to the welding points. However, it had no impact on transportation. The village chickens were delivered to the hotel, and in the summer, preparations were made for a return to the village. Are the three of you going back to the village? The three brothers exchanged glances, and Lita chuckled at Xiaotan, saying, Brother Tian, we won't be returning just yet. We plan to wander around the county and buy a few things. You head back first. Xiaotian said nothing and hopped into a small vehicle to return to the village. Watching Xiaotian's retreating figure, Lita pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Brother Hu. This is Lita Chapter 45. Unwavering resolve. Half an hour later, the three brothers arrived at a car wash. Inside, 7 or 8 individuals wore expressions of excitement, and as the trio entered, a few brothers abruptly stood up, seemingly ready to confront them. The three brothers shivered in fear. In their vicinity, they were known as formidable figures, but in the county before genuine powerhouses, they were mere foot soldiers. Lita positioned himself in front of his 2 younger brothers. Bowing slightly, he addressed the crowd. Greetings, brothers. I am Lita. I was in contact with Brother Hu last night, and he asked me to come to the car wash to meet him. Is Brother Hu here? A robust voice called from within the room. Bring him in. The younger subordinates parted to create a path, and one of them pointed towards the inner room, admonishing the 3 brothers, Brother Hu is inside. Hurry in. With trembling legs, the brothers entered the room. Inside, Brother Hu's face was swollen, resembling 2+ signs, bandaged extensively, with only his closed mouth and 2 eyes visible, creating a rather peculiar appearance. The 3 wished to laugh but dared not, suppressing their amusement. They bowed deeply to Brother Hu, and Lita spoke. Greetings, Brother Hu. I am Lida, and these are my 2 younger brothers, Li Er and Li San. Our home is in Sana Village, adjacent to Tianyi Village. Not long ago, we were caught stealing by Xiaotian, who has since compelled us to deliver village chickens to him daily and perform arduous labor. We have long heard of Brother Hu's reputation and have yearned to follow you for a living. Whatever tasks you require, we, the 3 brothers, will exert ourselves to the utmost. Last night, upon returning home, they found their younger sister gnawing on raw corn. She was simple-minded and couldn't cook, but was aware of her hunger, eating whatever was available. Their father lay bedridden and unable to rise, while their mother, working in the fields, had fallen and fractured her ankle. Fearing the expenses of a hospital visit, she hesitated to seek medical attention, binding her ankle with planks and applying some herbal remedies. Upon witnessing this scene, the 3 brothers hurriedly took their mother to the hospital and prepared meals for their younger sister and father. By the time they finished, it was already deep into the night. Li San sat sobbing at the doorway, while Lida and Li Er chain-smoked. We are destitute, incredibly impoverished, they lamented. If this continued, their parents would not survive many more years, and their sister would eventually starve. The 3 resolved to revive their plan to rob, knowing that with their strength alone, it would be impossible to seize money from Xiaotian. Hence, they turned to the tiger. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. In the summer, Xiaotian initially usurped the tiger's business and subsequently dealt the beast a blow. The tiger, undoubtedly harboring resentment, after several twists and turns, acquired the tiger's phone number. The 3 brothers promptly contacted the tiger and arranged a meeting for that very day. At this moment, the hearts of the 3 brothers quivered with trepidation. After all, they were but Xiaotian's subordinates. Should the tiger take offense, they would be akin to lambs led into the lion's den. After Lita spoke, a heavy silence enveloped the room. The tiger remained silent, his cold gaze piercing through the 3 men. A chill coursed through their veins. Li San's legs trembled, almost rendering him unable to stand, while Lida and Li Er were drenched in sweat. Lida swallowed hard and, stammering, began, Tiger brother, before he could finish. The tiger abruptly seized the ashtray before him and slammed it onto the floor with a resounding crash, sending shards of glass flying. The thunderous noise startled Li San, who leapt into his brother's embrace like a frightened rabbit. Lida instinctively shielded his 2 younger brothers behind him. The tiger finally spoke. You 3 have come to witness my downfall, haven't you? Lida shook his head vigorously. No, we wouldn't dare. Tiger brother, we genuinely seek to collaborate with you. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed forward and slapped Lida across the face, admonishing him. What are you 3 insignificant fools thinking? Collaborate with Tiger brother? You're just a peasant. He could crush you with a single hand. Why would he need your help to deal with him? This slap jolted Lida into realization of his blunder. He swiftly struck himself 3 times across the face, the force echoing loudly, reddening his chubby cheeks. "I was wrong, Tiger Brother. My tongue was careless," he implored. "You are the most formidable figure in Gon County, merely a peasant. With a word from you, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. I have come today to seek your aid. We 3 brothers are enslaved by Xia Tian, forced to toil for him. I have heard of your righteousness. Anyone from Gon County can appeal to you in times of need. Thus I beseech you to rescue us from this inferno. Ergo, Sengo. Let us bow before Tiger Brother." Without hesitation, the 3 brothers knelt and bowed deeply. Witnessing this, the tiger's demeanor softened slightly. He signaled to a subordinate, who then kicked the 3 brothers lightly and commanded, "Rise. Tiger Brother may assist you. Now, tell me what you know about Xia Tian. He is a former soldier, correct?" "Yes, he served for 8 years, Li Dao affirmed. One of the subordinates, his 2 front teeth missing and his swollen lips resembling sausages, muttered through gritted teeth upon hearing Li Dao's words. "Damn it. No wonder he's so formidable. 8 of us couldn't even match him." Seeing the Tiger-S agreement, Lita felt a glimmer of hope, emboldening his speech. This fellow is indeed skilled. His 8 years of service were not in vain. To confront him with brute force would be unwise. We must devise a different strategy. The tiger raised an eyebrow, his voice icy. "What strategy?" Lita narrowed his eyes, a sinister expression crossing his face. "Every morning during the summer, I delivered free-range chickens to the vast blue skies of the sea. While unloading, I habitually exchanged a few words with the chefs in the back kitchen and occasionally enjoyed a cup of tea. I wondered if Brother Tiger had any acquaintances in the kitchen who could facilitate matters. While sipping tea, I contemplated administering a sedative. Once the drug was given, he would be rendered powerless. After all, the fish and meat on the board could be dealt with as Brother Tiger pleased. Unable to overpower him, I resorted to this method. The 3 brothers had originally planned to drug Xia Tian, but had yet to find an opportune moment, allowing the tiger to act without arousing suspicion. Once he was drugged, subduing Xia Tian would be a mere formality. Brother Tiger furrowed his brow, deep in thought. "What kind of drug should we use?" Lita chuckled, producing 2 white pills from his pocket. "This is a tranquilizer prescribed by our village veterinarian. 1 pill can sedate a cow. With 2 of these, Xia Tian would remain unconscious for at least 10 hours. After a brief moment of hesitation, Brother Tiger slammed his hand down and declared to the 3 brothers, "It's settled. Tomorrow morning, you take him to the back kitchen. I will handle the rest." Chapter 46. Threats transporting the free-range chickens, coordinating with the courier, and ensuring the 100 chickens sold during the live stream were all packed and shipped consumed Xia Tian's time until 3 in the afternoon. Sweet Sweet stormed out of the house, hands on her hips, pouting in frustration. "Daddy, when will you be done? Little Gray is hungry. What if we don't feed him and he runs away?" Sweet Sweet had been waiting all day. She had risen early, eager to feed Little Gray. But Xia Tian had prevented her, considering that Little Gray was a wolf. Although he displayed affection towards Sweet Sweet, wolves possess a wild nature, and Xia Tian dared not be careless. He asked Sweet Sweet to wait until he finished, and they would go together to feed Little Gray. Yet, the wait stretched on for an entire day. Xia Tian, feeling apologetic, reassured Sweet Sweet, "Don't worry, he won't run away. Wild wolves can go without food for days. It's quite normal." Some fans had requested the free-range chickens without their innards, so Xia Tian took a basin, filled it halfway with rice, added the innards, and mixed in some vegetable soup. He then set off with Sweet Sweet to the old house. Before they even entered, Little Gray bolted out from inside. Upon seeing the 2, he was filled with excitement, rushing directly towards them. He sniffed the basin of rice in Xia Tian's hands before turning to nuzzle Sweet Sweet's shoulder, letting out soft, affectionate sounds. It seemed to say, "My little master has finally arrived. I've missed you dearly." Xia Tian was taken aback. What was this creature, wolf or dog? It behaved like an overly affectionate pet. Moreover, after a day of hunger, its first priority was not the rice but Sweet Sweet. In its eyes, she was more significant than the food. As for Xia Tian, it didn't even spare him a glance. "Silly wolf, I'm the one who saved you," Xia Tian said, playfully tapping Little Gray on the head. In response, Little Gray turned and bared his teeth at Xia Tian, emitting a low growl, as if to assert, "Dare to touch the wolf lord, and I shall bite." You dare bite me? Xiao Tian glared, pretending to strike. Tian hurriedly rushed over, cradling the head of Xiao Hui, her eyes filled with a pitiful plea as she gazed at Xiao Tian. Daddy, please do not harm Xiao Hui. It won't bite you. It was merely teasing you, wasn't it, Xiao Hui? You wouldn't bite Daddy, would you? In response to Tian, Xiao Hui promptly stuck out its tongue, adopting a pleasing demeanor, while casting a dismissive glance at Xiao Tian as if to say, for the sake of my little master, I'll let you off this time. The world has deteriorated, and the hearts of wolves have grown cold. Xiao Tian could only shake his head in resignation. Just yesterday, he had managed to affix 2 wooden planks to the old house, providing a temporary fix. Today, taking advantage of his spare time, he gathered more planks to reinforce the house both inside and out. By the time he finished, it was already past 5 o'clock. Brushing the dust from his hands, Xiao Tian declared, all done. Xiao Hui, you are indeed a distinguished wolf. You have a room and a half all to yourself, larger than the one I share with Tian. From now on, this shall be your home. Xiao Hui whined for a moment, as if to acknowledge Xiao Tian's words and express gratitude. In the mountains, dusk descends early. By 5 o'clock, the sky had already dimmed, signaling it was time to return for dinner. After bidding farewell to Xiao Hui, the pair made their way home, their silhouettes stretching in the golden glow of the setting sun. The croaking of frogs occasionally filled the air, and the last rays of sunlight bathed the terraced fields in a continuous golden shimmer. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the fresh scent of the grass. The breathtaking scenery enveloped them, evoking a sense of being in a fairyland. Xiao Tian took out his phone to record a short video, believing such exquisite beauty ought to be shared. At that moment, an untimely voice drifted from behind them. Oh, isn't this Erguzi? Wang Dahai and his companions, hands tucked into their pockets, presented a nonchalant demeanor, their beady eyes scrutinizing Tian. Erguzi, is this your adopted daughter? Quite a beauty, isn't she? She'll surely grow into a stunning young lady. You've been single all this time. Surely, you aren't waiting for her to grow up? With a chuckle, he added, if I had such a lovely girl, I wouldn't bother marrying. I'd raise her myself and keep her all to myself. In ancient times, many families without a bride would raise a girl, marrying her off to themselves at 16 or 17, as the saying goes, don't let others have her. Keep her for yourself. Such practices had long since faded away. In Xiao Tian's heart, he had already come to regard Tian as his own daughter. Wang Dahai's words abruptly altered their dynamic, and for Xiao Tian, it was utterly intolerable. He cast a fierce glance at the 4 of them, and they inexplicably felt a chill run down their spines, momentarily stunned, before bursting into laughter. Ah, Haoshi is angry. I was just joking. Don't take it to heart. We grew up together. Can't we even share a jest? One of them added, by the way, I heard that the cable car S rope was cut. Do you know who did it? Their eyes glinted with cunning, exuding an air of triumph, as if to say, you can't stand me, but you can't do anything about it. Xiao Tian had regained his composure and replied, devoid of any emotion, Uncle Li is investigating. There should be results soon. Do you know who is responsible for this? The 4 of them erupted in laughter, while Wang Dahai's mouth gaped wide open, his expression exaggerated. We have no idea, but I heard that someone was dissatisfied with your actions and deliberately cut the rope. As the elder brother, I advise you to give the villagers the entire 25 yuan per gene for the local chickens. They will appreciate your generosity. You've been raised by Tianyi village for 19 years, and you still want to deduct 5 yuan from the sale of a chicken. Does Tianyi village owe you anything? If anyone owes, it is you who owes Tianyi village. Your decision to deduct 5 yuan is rather ungracious. It would be wise to return the money to the villagers. Or next time, it may not just be the rope that is severed, but the entire cable car could be taken away. I heard the cable car cost 200,000 yuan. Is it worth it to lose 200,000 for merely 5 yuan? As he uttered the phrase, is it worth it? A glint of menace flashed in Wang Dahai's eyes. Without needing to state it outright, Xiao Tian understood that the 4 were responsible for cutting the rope. He glanced at them, maintaining a neutral expression, and nodded obediently. All right, I understand. I will discuss this with Secretary Yin tonight and provide you with an answer tomorrow. By the way, have you treated your chickens for the chicken plague? I have cured the village's chickens, and I have some medicine left. You can take it back, as infected chickens cannot be sold. Xiao produced a small vial of medicine and handed it to the four. Chapter 47. Too timid observing Xiao retreating figure and the medicine in his hand, Wang Dahai cursed under his breath. Urguzi is such a coward. Zhang Chong sniffled and grinned, saying, I thought Urguzi would be impressive after serving 8 years in the army, but this is all he amounts to. Even when Hai Gu threatened him, he didn't dare to speak up and even gave us medicine for the chicken plague. He must be scared, afraid that we would beat him. Wang Dahai felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Ever since Xiao returned, nearly everyone in the village gravitated toward him. As one of the few able-bodied young men in the village, Wang Dahai used to be the one the villagers sought out for help. During festivals or when heavy labor was required, they would bring him a pack or two of cigarettes. Now, with Xiao return, the villagers sought him instead, and without being asked for help, the cigarettes were no longer forthcoming. Coupled with the 5 yuan deduction from the chickens, Wang Dahai harbored resentment towards Xiao. On that day, he, along with 3 others, had gone to sever the cable car rope. He expected Xiao to confront him, but to his surprise, Xiao acted as if nothing had happened, saying nothing at all. Even after being threatened by Wang Dahai and his companions, Xiao remained unfazed. To them, he appeared timid, fearful of being beaten by the 4. Furthermore, by giving them medicine for the chicken plague, it seemed he was trying to appease them. This Urguzi was nothing special. He was just a coward. He mentioned discussing matters with Secretary Yin, and it was likely that by the next morning, when the local chickens were delivered, the price would revert to 25 yuan per gene. The 4 rubbed their hands together, their faces alight with excitement. Today, we sold 200 gene of local chickens. That 5 yuan deduction means 1,000 yuan, enough for me to drink for a week. My family sold 100 pounds for 500 yuan, and this money must be reserved for the development of chick stock. Our native chickens are nearly sold out, and we must hasten to cultivate more chicks lest we fall behind in sales. Having endured poverty for so long, once the funds arrive, I plan to indulge in some revelry in the county, perhaps seeking the company of a few young ladies. Are you brothers interested in joining me? Aside from Wang Dahai, the other 3, Zhang Chong, Yang Bin, and Li Kuei, have all settled down, yet they squander their days idling in the village. Wang Dahai has cultivated a small fruit orchard, and the 3 have become his followers. Over time, they have come to be known as Wang Dahai's subordinates. At that moment, Wang Dahai cast a glance at his companions. Noticing their cheerful demeanor and in exasperation, he struck their heads with his hand. Ouch, Brother Hai, what are you doing? Why are you hitting us? The 3 exclaimed, bewildered as they rubbed their heads and looked at him in confusion. With a stern glare, Wang Dahai scolded, every day, all you do is eat and drink. Can't you aspire to something greater in life? What difference does it make if I give you 25 yuan per pound? Can raising native chickens truly lead to wealth? Our ambitions should extend beyond mere 5 yuan profits. The 3 were taken aback, exchanging glances. After a moment, Zhang Chong suddenly chuckled and reassured Brother Hai, rest assured, we understand. Our ultimate goal is to seize the business collaboration with Tianyi Village and Haikou Alantian. Once the business is ours, we can dictate the terms as we please. Can't we? Haikou Alantian purchases native chickens at 25 yuan per pound, while we sell them to the villagers for 15. A mere turnover of 800 pounds a day translates to 8,000 yuan, amounting to 240,000 yuan a month. Why bother raising native chickens? This sum alone can make us 4 brothers prosperous. 8,000 yuan a day. 5 years ago, the average annual income in Tianyi Village barely exceeded 10,000 yuan. And now they could earn 8,000 in a single day. The 4 men were so thrilled that they nearly drooled in excitement. Li Kuei, with his eyes gleaming, rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Urguzi is a coward. One day, when he goes up the mountain alone to gather herbs, we 4 brothers will ambush him and force him to surrender the business. If he refuses, we shall give him a beating. He is just an illegitimate child of Tianyi Village. No one would care if he were harmed. However, that coward will probably wet his pants out of fear before we even make a move, and he will willingly hand over the business. The 3 burst into laughter, yet Wang Dahai was not amused. His expression was grave, his brow furrowed as he remarked solemnly, Urguzi is not simply a coward. He may be timid and hesitant, but he would certainly not wet his pants. In the past, he often fought with us in the village. Have any of you ever seen him lose control like that? The others exchanged glances, and Yongbin commented, "A young calf knows no fear." Just because he was brave as a child does not mean he will remain so as an adult. Wang Dahai remained unconvinced and warned the trio. In any case, Urguzi is not as uncomplicated as we might think. He is quite cunning, so we must exercise caution. As for this medicine, do not use it. He has learned medicine from the old bachelor for 19 years. Who knows what this concoction truly is? What if he intends to poison us? With that, Wang Dahai discarded a small vial of medicine into the foul ditch, and the group made their way home. Within the courtyard, on a summer day, 2 fish were caught and stewed into a fragrant pot of braised fish. Slices of green and red chili peppers, a handful of cilantro, and a clove of garlic were added. After bringing the pot to a boil, these ingredients were tossed in and simmered for another 2 minutes, resulting in a delectable dish. Fresh water spinach from the field was stir-fried vigorously with a spoonful of shrimp paste, then served. An omelet, adorned with chopped green onions, was also prepared. Thus, a sumptuous dinner was ready. "Tian Tian, go wash your hands for dinner," called out Xia Tian. Tian Tian immediately dashed out of the house to wash her hands. Accompanied by Yin Bing. Initially reserved, Yin Bing had now become quite at ease, taking the initiative to join the table at mealtime. He placed a piece of fish into Tian Tian's bowl before serving himself. The fish was bursting with rich flavors, its aroma beautifully mingling with that of the cilantro, creating a delightful taste. Despite being river fish, it bore no trace of muddy flavor, savoring exquisitely. The farm-fresh eggs and water spinach carried a refreshing essence of summer, causing Yin Bing's eyes to sparkle with delight. "This is absolutely delicious. Your culinary skills are impressive. 8 years as a chef truly makes a difference." 8 years as a chef? Xia Tian blinked and replied, "Have you ever considered that I am a Special Forces soldier? A Special Forces soldier? You?" Yin Bing shot him a disdainful glance, picking up an egg and saying while eating, "If our country has special forces were like you, they would have been defeated long ago by other nations." "How dare you?" Xia Tian retorted, slightly irked. "What are you glaring at? Are you not convinced?" Yin Bing continued, "You wouldn't dare report a thief, and when Wang Dahu and his crew severed the cable car's ropes, you didn't even question them. You let others bully you without standing up for yourself. How could someone so timid be a Special Forces soldier?" Xia Tian raised an eyebrow and replied calmly, "I have my own methods regarding Wang Dahu. Tomorrow morning, he and his companions will come to kneel and apologize." "Kneel and apologize?" Yin Bing assessed Xia Tian skeptically, glancing at the dimming sky. "It's dark now. Are you still dreaming?" Xia Tian's expression remained unperturbed, unaffected by Yin Bing's words. He placed a piece of fish into Tian Tian's bowl and asked, "Tian Tian, do you believe in Daddy?" "I believe," she replied, her voice clear and melodious, her big, watery eyes gazing at Xia Tian as if he were a deity. Yin Bing scoffed, muttering, "Just fooling a child. You can't fool me." The incident with the cable car was clearly orchestrated by Wang Dahu and his group, and Yin Bing was furious enough to confront them. Yet, Xia Tian remained indifferent, showing no intention of dealing with the matter. It was evident that he was afraid. Yin Bing had never encountered such a cowardly man before. And coupled with the incident of the theft in the minibus, her impression of Xia Tian was that of a coward. Aware of her thoughts, Xia Tian merely smiled. Intrigued by Yin Bing's perspective, "Why don't we place another wager? If Wang Dahai and his companions apologize to me tomorrow, you must also apologize to me." Yin Bing's eyes widened, her voice rising in pitch. "Why should I apologize to you?" Xia Tian calmly recounted the grievances between them. "From the moment you arrived in the village, you harbored prejudice against me. When I claimed I could treat the chicken plague, you dismissed it as mere boasting. I proposed selling the local chickens at 25 yuan per pound, and you deemed my idea fanciful. Yesterday, when I successfully cultivated the 5-fingered peach, you stood by with scornful remarks. Secretary Yin, you haven't forgotten these incidents, have you?" Yin Bing's cheeks flushed. Of course, she hadn't forgotten. Every time Xia Tian endeavored to undertake something, she would invariably voice her skepticism, yet each time he proved her wrong. She had once boldly declared that if Xia Tian cured the chicken plague, she would relinquish her position as village secretary to him. Afterward, neither mentioned the matter again, and Yin Bing thought it had been forgotten. To her surprise, Xiao Tian brought it up once more. With a rosy complexion, she pondered for a few moments, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiao Tian. An apology is possible. But what if Wang Dehai and his companions do not apologize tomorrow? Xiao Tian waved his hand grandly, declaring, "If they do not apologize, I shall move back to the old house, and this place will be yours." "Is that for real?" "Indeed." "Very well, it is settled." Yin Bing was overjoyed. Although Xiao Tian had successfully cultivated the five-fingered peach yesterday, she felt a twinge of disappointment, having hoped for a solitary living arrangement. After all, she had grown accustomed to living alone, and suddenly sharing her space with a man made daily routines like using the bathroom and showering inconvenient. Particularly after the incident where Xiao Tian had seen her in a state of undress, she felt a lingering shadow. Now, she refrained from showering at night. Instead, waiting for Xiao Tian to deliver the local chickens to the hotel, hastily rushing to the bathroom for a quick wash each time. Previously, bathing had been a pleasure. The warm water cascading over her body a source of comfort, but now it had become a source of anxiety. At this moment, what Yin Bing yearned for most, aside from the prosperity of Tianyi village, was for Xiao Tian to move out. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Tian began his live stream as promised. Having arranged with the online community to continue at this hour, typically, it was Tian who opened the stream, but this time, Xiao Tian addressed the screen directly. "Hello, everyone. I am Tian's father." Before he could finish his sentence, a notification popped up on the screen. 100 local chickens had all been sold out. Xiao Tian was taken aback. He had intended to act swiftly, posting the link as soon as the stream began, but he hadn't anticipated it would sell out so quickly. Was it only a second? He stared at the now grayed-out link, his mouth agape for quite some time. The screen erupted with messages. "I didn't get any local chickens. Tian's dad. 100 is far too few. Can you add more? I want to drink chicken soup. I want to buy local chickens. I want to buy local chickens." The viewers clamored like hungry children, crying out for the local chickens. The booming online sales have left Xiao Tian astonished. It has long been said that e-commerce has outperformed traditional retail, and now it seems this assertion holds true. Whether it be 100 or even 1,000, the products could sell out overnight. He calculated that Tianti village's free-range chickens need to supply 800 pounds daily to Hai Kualan Tian. With online sales of 100 chickens, the village's supply has already dwindled, and the chicks require time to mature. Apologetically, he addressed the online community, saying, "I regret to inform you that our village's chickens are in limited supply. I am working on developing local breeding programs. Please bear with me for a while. Once the chicks grow, we will have ample supply for sale." Some netizens reacted bitterly, immediately criticizing Xiao Tian's plans to breed more chicks. What nonsense about breeding? They are merely feedlot chickens. Nowadays, very few of the so-called free-range chickens in rural areas are authentic. Most are raised on feed, and the rural environment is unsanitary. Without vaccinations, they are inferior to factory-raised chickens. Hey, what's your problem? Why speak so harshly? If you're not buying, just leave and stop complaining. What's wrong with expressing my opinion? Is the truth so unwelcome? Though unpalatable, their words might hold some truth. Rural inhabitants have changed over the years. The perception of free-range chickens has deteriorated, as many are now raised with medication. Xiao Tian glanced at the comments and replied, "In a few days, I will be breeding a new batch of chicks. I will document the entire process, breeding, raising, and harvesting, through videos, so everyone can witness the growth of these chickens." Thank you all for your support. Today's live stream concludes here. I will ship out the 100 chickens tomorrow, so please keep an eye out for them. After ending the live stream, Xiao Tian's mind was filled with thoughts of breeding chickens and cultivating the five-finger peach. Relying solely on chicken farming for wealth seemed implausible, but alleviating poverty was still achievable, especially if every household had thousands of chickens. The annual profits would undoubtedly be considerable. He envisioned establishing a chicken cooperative, allowing the village's youth working elsewhere to return home and contribute to the development of Tianti village, transforming it into a prosperous community. With these dreams swirling in his head, Xiao Tian closed his eyes and drifted into a peaceful slumber. At 5:30 the next morning, families in the village brought their chickens for weighing and payment. This routine had become customary, with villagers quietly lining up, taking turns to weigh and collect their earnings. Wang Dahai presented 3 chickens before Xia Tian, a smile in his eyes, and said, "Let us weigh them, Heir Guzi. We agreed last night that starting today, the price is 25 per pound. You must honor that." Upon hearing the price of 25 per pound, the other villagers perked up, while those who had already settled their accounts looked shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief, shouting, "What? 25 per pound? Why did you only give us 20? Igutsi, this isn't fair. Are you treating us like fools?" Yin Bing stepped forward, furrowing his brow as he inquired of Xia Tian, "What is going on? Why must we pay them 25 yuan per pound? Was it not agreed upon that it would be a uniform 20 yuan per pound?" The gaze of the entire village fell upon Xia Tian, who cast a brief glance at Wang Dahai and his companions, his expression unyielding. "I merely suggested you consider it. I never stated that I would offer you 25 yuan per pound. The price for all villagers remains at 20 yuan per pound." Wang Dahai and his cohort narrowed their eyes, stepping forward with a palpable aura of menace, causing a few anxious villagers to retreat, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. In the face of their hostility, Xia Tian exhibited no trepidation, maintaining his impassive demeanor. He surveyed the chickens they held and spoke. "All of your chickens are afflicted with avian flu. Within 2 hours, they will perish. Chickens that have contracted the flu cannot be sold, and I shall not accept such poultry. Take them away." Chapter 49. Apology on Bended Knee Avian Flu? As Xia Tian uttered these words, the villagers' attention shifted immediately to the sickly chickens in Wang Dahai's possession. In Tianti village, where poultry farming was a long-standing tradition, even a 5- or 6-year-old child could recognize the signs of avian flu. Several roosters exhibited a bluish pallor, their eyes glazed and their combs drooping, evident symptoms of the disease. The regulations of Hai Kualan Tian were unequivocal. Sick chickens were absolutely not to be accepted, particularly those afflicted with avian flu. This disease, while not overly severe, had previously led villagers to slaughter the infected chickens for immediate consumption. However, with the rise of health consciousness among urban dwellers, no one dared consume diseased poultry anymore. In recent years, the emergence of bird flu and swine flu had only exacerbated the aversion to sick fowl among city folk. Moreover, the native chickens were a hallmark of Hai Kualan Tian's reputation. Chickens afflicted with avian flu were strictly prohibited from entering the establishment. "Wang Dahai, are you attempting to swindle us by selling your sick chickens? If they are infected, you should keep them for your own consumption. If the hotel discovers this, our village will lose its partnership, and where will Tianti village's chickens be sold then?" This was an opportunity that Heir Guzi painstakingly secured. "Get lost. Take your chickens away. One rotten apple spoils the barrel. Heir Guzi, do not accept their chickens." The villagers chimed in, pointing fingers at Wang Dahai and his companions. Wang Dahai's expression darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury as he shouted, "Shut up! Just days ago, your chickens were also infected, yet you sold them. Why is it that when it comes to mine, they are refused? Are we not residents of Tianti village? Is there a double standard at play here?" Uncle Li stepped forward, a figure of authority as the village head, and rebuked Wang Dahai and his companions. "Enough of your nonsense. The chickens that were sold were treated and cured prior. Your diseased lot will not survive long enough to reach the hotel. We cannot allow your rotten chickens to tarnish Tianti village's reputation. Take them back. Heir Guzi will not accept them." Wang Dahai shot a cold glance at Uncle Li and retorted, "Uncle Li, this matter is between us and Heir Guzi. You need not intervene." He then turned his gaze back to Xia Tian. "On what grounds will you refuse to accept them? Are you not capable of treating avian flu? Where are the medicines? Bring them forth and remedy these chickens. Why do you treat the chickens of others but refuse to help ours? We all belong to the same village." Such conduct is unbecoming. Summer crossed her arms, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded the 4 men before her, calmly stating, "I have provided you with the medicine. It is your failure to administer it to the chickens that constitutes your problem." The faces of Wang Dahai and his companions darkened. They knew the medicine had been discarded into the ditch last night, and even if they were to retrieve it, it would have dissolved. He glared at Summer, remarking coldly, "The medicine is lost. You prepared it. You understand how to treat chicken plague. Surely, You can administer it once more. Summer responded with a cold laugh. I am capable of curing chicken plague. I am willing to treat the village's chickens, but I refuse to tend to yours. You may take your leave. The expressions of the four men shifted dramatically, their eyes blazing with fury. It was evident they were enraged. Should their chickens perish within a day, they would incur a loss of 100 yuan per chicken. If they all died, they would be left in tears over their misfortune. Zhang Chong pointed aggressively at Summer, shouting, Erguzi, let me make this clear. Whether you wish to or not, you must treat them. If you fail, I will smash your head. The four men exuded arrogance, their gazes towards Summer brimming with menace. After being threatened by Wang Dehai the previous day, Summer had remained silent, leading them to perceive her as a soft target, someone to be bullied at will. A few harsh words, and they expected her to comply. At the sound of Zhang Chong's furious shout, the villagers collectively changed their expressions, retreating in alarm. Uncle Li's face reddened with anger as he pointed accusingly at the four men, bellowing, What do you four little rascals intend to do? Are you plotting a rebellion? Yin Bing could no longer hold her tongue, declaring, Wang Dehai, Zhang Chong, Yang Bin Li Kei, I command you to immediately take your diseased chickens away. Zhang Chong cast a sidelong glance at Yin Bing, responding coldly, Secretary Yin, this is a matter concerning our Tianyi village. As an outsider, it is best you refrain from intervening. And Uncle Li, while you may be the village head, your advanced age means you should concern yourself less with the affairs of the younger generation. Erguzi, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and administer the medicine. Otherwise, do not blame us for being unkind. With that, Zhang Chong drew a knife from his pocket, and Li Kuei, Yang Bin, and Wang Dehai followed suit, each brandishing a machete. In the sunlight, the blades glinted ominously. Several villagers who had initially contemplated intervening retreated in fear upon seeing the weapons, unwilling to approach. Uncle Li trembled with rage. In his youth, a fierce glare from him would have sent those young rascals running in terror. But now, no one seemed fazed by him. You little rascals, I will put an end to you. Uncle Li shouted, brandishing a hoe and preparing to charge at them. But Summer stepped forward to block his path. Uncle Li, allow me to handle this. I will take care of it. Secretary Yin, please assist Uncle Li, she instructed. Yin Bing placed a hand on Uncle Li. Her delicate brows furrowed as she whispered to Summer, if Wang Dehai and the others continue to be obstinate, we should consider calling the police to have them arrested. Summer smiled slightly. They haven't even apologized yet. Why would we involve the police? Apologize? The knife is drawn. And does this person not realize the gravity of the situation? Yin Bing was utterly speechless. She retrieved her phone, prepared to call for help at the first sign of trouble. Casting a glance at the knives wielded by the four individuals, Xia Tian stood with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. I am curious to witness how you intend to be impolite, he mused. If you wish to engage, let us proceed together without further ado. Wang Dehai furrowed his brow, a hint of hesitation crossing his face. He remarked softly, Erguzi seems different. He appears quite confident. Perhaps we should retreat. A step back leads to a broader vista. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Zhang Chong and his companions charged forward with a shout, brandishing their knives against Xia Tian. These were merely 3 petty thugs. Even armed with machine guns, they could not so much as graze a hair on Xia Tian. Zhang Chong led the charge, and as he closed the distance to over a meter, Xia Tian executed a swift kick that landed squarely on Zhang Chong's chin, swiftly following up with 2 more kicks that sent the knives from Yang Bin and Li Kuei flying. Grabbing the collars of the 3, he delivered a flurry of slaps, each one resonating sharply. Wang Dehai was left dumbfounded. The fluidity of Xia Tian's movements rendered him speechless. At this rate, even 100 men would be no match for him. Wang Dehai turned to flee, but Xia Tian lunged forward, seizing him by the collar and yanking him back. With a resounding series of slaps, Xia Tian exclaimed in fury, Did you 4 cut the cable car's rope? No. Wang Chong gritted his teeth in response. Another round of slaps followed, the force of which left Wang Dehai dizzy and his face numb. Still lying, Wang Dehai was soon in tears, his formerly ugly face now swollen and reddened. Unable to contain himself, he cried out, Yes, it was us. We were wrong. Please stop hitting us. Erguzi, please don't strike me anymore. We admit our mistakes. Can't we just apologize? With a thud, Wang Dahai fell to his knees, his face a mask of despair as he pleaded with Xia Tian. I am sorry. We are not human. I beg you, spare me from further blows, or I shall be disfigured and unable to find a wife. Chapter 50. Call the police, Wang Dahai. I implore you, he cried, his companions weeping and trembling before Xia Tian, their faces burning with shame. The villagers nearby were taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment. My goodness, Erguzi is incredibly formidable. With just a few punches and kicks, he has brought them all to their knees. Those 4 rascals deserve a thorough lesson. Indeed, the 4 had been in the wrong. How could they sell sick chickens? However, as they were all from the same village, a lesson was sufficient. There was no need for excessive punishment. Xia Tian, having delivered several sharp slaps, crossed his arms and surveyed the 4 from a position of authority. You understand that sick chickens cannot be sold, correct? Is there any further question? 4 individuals were thoroughly intimidated by the summer heat, their cheeks ablaze with pain, rendering them hesitant to act further. They shook their heads in unison, exclaiming, no problem, we won T-cell, we have no issues. With narrowed eyes, Xia Tian coldly inquired. Moreover, you 4 severed the cable of the gondola. Do you admit to this? The 4 exchanged glances, lowering their heads in silence. Xia Tian's gaze intensified, and he reprimanded. Speak up. They shuddered simultaneously, and Zhang Chong nodded repeatedly. Yes, it was us. It's our fault. Erguzi, please stop hitting us. We acknowledge our mistake. The 4 pleaded desperately, with Zhang Chong's nose bleeding and Yang Bin having lost a front tooth. Uncle Li tugged at Xia Tian's clothing and whispered in his ear, Erguzi, that's enough. Don't cause trouble. These youngsters are not good people and could try to extort you. It's better to settle this quietly. Just a few hits will suffice. Let us not escalate the situation. Uncle Li's intention was to minimize the issue, turning a significant problem into a trivial one. Wang Dahai glanced at Uncle Li, recognizing his intelligence and perceptiveness. He heard Uncle Li's words and, with a cunning glint in his eyes, turned to Xia Tian with a cold demeanor, saying, Erguzi, since you've already beaten us and scolded us, let us discuss compensation. The villagers' hearts sank at the mention of compensation, glancing at Xia Tian with dismay. This is disastrous. These 4 are scheming to extort. From childhood, these 4 had always been troublemakers. Wang Dahai was clever, but his intellect was never applied to honest pursuits. He excelled in underhanded dealings. The 4 bore visible injuries, and should they report to the authorities, Xia Tian would find himself defenseless. Though they were the ones in the wrong, it would ultimately be Xia Tian who faced the consequences. Compensation? Xia Tian raised an eyebrow, looking at Wang Dahai with a mocking smile. You still dare to ask for compensation? You severed the cable, and it's already a miracle the village hasn't demanded restitution from you. You expect compensation? Wang Dahai spat a mouthful of blood, using a tissue to dab the corner of his mouth. The cable has been reattached, and it hasn't significantly affected the transport of the village's chickens. However, you inflicted bodily harm on us. Yang Bin lost a tooth. Beyond medical expenses, you owe us for emotional distress. We cannot simply be assaulted without consequence. We demand 100,000 each. Otherwise, I will call the police and report you for assaulting villagers, a veteran returning home to beat up locals until blood is drawn. Is this the conduct of a soldier of the people? All 4 were visibly injured, and should they report the incident, the charge of assault would surely stick, leading to at least a year or 2 in prison. You choose. Having just experienced a fierce beating from Xia Tian, Wang Dahai was overwhelmed by pain and initially knelt in fear. Yet, as clarity returned to him, coupled with Uncle Li's warning, he realized they were the ones who had been beaten, and they were the victims here. Let the summer pay the price. If he refuses, we shall cast him in. Once he is inside, the business of the local poultry will return to us. No matter how you look at it, they stand to gain. In that fleeting moment, the 4 of them, including Wang Dahai, wore expressions of smug satisfaction, their shrewd eyes fixated on Summer as if he were a veritable cash tree. Summer, indeed, was their source of wealth. How could this be allowed? Erguzi, driven by the interest of the village, ought not to be imprisoned. Wang Dahai and his cohorts should have been dealt with long ago. They were nothing but nuisances to Tianyi village. Alas, Wang Dahai was not entirely in the wrong. Guzi should not have resorted to violence and must compensate for the medical expenses incurred from his actions. The villagers shook their heads in dismay, feeling indignant for Summer. Yet there was little to be done. It was Summer who acted violently, and it was Wang Dahai's group who were injured. When the police arrived, it was Summer who was taken away. Casting a glance at the four, Summer coldly remarked, "You four truly are the type that won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Tian, he called out. She emerged from the crowd, a phone hanging around her neck. With a lively bounce, she approached Summer, her voice ringing clear and cheerful. "Daddy, I'm here." Gently ruffling Tian's hair, Summer inquired, "Did you record the video?" "Yes," she replied, pulling out her phone and displaying a video. "Daddy, look." In the footage, Wang Dahai and his companions appeared menacing, brandishing long knives, their fierce gazes directed at Summer. In stark contrast, Summer stood alone, unarmed. He turned the phone towards the four, compelling them to witness their own actions, and then asked Tian, "Can you tell Daddy what crime it is to wield a knife in such a manner?" With clarity and conviction, Tian answered, "Wielding a knife in a threatening manner is a criminal offense. If no severe injury is caused, the penalty is 1 to 1.5 years of imprisonment. If severe injury occurs, the sentence ranges from 10 to 20 years. Summer pressed further, "And what of self-defense?" Tian continued, "If a person's life, health, personal freedom, or property rights are threatened, they are entitled to self-defense." In a cold tone, Summer stated, "You four brandished knives at me while I stood there unarmed, threatening my personal freedom. I am justified in my right to self-defense. Self-defense carries no penalty, whereas your violent actions with knives, despite not resulting in casualties, warrant a sentence of 1 to 1.5 years. Crossing his arms, he surveyed the four with a casual air and declared, "Feel free to call the police." Chapter 51. Defeated. Wang Dahai and his companions exchanged glances, remaining silent for a considerable time. Meanwhile, Yin Bing, arms crossed, spoke with an air of professionalism. "I have studied the law. When an individual is faced with a threat to their life, any act of resistance, even if it results in the death of the aggressor, can be deemed self-defense. The video has captured you threatening Summer with knives, leaving you with no room for denial. I am prepared to call the police and report your violent actions, ensuring that you are apprehended." As the village secretary and a university graduate, Yin Bing spoke with great authority, commanding the respect of the villagers. Upon her utterance, Wang Dahai and his companions were immediately filled with trepidation. Wang Dahai rushed forward, seizing Yin Bing's phone, and implored her fervently, "Secretary Yin, please don't call the police. It would be embarrassing for our own village to have outsiders witness our troubles. Can we not resolve this without involving the authorities?" The four men were terrified. Initially, they had intended to extort money from Xia Tian, but to their astonishment, Tian had recorded them. In the video, each of the four wielded a machete, their expressions menacing. If the police were to arrive, they would surely be apprehended. Lacking any connections or power, their chances of escaping custody were slim. Sang Qiang, Li Kui, and Yang Bin joined in pleading with Yin Bing. "Secretary, let us discuss this amicably. We are all from Tianyi village. Surely we can settle this among ourselves. If you're truly upset, just give us a beating and spare us from the police." They pleaded, "Can you really bear to see us imprisoned?" Yin Bing had never harbored any fondness for the four, yet, as some of the few young adults in the village, their assistance was occasionally necessary. Thus, she had often feigned a smile in their presence. However, their selfish actions, severing the lifeline of Tianyi village, warranted no mercy. What is there to be sympathetic about? You have severed the ties that bind us and brought poverty to Tianyi village. As the village secretary, I must uphold the law and ensure that wrongdoers face justice." Yin Bing remained resolute, showing no signs of yielding. Zhang Chong and the others were taken aback, desperately pulling on Uncle Li for support. "Uncle, I cannot go to prison. Please help me." Uncle Li, being Zhang Chong's maternal uncle, felt a familial obligation. Almost every household in the village shared some form of kinship, and although the actions of the four were reprehensible, the thought of sending them to prison stirred a sense of compassion among the villagers. "Let it go. The rope has already been welded. As long as it can still be used, it suffices. They were wrong, but they did not harm anyone. Let us not send them to prison. We all belong to the same village, and it would be excessive to escalate matters. Kinney village is already small. Imprisoning them will leave us even fewer in number. The villagers urged Yin Bing to reconsider. Just this once, let them off. Yin Bing surveyed the crowd before her gaze landed on Xia Tian. It is your decision. How shall we proceed? Xia Tian exchanged a glance with Uncle Li, who appeared distressed. Although he was angry, the bonds of kinship made it difficult for him to be harsh. His voice softened as he implored Xia Tian, Erguzi, consider giving them a chance since this is their first offense. Very well, I will heed Uncle Li's counsel. With Uncle Li's endorsement, Xia Tian had little choice but to acquiesce. He waved his hand towards the four men, saying, let bygones be bygones. I will keep the video as evidence. And should you dare to act foolishly again, I will not hesitate to involve the authorities. The four men sighed in relief, repeatedly assuring, we won't dare again. We truly won't. However, Wang Dehai gazed anxiously at Xia Tian, imploring, what shall we do about our native chickens? They've contracted chicken plague, and if left untreated, they will perish. Do you have any medicine? Could you spare us some? The chicken plague is a highly contagious disease. Once a single bird is infected without isolation, the others will swiftly succumb as well. Wang Dehai's household, with dozens of native chickens, faced total devastation. Without medication, they would soon all be lost. We are out of medicine, Xia Tian replied curtly. The only remedy was given to you last night. Wang Dehai was taken aback, staring at Xia Tian with wide eyes. Without treatment, all their native chickens will be dead within 2 days. What could they possibly do? Wang Dehai was frantic. Xia Tian cast a fleeting glance at him and coldly remarked, what does that have to do with me? Those words lodged in Wang Dehai's throat, leaving him speechless as he stared at Xia Tian for a long moment. Zhang Chang and the others were equally stunned. Without Xia Tian's assistance, their native chickens were doomed. Each chicken was worth over 100, and with dozens, that amounted to thousands of yuan. Step aside, don't block the way. The busiest time of the day was in the morning, waiting, payment, and delivery. Xia Tian had no time for idle chatter with the four of them. Weighing and loading continued. With the help of the Li brothers, the native chickens were loaded onto the truck. Just as Xia Tian prepared to leave, Wang Dehai and the others hurriedly pursued him, their faces etched with worry as they pleaded, Erguzi, please, help us. You can't just watch our native chickens die from the plague. We were wrong before. Please assist us this time. I beg you, I'll even kneel. With that, Wang Dehai knelt down and Zhang Chang and the others followed suit, begging Erguzi, please help us. We're desperate. The other villagers also chimed in, urging Xia Tian, the native chickens have been hard-earned. It would be a waste if they die. Please assist them. Xia Tian cast a cold glance at the four men. He was not a miser, but neither was he someone to be easily bullied. They sought his help now that they faced trouble with the chicken plague. Did they consider him a soft target? Assisting them was not out of the question. How many native chickens do the four of you have combined? Xia Tian inquired. The four men calculated with their fingers, and Wang Dehai reported a total of 180 chickens, each around 5 pounds, along with over 300 chicks. Xia Tian nodded and said, I'll buy them at 5 yuan per pound. 5 yuan per pound? The four men were astonished, staring at Xia Tian in disbelief, exclaiming, why not just give them to you for free? 5 yuan? We would be willing to let them go for 20 yuan per pound. That would be reasonable. Xia Tian remained expressionless, dismissively stating, then you may keep them. Wang Dehai's eyes widened in disbelief, and he shouted, rest assured, the chickens would rather die than be sold to you. You are simply relying on your connection to Hai Kualan Tian to bully us. If you don't offer 20 yuan, we brothers absolutely refuse to sell. At that moment, Li Kui's halted. Wait. Erguzi, don't leave. Li Kui, with an unsightly, ashen face and small, green bean-like eyes, cautiously glanced at Wang Dehai and timidly uttered, that's 5 yuan per gene. Tapter viskumen kux, teatrinking liqui, yo vrecet skopundred. Wang Dehai erupted in fury. He had originally envisioned a united front among the four brothers, pooling their resources to save hundreds of local chickens, with Li Shu and Yin Bing as the village leaders. He believed they would not stand idly by while the chickens perished. If they firmly established a price, the two would surely intervene to persuade others. Li Shu was the second father to Shi Tian. Once he spoke, Shi Tian would undoubtedly relent. Little did he anticipate that Li Kuei would concede first. Wang Dehai was infuriated, pointing a finger at Li Kuei and berating him. Did I give you permission to speak? When it's time to be silent, keep that mouth shut and observe more, speak less. Typically, Wang Dehai's word was law, and Li Kuei and the others rarely contradicted him, particularly Li Kuei, who was usually reticent, but his silence did not imply a lack of thoughts. With his small, green bean-like eyes, he stole a glance at Wang Dehai. His demeanor weak, yet his tone resolute. Brother Hai, 5 yuan may not be substantial, but it is better than letting them die. The local chickens are our family's livelihood. I cannot compare to you. You have no family, no children. One person's meal does not starve the family. I have a wife and children. My situation is different. Wang Dehai glared at Li Kuei and retorted, cease your prattle. If you wish to sell, no one is stopping you. But remember this. If you sell the chickens for 5 yuan today, you and I, Wang Dehai, are no longer brothers. Li Kuei was taken aback, hesitating for a few seconds before gritting his teeth and declaring, I will sell. Very well, Wang Dehai coldly replied. From this day forth, we are no longer brothers. He turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, he noticed that Zhang Chong and Yang Bin had not followed. He turned back to them, eyes wide, and coldly demanded, what do you two mean by this? Why are you still standing there? Are you here to gawk? Zhang Chong and Yang Bin exchanged glances, both appearing hesitant, wanting to speak yet afraid to do so. Wang Dehai snapped, speak up or keep your silence. Clearing his throat, Zhang Chong timidly said, I will sell too. Yang Bin quickly added, me as well. I will sell at 5 yuan per gene. Wang Dehai was infuriated, gritting his teeth at the three of them. They had agreed on a united front, yet now the trio had betrayed him. Fine, I will remember you three. From now on, you are no longer my brothers. Throughout his life, Wang Dehai had always dominated Shi Tian, often bullying him in their youth, viewing him as a mere younger brother. Now, if he relented, it would indicate that he was yielding to his junior. If the local chickens were to die, so be it. Letting Shi Tian see him submit would be akin to his own demise. As Wang Dehai's figure receded, the villagers began to murmur among themselves, remarking, Wang Dehai possesses some spirit. He would rather perish than sell. Just a stubborn duck. Let us see how long he can maintain this bravado. Zhang Chong and the others exchanged glances, sighing deeply as they regarded Wang Dehai's departing silhouette, turning to Shi Tian. He refrained from selling. We three shall take on that task. When you return from the county, we will transport the native chickens to you. Xia Tian nodded, greeting the three brothers from the Li family. The group leaped into the vehicle, tapping the truck's lid, as the small truck rumbled to life. Inside the vehicle, the Li brothers exchanged glances. Li Er and Li San were drenched in sweat, their faces as pale as ghosts. Xia Tian cast a discerning eye at the duo and remarked coolly, Are you two unwell? Your complexions appear quite poor. Li Er hastily wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, averting his gaze, fearful that Xia Tian might perceive their unease. The previous day, the three had conspired with the tiger, agreeing that when they delivered the native chickens today, the kitchen staff would serve Xia Tian a cup of tea laced with a sedative, rendering him unconscious. Though they had been petty thieves for several years, it was their first venture into drugging someone, and their trepidation towards Xia Tian only amplified their nerves. Among the trio, only Li De maintained a semblance of calm. He cheerfully addressed Xia Tian, stating, It's nothing serious. A good night's sleep will remedy it. By the way, Brother Tian, I just heard from the villagers that you can treat chicken plague. Our village has lost nearly 10,000 chickens to it over the years, with several thousand succumbing each year. My father has raised native chickens his entire life, yet remains baffled by the plague. Once it strikes, death is certain. The chicken plague has long been a source of frustration for rural poultry farmers. In the business of livestock, whether it be chickens, pigs, or cattle, as long as the animals remain healthy, profits are assured. However, illness leads to utter financial ruin. While Wing Dai engaged in acquired intently, grasping their implication that Xia Tian could indeed cure the chicken plague. Indeed, I can cure it, Xia Tian affirmed with a nod. Lida's equation shifted dramatically. Had it been anyone else, he would have retorted dismissively, What nonsense! You can cure the chicken plague? Yet, Xia Tian was not one to lie. He exuded a formidable confidence that rendered deceit beneath him. Lida had always admired individuals brimming with self-assurance, and Xia Tian embodied that ideal. However, now he was poised to betray his idol, turning from admiration to enmity. In that moment, a heavy melancholy enveloped Lida, a profound sorrow lodged in his throat. For the sake of his sister and parents, he suppressed his anguish. Brother Tian, you're remarkable. So many experts in the city have failed to remedy the chicken plague. You must be far superior to them. When will you take the three of us under your wing? Lida grinned, deliberately adopting an obsequious demeanor to disarm Xia Tian's wariness. Xia Tian's expression remained unchanged as he nodded at Lida. This task is straightforward. After work, do not return to the village just yet. Instead, head up the mountain to gather five-fingered peach. The ancestral home spans 10 acres. And should Xia Tian attempt to harvest alone, it would take him at least a month. His energy was limited. Therefore, it was prudent to delegate such simple tasks to the three brothers. Very well, no problem. Lida grinned, his sincerity evident as he cheerfully responded. We will follow your lead, Brother Tian. Wherever you direct us, we shall go. The small truck swayed gently for over an hour before arriving at the expansive backyard beneath a vast blue sky. A group of young men in the kitchen came over to unload the cargo. At that moment, a plump man in his 40s, clad in a chef's uniform, approached Xia Tian. Mr. Xia, please come inside and have a seat. Xia Tian cast a quick glance, noting that it was seldom to see this man. As the usual kitchen overseer was Qingge. Is Qingge not here? The plump man chuckled. Qingge is on leave today. I'm in charge of the kitchen. I've heard from Qingge that you are a miraculous doctor, so I would like to offer you a cup of tea and request your assistance in examining my health. The man held out a cup of tea, its dark hue emanating a subtle aroma of pu'er tea. Li Da's heart immediately leaped to his throat upon seeing the tea. Chapter 53. Are you sure? Big brother. Li Er and Li San nervously clutched the sleeves of Li Da's shirt. Once this cup of tea was consumed, their scheme would reach fruition. They had not disclosed the matter of the 700,000 yuan severance payment to Hu, whose intentions were straightforward. He merely wished to reclaim his business from Xia Tian and teach him a severe lesson. The three brothers planned to take advantage of the situation, waiting until Hu had finished tormenting Xia Tian before abducting him and coercing him into surrendering the 700,000 yuan. Relax, Lida glared at his two younger brothers. His own gaze fixated on the cup of tea in Xia Tian's hand, his heart racing. Xia Tian engaged in light banter with the plump man, took a puff of a cigarette, then sipped the tea. After finishing the cigarette, he downed the entire cup. He drank it. Li Er and Li San were nearly jumping with excitement. The tea was laced with their drug. In no more than 30 minutes, Xia Tian would lose all strength, rendering him as pliable as a fish on a chopping board, at their mercy. Tian-gu, the free-range chicken has been weighed. We should depart. Li Da's chubby face turned pale with anxiety. According to the plan, the three were to take Xia Tian to Hu's car wash next. All right, Xia Tian nodded. Addressing the trio, please wait a moment. I need to use the restroom. He turned toward the restroom while the three brothers anxiously awaited at the hotel entrance. Li Er and Li San fidgeted like ants on a hot pan, restless and agitated. Why isn't he coming out yet? Did he discover something? If he vomits, will the drug still take effect? Big brother, how long has he been gone? It must be half an hour by now. Among the three, Lida remained the calmest. He checked his phone and furrowed his brow. He has only been gone for 5 minutes. Where did half an hour come from? He is coming out. Xia Tian looked up at the three men, puzzled. Do you have something to discuss? The brothers exchanged glances. Li Er and Li San lowered their heads, too timid to speak. Lida wore a beaming smile, exuding an air of mystery as he rubbed his hands together. There's a minor matter. A friend of mine wishes to meet you, Tian-gu. Coincidentally, he is in the county as well. Shall we go see him together? Your friend? Xia Tian raised an eyebrow. Yes, my friend. Lida forced himself to remain composed, yet cold sweat trickled down from his forehead, rendering his chubby face ashen. Xia Tian cast a glance at him, then at Li Er and Li San, smiled faintly, and said, All right, let us go meet him. Lead the way. The three brothers breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely fearing that Xia Tian would discern something amiss. Despite being poisoned, they were still no match for his prowess. Li Da's expression eased somewhat. Once they arrived at the tiger's car wash and handed over the individual, the trio could withdraw. Tiange, this way, please. Li Da hailed a taxi. 10 minutes later, the taxi halted before a car wash. Xia Tian surveyed the establishment and inquired of Li Da, "Does your friend own this car wash?" "Yes, indeed," Li Da stammered, his anxiety peaking as they neared the entrance. His cheeks flushed a deep red from the strain. "Tiange, please come in." Xia Tian remained motionless, his expression inscrutable as he scrutinized Li Da. "Are you certain you wish for me to enter?" In an instant, Li Da felt a chill envelop him, as if he had plunged into an ice cellar. After a brief moment of shock, he forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Tiange, what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand." "Of course. I wanted to come in. My friend is waiting for you inside. Since we are here, let us proceed." Xia Tian's demeanor remained impassive, yet his gaze seemed to pierce through the three brothers. Li Er and Li San, frightened, dared not meet his eyes, lowering their heads and trailing behind, while Li Da compelled himself to exchange a glance with Xia Tian. That single glance sent shivers through his very soul, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze again. Xia Tian maintained silence for a full minute, a duration that felt like an eternity to Li Da. "Very well. Let us enter," Xia Tian finally said, his tone flat as he walked into the car wash with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon entering, a dozen lackeys surged forward, surrounding Xia Tian, each brandishing a knife. The confined space of the car wash became charged with a palpable tension. The three Li brothers cowered in a corner, terrified. Xia Tian surveyed the crowd, his face devoid of any expression, his voice calm. "Call out for Tiger." A round of applause erupted from within, the clapping originating from none other than Tiger himself. As he emerged, bruised and battered yet with swelling subsiding, he wore a floral shirt and trousers, a gold chain around his neck, and a massive square gold ring on his finger. His imposing stature exuded a suffocating presence. Indeed, having served as a soldier for 8 years, he was formidable. Maintaining his composure amidst such a throng, he had certainly earned his reputation. Xia Tian, with his hands behind his back, regarded Tiger with a tranquil gaze and said, "There is no need for flattery. That day, I chose to let you off the hook, allowing our past grievances to fade into oblivion. Yet, you summoned me once more today. Do you have further matters to discuss? Let me off the hook." The fierce gaze of the tiger glinted. How could he, a formidable figure in Gannan County, be so brazenly dismissed by a mere peasant, especially in front of his subordinates? Did he not care for his dignity? This peasant's audacity was astounding. "Young man, not every issue in this world can be resolved through brute force. Sometimes, one must employ their intellect. Are you beginning to feel your body weaken, your limbs grow heavy, your mind clouded, and your vision blurred? It has been nearly 20 minutes since you ingested the drug. Its effects are manifesting. Those with frail constitutions would have already succumbed to unconsciousness." The tiger, assured and disdainful, observed Xia Tian, convinced that he was merely feigning strength. Suddenly, Xia Tian lunged forward, seizing the tiger by the collar, and unleashed a flurry of slaps, striking him 7 or 8 times until the tiger's head buzzed with confusion. "Are you feeling weak now?" Xia Tian inquired. The tiger was momentarily taken aback, clutching his face and shouting in disbelief, "What is happening? How do you still possess such strength? You should have collapsed by now." Xia Tian scoffed derisively. "You think a mere dose of animal tranquilizer can incapacitate me? How absurd." Chapter 54. Is it despicable? Goodness, he knows about the drugging? Those wretched brothers dared to betray me. The tiger's first thought was that he had been sold out. He immediately turned and glared at Li Da. "Do you dare to play me for a fool? I swear, I will make you pay." His entourage, sensing betrayal, directed their murderous intent towards the three brothers, their drawn steel glinting ominously. The Li brothers stood paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably, their faces devoid of color. What on earth was happening? They had witnessed Xia Tian consume the drug tea with their own eyes. The village veterinarian had claimed that 1 packet could incapacitate a cow. How could Xia Tian, having ingested 2 packets, remain unaffected? Was his constitution stronger than that of a bull? Xia Tian cast a calm, yet piercing glance at the three brothers, a faint glimmer of coldness in his eyes. "You 3 brothers have done well. Once I deal with these feeble opponents, we shall have a more thorough discussion. Feeble opponents? The tiger's eyes widened in disbelief. Even the wealthy elites of Gannan County addressed him as Brother Tiger. How dare this rustic insult him as a feeble creature, especially on his own turf? Did he not care for his reputation? If he did not eliminate Xia Tian today, tomorrow he would become the laughingstock of Gannan County. Just imagine the headlines. Brother Tiger, humiliated by a country bumpkin, branded as feeble. Such sensational news. This country bumpkin must die today. You little brat, that day my brothers were careless, allowing you to outsmart us. This is my territory. Even if you were Sun Wukong, you shall not escape my grasp. After a brief moment of shock, the tiger regained his composure. What does it matter if one can fight? Can he withstand blades or bullets? Unarmed and utterly alone, how could he possibly stand against this group of brothers wielding steel blades? After a bout of self-reassurance, a triumphant smile crept onto the tiger's face. Brothers, advance. Whoever slays this country bumpkin shall be rewarded with 200,000. Previously, Xia Tian had fought like a war deity, leaving them battered and bruised, an indelible shadow cast over their hearts. However, upon hearing the promise of 200,000, they immediately sprang to life, particularly the three brothers of the Li family. Their eyes gleaming with ferocity as they fixed their gaze upon Xia Tian like a moving check ready to be cashed. Just as Li Xin brandished his spring knife, preparing to strike, he was yanked back by Li to patience, their stilled at 700,000 at stake. They had not disclosed this matter to the tiger, eagerly anticipating the chance to reap the rewards later. Yet Li Er felt a wave of anxiety, recalling Xia Tian's impressive track record, his voice trembling. Brother, do you think these men can defeat Xia Tian? Just then, a resounding slap rang out as Xia Tian delivered a stinging blow to the tiger's face, followed by a flurry of powerful kicks, his movements swift and ethereal. Each kick sent a henchman flying. The sound of clattering blades echoed as knives fell to the ground, and several underlings were sent sprawling. With a resounding crash, glass shattered and car doors buckled. The henchmen felt their ribs crack, agony surging through them. Xia Tian, moving with lightning speed, sent a few more flying before unleashing a right hook that struck like a cannonball. Rapid as a flash, heavy as a mountain. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining henchmen clutched their heads, howling in pain as they hit the ground. 1 against 10. A celestial being descended. Goodness. The henchmen behind were utterly dumbfounded. Xia Tian's fluid motions left them in a stupor. They had only witnessed such feats in the films of Superstar Long. The tiger's head buzzed as he gazed up at Xia Tian, as if beholding a god of slaughter. Surely, even with their knives, they could turn Xia Tian into a mere pulp? Yet, here was a group utterly defeated by him. What on earth was happening? Seeing his wailing subordinates on the ground, the tiger turned to flee, but Xia Tian dashed forward, seizing the collar of the tiger's shirt and lifting him up. Slap, slap, slap. Xia Tian delivered 3 stinging blows, grinning as he regarded him. What was it you just said? You intended to kill me? With each utterance, the tiger trembled, immediately signaling to his trembling subordinates, who dared not advance. Boss, please don't toy with us. This guy is a devil. Who would dare confront him? Initially, after one beating, they could have settled their score, but now they were inviting further punishment. Were they so foolish? Xia Tian loomed over the tiger, who bore the marks of defeat, his face bruised and bloodied, 2 teeth missing, his scalp tingling with pain. Hearing Xia Tian's taunts, his brows furrowed, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Yet when he looked up, his expression revealed a mix of grievance and terror. I am despicable. I am wretched. I am indeed the most contemptible person in Gan County. Brother Tian, please do not stoop to the level of a wretch like me. From this moment forth, the flourishing business of free-range chickens beneath the vast blue sky is yours, Brother Tian. Anyone who dares to utter a word against it shall face my wrath. I will deal with them mercilessly. The tiger, reduced to a pitiful state, kneels and begs for mercy, while others who had not yet been punished collapse in submission. Dignity? Is that truly more important than one's life? Witnessing this scene, the 3 brothers of the Li family are left in utter disbelief. Li Er swallows hard and, in a tone tinged with despair, stutters, "Be brother, Has Xia Tian defeated the tiger once more? A dozen men armed with steel knives could not best him? Have we unwittingly provoked a demon? Li Da's face pales, his eyes filled with terror as he trembles and declares, "The drugs were supplied by us. The strategy was ours. We are doomed." With a sudden darkness clouding his vision, Li Er collapses to the ground, fainting from fear. "Be brother," Li Sin manages to utter before he too falls beside Li Er. Li Da remains, trembling on the ground, his face devoid of color as he envisions Xia Tian wielding a steel knife, mercilessly slaying the three brothers. "Fourth brother, I am sorry. I cannot secure the 700,000. The tiger, resembling a sickly cat, kneels, pleading for mercy. Gazing down at the tiger, Xia Tian's expression reveals no hint of emotion. He never intended to be adversarial. His sole desire is to conduct business earnestly. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia: once is a chance, twice is coincidence, thrice is enmity. For now on, I have set my sights on you. Beware of your fate for your bullying antics, lest you meet a dire end." Casting a warning glance at the tiger, Xia Tian turns to leave. At that moment, the tiger suddenly calls out, "Do not go." What? Still unconvinced, Xia Tian turns, his formidable presence descending like Mount Tai, causing the tiger to shrink in stature. What on earth did this rascal do in the past to possess such an overwhelming aura? Chapter 55. The Gun the Tiger, having encountered many fierce individuals during his time in prison, including a serial killer who claimed numerous lives, now perceives that Xia Tian exudes an even more menacing aura than that murderer. Under normal circumstances, the tiger would never dare provoke such a person. Yet, the car wash is his domain. If he concedes today, how will he sustain himself in Gan County in the future? The tiger steels himself, gritting his teeth, and declares, "Brother Tian, your might is evident to all. Who would dare defy you? We are strangers no longer. Today, little tiger wishes to befriend Brother Tian and present you with a gift. Lao Lu, fetch the keys from my drawer for Brother Tian." As he speaks, the tiger blinks. Lao Lu, having followed the tiger since the prison days, instinctively understands the unspoken intent in the tiger's eyes. Yes, yes. My little brother is unworthy of driving the Range Rover. Please, take it for a spin, Brother Tian. Xia Tian waves his hand, saying no need. I do not require it. We are all family. Brother Tian, do not be polite. From now on, you will be our esteemed elder brother, and our car shall be at your disposal. Lao Lu hurriedly jumps up, racing inside with an anxious demeanor, as if fearing that Xia Tian might refuse. The tiger lowered his head, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. In the auto repair shop, there existed a peculiar rule. No one was permitted to approach his desk. His underlings speculated that it was filled with various bank cards and property certificates. Yet, only the sixth brother knew that within lay a firearm. A gun, a taboo in Huaxia. In brawls, one might only serve a few days in confinement. But once a gun was involved, the consequences could range from 10 to 20 years in prison, or even life imprisonment or death. Thus, despite the considerable effort expended to acquire a gun, the tiger had never dared to use it, reserving it only to intimidate others. But today, he was genuinely furious. Who was he? The undisputed boss of Gan County. Even the wealthiest would address him as Brother Tiger. Yet, this rustic peasant had managed to bring him to his knees in supplication not once, but twice. When had he, the tiger, ever endured such humiliation? If word got out that he lost 2 teeth to a country bumpkin in his own territory, how could he ever maintain his standing in Gan County? At that moment, the sixth brother opened the drawer, grasping a white pistol and aiming it at Xia Tian. "Look at this, you little brat." "Huh, they actually have guns? Quite audacious." Xia Tian raised an eyebrow, not out of fear, but sheer astonishment. All along, Huaxia had maintained stringent control over firearms. Though he suspected the sixth brother was feigning surrender, he was still taken aback when the gun was drawn. This scene was vividly witnessed by the kneeling tiger. To him, it appeared that Xia Tian had lost his wits. Gradually, he rose, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. "Xia Tian, I concede that you are swift and strong, but no matter how fast you are, can you outrun a bullet? You dare to contend with me, tiger?" Xia Tian, concealing his surprise, met the tiger's gaze with calm eyes and arched an eyebrow. "Do you believe that a handgun can kill me? or that a mere firearm would instill fear in me. Are you truly that naive? Swearing under his breath. The tiger was nearly driven to fury by Xia Tian's disdainful demeanor. The underlings around him were also incensed. Country bumpkin, who do you think you're challenging? Can't you discern your own standing? Do you think that what you face is a toy gun? How dare you shout here? Say another word, and I swear I'll knock all your teeth out. The subordinates, who had been beaten to a pulp by Xia Tian, all sprang to their feet in unison. Damn it, the tides have turned. Finally, it's our turn to deal with you. The mere thought of the earlier humiliation at Xia Tian's hands ignited their anger, and they began to plot how to torment him further. Vida was rendered speechless. The three brothers had spent years engaging in petty thievery. The third brother's switchblade was often brandished, yet merely for intimidation, never to draw blood. But now a gun was involved. Lita may have been uneducated, but he understood that shooting someone would undoubtedly make headlines the next day. He had parents and a sister to support. He could not afford to end up in prison. Lita yearned for escape, yet two thugs loomed nearby, their gazes predatory and unyielding. The truth surrounding Xia Tian's unconsumed drug was still shrouded in mystery. How could the tiger possibly allow Li De and his companions to flee? A curse escaped his lips as he lamented the dire predicament of his trio. If only he had foreseen the escalation of this affair, he would never have sought collaboration with the tiger. Kneeling on the ground, Li De cast a furtive glance at Lao Lu, silently beseeching him. Do not pull the trigger, do not pull the trigger. Lao Lu, gripping his firearm, wore a cold smirk that radiated an uncharacteristic confidence. He felt as though he reigned supreme over this world, while Xia Tian appeared merely as an insignificant insect daring to provoke the sovereign. With a gun aimed squarely at Xia Tian's head, he ominously proclaimed, Do you know what I hold in my hand? This is a gun. With a mere twitch of my finger, the bullet will perforate your skull, sending you to meet the king of hell. Now, immediately, kneel before my elder brother, or I shall end you with a single shot. Lao Lu's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl as he shouted. The tiger, wiping blood from his face with a few tissues, sneered. You think you can rise by stepping on me? Let me enlighten you, little brat. You are unworthy of composing legends. Here in Gan County, I am the true king. Kneel before me. The rest of the underlings encircled them, relishing the impending spectacle, seemingly envisioning Xia Tian begging for mercy on the ground. Resistance? Huh. Did they truly believe Xia Tian was some sort of superhero capable of catching bullets with his bare hands? If he possessed such abilities, he would not be languishing in this desolate ravine. He would be off serving as a bodyguard for the wealthiest. Yet, Xia Tian's response left everyone astounded. Go ahead, shoot. What was this? The rustic fool was urging Lao Lu to fire? The tiger, pausing in his bloody task, widened his eyes in disbelief, questioning his own hearing. What did you just say? Xia Tian, calm and composed, replied nonchalantly. Did you not wish to kill me? Then go ahead, shoot. The audacity of this young man was astonishing. Did he truly believe the tiger would hesitate to take a life? The sheer tranquility in Xia Tian's demeanor offended the tiger's sense of authority, causing his burly frame to quiver. He bellowed at Lao Lu. What are you waiting for? Pull the trigger and finish him. A chilling smile crept across Lao Lu's face. He was convinced Xia Tian had misjudged their resolve to kill, leading him to act so brazenly. Unlike the other subordinates, Lao Lu had faced numerous conflicts with local powers since his release from prison and held several lives in his hands. As the tiger issued his command, Lao Lu wasted no time in pulling the trigger. Kid, I hope you have the audacity to act like this in your next life. Bang! The trigger was pulled. The bullet soared forth. Chapter Namui Sao, Judy A Phai Bang. The trigger was pulled, and the bullet was unleashed. Instinctively, everyone shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the gruesome spectacle. Only Lita felt a pang of regret. Should Xia Tian perish, their chance at the 700,000 would vanish. And now the tiger suspected that the three brothers had conspired with Xia Tian, possibly leading to their own demise alongside him. It was a situation where one not only lost the lady, but also the soldiers. However, just as Li was engulfed in despair, a look of sheer astonishment took over his face. Before him, Xia Tian appeared to vanish into thin air, only to reappear instantaneously before Lao Lu. With a powerful right punch, Lao Lu was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into two tables, rolling on the ground while covering his eyes, a picture of utter disgrace. A silver handgun fell into Xia Tian's grasp. In a flash, the tide had turned. Xia Tian, who moments ago was fated to perish, now held the gun, becoming the sole ruler of the auto repair shop. The once boastful Tiger brothers gaped in disbelief, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. Silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by Lao Lu's agonized cries as he writhed on the ground. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the assembled ruffians, their bodies trembling in fear, wide-eyed in horror as they fixated on Xia Tian. The speed exhibited by Xia Tian was beyond their comprehension. How could a single individual move so swiftly? He had evaded bullets and, in an instant, sent Lao Lu flying. Even Bolt himself could not have achieved such a feat. Xia Tian toyed with the handgun, relishing its weighty metallic feel, a source of comfort. He cast a cold glance at the tiger, remarking, "You seem to be doing quite well for a local tyrant, even possessing a firearm." No sooner had Xia Tian spoken than the tiger fell to his knees with a thud. "Brother Tian, I was wrong," he pleaded. "What, brother?" "This is Lord Tian. Please spare this unfilial descendant." This scheme was orchestrated by the three brothers of the Li family. Grievances have their origins, and if Lord Tian seeks vengeance, let him go after them. The tiger, sensing defeat, saw all his subordinates kneel beside him. Barehanded, they were ruthlessly beaten by Xia Tian, a bitter pill to swallow. With machetes in hand, they suffered immensely from Xia Tian's relentless kicks. When they resorted to firearms, only to have them snatched away by Xia Tian, despair engulfed them utterly. To resist? What folly! Even unarmed, they were no match for Xia Tian. Now, armed with a gun, who could survive against him? "This gun is quite impressive," Xia Tian remarked nonchalantly. "What a pity, you've allied with the wrong person." Panic surged within the tiger as he realized Xia Tian intended to kill him and find a new master. His heart sank, and in desperation, he shut his eyes, crying out for mercy. "Lord Tian, please spare me. I submit. Opening fire is a capital offense. Do not act recklessly. Indeed, we are but worthless lives, hardly worth a prison sentence. Please do not act rashly." The feeling of having one's life controlled by another was unbearable, and a group of men knelt there, beseeching Xia Tian for mercy. But in the next moment, the tiger heard a series of clattering sounds, as if parts were falling to the ground. Startled, he slowly opened his eyes. By heavens, the gun has been disassembled? The tiger rubbed his eyes vigorously, realizing it was no mirage. The previously lethal handgun had now been reduced to a scatter of parts across the floor. In 1989, the company launched the Desert Eagle, featuring a barrel length of 6 inches and a caliber of .44, capable of reaching a maximum range of 200 meters. However, due to its significant recoil, intricate structure, and low reliability, it struggles to endure harsh battlefield conditions, resulting in its rarity in combat. Despite this, its immense power made it an object of fervent pursuit for collectors and firearm enthusiasts upon its release. Such a weapon is seldom encountered domestically. Tiger, how is it that you have obtained such a rarity? I must admit, I underestimated you. Squinting in the summer sun, he suddenly stomped down with his right foot. Crack! The steel body of the Desert Eagle was crushed beneath his weight. Such a weapon, left in civilian hands, is nothing but a menace. Its destruction is its rightful fate. Kneeling on the ground, Tiger listened to the chilling words of summer, trembling in fright, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "Brother Tian, you jest. This was, something I found." "Yes, I found it. I know nothing." His voice quivered as he spoke, revealing his evident terror. The Desert Eagle had cost him a fortune and countless connections to acquire. For years, he had kept it by his side during major conflicts, primarily as a means of intimidation rather than for actual use. It was in a moment of folly, spurred by a momentary lapse in judgment, that he had commanded Old Six to take a life. He had already resolved to erase any traces of his actions, only to be astonished when Summer, with inhuman speed, swiftly overpowered Old Six and seized the handgun. In an instant, with the dark muzzle pointed at him, Tiger felt a chill run down his spine, his body quaking in fear, his eyes unwilling to open. Yet, even in that moment, he held onto a shred of defiance. However, when Summer dismantled the pristine desert eagle into its components in the blink of an eye, then crushed it underfoot. A deafening hum echoed in Tiger's mind. During his time in prison, he had witnessed a guard expertly disassemble and reassemble a firearm, a task that took the prison's best hand 10 seconds to accomplish. It was said that the guard was a retired Special Forces soldier. Yet Summer, astonishingly, managed to do it in merely 3 seconds. Was this truly human? He seemed a veritable monster. If previously Tiger had sought to strategically beg for mercy, biding his time to retaliate against Summer, now he knelt earnestly in submission. Throughout his life, he had encountered numerous influential figures, yet none had ever instilled such despair within him as Summer. The feeling of insurmountable defeat overwhelmed him. When someone is merely slightly stronger than you, jealousy and resentment arise, compelling you to seek their downfall. Yet when faced with someone vastly superior, the only response is admiration and reverence. This was the sentiment that now consumed Tiger. From this day forth, I, Tiger, shall steer clear of anyone from Tian Ladder Village. Brother Tian is the true leader. Consider us insignificant and let us go. From now on, anyone who dares oppose Brother Tian shall find themselves in dire straits. Brother Tian's might is evident for all to see. We, his loyal followers, are entirely subservient. Tiger's subordinates, once boastful, now knelt in abject surrender. Their previous bravado vanished. Had they known of Summer's formidable prowess, they would never have dared to confront him. Tiger's heart was heavy with regret. Who was the fool that labeled Summer a rustic from Tian Ladder Village? Who was the fool that claimed that a sedative could render Xia Tian completely powerless? All right, it was the Li family's 3 brothers. The Tiger suddenly raised his head. Had it not been for the Li brothers' unsolicited suggestion, he would have thought to confront Xia Tian so soon. Now, while their brothers were brutally beaten, the Li brothers remained unscathed. However, he noticed that Li Er and Li San had fainted from fright and inwardly cursed their cowardice. Then he pointed at Li De, exclaiming, "Brother Tian, it was Li De. He was the one who approached me, proposing that we join forces to eliminate you. The scheme to drug you was his idea, and the sedative came from him. Brother Tian, the Li brothers are the true masterminds. I, the Tiger, am merely an accomplice at best." Chapter 57. The reason Brother Tian regards you as his subordinates. Yet you conspire against him behind his back. You are the scum of the earth. You think you can incapacitate him with a bit of beast medicine? Dream on. And how is it that you too fainted? Do you dare to deny your treachery against Brother Tian? Wake those 2 wretches up. Lida, stop pretending to be profound. Weren't you quite loquacious when devising schemes against Brother Tian? Go on, continue. A group of subordinates turned their ire towards the Li brothers. While Li Er and Li San had already succumbed to their fright, Lida knelt on the ground, his face as pale as a ghost, devoid of any color. Their attempt to outsmart others had backfired spectacularly, an apt depiction of their predicament. As he observed the predatory gazes surrounding him, Li Da envisioned his brothers being rendered crippled and left on the mountain for wolves to feast upon. Brother Tian, please hear my defense. No. Will you allow me to explain? I shall hear your excuses, you big-headed fool. The Tiger rose and charged forward, delivering a resounding slap across Li Da's face. You plotted against Brother Tian. Today, I shall end your life. Had it not been for the Li brothers' machinations, he would never have conspired against Xia Tian. Now, not only had he lost 2 teeth, but even his prized possession had been reduced to a mere disc beneath Xia Tian's foot, leaving him utterly humiliated. He could not defeat Xia Tian, yet feared Li Da as well. The surrounding subordinates, eager to unleash their grievances from Xia Tian upon Li Da, began to close in. Sensing the danger, Li Da trembled with fear. While offending Xia Tian might result in a mere beating, crossing the Tiger could lead to his demise in the wilderness. Just as despair enveloped him, a cold snort pierced the air. Stop! Xia Tian's expression was frigid as he approached the crowd. The Tiger assumed he was about to personally deal with Li Da, so he chuckled and said, Brother Tian, why bother with this insignificant wretch? Rest assured, I will ensure your satisfaction. Get lost. Xia Tian uttered a single word. A profound silence fell over the surroundings. Get lost? This is my territory, and he dares to tell me to leave? After a moment's hesitation, the Tiger clenched his fists and bellowed at his subordinates. Didn't you hear Brother Tion telling you to get lost? Get out of here. With that, he was the first to dash out of the repair shop. Face, is it more important than one's life? Instantly, the ruffians who had just been clamoring for violence scrambled to escape. Outside the repair shop, onlookers were left astounded. How could they all have run out? Observing their battered faces, one cannot help but wonder if the repair shop has fallen victim to a robbery. A robbery? Have you lost your mind? The proprietor of this establishment is none other than the notorious Tiger of Gone County. Who would dare provoke him? The Tiger? Are you referring to that bloodied figure? Good heavens! Even the Tiger has been assaulted? Who possesses such audacity? Surely it must be Wu Song. Haven't you heard of his legendary battle with the Tiger? Nonsense. Summer is far more formidable than Wu Song. The Tiger cast a despairing glance at the speaker, knowing full well that with so many witnesses to his disgrace, it wouldn't take long for the entire Gone County to learn of his humiliation. What a disgrace. The Tiger's men have fled. Lida knelt on the ground, his countenance pale as death. Before Summer could utter a word, he confessed willingly. Brother Tion, it was I who contacted the Tiger, intending to deceive you. However, this scheme was solely my own, and my companions are in no way involved. You may do as you wish with me, but I implore you to spare my two younger brothers. At the moment the Tiger knelt in supplication. Lida understood that no amount of evasion would suffice. It was better to confess and hope that Summer might show mercy towards his brothers. Isn't it preferable to earn an honest living through hard work? Why betray me? Summer's expression remained tranquil, his tone indifferent, as if discussing a matter entirely unrelated to himself. Yet, beneath the surface, he harbored a flicker of anger. During their initial theft, Summer had opted for a mild punishment, merely stripping them of their capacity to steal. The second time, although he had administered a beating, he also offered them a chance at employment, enabling them to lead a stable life. Yet these three brothers, lacking gratitude, had the audacity to conspire with the Tiger against him. While enjoying tea, Summer had sensed the presence of a drug, and seizing the opportunity to excuse himself to the restroom, he had neutralized the sedative. At that time, he suspected the Tiger's involvement, but he remained unaware of Lida's complicity. It was only when Lida suggested a meeting with a friend that he grew suspicious. Upon arriving at the repair shop, Summer had confirmed his suspicions of betrayal by the three brothers, yet he still offered Lida a chance for redemption. Summer was not a philanthropist. He had his own principles. Opportunities had been extended, yet these three brothers failed to seize them. Brother Tion, I am powerless, Lida implored from his kneeling position. His head bowed as tears fell incessantly to the ground. It's hard. Our family is in dire straits. Do you think we desire to work abroad to earn an honest living? I have no choice. I have a sister with the mental capacity of a young child, incapable of caring for herself. My father is bedridden, and my mother, who fell while working in the fields and fractured her ankle, is too fearful of expenses to seek medical attention. Lida raised his head, tears streaming down his face. He was not attempting to elicit sympathy from Summer, but rather lamenting the thought of leaving his parents and sister uncared for after his demise. His heart ached as if pierced by 1,000 needles. Poverty, utterly impoverished. The doctor told me that my sister's condition is treatable, but the medical expenses amount to 200,000. Brother Tion, when do you think honest work will yield enough to cover that sum? I never intended to kill you. My sole desire was for the Tiger to teach you a lesson, and then for my two brothers and I to seize the opportunity to capture you and extort 200,000 from you to fund my sister's treatment. I did not anticipate that the Tiger would act so ruthlessly, even pulling out a gun. Brother Tion, this entire plan was orchestrated by me, Lida. Whether it be execution or torture, I harbor no resentment, but I implore you to spare my second and third brothers. If they were to perish, my parents and sister would surely starve. Brother Tion, I bow before you. Hud, hud, hud. Each impact struck heavily against the ground. Although the contact was brief, he understood that Xia Tian was fundamentally a good person, and he sought to plead for the lives of Li Er and Li San through this act. After bowing repeatedly, he lifted his head to find Xia Tian offering him a mobile phone. Confess everything about your years of thievery, hiring assassins, and drugging. Lida, feeling utterly despondent, dare not conceal anything. He recounted his experiences over the years to the phone, including his dealings with the tiger and the scheme to drug Xiaotian. Before handing the device back to him, Xiaotian stowed the phone away and remarked coldly, "The contents within could easily secure a 10-year sentence for the three of you if submitted to the police. Now, awaken them and come with me. Where are we going? To a desolate ravine to dispose of the bodies? Or perhaps to the police station to receive accolades as upstanding citizens? We dies Hartseng." And he looked up at Xiaotian in despair, crying out, "Brother Tian, just take my life. Please spare them." He pleaded, "Take me to your home." Xiaotian replied expressionlessly. Chapter 58. The fourth of the Li family, your family, is the reason for your betrayal, isn't it? On the road, Xiaotian asked suddenly. The three brothers were taken aback, gazing up at him. Li sighed and slowly replied, "Brother Tian, I know you doubt my words. But when we arrive at my home, you will understand." Li, choked with emotion, said, "Brother Tian, we only sought to deceive you out of desperation. Grant us one more chance, and we shall endeavor to lead honorable lives." Xiaotian replied nonchalantly, "Who said I was going to your home to verify the truth?" Li dies cooperation shifted dramatically. "Then what do you intend to do?" He retorted, "I was the one who plotted against you. My parents and sister are innocent. If you seek revenge, direct it solely at me." As he spoke, his hand crept toward the spring knife in his pocket. Xiaotian shot him a glance and sneered. "What? Do you intend to kill me? How many chances do you think you have to stab me?" Li Da's face darkened, and he released his grip on the knife. Given Xiaotian's prowess, he would not even have the opportunity to draw it before being kicked aside. Thud! Lida fell to his knees, resembling a stray dog, tears streaking his face as he begged Xiaotian, "Brother Tian, let the consequences fall solely upon me. If you wish to kill or punish someone, let it be me. Do not harm my family. My only remaining family are my elderly parents and my sister. Please do not hurt them." Xiaotian raised an eyebrow, exasperated. "In your eyes? Do I appear to be the kind of scoundrel who harms the elderly and children?" Lida was taken aback. In the sweltering summer, a soldier embodies a strong sense of justice, even in the pursuit of vengeance against the three brothers. Such a formidable individual would not stoop to inflict harm upon the elderly or children. "What do you intend by coming to our home?" Summer asked, his expression unyielding, his tone frigid. "Spare me your prattle. Lead the way." The three men, silenced by fear, hastened to comply, observing Summer's retreating figure. Li San anxiously turned to his two brothers. "What does Summer truly mean? Should we make one last desperate attempt? Perhaps we could eliminate him on the way back?" With a resounding slap, Li struck Li San's bald head, his frustration evident as he scolded, "Have you lost your senses?" The tigers wielded steel knives and handguns, yet they ended up begging for mercy at Summer's feet. Who in their right mind would dare to confront him? After enduring Li Da's tirade, Li San's countenance darkened. Yet the image of the tigers in submission rendered him completely cowed, glancing imploringly at his elder brother. "But what does Summer want at our home?" Li furrowed his brow and suggested, "Could it be that Summer intends to assist our mother with her illness? Remember how he furrowed his brow when she fell ill? As a soldier, he should possess a strong sense of justice. Perhaps he has knowledge of treating ailments. How can you compare a person to a chicken?" Li San retorted, his voice laced with derision. "Both of you, be quiet," Li Da admonished, frowning. "Let's return home first." 2 hours later, the four arrived at a dilapidated courtyard. "Tiangu, this is my home," he announced. Before they could enter, a heated argument reached their ears. "Why are you back? Didn't the elder brother say you would be hospitalized for a while? A shabby bed costs hundreds a day. Is that hospitalization? It's akin to leeching off people. I won't be treated anymore. I'll recover in a few days anyway." Upon hearing this, the three brothers' expressions shifted dramatically as they rushed inside. They found a woman, her leg bound in bandages, leaning on a crutch as she struggled to scrub pots at the stove, with sliced potatoes prepared for cooking nearby. Seeing this, Lida rushed forward, concern etched on his face. "Mother, your leg hasn't healed yet. What are you doing back here?" "Indeed, Mother, you needn't worry about the medical expenses." Li chimed in, rushing to her side. With a sorrowful expression, the woman replied, "A small box of medicine costs several hundred. I know my leg's condition. I can gather some herbs from the mountain to apply, and it will heal in no time. We have no money for my treatment. Even if we did, it should be saved for your sister." Grinding his teeth, Lida declared, "Mother, I could sell a kidney, if necessary. I will ensure my sister receives treatment. The woman appeared to lose her strength, collapsing into Li Da's embrace, tears streaming down her face. If you sell your kidney, how will you live afterward? Look at me. I have nothing left to offer. I have lived enough. Despair enveloped Li Da as he held his mother, his eyes brimming with tears, embodying the silent breakdown of an adult. On the earthen bed lay a middle-aged man, aged far beyond his years due to long-term illness. His wrinkled face etched with guilt and anguish, feeling a profound sense of remorse toward his family of 5. On the ground sat an exceptionally beautiful young girl, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years of age. Perhaps due to malnutrition, her slender figure stood at about 1.5 meters, weighing merely over 60 pounds. Her pale, delicate face evoked a sense of pity, compelling one to feel a surge of tenderness. Upon seeing her 3 brothers return, the girl immediately rushed into Li Da's embrace, exclaiming, "Brother, brother, I wish to ride a horse." "Little 4, your brother will take you to ride later. For now, let Tiangu examine your health, shall we?" Lida gently stroked the little girl's head, speaking in a soft tone. The expressions of Li Er and Li San also softened considerably, contrasting starkly with their usual fierce demeanor. At that moment, the woman noticed Xia Tian, momentarily taken aback. "Eldest, who is he? What health is he checking?" "This is Xia Tian from Tianyi village. We 3 brothers are assisting him with work." The woman's gaze immediately softened, her weathered face reflecting the simplicity of a farmer's life, as her rough hands clasped Xia Tian's firmly. "Thank you, Boss Xia. I heard from the eldest that you provide each of them with 3,000 yuan a month and allow them to return home at night. You are truly a benefactor to our family. Thank you very much." In response, Xia Tian offered a warm smile, speaking gently, "Hello, Annie. I heard that you and Uncle are unwell. I happen to have some time today to come and see you both. Besides being a boss, I am also a doctor. If it is convenient for you, please sit down and let me examine your injuries." Upon hearing this, the 3 brothers were taken aback, staring at Xia Tian in confusion as they speculated about his intentions throughout the journey. They had repeatedly contemplated ways to deceive Xia Tian, even enlisting the help of a thug. It was already a great mercy that Xia Tian had not sent them to prison, yet he was offering to treat their parents? Was this truly the case? "Tiangu, do you really understand medicine?" Lida inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Xia Tian. "Of course. Help Uncle sit up. I will examine him first." Xia Tian spoke nonchalantly, as though discussing an inconsequential matter. Treat my father? Chapter 59. Healing. The 3 brothers of the Li family were all left in shock. Years ago, their father had sought to earn a little extra money by working at a construction site, only to fall from a height. The site owner, a rogue, had paid merely 1,000 yuan for medical expenses and sent him home. Frustrated, Li Da and the others had gone to the site to seek justice. But they ended up empty-handed and received a beating instead. Not long after, their father was bedridden, with the pillar of the family fallen and little 4's head issues. The Li family was thrust into a dire situation. In despair, their mother even contemplated suicide. It was in this desperate moment that the 3 brothers, driven to extremes, honed their skills and embarked on a life of petty theft. After experiencing the ease with which money could be obtained, they became increasingly disinclined towards honest work. It could be said that had their father not encountered misfortune, the lives of Li Da and his brothers might have taken an entirely different trajectory. Xia Tian inquired, "Uncle, did you suffer an injury when you were younger and not seek medical attention?" Li Da's eyes brightened with surprise as he asked, "How do you know?" In the sweltering heat of summer, I discreetly checked the pulse of Li's father and discovered that the nerves in his legs were obstructed, rendering him unable to stand, a condition predominantly resulting from a lack of timely treatment following a leg injury. With little inclination to elaborate, I merely stated, "Fetch me a few longer needles and remove your father's trousers. This ailment is not difficult to remedy. Can it truly be cured?" Li Da's eyes widened in disbelief. "Enough chatter, or I shall take my leave," I replied impatiently. "All right, I will get it right away," Li Da exclaimed, rushing into the room to retrieve a small wooden box. Opening it revealed an array of acupuncture needles of varying lengths. My surprise was palpable. These were professional acupuncture needles. How did Li's family possess such items? Perceiving my astonishment, Lita scratched his head and explained. I once heard that acupuncture could heal my sister's ailment, so I purchased this set along with a book on acupuncture. However, I am rather dim-witted and could not grasp the technique. Acupuncture is indeed a complex art. Having the proper equipment certainly facilitates the process, and I carried the wooden box into the room. Lita and the others were prepared to gamble on a desperate remedy. Yet, Lee's mother furrowed her brow, voicing her concerns. Lita, is the person you brought reliable? Acupuncture is time-consuming and labor-intensive. You have struggled for years without mastering it. What if this young man causes complications with your father? At her words, I raised an eyebrow. Back in the military, countless individuals queued for my healing services. Yet here, there was apprehension regarding my abilities? Before I could respond, Lita hurriedly interjected, Mother, what do you know? Brother Tion can even cure chickenpox. How could he fail to treat my father's legs? Just wait outside. Though his words appeared to comfort his mother, they were, in truth, a balm for his own doubts. Lita harbored no confidence in my medical skills, yet with his father already bedridden, he reasoned that even if I lacked proficiency, a few needles could do no harm. Lita, do you see your father as a burden, seeking to harm him through an outsider? Lee's mother scolded vehemently. The elderly woman had little faith in my abilities and suspected ulterior motives. Observing this, Lita signaled to his brothers, who promptly escorted their mother out to the courtyard, then deceived the youngest sibling to follow suit. Inside, only Lee's father and I remained. He had overheard the exchange and shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, Eldest, my legs are beyond healing. What are you saying, father? Brother Tion insists he can cure you. Surely he can, right, Brother Tion? I remained silent, directly removing Lee's father's trousers. His legs were marked with prominent veins, resembling rubber bands tightly coiled around them, a rather alarming sight. Step outside. I shall call for you once I am finished. I gestured dismissively. Lita hesitated, but upon reflection, realized that if I truly intended harm, my presence or absence would make no difference. With a grave expression, he departed. Once alone, I adjusted the acupuncture needles and addressed Lee's father. The procedure should not cause significant pain. However, given the severity of the blockages in your leg's meridians, you may experience some discomfort during the treatment. Bear with it. Observing the earnest demeanor of Xia Tian, the elderly could only manage a bitter smile and said, Young man, what kind of pain have I not endured over the years? Go ahead. Although he harbored no faith in Xia Tian's medical skills, he did not wish to disappoint his son's goodwill, even if the outcome of the treatment might bring greater sorrow to his son. Xia Tian took a deep breath and began to administer acupuncture to the elder Lee's legs. He worked slowly, and half an hour passed without any encouraging news. Instead, intermittent sounds of discomfort escaped the elder Lee, causing great anxiety for Li Mu, who suspected that her husband had been deceived by Xia Tian. Had it not been for the second and third sons restraining her, she would have rushed into the room long ago. The little girl, confused, gazed out the window and asked, Big brother, what is Daddy calling out for? Lita smiled broadly, reassuring her, Brother Tion is helping Daddy with a massage. Daddy is making those sounds because it feels good. Massage, feels good, I want a massage too. The little girl clapped her hands with excitement, her adorable demeanor melting Lida's heart. He was willing to serve Xia Tian for a lifetime, as long as it meant his sister would recover. Yet, could Xia Tian truly heal? Lita anxiously glanced towards the door, just as it creaked open. Xia Tian emerged, his handsome face adorned with a hint of fatigue, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as if he had just engaged in a vigorous endeavor. Brother Tion, how is my father? Lita rushed forward, filled with anticipation. Xia Tian replied coolly, You may enter and see for yourself. As several made to rush in, a figure staggered out, leaning on a cane, taking labored steps and requiring frequent rests. Yet his face radiated a brilliant smile. It was a smile that Lita had not seen for many years. Father, you've truly risen. Ouch, who pinched me? Suddenly exclaimed Li San. It was me. I just wanted to see if this was a dream, Lier replied, then rushed into the room and embraced their father tightly. He had longed for this day for so long. At that moment, Lita realized that Xia Tian was indeed a miraculous healer. Reflecting on how he had schemed against Xia Tian multiple times, he felt like a scoundrel for Xia Tian's benevolence in treating their father. With the father's illness cured, They gained another laborer, ensuring their lives would flourish. Most importantly, Xiao Tian claimed he could also treat his sister's ailment. If his sister's intelligence could be restored to normal, allowing her to attend school and enjoy her youth like other children, their lives would be truly enviable. With this thought, Li De knelt down without hesitation. Bowing to Xiao Tian, Brother Tian, previously, we brothers were blind to your virtues and offended you. Not only do you hold no grudges, but you also heal my father. From now on, my life belongs to you. I shall do whatever you ask without complaint. Li Er and Li San knelt beside Li De, bowing to Xiao Tian. Brother Tian, we three brothers will follow you from now on. You are our elder brother. Chapter 60. Five-Fingered Peach. Thank you, Brother Tian. You are indeed a reincarnation of a divine physician. From now on, our lives will belong to you, Brother Tian. The three brothers, witnessing their father rise to his feet, bowed repeatedly in excitement. He truly has stood up. Young man, you are the savior of our Li family. I bow to you. Li mother was equally overwhelmed. For years, the patriarch of the Li family had been incapacitated, leaving them vulnerable to bullying. Despite the brothers earning a fearsome reputation for their bravery, the villagers continued to gossip about their family. Thus, seeing their father stand again filled them with immense joy. Xiao Tian supported Li mother and calmly remarked, "The obstructed meridians have been cleared. Commence rehabilitation exercises tomorrow, and within a month, he shall return to normal. As for your leg, I shall write a prescription upon my return, apply it daily, and you will see results within a week." Li mother grasped Xiao Tian's arm fervently, exclaiming, "Young man, my leg is of little importance. I implore you to save my daughter. She is only 14 and cannot remain in her current state." Li family's youngest, Li Yuhan, age 14, suffered from a mental affliction, her intellect comparable to that of a 4 or 5-year-old child. Coupled with chronic malnutrition, she was small and frail. Yet, to a mother, her daughter is a treasure. The thought of other children thriving in school while her own played in the mud at home brought her to the brink of tears. Li mother quickly added, "If you can cure her, our family is willing to sacrifice everything we have for your assistance." The three brothers, equally moved, bowed once more, pledging, "We vow to serve you for life, as long as you can heal her sister." Xiao Tian remained silent, stepping before Li Yuhan to assess her condition before turning to leave. "It is getting late, and I must gather some five-fingered peach. I must take my leave." The brothers, panicked at the thought of him departing, called out, "Brother Tian, leave the labor of gathering five-fingered peach to us." "Yes, yes. You direct us while we work." "A perfect arrangement. I am an expert at this. Last year, under the cover of darkness, I pilfered 800 pounds of five-fingered peach from old Wang's house at the village's edge." 800 pounds? You must be joking. You three brothers never engage in anything remotely related to hard work. Upon returning to Tianyi village, Xiao Tian spotted Uncle Li at the village entrance, puffing on a cigarette. He greeted, "Uncle Li, what brings you here?" Seeing Xiao Tian return to the village, Uncle Li's dark face lit up with joy. "Why did you come back so late?" After delivering the chickens, Xiao Tian had spent considerable time at the car wash and then at the Li residence tending to ailments. Uncle Li had waited anxiously for Xiao Tian's return, smoking several cigarettes in his worry. His attention shifted as he noticed the bloodied faces of the Li brothers trailing behind Xiao Tian, causing his expression to change to one of concern. "Xiao Tian, what happened? Did you get into a fight? This looks serious." Xiao Tian glanced back. The brothers, having injured themselves while bowing, had rushed out without tending to their wounds, appearing quite alarming. Shrugging, Xiao Tian chuckled, "It's nothing. I accidentally bumped my head against a tree." Yes, I bumped my head against a tree," Li Da quickly corroborated. "After I accidentally struck the back of the elder brother's head," Li Er chimed in. "I saw that both of them were bleeding, and I struck myself on the head with a brick." Li San followed up with, "I can't believe you. Did the pig run into a tree? Did you run into a tree? And then there's someone self-harming?" Uncle Li rolled his eyes, disregarding the nonsensical chatter of the three brothers, and, feeling a lingering unease, remarked, "As long as nothing happened, that's what matters. I thought that scoundrel De Hai would be dissatisfied and send someone to confront you." "Huh. A waste like him wouldn't be enough for me to handle even if 100 of them came," Uncle Li reassured him. "You needn't worry about that," said Xiao Tian calmly. All right. We don't bully others, but we also won't be bullied," Uncle Li exclaimed, patting Xiaotian's shoulder with admiration gleaming in his eyes. Xiaotian was like a son to him. Seeing Xiaotian thrive brought him immense joy. By the way, Uncle Li, did you need something from me? Xiaotian asked curiously. Oh, I almost forgot the main matter. The chickens from Yang Bin and his family have all been sent to your old residence. When you have a moment, go take a look. There are over 300 native chickens and chicks. Initially, I intended to keep them at your place, but Yin Bing firmly refused. With so many chicks, who would take care of them? Moreover, during summer, chicken droppings would be everywhere, creating a terrible stench. Thus, Yin Bing suggested sending them to the old residence for rearing. With over 300 native chickens at the old residence, surely someone would tend to them. This not only resolved the issue of the chickens, but also conveniently pushed Xiaotian out of his own home. Xiaotian would live alone at the old residence, while she and Tian would stay at Xiaotian's house. Perfect. Xiaotian was unaware of Yin Bing's ulterior motives and thought it was fine to keep the chickens at the old residence. Coincidentally, he wanted to plant some five-fingered peach trees there and could care for them together. All right, I'll take them up the mountain to dig some five-fingered peaches, and later, I'll check on the chickens at the old residence. Upon hearing this, Uncle Li immediately pointed to the three brothers and said, First, help them tend to their wounds. They look frightening with all that blood on their faces while walking around the village. The three, upon hearing this, chuckled and replied, It's nothing. A little blood doesn't matter. The wounds aren't deep, just wipe them with a tissue. These minor injuries shouldn't delay us from digging for five-fingered peaches. The three brothers were eager to prove themselves. Xiaotian did not mention whether his sister's illness could be cured, but the brothers were intent on sticking with him, knowing that success comes from following capable individuals. All right then, you may head up the mountain. Uncle Li sighed with a wry smile. He felt that the three brothers were more respectful towards Xiaotian, not just respectful, but almost obsequious, flattering him. However, this did not concern him. Xiaotian was like a son to him, and the better Xiaotian did, the happier he became. Moreover, since Xiaotian returned to the village, the profits he brought were evident to all. The entire Tianti village relied on Xiaotian to lead them to prosperity. After Uncle Li left, Xiaotian took the three brothers back home, quickly tending to their wounds before heading to the back mountain with tools in hand. Tian, who had been cooped up at home all day, eagerly followed upon hearing they were going to the back mountain. The back mountain was picturesque, teeming with life. The lush greenery was filled with the essence of nature. Each visit brought Xiaotian a sense of joy and a feeling of returning to simplicity. Brother Tian, you rest here while the three of us go dig up the five-fingered peach. Yes, Brother Tian, just watch. If we don't clear this entire area today, Li San shall write my name backward, Li San declared, thumping his chest with conviction. No sooner had he spoken than Lita slapped the top of Li San's bald head, scolding, You look like a bloated bull with your greasy mouth wide open. If you can't speak sensibly, then keep that blasted mouth shut. At this rate, how long will it take to dig up such a vast expanse of five-fingered peaches? Lida gran bol dangridi. Rubbing his head, Li San replied, I just wanted to help Brother Tian dig a bit more. Observing the bickering brothers, Xiaotian interjected calmly, All right, let us get to digging. It's getting dark, and we need to head home. Chapter 61. The bewildered brothers, the three Li brothers, possessing skilled hands, had clearly engaged in their fair share of mischief in the past. At 6 o'clock in the evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was painted with the warm hues of twilight, creating a picturesque scene from the mountaintop. This enchanting moment was captured through Sweet S-Phone, drawing the attention of numerous online viewers. Wow, the sunset glow is simply breathtaking, they exclaimed. Tonight, Tianshire village truly is a sight to behold, mesmerizing beyond compare. I wish to sit beneath a tree with my beloved, watching the evening glow and whispering sweet nothings. I'll go to Tianshire village to be Sweet S mother. Someone quipped, Wake her if she s dozing. Let us hope she doesn't develop a taste for sweetness. Such beauty. At last, a perfect wallpaper for my desktop. Comments flooded in, overwhelming sweet. She turned the camera towards herself, flashing a smile. Hello everyone. I'm Sweet. Today, I'm here with my dad to pick five-fingered peaches, and three uncles are helping us too. At that moment, Li Da and the others approached. carrying baskets brimming with five-fingered peaches. Seeing this, Xiao Tian said to Sweet Sweet, "It's time to head down, so please turn off your phone." Just then, the screen was inundated with comments. "Are we still selling chickens today?" With fewer people around, "Dad, hurry and list the free-range chickens. I want to drink chicken soup. I want to buy free-range chickens. I have a roommate with a terminal illness. His last wish is to eat a free-range chicken from Tianchi Village. Please, Dad, Sweet Sweet, fulfill his wish. Hurry, enlist them. With my 28 years of singlehood, I'm sure I can snag one." The online community resembled hungry children, crying out for free-range chickens. Xiao Tian had previously streamed at 8 o'clock to sell chickens, but today he began at 6, resulting in fewer viewers. Everyone felt this was their chance. Unfortunately, Xiao Tian had no chickens at the moment. He had to ensure a daily supply of 800 pounds for Hai Kualan Tian, leaving him to tease the viewers a bit longer. With a hint of regret, he addressed the viewers, "I apologize. The chicks in the village are still in the breeding stage, so please bear with us a little longer." This concludes today's live stream. See you all next time. After saying this, Sweet Sweet ended the stream. "Dad, I'm hungry." As a little foodie, Sweet Sweet's stomach was already growling. The baskets brought by the brothers were filled to the brim, prompting Xiao Tian to rise and call out, "Lida, you three take the five-fingered peaches to my old house. I'll be there shortly." He held her tiny, sweet hand and said, "Daddy will take you fishing. How about we have grilled fish for dinner?" "Yes, yes," the little one exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. "Let's go." Summer ruffled her hair and led her down a mountain. There was a mountain spring above, forming a small stream, its waters crystal clear and sweet, teeming with fish that were delicious to eat. In his youth, Summer often went to the river to catch fish. He was quite familiar with the path. After receiving their orders, Li De and the others also descended the mountain, knowing precisely where Summer's old home was, thus untroubled by the prospect of getting lost. As they walked along the path, Li San grimaced and said, "Big brother, my head hurts." "Bear with it," Li De replied. "Do you really think Summer can heal our sister? What if he can't? It would be a terrible loss for the three of us to toil here in vain." Li San pouted. Smack! Li Er slapped the top of his bald head, scolding him, "With your intelligence, you wouldn't survive without me and Big Brother looking after you. How long has Dad been paralyzed? With just a few needles, Tian Ge will be able to walk again. He is truly a modern-day Huatua, far superior to the county experts." Li San mumbled, "When will he treat our sister? Then, listen more, do more, and keep your mouth shut. Understand your brother's cues. Got it? If you provoke Tian Ge, I'll break your legs," Lita scolded. At 6:30, the three arrived at the old house. Before they even approached, they heard the clucking of chickens in the yard. "This is the place. First, put down the five-fingered peach, then find some wild vegetables to feed the chickens. Make sure to impress." Lida, being astute, knew that simply following Summer's instructions was insufficient. They needed to take the initiative. Whatever Summer could think of, they would do, and whatever he might overlook, they would endeavor to accomplish. Only then could they earn Summer's approval. However, as soon as they opened the yard, a large gray creature blocked their path, baring its teeth and growling ominously, exuding a palpable sense of menace. "Oh my, a wolf!" Lita exclaimed in terror, dropping the five-fingered peach and retreating. Turning around, he noticed his two younger brothers frozen in place, and he shouted anxiously, "What are you standing there for? Run, big brother." My legs feel weak," one brother stammered. "Brother, I can't move. Is it really a wolf?" The gray creature stood at the gate, its sharp fangs glinting in the setting sun, radiating an air of ferocity. The three brothers were in a state of panic. Despite their usual bravado, the sight of a wild wolf sent shivers down their spines, especially the youngest, whose legs trembled uncontrollably. This wild wolf was none other than Xiao Huihui. After Summer brought it back to the old house, it had taken to considering this place its home. During the day, when Uncle Li brought people to deliver chickens, they were also startled by Xiao Huihui. The wolf, perceiving the three newcomers as potential chicken thieves, growled as if to warn them. "Dare to steal Sweetie's chickens? If it weren't for my injuries, I would tear you to shreds." At that moment, an astonished voice came from behind. "What are you three doing? Why aren't you going in?" "Oh my goodness, Tian Ge, you're finally back. There's a wild wolf in your house." Upon witnessing the arrival of Summer, Lita felt as though he had encountered Savior, Indeed, this was a deity of war. The feral wolves and tigers would bow before the might of summer. Summer, however, furrowed his brow, having momentarily forgotten about Xiao Huihui, and fortunately, no harm had befallen anyone. He waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "Ah, Xiao Huihui, the one I raise, he doesn't bite." The three brothers stood in astonishment. "Brother Tian, you jest, do you not? You keep a wolf at home, while others have dogs." Brother Tian has a wolf. This was indeed astonishing. Brother Tian, such a magnificent creature, who wouldn't be mesmerized? "May I touch it?" They had encountered those who kept wolf dogs, but a true wolf was a rarity. The brothers, both shocked and curious, yearned to feel the texture of the wolf's fur and compare it to that of a dog. Summer chuckled softly and replied, "It is not a wolf, but a dog quite well behaved. To raise a wild wolf would be too extraordinary. Calling a large wolf dog would raise no objections." With that, he beckoned Xiao Huihui and called out, "Xiao Huihui, come here, let me pet your head." Xiao Huihui merely curled his lip, presenting a disdainful profile to Summer. "You wish to touch this wolf? Just you?" Summer was taken aback. "Not even a shred of dignity left for me in front of others? I see you're not hungry at all. Perhaps you do not wish for dinner tonight?" Li San, lacking subtlety, commented, "Brother Tian, it seems Xiao Huihui does not heed your commands." Lita smacked him on the bald head and scolded, "Is it only you who can speak?" Xiao Huihui must have not had his ears cleaned for a while. He cannot hear Brother Tian clearly. Understand? No sooner had he spoken than Ting Tian joyfully called out, "Xiao Huihui, did you miss me? Come here quickly." Xiao Huihui wagged his tail and dashed over. The three brothers were startled, fearing the wolf would bite, but the next moment, Xiao Huihui flopped down before Ting Tian, exposing his belly. Ting Tian crouched on the ground, cradling Xiao Huihui's belly, and the wolf displayed an expression of utter delight, reminiscent of a puppy seeking its owner's affection. Chapter 62. Marvelous methods. The sight of Xiao Huihui rolling over and playfully exposing his belly to Ting Tian astonished the three brothers. Goodness, he can truly understand human speech. Incredible. Truly, Brother Tian's dog outshines all others. However, Li San, oblivious to the situation, interjected, "But Brother Tian, is this dog really yours? Why does it seem more affectionate towards Ting Tian?" Foolish wolf. Summer rolled his eyes in exasperation. It was he who had rescued the creature. Yet this foolish wolf appeared to have recognized Ting Tian as its master, relegating Summer to the role of an emotionless tool. Casting a glare at Xiao Huihui, Summer called to the three brothers, "You should go feed the local chickens." To the east of the courtyard, a pen enclosed a multitude of chickens, both chicks and local breeds, totaling over 300. A few of the local chickens were drinking water, but 90% lay motionless, resembling a scene from a disaster film. Lita glanced over, his heart sinking. As a rural dweller, he understood the implications of such a sight. In a quiet tone, Yu addressed Xiaxia, Brother Tian. "This flock of chickens seems to be afflicted by avian plague. There is no point in continuing to raise them." When the patriarch of the Li family first fell ill, the three brothers had entertained the idea of amassing wealth through raising native chickens. They purchased hundreds of chicks, nurturing them until they reached 5 or 6 pounds, only for one to succumb to the avian plague, and by the next day, all the native chickens had followed suit. In a single night, their dreams of prosperity shattered, accompanied by a significant loss of both manpower and resources. From that moment on, the three brothers irrevocably embarked on a path of thievery. The avian plague, it seemed, was a mere trifling issue. Xiaye retrieved a small porcelain vial from his pocket and handed it to Li De, stating, "Dissolve the pills in water and administer them to the native chickens. The avian plague will be cured." "What? One pill can cure the avian plague? What kind of joke is this?" Li De thought incredulously. If the avian plague were truly so easily remedied, surely every household in the vicinity would be raising native chickens. He felt inclined to voice his skepticism, but upon witnessing Xiaye's unwavering confidence, he swallowed his words, accepting the vial and beckoning his brothers to enter the chicken coop. Inside the coop, the native chickens lay listlessly, barely acknowledging the three uninvited guests with a mere blink before resuming their inert positions. Li San, without thinking, seized one chicken by the neck and gave a kick, then pinched its beak, forcing it open with slight pressure. Brother, look at this chicken. It appears utterly devoid of hope. It's beyond saving. We might as well take it home and stew it to nourish our father, he suggested. The villagers were not particularly discerning. Having once been unable to afford meat, they often looked forward to avian plague as a means to enjoy chicken stew, flavored with cinnamon and star anise. Eat, eat. All you think about is eating. Brother Tion said this medicine will work. Do you understand? Lida retorted, though deep down, he too harbored doubts about the remedy. The avian plague was notoriously difficult to treat, a nightmare for all poultry farmers. Nevertheless, as Xiaotia had instructed, they resolved to follow through. After administering the medicine, should the chickens perish, Xiaotia could not hold them accountable. The three brothers worked swiftly, and before long, the listless native chickens had been attended to, lying there without so much as a flutter of their eyelids. Witnessing this, Li San was left dumbfounded. Goodness, brother. It seems that after administering the medicine, these chickens have just dropped dead. I also feel that they could have lasted until tomorrow. But now it seems they won't survive the night. What are we to do? Lida wrestled with his inner turmoil, but ultimately chose silence. During this period, Xiaotia had repeatedly challenged his understanding. Perhaps miracles could indeed happen. To his two brothers, he urged, enough of the dawdling. Let's focus on our work. While the trio busied themselves, Xiaotia went to connect water and electricity to the old house. In less than an hour, the three brothers had planted the five-finger peach trees, and Xiaotia had pulled a wire from the room to set up 3 lamps in the courtyard. After planting the final five-finger peach tree, Lida collapsed onto the ground, panting. They had not paused for rest or a meal that day and were thoroughly exhausted. Just as he was about to catch his breath, a startled exclamation from Li San broke the moment. Goodness, brother, come quickly. Those chickens seem to be standing up. Haven't you ever seen chickens standing before? Startled and embarrassed, Li let out a curse. At that moment, Lier exclaimed, wow, it's really happening. Brother, come quick. Lida shot a glare at his 2 younger brothers and turned to glance back. That one look nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. He shouted, no way. Just an hour ago, all the native chickens had succumbed to chicken plague, lying motionless on the ground like a flock of deceased birds. With decades of experience as a farmer, he was certain the chickens were doomed. Even if there was a remedy, it would take days. How could they have recovered in just 1 hour? The chickens, which had been on the brink of death moments ago, were now strutting proudly in the coop, heads held high as if patrolling their territory, truly the fighter jets of native chickens. How could this be possible? Lida rubbed his eyes, astonished at the sight of the chickens in the coop. The chicken plague had been cured. He would no longer need to worry about it, and could cultivate native chickens in abundance, thus developing a prosperous chicken business. Was this not a pathway to wealth? Since childhood, Lida had dreamed of achieving prosperity, trying countless avenues, yet reality had repeatedly struck him down, causing him to lose faith in business. But now, witnessing the thriving native chickens, hope rekindled within him. He yearned to thrive alongside Xia Tian, to become someone respectable. He dreaded the day his sister returned to normal and went to school, only to find her brothers ridiculed as a bunch of thieves. How embarrassing. While they were lost in thought, Xia Tian handed Lida a bottle of longevity liquid, instructing, Lida, take this and drop a drop on each root of the five-fingered peach. Li San, go dig up some wild vegetables for the native chickens. They haven't eaten in a day and are starving, making noise. We need to fill their bellies before they can rest. Li Da's face flushed with excitement as he replied, Sure, Brother Tian. He was now in complete awe of Xia Tian, who had managed to heal their father's paralyzed leg in just half an hour. And the chicken plague, an ailment even experts could not cure, had been resolved. Was there hope for his sister's illness as well? Li Da gazed intently at Xia Tian, as if looking upon a living Buddha. This person had the power to change their fate. Chapter 63. Has it become a spirit? Lida resolved to follow Xia Tian closely, but upon turning around, he discovered Xiao Hui standing outside the fence, eyes gleaming with a predatory glare fixed on the native chickens, as if they were delectable morsels. Lida froze for a moment and hastily advised Xia Tian, Brother Tian, should we chain up Xiao Hui? Otherwise, I fear it may devour all the native chickens. Woof. Xiao Hui seemed to understand human speech, turning its head to glare at Lida. You think you can bind a wolf like me? Lida was startled and quickly hid behind Xia Tian. Was this really a dog? Why did it exude such a ferocious aura like a wolf? Xiao Tian fell into contemplation. Allowing Xiao Hui to guard the old yard would indeed prevent Wang Dahai and his crew from sneaking around. However, Xiao Hui was still a wolf. What if it turned against them and devoured all the native chickens within a week? Staring at the little gray wolf, Xiao Tian solemnly declared, "You may reside here, but you shall not feast on the chickens." The little gray wolf bared its fangs, let out a couple of soft growls, and arrogantly rolled its eyes. "I shall eat the chickens. That is none of your concern," exclaimed the wolf. "Goodness, Brotherly, it seems it can comprehend your words and even returned your eye roll." Brotherly was taken aback, unable to find the right words. In every rural household, dogs abound, yet he had never encountered one as astute as this little gray wolf. If it were to be used for breeding, it could fetch quite a sum. "You ungrateful creature, consuming my food, drinking my water, residing under my roof. And yet you dare to roll your eyes at me?" Xiao Tian felt a mix of exasperation and astonishment. The foolish wolf seemed to possess a surprisingly high intellect. At that moment, Tian approached, gently stroking the wolf's head, and said, "Little Gray, these chickens belong to Daddy. You cannot eat them, understand?" The little gray wolf tucked its neck and whimpered softly, wagging its tail in acknowledgement. Its toothy, silly grin was undeniably endearing. Without comparison, there could be no pain. Xiao Tian contemplated withholding food from this foolish wolf for a while to make it realize who the true master was. Suddenly, a flock of a dozen local chickens burst forth from the fence, famished after a day of hunger. Their eyes glimmered with hunger as they dashed toward the newly transplanted peach trees. "Oh no, they're going to eat the peach trees," Brotherly exclaimed, rushing forward to intervene. They had exerted considerable effort to transplant those trees and could not allow this flock of chickens to wreak havoc. As he pursued them, he heard a delicate voice nearby. "Little Gray, don't let them ruin Daddy's peach trees, and remember, don't eat them." It was Tian. Brotherly nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity of treating a wolf like a human being. "It's merely a beast. How can one expect it to exhibit restraint? If it refrains from devouring those chickens, I shall be the one to act as a human," he mused. Just then, a gust of wind swept by. In the next moment, Little Gray was already standing guard in front of the peach trees, emitting warning growls to deter the chickens from approaching. The chickens, frightened, scattered in all directions. Tian called out again, "Little Gray, round them up and bring them back to the fence." Even Xiao Tian couldn't help but laugh at this. He patted Tian's head and remarked, Tian, Little Gray is clever, but it is still not human. Do not set your expectations too high." Before Xiao Tian could finish his sentence, Brotherly gasped in astonishment. "Goodness, Brother Tian, look, Little Gray has caught a chicken. How could it resist a chicken brought right to its mouth? Let it indulge today. Tomorrow we shall raise the fence higher to prevent the chickens from escaping," Xiao Tian casually suggested. "But Brother Tian, look," Brotherly exclaimed again, his voice filled with urgency. Xiao Tian shot him an irritated glance before turning his attention back to Little Gray, and in an instant, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground in shock. Unable to suppress an expletive, he exclaimed, "Goodness, the once ferocious gray wolf, known for its savagery, is now gently cradling the chicken in its mouth, carefully returning it to the fence, as if treating the chicken as its own offspring, fearful that its sharp teeth might inadvertently harm it. During the summer, while serving in the military, I encountered an extraordinarily perceptive police dog. Yet, even such intelligence has its limits. Were it not for my own eyes witnessing this, I might have believed that human was concealed beneath that wolfish exterior. Can Xiao Hui understand what you are saying?" Tian, I inquired, casting a glance towards her. "Indeed, Xiao Hui is quite clever," Tian replied, her small tongue playfully poking out. "Clever? This is not mere cleverness. It is clearly a manifestation of some extraordinary prowess." In my astonishment, I reconsidered. With such a capable Xiao Hui watching over the native chickens and the Wizamatado in the old residence, I could rest assured. Lost in thought, Li Er and Li San returned from foraging for wild vegetables. Observing Xiao Hui, who seemed to carry the native chicken back to the pen like a precious bundle, the two stared at each other, utterly bewildered. Have dogs become this impressive nowadays? "Brother, what's going on?" "What do you mean, what's going on?" "Hurry up and chop those wild vegetables to feed the chickens." Lita shot them a glare, grumbling, "Fortunately, Xiao Hui doesn't wield a kitchen knife. Otherwise, we three would be rendered obsolete even in the task of chopping vegetables." Goodness, it is truly challenging to be a subordinate in this day and age. Competing against humans is one thing. Now, I find myself in competition with a dog. And this dog is rather extraordinary. My heart aches for the plight of a mere mortal. Lita surveyed the surroundings, seeking some task to engage in so as not to be outdone by a dog. Turning his head, he discovered Xiao Hui carrying a watering can to tend to the Wuzamatado. "Xiao Hui, I was wrong. I implore you to grant my brothers and me a chance to prove ourselves." With tears unshed, Li Da approached to flatter Tinga. "Xiao Hui is truly remarkable. He is regarded as the king of dogs in Tianyi village." Lier and Li Sin also raised their thumbs in admiration. So clever. They wouldn't dare portray such intelligence on television. This is no mere dog. This is a creature of extraordinary talent. With him guarding the home, no thief would dare to approach. As if he understood their praise, Xiao Hui's tail wagged with enthusiasm. I too felt a sense of admiration. Xiao Hui is genuinely clever. However, only in front of Tian does he reveal his affectionate, playful side. Before others, he is nothing short of an arrogant wolf. Suddenly, Li Dai's stomach growled audibly. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, "Tinga, if there are no tasks at hand, the three of us will head home for a meal." After a long day filled with a roller coaster of emotions, the brothers were already ravenous. I felt a pang of hunger as well, but just as I prepared to leave, Tianqian's voice echoed in my ears. "Daddy, didn't you say you would film a video for everyone today?" "Ah, the video. I had almost forgotten about that." During yesterday's live stream, some viewers questioned whether the native chickens I was raising were truly authentic. I had promised to document the process with a few videos. Today, with the native chickens just arrived and the Wuzamatado freshly planted, it was the perfect opportunity for the inaugural video. Thus, I retrieved my phone and handed it to Lida, saying, "Lida, I will feed the chickens with wild vegetables. You handle the filming. Once we finish, we can head home for dinner." "Filming a video? What kind of video, Tinga?" Lida asked curiously as he took the phone. "Short videos for Douyin," I replied. "I intend to document the process of raising free-range chickens and subsequently conduct a live broadcast to sell them online. During the summer," I casually remarked, and then tossed some chopped wild vegetables into the enclosure. Upon hearing this, the three brothers nearly burst into laughter. Selling free-range chickens online? Is Brother Tian losing his mind over money? Lida, adopting a tone of experience, advised Brother Tian, "In my opinion, you should not waste your time. Selling chickens online is utterly unreliable. Indeed, do not be misled by those internet celebrities who can sell tens of millions in a single live stream. That is only because they have a vast following. For ordinary folks like us, creating videos and live streaming is simply a waste of time. In our village, there is a college graduate who, instead of seeking employment, dreams of becoming an internet star while staying home every day. After 2 years of making short videos, he has garnered only over 300 followers, and out of those, 257 are relatives and friends. Frankly, making these videos is a sheer waste of time. You could spend that effort feeding a few more chickens and selling them to hotels instead." Brother Tian, it is not that we wish to dampen your spirits, but if you want to record your life through videos, we support you. However, if you aim to become an internet celebrity and earn money through live streaming, that is just absurd. Suddenly, Li Da's eyes widened, and he let out a sharp cry. "Brother Tian, wait, is this your Douyin account?" Chapter 64. The feasibility of live streaming for sales. Li Da stared at the Douyin account on his phone, hardly believing his eyes. "What's wrong? Why the fuss?" Liar curiously glanced at Li Da. "If I tell you that Brother Tian's account has 11 million followers, would you believe me?" Li Da gulped. "Huh, brother, are you dizzy from hunger? Do you even understand what 11 million means?" Lier laughed heartily. The renowned Zhao Shufan from the neighboring counties, with her big eyes, oval face, and sweet smile, has only 300,000 followers. Yet Brother Tian has over 10 million just for posting videos about raising chickens? Who would believe that? Li Sin also wore a skeptical expression. Who on earth would take time to watch someone raise chickens? They'd rather watch beautiful people or humorous videos. "Look," Lita said, turning the phone to show his personal homepage. 3. 2 billion likes, 1 following, and 326 fans. Lee Air and Lee San's heads buzzed in disbelief. No way. Alas, the brothers, lacking in education, could only exclaim in astonishment. Lee Air was so shocked that he could not utter a single word. Calm down. There's even more impressive data. Lita revealed the Creator Center, unveiling the second statistic. Live streaming income, 425, 891. Upon seeing the figures on the dashboard, the three brothers gasped in disbelief, as if they had encountered extraterrestrials. What? Over 400? 000? Are those gift givers out of their minds? People are actually tipping for watching chicken farming? Brother, let us not work tomorrow. Let us just stay home and live stream raising chickens. Lee Air felt as though his worldview had been completely shattered. Leader rolled his eyes and scolded, "Fool, does Brother Tion have over 10 million followers? Do you? Moreover, do you think 400,000 is a substantial amount? You may not fully grasp the phenomenon of Douyin live streaming. Many prominent celebrities have only a few million fans. Yet if Brother Tion were to engage with others, his earnings from a single session could easily exceed 1 million. Astonished, Lee Air could hardly believe his ears. Lita gazed at the Douyin account, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Douyin short videos are currently all the rage. Even the elderly in the village enjoy watching them. It is rumored that with several million followers, one can afford luxury cars and reside in opulent mansions. Accounts like Xia Tian's, boasting tens of millions of followers, are undoubtedly among Douyin's elite. What exactly are you talking about? Xia Tian inquired, still somewhat unfamiliar with live streaming. Lida exited the Creator Service Center and entered a live stream hosted by a certain Huizi. The screen was awash with a riot of colorful effects, dazzling to behold, while the barrage of comments was relentless. Come on, help Huizi secure Dogly. In the realm of Douyin beauty, Huizi reigns supreme. Let us go, brothers. Amidst the flurry of comments, a beautiful woman with a heart-shaped face sat in a chair, repeatedly expressing her gratitude to her supporters. In the center of the screen, a red banner flashed. 810-897-672-53987. Lida explained, 10 audio waves equal 1 yuan, and the host and the platform split the revenue 50-50. Just from this session alone, Huizi has already earned over 400,000, and her followers are still fewer than Brother Tion's. If Brother Tion were to perform, making 1 million in one session would be a mere trifle. Furthermore, I've heard that accounts like Brother Tion's can earn hundreds of thousands from a single advertisement. There was a hint of pride in Lida's voice. So what are we waiting for? Let us start streaming. Let us take on Huizi. This live streaming generates income so swiftly. Who needs to raise those farm chickens? Lee Air and Lee Sin bore expressions of eager anticipation, as if they were already the holders of million-follower accounts. The sheer potential of their Douyin account seemed astonishing to Xia Tian. However, he harbored little interest in live streaming. He believed that genuine earnings come from diligent effort. And although one could make tens of thousands by merely shouting a few phrases, such quick money felt rather unreliable. As for accepting advertisements, Xia Tian outright rejected the idea. He had heard numerous stories of deceptive advertisements and was unfamiliar with the products. The thought of promoting a subpar item to his fans weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet, he did realize one crucial point. Selling chickens via live streaming was indeed feasible. Not only feasible, but exceptionally viable. Previously, due to a lack of market channels and the fear of avian flu, no one dared to engage in large-scale rearing of native chickens. Now that the avian flu issue had been resolved and market demand had surged, live streaming chicken sales consistently fell short of supply. Xia Tian felt it was time to embark on large-scale native chicken farming. Seeing Xia Tian lost in thought, Lida asked, "Brother Tian, what are you pondering?" "I've been contemplating the prospect of selling chickens through live streaming," Xia Tian replied. "A few nights ago, I conducted live streams at 8 o'clock, offering a limited quantity of 100 chickens. They were snatched up instantly, every time. I plan to acquire a mountain and construct several facilities for large-scale native chicken farming." Initially, he had approached this venture with a sense of experimentation, but now that it proved successful, he was determined to pursue this path diligently. Selling chickens through live streaming? Is that truly viable? Indeed, there are native chickens available at the vegetable market right outside my door. Who would be so idle as to purchase them online? Lier and Li Sin both felt somewhat skeptical. However, at that moment, Lita spoke with keen determination. Tiangu, I believe this is feasible. I just noticed that your video comment section is flooded with requests for purchasing native chickens, with some even willing to pay a premium. Moreover, since Tiangu can cure chicken diseases, there is no need to fear illness among the native chickens, making large-scale farming entirely viable. Upon hearing Li Da's analysis, Li Er and Li Sin also displayed expressions of excitement. A typical native chicken weighs around 5 kilograms, priced at 25 yuan per kilogram, totaling 125 yuan. 410 chickens, that amounts to 1,250 yuan, and for 100 chickens, it would be 12,500 yuan. Goodness, if the mountains are filled with native chickens, wouldn't we strike it rich? Alright, first, help me shoot today's video well. Then tomorrow morning, after delivering the chickens, let us buy some materials to build a farm. To earn money, one must invest. The remaining funds from my military service, combined with what I have in my Douyin account, total nearly 1 million. However, contracting the mountain and purchasing materials will require a significant amount of money. We must first assess the market before deciding how many native chickens to raise. Later, the video was completed and Xiatian posted it on Douyin, accompanied by a caption. He planned to periodically share the cultivation process of native chickens and Wuji Maotao, ensuring that his friends purchasing in the live stream received authentic native chickens. As soon as the video was released, the comments section exploded. Goodness, this is no ordinary native chicken. These are battle chickens. Each one stands proud and regal, as if surveying its domain, brimming with vitality. After seeing the native chickens raised by the host, I was infuriated to look at the 30 yuan per kilogram ones I bought at the market, prompting me to chop them up in anger. I am willing to pay double the price to acquire the host's native chickens. Private message me if interested. Those upstairs get lost. Only a fool would resell such excellent native chickens. Within 5 minutes, the likes reached 3, comments soared to 8,328, and shares hit 2,121. Staring at the surging statistics, the three Li brothers were dumbfounded. Tiangu, these figures are astonishing. Everyone wants to buy native chickens. Judging by the comments, even if we listed 10,000, they would be snapped up in no time. The comments below the video further solidified Xia Tian's ambition for large-scale native chicken farming. He said to the three brothers, "It's getting late. Tian and I are heading back to the village. You should also return early to rest. Tomorrow will be busy." The three brothers, famished after a long day, began packing to return to the village. Just as they reached the door, Xia Tian suddenly halted. "By the way, I can treat your sister's illness. As for when I will do it, that depends on your performance." Chapter 65. Do you have little brothers? Li Yuhan's illness can be treated, and it is not particularly difficult to remedy. However, Xia Tian had no intention of administering treatment immediately. After all, the three Li brothers had a checkered past. The tale of the farmer and the snake had already played out once. He did not wish to expend effort healing Li Yuhan only for the three brothers to betray him afterward. Xia Tian had already healed the old man's leg. If the three Li brothers were to mend their ways, work diligently, and sincerely assist him from now on, then Li Yuhan's ailment would merely be a minor issue. However, should he discover that these three individuals continue to feign innocence and covertly plot against him, he shall apologize, for Summer will not play the role of a fool. Observing Summer's retreating figure, the three brothers remained momentarily stunned. After a full 5 minutes, Lida glanced at his two brothers and slowly articulated, "Second brother, third brother. Did he just say that our sister's illness can be cured?" Slap. Lier struck Li San on his bald head. "Why did you hit me, second brother?" Lier shook his reddened palm and replied, "It hurts. We did not miss here." "That's splendid. Our sister's affliction can be treated." "Ha ha. I knew he would surely be able to heal her." Previously, Summer had displayed an array of miraculous abilities, solidifying their belief in his capacity to cure their sister. Yet, as long as Summer remained silent, their anxious hearts dared not rest. Thus, upon hearing Summer's affirmative words, their excitement resembled that of children. Once the exhilaration subsided, The eldest brother furrowed his brow. Brother Tian mentioned that our performance will be observed. This statement was delivered with considerable gravity. The illness may be treatable, but the desire to heal rests solely upon my discretion. Upon hearing this, Li Ertu frowned and remarked, "Could Brother Tian still be upset with us over the tiger incident? We have assisted him with so many tasks, yet is he still dissatisfied?" Li San, known for his fiery temper, grumbled, "If I weren't unable to contend with Summer, I would surely chase after him and force him to come home and treat her." "Be silent." Lita shot Li San a glare, admonishing him, "If I were Brother Tian, I would not even treat our father's ailment. Moreover, the tasks we have performed can be accomplished by others as well. Do you understand?" Li San fell silent, realizing that tasks such as harvesting peaches, foraging for wild vegetables to feed the chickens, and delivering goods to the hotel could be performed by anyone. They, the three brothers, were not irreplaceable. "Eldest brother, what shall we do?" Li San inquired anxiously. A glimmer of insight sparked in Li Da's eyes as he responded, "We have previously betrayed Brother Tian. Now, to regain his favor, we must demonstrate our unwavering loyalty. Follow me." Upon returning home, Summer swiftly cleaned 2 fish, then took a long tree branch and pierced it through the fish's mouth before kindling a fire to commence roasting. In the past, during his military service, he often executed tasks in desolate locations, with roasted fish being his most frequent meal. It was convenient to procure and simple to prepare. Moreover, the fish from Tiani village thrived in mountain spring water, offering a flavor distinctly superior to that of farmed fish. Before long, the aroma of the roasting fish wafted through the air. "Sweetie, I will fetch some seasoning. It will soon be ready to eat." Summer rose and made his way to the kitchen in search of spices. Yin Bing was exceptionally busy today. First, she dealt with matters concerning Wang Dahai, and then assisted Summer in arranging for the free-range chickens. Just as she found a moment of respite, a villager approached to plead on behalf of Wang Dahai, hoping Yin Bing and Summer would refrain from complete annihilation. When I severed the ropes and excavated Tiani village, what was I thinking? Now they come seeking mercy? Do they truly believe I am a benevolent deity with no temper at all? After a busy day, Yin Bing felt ravenous. Upon pushing open the door, she spotted Tian sitting in the courtyard, her chin resting on her hands, gazing longingly at the grilled fish before her. "Ah, it smells delightful." Yin Bing inhaled deeply, feeling her appetite awaken. She settled beside Tian and inquired with a smile, Tian, did you grill this fish?" "It was made by Dad," Tian replied. "Would you mind if I ate a piece?" Yin Bing asked, her stomach already grumbling from hunger. "Of course not." But Tian turned her head and winked towards the kitchen. "Summer? I've done so much work for him. Surely, having 1 grilled fish is not too much to ask. Be good, Tian. We'll each have 1, regardless of him." With that, Yin Bing took a piece of grilled fish, blew on it gently, and then handed it to Tian. As she gazed at the little fairy-like Tian, her heart melted. She couldn't help but wonder how much merit that scoundrel Summer must have accumulated in his past life to deserve such a beautiful and polite daughter. However, just as Yin Bing was about to savor the grilled fish, she suddenly felt it being snatched from her hands. Looking up, she saw Summer holding the fish. A grin spread across his face. "Sorry, but there are 2 grilled fish, 1 for me and 1 for Tian. "I didn't bring you any," Summer said, still smiling at Yin Bing. Yin Bing jumped to her feet, hands on her hips, her face flushed with indignation. "Summer, I helped you by bringing those free-range chickens from Yang Bin's family. What's wrong with me eating 1 fish?" Summer waved the grilled fish in his hand and replied nonchalantly, "It's not that you can't have some, but don't you think it's time to fulfill your promise?" "What promise?" Yin Bing asked, momentarily taken aback. "I mean, dear Secretary Yin, you do seem to forget things easily. Let me jog your memory. Yesterday you said that if Wang Dahai and the others apologized to me, you would apologize to me as well. You're not trying to back out of it, are you?" Yin Bing's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot a sideways glance at Summer, forcing out the words between clenched teeth. "I'm sorry." "What?" "I said I'm sorry. Speak up. Are you a coward? You usually have such a loud voice." Yin Bing, exasperated and blushing, stomped her foot and shouted, "I'm sorry. Is that enough?" Give me the grilled fish. Summer, observing her flushed cheeks, felt a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Secretary Yin, have you forgotten there is still another promise to uphold? If you think Tian feels awkward, I can let her go back inside. Yin Bing's large, watery eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Summer. That scoundrel dared to tease her in front of Tian. Just then, Tian slowly rose and sweetly said, Daddy, Ani Bing, you both carry on. I'll go eat in my room. The clever little girl chuckled softly as she took the grilled fish back with her. Yin Bing was at a loss for words. They were all adults, and they would have to work together in the future. Did they really need to make things so awkward? She glared at Summer and exclaimed, Hands on her hips. Summer, you're really going to end up friendless acting this way. Do you honestly think I have friends? Yin Bing crossed his arms, attempting to prod at Xia Tian's spirited disposition. However, at that moment, the three brothers of the Li family stood at the door, executing a remarkable gesture that left Yin Bing astonished. The trio formed a line and suddenly knelt on both knees, reverently bowing 3 times towards Xia Tian's back. The force of their actions palpable enough to send tremors through the courtyard. Brother Tian, from this day forth, you shall be the elder brother to us 3, they declared. Through fire and water, at your command, we shall not flinch. Xia Tian waved his hand, maintaining a stoic expression as he addressed the 3. Return home now, and come early tomorrow to work. Yes, Brother Tian, they responded in unison. As they rose and turned to leave, they offered a deep bow, their gazes filled with devotion, as if Xia Tian were a deity. Once the 3 departed, Xia Tian turned to Yin Bing with a beaming smile, lightly stating, Friends? I have fewer than you, but do you have younger brothers? Chapter 66. Sister Hong's request. The following morning, a small truck rattled its way toward the county. Inside, the 3 Li brothers, having endured a sleepless night, radiated with vigor as they respectfully gazed at Xia Tian, who appeared to them as a golden Buddha. How is your uncle's leg? Xia Tian inquired. It has healed. He is boasting everywhere, they replied. This morning, he walked around the village with a cane, declaring that Brother Tian was his healer. Now everyone knows that Brother Tian is a miraculous physician. The brothers were filled with childlike excitement at the thought of their father's joyful laughter. It's wonderful that he can walk again, but remember to take it easy. Also, take this prescription back for your mother. She should apply it twice daily, morning and evening. Xia Tian handed them a prescription. Thank you, Brother Tian, Li Da exclaimed, cheerfully accepting the prescription. Brother Tian, I have read all the comments on your Douyin posts, and I realize that those people react to free-range chickens like hungry men seeing a beautiful woman. They can't wait to leap through the screen. As long as the supply is sufficient, it will surely become a sensation. However, there is one thing. Oh, what is that? Xia Tian inquired with keen interest. Having evaded prison for years as a pickpocket, Li Da was undoubtedly astute, and Xia Tian was curious about his insights. The trend in short videos is highly contagious. Last night, I discovered over 100 accounts dedicated to recording videos of raising free-range chickens, all of which are linked to sales. We have a large fan base and significant traffic, but if we cannot consistently supply products, those eager fans might turn to competitors. Xia Tian frowned slightly, sensing the validity in Li Da's analysis. Your assessment is quite astute. Henceforth, share any suggestions you have with me. Once we deliver the chickens, we shall head to the market for research. We need to evaluate costs for facilities, land, and chicks to create a comprehensive plan. After a bumpy hour, the small truck arrived at the expansive backyard of Haikualan Tian, where a group of young men in the kitchen came to unload the cargo. The free-range chickens disembarked, proudly strutting about, resembling little phoenixes. The kitchen staff erupted into laughter. Mr. Xia's free-range chickens are truly spirited. One exclaimed, Look at how gallantly they carry themselves. It seems they are the true masters here. My dear brother, can you imagine their reaction if they were aware that they were about to be tossed into the pot? A group of young men chuckled as they carried the chickens inside. At that moment, Brother Qian emerged. Mr. Xia, the quality of the chickens is even better today, he exclaimed. From now on, all the chickens will be of such excellent quality. Xia Tian replied casually. The chickens that have been treated with medicine not only recover from chicken plague, but also possess a vibrant spirit, providing immense benefits to the human body. After consumption, they can invigorate blood circulation and alleviate stagnation with remarkable effects. Brother Qian, where's that chubby man from yesterday? Xiao Tian inquired. Oh, you mean Old Li? He resigned yesterday and didn't he come in today? Is there something you need from him, Mr. Xiao? Nothing urgent. He mentioned wanting me to check his health. But it seems unfortunate that he has already left. Xiao Tian remarked. That chubby fellow probably heard about the tiger being dealt with and hastily packed his belongings to flee. Just then, a soft and alluring voice chimed in from behind Xiao Tian. Mr. Xia, since you enjoy examining others, why not take a look at me? Turning towards the voice, he saw Sister Hong approaching from a distance, dressed in a white sundress that revealed a glimpse of her slender, fair legs. She wore a pair of black high heels, each step imbued with grace and charm. Sister Hong, Xiao Tian greeted. Sister Hong maintained an exquisite figure, and with her attire, one could easily believe she was a 20-year-old university student. Are you feeling unwell, Sister Hong? Xiao Tian asked. Just a little discomfort, she replied playfully, leaning against Xiao Tian's shoulder. I suspect I may be suffering from lovesickness. Could you take a look for me? With a beautiful woman beside him. Xiao Tian felt his cheeks flush slightly, awkwardly clearing his throat. All right, let us take a look. 5 minutes later, the two arrived at Sister Hong's office. Sister Hong, is this area where you have eczema? Is it causing discomfort? Xiao Tian questioned, somewhat puzzled. No, Sister Hong shook her head. Then where does it hurt? He scrutinized her, adhering to the principles of traditional Chinese medicine, but just as he was about to examine her, Sister Hong bent down to brew tea. The loose-fitting sundress she wore revealed more than intended as she leaned forward. My eyes feel a bit uncomfortable. I wish to see something grand to soothe them, Sister Hong teased, casting a flirtatious glance at Xiao Tian. Xiao, unfazed, responded with confidence. If Sister Hong wishes to see, it is always available. Just say the word, and we shall prepare it for you. Sister Hong's eyes sparkled, and a cunning smile graced her lips. Joking aside, I actually called you up for something serious. Is it about the tiger? Xiao Tian reassured her. No need to worry. The matter concerning the tiger has been resolved. No one will disrupt our agreement moving forward. You resolved the tiger issue? Sister Hong exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, I taught him a lesson or two. He won't trouble us again, Xiao Tian replied nonchalantly. Sister Hong was taken aback. Is that true? You're not jesting with me, are you? The tiger is quite the formidable figure in Ganning County. Could even dealt with so easily? Wait, I heard that someone caused a commotion at the tiger's stronghold yesterday, and it subdued him. It couldn't have been you, could it? Impressive. Hongjie handed Xiao Tian a cup of tea, gazing at him with sultry eyes. One person has single-handedly toppled the tiger's den. Your martial prowess is quite formidable, Xiao Tian casually replied. Not only am I skilled in martial arts, but my skills in other areas are even more impressive. As a seasoned veteran of the military, having just been teased by Hongjie, he felt compelled to regain his dignity. However, he underestimated Hongjie's prowess. Instead of blushing, she playfully glared at him with sultry eyes and smiled. Oh, quite confident, aren't we? When will you let me witness your abilities firsthand, to see whether you can bring me down or if I shall subdue you? Clearing his throat, Xiao Tian awkwardly suggested, Sister, let us discuss something serious. Upon hearing this, Hongjie retracted her playful demeanor and regarded Xiao Tian with a serious expression. Mr. Xia, how proficient are you in medicine? Can you treat pediatric illnesses? Without having seen the patient, I could claim I can cure her, but you wouldn't believe it. Yet, I assure you, I can heal. Hongjie held Xiao Tian in high regard. If she truly needed his assistance, he would certainly oblige. As for pediatric ailments, be they airborne, aquatic, or terrestrial, whether human, avian, or beast, even plants like the five-fingered peach, Xiao Tian could remedy them. Pediatric issues? What'll be difficult about that? How impressive. Hongjie blushed, quietly admiring Xiao Tian. Perhaps due to his military background, the confidence radiating from him stirred her heart. She longed for an opportunity to engage in deeper conversation with him. However, now is not the time. She gazed earnestly at Xiao Tian and continued. A friend's daughter, 12 years old, has developed a rather peculiar ailment. At school, she is full of energy and vivacious, but upon returning home, she becomes lethargic, constantly yearning for sleep and refusing to eat. Initially, Her mother thought it was due to her discontent with living here, so they relocated several times, yet the girl remains in a daze. Just look at her current state. Hongjie opened her phone and presented it to Xia Tian. On the screen was a little girl, pale-faced, with sunken eyes and a vacant gaze, lacking any semblance of a child's liveliness. Chapter 67. A charlatan? The girl's condition was evidently dire, without timely and appropriate treatment. She could very well face fatal consequences. Noticing Xia Tian's furrowed brow, Hongjie slowly remarked, "Do not feel pressured. They have consulted numerous hospitals without uncovering the issue. It is perfectly normal if you cannot treat her. It is common not to identify a problem, as her body is fundamentally healthy." Ah, healthy? Hongjie's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Xia Tian. Her friend had sought expert consultations, spending hundreds of thousands, and Xia Tian claimed there was no illness? One outrageous jest. The cause could be broadly inferred, but a visit to the patient was essential for a definitive conclusion. The girl in the video resembled Tian in age, stirring Xia Tian's compassion. "You truly can heal her?" Hongjie anxiously regarded Xia Tian, struggling to accept this notion. "I can." "Wonderful." The steady demeanor characteristic of a soldier emanated from Xia Tian, compelling Hongjie to trust him. "I shall escort you there immediately." After conferring with the three brothers of the Li family, I departed in Hongjie's car. During the journey, our conversation flowed intermittently, during which I learned about the plight of a young girl named Chen Xiaoning. Her mother, Li Wanqin, is a close confidant of Hongjie. 2 months prior, Li Wanqin noticed that her daughter had lost her appetite, initially attributing it to the typical pickiness of children. However, she soon observed that Chen Xiaoning appeared lethargic throughout the day, with disturbingly shallow sleep. Any sound would rouse her. Concerned, Li Wanqin reached out to her daughter's teacher to inquire about her behavior at school. To her relief, she discovered that Chen Xiaoning was perfectly fine at school. But upon returning home, she seemed utterly lost, refusing to eat or sleep. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Wanqin began taking her daughter to see doctors. As Chen Xiaoning's condition deteriorated day by day, Li Wanqin became increasingly desperate, seeking assistance from various experts, yet to no avail. Consequently, she turned to social media, appealing to friends for help in locating a miraculous healer. Initially, Hongjie had dismissed the urgency of the situation, believing that with Li Wanqin's connections, securing treatment for the child would be straightforward. However, as the pleas grew more frantic, she thought of me. Half an hour later, we arrived at the foot of an old building. Hongjie explained that previously, it was suggested that the child's ailment was due to poor feng shui at Wanqin's home, prompting them to move in with her parents. Yet this change yielded no improvement. "Wanqin is my dear friend. I implore you to exert extra effort. Should you succeed in healing her, the consultation fee will be well deserved," she urged. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit approached. "Hongjie," he greeted, scanning the surroundings with a puzzled expression. "Where is the miraculous healer you mentioned?" Hongjie smiled and introduced us. "This is Chen Yingjun, Wanqin's husband. And this is Xia Tian, the healer I previously mentioned. He cured my eczema." In his 40s, Chen Yingjun appeared polished and courteous, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of coldness. "Good day, Mr. Xia. You seem rather youthful. May I inquire which medical university you graduated from, or if you hail from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners?" Xia Tian chuckled softly. "I have not attended medical school, nor do I come from a family of traditional healers. My father is a village doctor, and I learned medicine from him." Chen Yingjun's expression shifted, his brows furrowing together, revealing a flicker of displeasure. "May I ask, Mr. Xia, do you possess a medical license?" "None," Xia Tian replied, shaking his head nonchalantly. "I rely on my hands to heal, not on a medical certificate." "Preposterous," Chen Yingjun retorted, his anger palpable as he glared at Hongjie. "Hongjie, Wanqin regards you as her closest friend, and now that Xiaoning is gravely ill, you bring a barefoot doctor to mock us. Is that not a bit excessive?" Though Hongjie had known Xia Tian for merely a few days, she was taken aback by the revelation of his lack of a medical license, which is illegal. Nonetheless, having witnessed Xia Tian save the lives of hotel guests and alleviate her own suffering from eczema, she chose to place her trust in him. "Sister-in-law, you have always been held in high regard." Since I have brought Mr. Xia here, it is because I trust him. Let him give it a try. Chun Xiaoning has been ill for 2 months, and the Chun family has sought help from numerous esteemed practitioners within the city, all to no avail. They even went so far as to hire a medical team from the capital at a premium price, who are now convening for a consultation. This young man is, at best, merely a placeholder. Let us extend a courtesy to Sister Hong. Chun Ingjun cast a disdainful glance at Xia Tian, his expression icy as he said, "Go ahead in." Sister Hong, feeling awkward, addressed Xia Tian, "Mr. Xia, he is just anxious," and spoke without thinking. "Please do not take offense." The residence of Yu Wanqin's parents was nearly 200 square meters. Upon entering, they were greeted by a group of over a dozen middle-aged doctors clad in white coats, surrounding a bed, inspecting it from all angles. Such a large number of people? Xia Tian was momentarily taken aback. With so many doctors rotating in and out, one might mistakenly think they were there for interviews. Sister Hong explained, "These are all experts that Old Chun invited from the capital. I hear they're members of the Chinese Medicine Association. Allow them to examine first. Do not rush. The main event is always saved for last, right?" Fearing that Xia Tian might be displeased, Sister Hong added this remark. "Very well, let them proceed," Xia Tian replied indifferently, then moved closer to observe the child as condition. After all, there is often a significant disparity between video and reality. With a dozen doctors clustered tightly around the bed, Xia Tian squeezed in, only to collide with a bespectacled middle-aged man. The man looked up, and upon realizing Xia Tian was merely a young lad, his brow furrowed, and he coldly inquired, "Whose apprentice are you? Do you not understand that during a consultation, one ought to stand aside?" His voice was frosty, and his demeanor haughty, as if commanding a servant. Xia Tian's expression hardened. Turning around, he noticed a group of over a dozen individuals in their early 20s, likely students accompanying their teacher for training. "I am Xia Tian, here to treat the child," he replied coolly. "Who is this fellow? He looks to be about our age. How could he possibly be here to treat someone?" They scoffed at Chun's frantic search for help. Judging by his attire, which resembled that of a rustic villager, he seemed entirely out of place among medical professionals. Could he be a quack? The smaller the town, the more secrets it harbors. Many con artists exploit the guise of traditional medicine to deceive. Now that we have encountered him, we must not let him escape. With Professor Wang present, no charlatan can evade exposure. Dressed simply to transport free-range chickens earlier that morning, Xia Tian was indeed covered in dust, presenting an unrefined appearance not befitting a doctor. However, the condescension of this crowd left him feeling quite displeased. Being labeled a rustic villager and a quack, was this the quality expected from experts in large hospitals? Had all those years of study gone to waste? Even Sister Hong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She stepped forward to defend Xia Tian, but at that moment, Chen Ingjun gestured impatiently and said, "Mr. Xia, is Professor Wang's consultation time. You may observe from the side, but please do not interrupt." Chapter 68. Seeking attention as Chen Ingjun's words faded, the disciples cast scornful glances at Xia Tian. A country bumpkin, pretending to be a physician? Xia Tian furrowed his brow. Recalling the wisdom imparted by the old bachelor, healing depends on fate. Those destined to recover pay nothing, while those without such fortune are worthless, regardless of the riches they possess. Chen Ingjun's disdain was palpable, and Xia Tian felt no reason to linger, preparing to turn away. At that moment, Hong Jie stepped forward, glaring at Chen Ingjun with indignation. "How can you speak like that? Xia Tian is someone I brought here. If you do not believe in him, we can leave right now, and there's no need for such disrespect. Age and experience do not equate to superior medical skills, and youth does not imply inferiority. Have you not heard the saying, 'Do not belittle the young and impoverished'? Do not look down on others." Chen Ingjun, somewhat abashed, hastily apologized. "I am sorry, Hong Jie. I was a bit hasty. I apologize to Mr. Xia. Please wait a moment, Mr. Xia. Let Professor Wang finish before we proceed." In front of them sat an elderly gentleman clad in a white coat, holding a stethoscope and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. "Professor Wang, how is my daughter?" Chen Ingjun asked anxiously. "I have heard that Professor Wang has utilized traditional Chinese medicine to treat cancer successfully. My daughter's illness should not be insurmountable." Professor Wang, with a calm demeanor, replied, "The path of traditional Chinese medicine is both wondrous and profound. With the proper herbal combinations, cancer is not necessarily incurable. Now, let us discuss the young lady's condition." Chen Jun did not hesitate. "Over the past 2 months, I have taken Xioning to various hospitals for examinations, and all reports indicate that her health is intact. Yet, her condition worsens daily, and she has begun to experience hallucinations. I implore you, Professor Wang, please save my daughter." Hallucinations, and the situation has escalated so severely? Xiaotian gazed at Chen Xioning, whose pale face bore no trace of color, her eyes marred with crimson veins, appearing far more haggard than in the photographs. It was hard to reconcile this with the image of a lively, cheerful girl. Professor Wang approached and, after a brief observation, gently lifted Chen Xioning's eyelid. With an unperturbed expression, he addressed Chen Jun. "The hospitals you visited, of course, could not detect her ailment, as it is rather peculiar. The young lady appears to suffer from nightmares, compounded by some fright, leading to anxiety, palpitations, and the torment of recurrent nightmares. Children are particularly susceptible to such conditions. I will prescribe a calming remedy. Administer it 3 times daily, and within a month, your daughter should recover." A month is not an extended period. Yet witnessing his daughter's pitiful state, Chen Jun could hardly bear the thought of her continued suffering. Furrowing his brow, he anxiously inquired Professor Wang, "I cannot bear for Xioning to endure any longer. Is there any possibility of expediting her treatment?" The accompanying physicians shook their heads in unison, stating, "Professor Wang is a renowned healer in the capital. If he has indicated a month, then less than that is certainly insufficient for a cure. Your daughter's condition is far more terrifying than a typical nightmare, and only Professor Wang possesses the means to heal her. Boss Chen, despite inviting so many experts, you find yourself at a loss. It is already remarkable that Professor Wang can provide a remedy. One must not have overly high expectations," sighed Chen Jun, like the others, stood in support of Professor Wang. "Professor Wang, please do not take offense. My concern for Xioning has made me rather agitated. I humbly request that you share your prescription. I will send someone to procure the ingredients immediately." Professor Wang nodded and instructed a young disciple, saying, "I will recite. You take note: 20 grams of sour jujube seed, 10 grams of anemone, 10 grams of ligusticum, 15 grams of poria, and 6 grams of licorice." He continued to list several more herbal components before adding, "Administer this prescription 3 times a day." Gratefully, the Chen family expressed their thanks. At that moment, an irate voice pierced the air. "If this medicine is consumed, Chen Xioning will undoubtedly perish within 3 days. Who do you think you are, country bumpkin? How dare you question Professor Wang's prescription?" The onlookers gasped in disbelief. "Young man, you seem intent on causing trouble. Boss Chen, you must expel this ruffian at once." Professor Wang turned, observing the young man as satire, and spoke in a measured tone. "You appear quite young. Do you comprehend the herbs I just mentioned? On what grounds do you claim they will lead to death?" Compared to the others who had spoken, Professor Wang maintained a calm demeanor. The young man shrugged, replying, "Isn't it just a calming tonic? One can procure this from any pharmacy. There is no need for such theatrics before prescribing. Moreover, your diagnosis is flawed. The ailment afflicting Chen Xioning is not a nightmare. Your medicine will not only fail to heal her, but may indeed prove fatal. To put it bluntly, your misdiagnosis borders on endangering lives for profit." A sudden clatter echoed as someone's stethoscope fell to the ground, plunging the Chen household into a stunned silence. All eyes were fixed on the young man, disbelief etched on their faces. How could he dare accuse Professor Wang of endangering lives for monetary gain? The attending physicians were incensed, glaring at the young man with outrage. "You are clearly here to stir trouble. How dare you slander Professor Wang, a respected member of the traditional Chinese Medicine Association?" Boss Chen, bewildered, faced the crowd. "Is this truly the doctor you have brought?" His incredulity was palpable. "No wonder my daughter's condition has not improved. It seems all you have brought back are clowns like him." Professor Wang was not only their mentor, but also their idol. The crowd's fury swelled at the young man's words, and several youths rolled up their sleeves, ready to confront him. Sister Hong swiftly pulled the young man behind her, her expression one of embarrassment. Listen, I understand your frustration with Chun Ingjuan's demeanor, but Professor Wang is indeed a renowned physician. Even if his medicine is ineffective, it should not lead to death, should it? Surely, you must be mistaken. She too believed the young man was being alarmist. It was hard to conceive that a calming tonic could be lethal. The young man gazed at the ailing Chun Xiaoning, his brow furrowed, and coldly declared, "Today, if the medicine he prescribed is consumed, the young lady's symptoms will undoubtedly worsen. Within a month, the patient is destined to perish." Humiliated by an unknown junior, Professor Wang could no longer maintain his composure and turned to Chun Ingjun. "Boss Chun, I have already prescribed the medication. Whether you choose to administer it is your prerogative. Since you have summoned a miraculous physician, I shall take my leave." With that, Professor Wang attempted to depart. Observing this, Chun Ingjun rushed forward to obstruct him, simultaneously pointing at Hongjia and bellowing, "Hongjia, I implore you to escort this attention-seeking fool out of my home. I regarded you as a dear confidant, yet you bring such a person to treat my daughter? I am profoundly disappointed." Li Wanqin, her face flushed, pointed at Hongjia and coldly remarked. In that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Hongjia. Chapter 69. A resounding slap. Xiaotian was brought in by Hongjia. Consequently, she bore the burden of any ensuing responsibility. As for the opinions of Chen Ingjun and others, Xiaotian remained indifferent, though she felt a twinge of embarrassment for Hongjia. "Hongjia, I wish to apologize," Xiaotian thought. But before she could utter a word, Hongjia stepped forward, her proud chest thrust out, and coldly admonished, "Silence. I regard you as a sister, and yet you dare to question my character? By bringing Xiaotian here, I demonstrate my unwavering faith in his medical abilities. What if he is young? At least he does not resemble some individuals who, despite their extensive education, lack even the most basic manners. One must first be a person before aspiring to be a revered physician. Furthermore, what esteemed doctor from the capital merely prescribed a simple tonic? Such a remedy could be procured from any pharmacy without your assistance. Chen Ingjun, Li Wanqin, let me make this clear. Xiaotian is under my aegis. I shall bear the responsibility for his words, and should any issues arise from his treatment, I shall also take accountability. However, I warn you, Xiaotian is here at my behest, and should anyone dare to treat him unjustly, I shall not hesitate to sever ties." With a resounding clap, Hongjia struck the table. Instantly, the Chun family residence fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Having traversed the underbelly of society, Hongjia's fury radiated a formidable presence, causing the students who had previously mocked Xiaotian to lower their heads, unwilling to meet her gaze. Even the esteemed professors felt their faces flush with embarrassment. The students' earlier behavior indeed lacked decorum. Chen Ingjun and Li Wanqin, too, were left with red faces, consumed by guilt. Throughout their acquaintance, Hongjia had consistently embodied the role of a protective older sister, always ready to assist without hesitation. To doubt anyone was one thing, but to doubt Hongjia was entirely unwarranted. The most astonished of all was, in fact, Xiaotian. He had only met Hongjia a handful of times. The first was when he treated the young girl using the widely known Heimlich maneuver, and the second was for Hongjia's eczema, which had yet to heal. Yet, when all others cast doubts and scorn upon him, Hongjia stood unwaveringly by his side, offering her steadfast support. "Even if the entire world stands against you, we are willing to confront it on your behalf." This unwavering trust fills Xiaotian's heart with warmth, leading him to acknowledge Hongjia for the first time. From this moment forth, she is not merely a collaborator, but a true friend. "Since you are willing to stake everything on me, I shall ensure you do not suffer defeat." Xiaotian smiled slightly, stepping forward to declare, "A child's illness cannot be delayed. One must never trust others lightly. Furthermore, I can treat this condition without the need for a month. Results will manifest today." His voice was calm, yet imbued with an air of unassailable authority. "What?" At his words, Professor Wang did not respond with anger, but rather with a mocking smile, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses as he regarded Xiaotian with derision. "Young man, judging by your age, you have yet to reach your 30s. The field of medicine is vast and profound. Do you believe that a mere child like you can comprehend healing?" Professor Wang redirected his critique, and the students unleashed a barrage of ridicule. "You look as though you haven't even attended medical school. Do not embarrass yourself here." Without Professor Wang's pathological insights, how could you possibly know that the calming and brain-nourishing tonic could heal? Boss Chun, if you allow these two to continue questioning Professor Wang, we shall abandon this treatment. They are esteemed experts from the capital. Wherever they go, they are met with utmost respect. Yet here, they're mocked by a country bumpkin and a woman. Their fury simmers within, but to retaliate in anger would reveal their lack of decorum. Thus they shift the burden of pressure onto Chen Yingjun. Damn it, this is troublesome. Chen Yingjun had faith in Hong Jie. One side presented the rustic barefoot Dr. Xia Tian, while the other boasted the renowned Professor Wang, who had been summoned at great expense from the capital. How could he dare gamble with his daughter's life? At this moment, Xia Tian smiled. Am I merely a child? Allow me to demonstrate who the true quack is. With that, he abruptly approached the bedside, raising his right hand high. What are you doing, boy? Chen Yingjun gasped in alarm, rushing forward to intervene, but it was too late. With a resounding smack, his enormous palms struck Chen Xioning's face, the force sending her flying. Colliding with two students before landing on the ground, blood trickling from her mouth in a pitiful state. Your daughter's ailment is not a nightmare. The tonic will only provoke death. A doctor heals with their hands, not with boastful words. Hong Jie, let us go. With that, Xia Tian beckoned to Hong Jie and turned to leave. Stop right there. Chen Yingjun, incensed, charged forward, intent on striking Xia Tian. You hit my daughter and think you can walk away? If anything befalls her, I will demand your life in return. The onlookers were equally stunned by the slap. Is this what you call healing? You are endangering lives for profit. I suspect you are a rival sent to harm Boss Chen. Miss Chun is so lovely. How would you bear to strike her? This slap was so severe that even an adult would struggle to withstand it, given Miss Chen's frail state. She might truly not survive this day. Confronted by the obstruction of the crowd, Xia Tian felt an overwhelming weariness. And it is no wonder that the seasoned bachelor remarked that healing is contingent upon fate. Some individuals truly do not merit his intervention. Just then, Hong Jie grasped Xia Tian's hand, her eyes narrowing as she commanded, "We are leaving. Let us see who dares to stop us." Xia Tian's slap was, in essence, a form of healing. Should anything befall Xioning, he would bear the consequences. Such authority, such majesty. The occupants of the living room stood in stunned silence, rooted to the spot. Bang! The door was forcefully slammed shut. Do not leave, stand still. Chen Yingjun, in a frenzy, attempted to pursue them, intent on punishing his daughter. He would rather offend Hong Jie than allow Xia Tian to escape. He was determined to eliminate Xia Tian. Just as Chen Yingjun was about to charge out, a soft whimper shattered the room's stillness. Mommy, it hurts. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap echoed in Li Wanchuan's mind. She beheld Chen Xioning, lying on the ground, suddenly sit up, clutching her swollen left cheek and wailing inconsolably. Mommy, my face hurts so much. Ning Ning, do not be afraid. Mommy is here. Mommy is here. Li Wanchuan hurried over, lifting her child in her arms while soothing her, and turned to Chen Yingjun, scolding, "Hurry and call the police to arrest that scoundrel. Look at how badly Ning Ning has been hurt. I want him to rot in prison. I will report it now." Chen Yingjun pulled out his phone, determined to hold accountable anyone who dared to harm his daughter, regardless of their connections to Hong Jie. Wait a moment. Chapter 70. A true healer? Suddenly, Chen Yingjun's father intercepted him, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Yingjun, have you noticed that Xioning seems different from before? Different? Chen Yingjun was taken aback. She wouldn't cry before, and her gaze was vacant, as if her soul had fled. But now I could see pain in her eyes. Having lived a long life, the elder possessed sharper observational skills than the youth. Upon hearing this, silence fell over the room, all eyes fixated on Chen Xioning. For the past month, her eyes had been devoid of life. No matter who spoke to her, she would not respond, only occasionally emitting cries as if startled. But now, she had called for her mother. She had actually cried. Those hollow eyes now displayed emotion. Could it be that this slap truly was a form of healing? Chen Yingjun's mind buzzed as he turned to Professor Wang. Impossible. A mere slap cannot heal. What need would there be for doctors then? Surely, Miss Chen was crying solely because she had been struck too hard. That country bumpkin knows nothing of healing. A flurry of chatter erupted among the students. unable to fathom that a seemingly ignorant rustic could comprehend healing better than they, trained medical students. At that moment, Professor Wong spoke. Although I cannot fathom the underlying principle, Miss Chen's condition has indeed improved significantly compared to before. I have been a doctor my entire life, yet I am at a loss to explain this phenomenon. Perhaps he truly is a miraculous healer. Professor Wong's eyes were filled with disbelief, yet his medical ethics compelled him to speak the truth. Boom! As if struck by a thunderclap, the crowd was taken aback, staring incredulously at Professor Wong. They could hardly believe that the man they had dismissed as a mere rustic was, in fact, the lifeline for Chen Xiaoning. Li Wanqin was the first to regain her composure, shouting at Chen Yingjun, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and fetch Dr. Xia for me." Chen Yingjun hesitated, burdened by his earlier doubts about Xia and the derision from the crowd, feeling a sense of despair. Could he truly summon him back? Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as Chen Yingjun's thoughts were interrupted by a resounding slap from his father. "Today, even if you have to kneel and beg, you must bring back Dr. Xia." Chen Yingjun, clutching his reddened face, turned to Professor Wong and asked, "Professor Wong, is there truly no other way?" Professor Wong did not respond immediately. Instead, he approached Chen Xiaoning. Placing his right hand on her pulse, he waited a few moments before crouching down to examine her eyes. Letting out a heavy sigh, although he could not fathom the reason, that slap had indeed brought some improvement to Miss Chen's condition. This indicated that the young man possessed genuine medical expertise, thereby validating his skepticism regarding the tranquilizing remedy. "For now, my medicine cannot be administered. To cure her, I must seek him out," Professor Wong concluded, deflating like a punctured balloon as he sank into a chair, his gaze lost in bewilderment. If Dr. Xia had not been present today, would his medicine truly have led to Chen Xiaoning's demise? Such an outcome would tarnish the glory of his life as work. Yet, the path of medicine has always revered the elderly. How could someone so youthful wield such prowess? At that moment, someone muttered, "Perhaps Miss Chen simply needed a good slap. A few strikes would suffice." Li Wanqin stood up, her expression darkening as she strode towards the speaker, raising her hand. Smack! "This slap is for your parents. One must first be a person before undertaking any profession. If you cannot even manage that, you shall never become a doctor worthy of respect." The bespectacled man attempted to retort, but was silenced by a glare from the teacher. Li Wanqin turned back to Chen Yingjun, exclaiming, "If you do not bring back Dr. Xia, do not even think of returning yourself. Go now." "Forgive me, Mr. Xia, for the trouble I have caused you," said Hong Jie in the car, her face filled with remorse. "Do not worry, Hong Jie. I should be the one apologizing. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be in conflict with your good friend," Summer replied, touched by Hong Jie's fierce protection of the Chen family. Upon hearing his words, Hong Jie tightened her grip on the steering wheel, her expression darkening as she slowly spoke. "Your character has always been commendable. Yet those two have the audacity to suspect that I brought you here to mock you, allowing those so-called experts to humiliate you. Were it not for the elders present today, you would witness how I would deal with them." Such boldness. Summer couldn't help but admire her spirit. It was no wonder that even the fiercest tiger dared not cross Hong Jie. In her presence, the tiger appeared as a mere sickly kitten. However, Hong Jie's next words left Summer both amused and exasperated. "Yet, that slap you gave before you left was rather excessive. Let's not take our grievances out on a child. I was merely treating her," Summer remarked casually. "Treating her? Was that slap intended as a cure?" Hong Jie paused, turning to look at Xia Tian, and was taken aback by his serious demeanor. "Indeed, since Hong Jie places such trust in me, I shall not allow her to lose face. As long as Professor Wong possesses a modicum of medical ethics, he will inform Mr. Chen that after my intervention, Miss Chen's condition has improved. However, if he is devoid of any ethics and insists on administering his own concoction, Miss Chen may face dire consequences." In truth, Professor Wong's analysis, while not entirely unfounded, mischaracterizes Chen Xiaoning's affliction. It resembles a nightmare, but is, in fact, the result of malevolent forces. After succumbing to such influences, one's vitality diminishes, leading to a disoriented state, frequent nightmares, and even auditory and visual hallucinations. This explains why Chen Xiaoning, upon falling ill, was lively at school yet became weak and lethargic at home. The school, bustling with energy, provided ample vitality, while her sparsely populated home lacked such life force, resulting in illness. Sedatives and revitalizing medications will not cure her. Rather, they would exacerbate her condition. The slap that Xia Tian delivered imparted some vital energy to Chen Xiaoning, leading to a slight improvement in her symptoms, something that an ordinary person would not detect, yet a physician like Professor Wang would certainly notice. Of course, if Professor Wang truly lacks any ethical standards, then Xia Tian is powerless. Healing is a matter of fate. Had Chen Yingjun not treated him in this manner, and had it not been for Hongjie's consideration for Chen Xiaoning, Xia Tian would never have resorted to that slap. Can a slap truly heal? If so, should doctors then learn to brawl? Hongjie suppressed her urge to scoff, yet Xia Tian's calm and confident tone instilled a sense of trust within her. A man exuding such confidence is unlikely to indulge in deception. Humph. Li Wanqin, Chen Yingjun, I brought this miraculous doctor to you, yet you cast us aside. If anything were to happen to Xiaoning, it would be the fault of you unreliable parents. Mr. Xia, I apologize for the inconvenience you've faced today. Would you allow me to treat you to a meal? Hongjie offered. Xia Tian shook his head, responding, You are too kind. Hongjie, I shall forego the meal. I am preparing to establish a large-scale farm for free-range chickens, and I intend to visit the market to acquire materials for the construction of the facility. Large-scale farming? Hongjie was taken aback, asking, Xia Tian, I know you wish to help Tianti village prosper, but what about the market for your chickens? My hotel cannot assist with that. Moreover, should an outbreak of avian flu occur, the losses could be catastrophic. Hongjie understood that Xia Tian, upon returning from military service, aimed to aid Tianti village, yet she cautioned him that haste could lead to missteps. If you take too large a step, you might stumble. The market is already established. No matter how many free-range chickens I raise, they will find buyers. As for avian flu, I can manage that, Xia Tian replied nonchalantly. Lita spent the entire night analyzing reviews and discovered that there is a significant demand for free-range chickens, with over 10 million enthusiastic followers. Thus, sales will not be a concern for Tianti village. You can treat avian flu? That has further solidified my confidence in your medical skills, Hongjie remarked, her faith in Xia Tian growing stronger. Well, since you are all set, I shall refrain from further persuasion. Coincidentally, I know someone who specializes in various hardware materials. I will take you to see him. Hongjie, who resides in Ganjian County, possesses an extensive network and is acquainted with many individuals across various fields. Xia Tian did not decline, as having an acquaintance facilitates matters. The two of them drove straight to the market. Meanwhile, Chen Yingjun was cursing at his phone. Hongjie, my dear sister, why have you blacklisted me? Without being able to contact you, where shall I find Dr. Xia? Chapter 71. The pretty boy. The two arrived at the largest building materials market in Ganjian County, known as the Golden Triangle. It is the most expansive market for construction and renovation materials, offering a wide array of options. I have a friend who is one of the owners here. Let me take you to see him. Hongjie introduced as she led Xia Tian inside. The Golden Triangle market was vast, with tiles, flooring, doors, and latex paint in abundance. After walking for over 10 minutes, they reached an outdoor materials area, where various materials were casually displayed, and some workers were busily engaged in their tasks. Hongjie halted and shouted, Where is Director Wang? The worker turned around, recognizing Hongjie, and promptly pointed to a colorful shed, saying, Director Wang is inside playing cards. Hongjie acknowledged with a sound and led Xia Tian into the shed. Inside the shed, there was a table surrounded by 4 middle-aged men playing cards. They were bare-chested, adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers, exuding a formidable presence. Observing the smoke-filled room, Hongjie furrowed her brow slightly, kicked the door, and coughed. Old Wang, I need to discuss business with you. Upon hearing the commotion, all 4 men turned to look. Oh, Hongjie has arrived, a rare guest indeed. You look even more beautiful than before. They joked jovially. Hongjie, with a slight frown, remarked, The smoke in here is too thick. Let us talk outside. Once outside, a middle-aged man with a Neza tattoo on his back handed her a bottle of water, chuckling, My sister is the best. She knows how to look after her brother when there's business involved. What are you planning to procure this time? His name was Wang Chong, a local ruffian around the Golden Triangle who could procure anything at the lowest price without purchasing anything himself. Hongjia frequently sought him out for supplies, and over time, they had developed a familiarity. It's not for me. It's for a friend who is planning to establish a chicken farm and requires a batch of materials, such as a factory building, water troughs, and lighting. In short, I need to secure the best items at the lowest price. Do you understand? Hongjia stated with great authority. A friend? What kind of friend requires Hongjia to personally bring them? Wang Chong and his companions paused, finally noticing Xia Tian beside Hongjia. With his bronze skin, handsome features, and a pair of starry eyes radiating confidence, coupled with a figure that could rival that of a model, he was indeed an impressive sight. This lad is quite handsome, they remarked. A friend? This seems to be more complex than it appears. Wang Chong had collaborated with Hongjia for many years. Even when she purchased items for herself, she would simply call and instruct him, claiming that the dust in the Golden Triangle was too bothersome for her to visit. Yet today, she had come in person. This relationship was certainly not ordinary. Wang Chong was also aware that since her divorce, Hongjia had remained single, perhaps now. At 30, she was like a wolf, and at 40, like a tiger, eagerly seeking a younger companion. Upon reflecting on this, Wang Chong chuckled and jested. Sister Hong, I see he is not your friend, but rather your kept boy. Ha ha ha. A group of middle-aged men, known for their playful banter, immediately joined in with raucous laughter following Wang Chong's remark. Old bull feasting on tender grass. Sister Hong truly knows how to play the game. Indeed, this young man possessed both looks and physique, qualifying him as a worthy companion. It was no wonder that Sister Hong appeared more radiant than before. Evidently, she was being well cared for by this charming lad. I say, young brother, having secured Sister Hong's affection, your future is guaranteed to be indulgent. Why on earth would you choose to start a chicken farm? Such a tiresome endeavor. You should simply indulge in fine delicacies and cater to Sister Hong. Wang Chong's words trailed off abruptly, transformed into a cry of distress as a bright red handprint appeared on his face. Sister Hong, why did you hit me? He exclaimed, bewildered. Sister Hong's expression was as dark as a storm cloud, as she pointed a finger at Wang Chong and coldly admonished, First, Xia Tian is my friend, and no one is permitted to insult my friends. Second, even if Xia Tian were indeed my kept man, you should refer to him as brother-in-law, not as a kept boy. Now, apologize to Xia Tian, or do not blame me for severing ties. On this sunny day, Wang Chong and his companions felt an inexplicable chill. Sister Hong's fierce reaction startled them. She was known for her generous spirit and often engaged in playful teasing, even indulging in risk of humor without taking offense. Could it be that this young man truly had won her favor and secured his position? Clinging to the thigh of a wealthy woman, reaching the pinnacle of life? Though astonished, the four friends hastily offered their apologies. Brother Xia Tian, we were just joking. We lack education, so please overlook our foolishness. Whatever you wish to purchase, we will ensure you receive it at the lowest price. Sister Hong did not respond, but instead turned her gaze towards Xia Tian. If he was dissatisfied, she would not hesitate to seek another partner. Their acquaintance had been brief. Yet in Sister Hong's eyes, Xia Tian held significant worth. Firstly, he had single-handedly resolved the issue with the tiger. Secondly, he was capable of treating chicken diseases, eczema, and even ailments that eluded the city's esteemed experts. Undoubtedly, he was a potential superstar. Xia Tian was no ordinary individual. He awaited the opportune moment to ascend. With an indifferent smile, Xia Tian regarded the banter of these simpletons as a mere waste of time. Seeing Xia Tian's nonchalance, Sister Hong nodded. Next time, be more mindful. Rest assured, Sister Hong, I will guarantee that brother-in-law is not just a title, and that Xia Tian receives the finest goods at the most favorable prices. Wang Chong nervously blurted out. All right, Xia Tian, please share your plan with Wang Chong. Though he may be smooth-tongued, he is quite reliable when it comes to execution. Sister Hong suggested. Xia Tian nodded and outlined his proposal. I plan to invest 700,000 to construct a chicken farm on the mountain in Tianyi Village, capable of accommodating at least 10,000 chickens. Although he held nearly $1 million in his hands, a substantial portion was earmarked for the mountain contract, and a significant amount was required for purchasing chicklings. The remaining 70,000 would be allocated for constructing the factory, with plans to expand in the future once profits were realized. Hong Jie was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Xia Tian could indeed present 70,000. Truly, he was a promising young man. Wang Chong, however, fell into contemplation, stroking his head as he pondered before addressing Xia Tian, inquiring whether the cost for the chicken coop, water and electricity setup, and various equipment were all included. Xia Tian, though not well-versed in equipment pricing, felt assured that with Hong Jie's presence, Wang Chong would not attempt to deceive him. He inquired about the feasibility of the plan, expressing confidence that there would be no issues. The factory space would be sufficient, but the critical aspect lay in the equipment. They could source the equipment from Old Hao, as the cost for materials and utilities would not be exorbitant. The challenge resided in the logistics of transporting materials to Tianyi Village. After a brief discussion, Wang Chong affirmed, Hong Jie's friends are my friends, so I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. Let us proceed with the 70,000. I will ensure you receive the finest materials. I will prepare a comprehensive list of prices for each project, and should any exceed market rates, I will compensate you tenfold. He requested an address to arrange for a site visit and to commence material procurement for the factory. Additionally, he offered to handle all necessary paperwork for establishing the chicken farm, alleviating Xia Tian of the burdensome dealings with the environmental and industrial bureaus. This newfound demeanor was strikingly different from before. Hong Jie expressed her satisfaction, assuring Xia Tian that Wang Chong was quite reliable, which would save him considerable worry. Xia Tian then understood the extensive paperwork involved in establishing the chicken farm, and with assistance at hand, he promptly transferred 70,000 to Wang Chong. After leaving his contact information, he followed Hong Jie back to the hotel. With Hong Jie present, he felt no apprehension regarding Wang Chong absconding. Next, he would need to focus on matters concerning the mountain contract and chicklings. Chapter 72. Indiscreet Affairs after bidding farewell to Hong Jie. Xia Tian joined the Li brothers in a small vehicle back to the village. He produced a bank card, handing it to Li De. I entrust you with a task. Huh? Li De received the card, bewildered. Xia Tian elaborated slowly. There is 150,000 within. Take this to the nearby village to procure chicklings. 1 to 2 pounds, each at 15 yuan apiece, aiming for 10,000. Goodness, this card holds 150,000? Just like that. You're giving it to us? Are you not concerned I might abscond with the money? Li De's hand trembled as he clutched the card, staring incredulously at Xia Tian, swallowing hard, and stammered, Brother Tian, 150,000? Is this feasible? Xia Tian replied nonchalantly, Can you not manage it? Li De, thumping his chest in assurance, declared, Leave this matter to the three of us. We shall handle it promptly. Very well. With that, Xia Tian closed his eyes to rest, contemplating the mountain contract. As the village chief, Uncle Li would undoubtedly be supportive. As long as Yin Bing nodded in agreement, the mountain contract would proceed smoothly. With 15,000 remaining, it should suffice. An hour later, the crowd at the entrance of Tianyi Village bid their farewells. After Xia Tian departed, Li San eagerly snatched the bank card and exclaimed, Brother, there are 150,000 here. Let us take the fourth to get treatment. Li De rolled his eyes and scolded, Have you lost your mind? How will we sell chickens if we take the fourth for treatment? Isn't treating the fourth more important than selling chickens? If we manage to cure her, we can move away, and Xia Tian won't be able to find us. What is there to fear? Li San retorted, his eyes reddening as he spoke through gritted teeth. Li Er, displaying a look of hesitation, slowly added, Brother, what the third says has some merit. Our reputation in these villages isn't great. Once we get the fourth treated, we can start anew elsewhere, sparing her from the ridicule of her classmates. Who wouldn't want their sister to fit in at school? But a sister of a petty thief will inevitably face judgment. Gazing at the bank card in his hand, Li De found himself in a quandary. Should he prioritize his sister's treatment or gather the chickens? After a full 5 minutes of contemplation, he slapped Li San on the head and reprimanded, You fool. This card is a test from Brother Tian. If we dare to abscond with it, we will never escape from Gan County. Xia Tian is no longer merely a small farmer from Tianyi Village. He is a formidable warrior. Moreover, Li De had witnessed the camaraderie between Hong Jie and Xia Tian as they returned to the hotel together. sharing laughter and appearing quite close. Offending Xia Tian would be a grave mistake. Besides, if they worked diligently and demonstrated good behavior, Xia Tian could indeed help cure their sister's ailment. She has been suffering for years. There is no need to rush. The risks of stealing the card are far too great to justify the gamble. Remember this, both of you work hard. If either of you harbors any ill intentions and angers Brother Tian, I, as the eldest brother, will be merciless. With that, Lita delivered a slap to each of them. Yes, they responded in unison. As the eldest son, Lita had taken charge during their father's years of paralysis. After being chastised, the two brothers nodded in acknowledgement. Now go collect the chickens. Keep your eyes peeled. Select only the finest chicks. Do you understand? Unbeknownst to Xia Tian, the inner turmoil of the three brothers was profound. However, Lita's assumption was not unfounded. If they dared to misappropriate that 150,000, they would undoubtedly be unable to leave Gan County. Xia Tian first arrived at the old homestead to inspect the native chickens and the five-fingered peach trees. The chickens were spirited and robust, full of vitality. The peach trees had also thrived remarkably well, showing no signs of having been transplanted just the day before. Upon seeing Xia Tian, Xiao Hui rushed out, but, upon realizing Tian Tian was absent, dejectedly returned and sprawled on the ground, too indifferent to even glance at Xia Tian. Xia Tian, somewhat bemused, thought gold medal licking wolf. Without Tian Tian around, Xiao Hui couldn't even be bothered to lift its head. As a mere tool, Xia Tian prepared a little food for Xiao Hui before departing from the old homestead. Upon returning home, he found a large and small figure seated in the courtyard. 2 birds flew onto the tree. 5 flew away, leaving 7. How many birds were originally on the tree? Yin Bing patiently taught Tian Tian elementary mathematics. Tian Tian mumbled to herself, counting on her fingers. 10, Xia Tian replied. Upon raising her gaze, she spotted Xia Tian and excitedly leaped up. Ah, Dad is back. Yin Bing cast a reluctant glance at Xia Tian, her expression one of disdain. Ha! I reckon your intellect is only sufficient to answer elementary school math questions. Yin Bing herself was unsure why she felt compelled to retort at the sight of Xia Tian. It was primarily due to the limited intellect of the questioner that constrained the difficulty of my responses. You claim my intelligence is at a primary school level? Yin Bing abruptly stood up, her large eyes wide open, glaring at Xia Tian. Just as it seemed the two were on the verge of an argument, Tian Tian suddenly extended her hand. Dad, look! On her wrist, a new phone watch glimmered, adorned with a pink cat, exuding an adorable charm. Xia Tian paused momentarily, realizing that not only was the watch new, but Tian Tian's entire outfit had also undergone a transformation, including her hairstyle. Tian Tian's hair was beautiful, long and dark, but as a man, Xia Tian had little knowledge of how to style hair. It was typically tied back in a ponytail or left loose. However, now, 12 delicate braids crowned her head, complemented by 3 pink hairpins, paired with a newly acquired princess dress. With her lively aura, she resembled a princess stepped straight out of a comic. Indeed, women are far more suited to care for daughters than men. Xia Tian looked at Yin Bing in astonishment. Did you buy this? Who else could it be? Yin Bing rolled her eyes, observing the fairy-like Tian Tian. Every day, she followed Xia Tian, this rough man, exposed to the elements. It pained Yin Bing. As soon as Xia Tian left in the morning, she took Tian Tian to the county to shop. Initially, she intended merely to purchase some new clothes, but later reflected that since Xia Tian frequently visited the county and she was often busy with work, sometimes unable to care for Tian Tian, she decided to buy a phone watch. This way, she could stay in contact and also track Tian Tian's location, alleviating fears of her getting lost in the mountains. With her hands on her hips, she wore a proud expression. The purchases were intended for Tian Tian, with no connection to Xia Tian. Should he express gratitude, she would likely ignore him. However, what Xia Tian said next nearly caused her to choke with anger. Spending so much money, you must have exhausted a month's salary. If you like me, just confess. Who knows, I might just agree. It's rather embarrassing for me to receive gifts from my daughter like this. What? Like you? Confess? How shameless can you be? Yin Bing rolled her eyes, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Can you please stop being so self-absorbed? Tian Tian is my dear sister. My purchasing gifts for her has absolutely nothing to do with you, understand? Dear sister? Xia Tian squinted at Yin Bing, a smile playing on his lips. You are Tian Tian's sister, and I am her father. Does that not alter our standing? I have heard that girls often refer to the men they admire as father. Yin to Shuji, you don't have any peculiar preferences, do you? Chapter 73. A different Xia Tian peculiar preferences? You big-headed fool. Yin Bing was infuriated, her face flushed. While others in the military were typically handsome and upright, Xia Tian resembled a rogue, particularly with that insufferable mouth of his. She purchased an abundance of items for Tian Tian, and not only did she fail to express a word of gratitude, but she also audaciously teased her. How could there exist such a self-absorbed and shameless individual in this world? Bored. I think it's time to stop calling you Xiao Tian and instead refer to you as the narcissistic king. Yin Bing snorted, turning to stride toward her room. Despite being in the right, she found herself at a loss for words against Xiao Tian, which only fueled her irritation. Secretary Yin, don't go. I have something important to discuss with you, Xiao Tian called out, waving his hand, as he still had matters regarding the property to address. I refuse to discuss anything. Yin Bing rolled her eyes and entered her room. She feared that if their conversation continued, she would be driven to exasperation by Xiao Tian. Open the door, Secretary Yin. I'm not joking. There is indeed something serious I need to talk to you about, Xiao Tian shouted from the doorway. What could possibly be serious? Yin Bing turned back, her expression suggesting that she wished to keep intruders at bay. Xiao Tian pouted and retorted, in your eyes, is there no serious matter between us? What if I were to enter and discuss something rather frivolous? Shameless. Bang. Yin Bing forcefully slammed the aging door, nearly sending it into retirement. What a scoundrel. How can he be so insufferable? She huffed. No wonder he has spent so many years as a cook. What use would such a scamp be on the battlefield? Is he meant to nauseate the enemy with his words? Never mind, never mind. I willingly bought these things for Tian Tian and do not require his gratitude. Yin Bing took a deep breath and slowly mused. The world is so magnificent. How can I be so irritable? It's not good. Once he moves to the old house to care for the chickens, I shall find my liberation. Reflecting on the fairy-like Tian Tian, Yin Bing posed a profound question to herself. This scoundrel must have saved a fairy in a past life to be blessed with such a wonderful daughter like Tian Tian in this one. With a disdainful pout, she retreated to her room to sleep. Secretary Yin, I'm done with the antics. Please come out. I truly have something important to discuss. Xiao Tian called out again from the doorway. After a lengthy silence, he turned to find Tian Tian gazing at him with a smile. Xiao Tian assessed her appearance and found that, after Yin Bing's styling, Tian Tian resembled a princess from a comic book, evoking an irresistible urge to draw closer. Dad, do you like Aunt Yin Bing? Tian Tian asked, suppressing a giggle. Not at all, he replied. You're lying. Tian Tian can see it, she countered, pouting. See what? Xiao Tian paused, surprised by her assertion. Dad always wears a stern face in front of others, never joking around, yet you constantly tease Aunt Yin Bing and take advantage of her. You treat her differently than you do others. You must like Aunt Yin Bing. Let her be Tian Tian's mother, Tian Tian declared, clasping her hands behind her back, resembling a little adult. Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is this? Where did you learn such ludicrous ideas? He questioned darkly. I saw it on Douyin. It said that the more a boy likes you, the more he enjoys teasing you. Dad, you are teasing Aunt Yin Bing, Tian Tian explained with a smile. In the summer, Xiao Tian lifted Tian Tian into his arms, gently rubbing her little head, and laughingly advised her to read more books and watch less Douyin, urging her to return to her room and complete her assignments. Daddy, I'm hungry, Tian Tian murmured. All right, I'll cook for you first, Xiao Tian replied, setting her down and heading into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Yin Bing was enjoying a comfortable slumber, for in her dreams, she had silenced Xiao Tian with her eloquence, leaving him begging for mercy. This was her sole victory since their acquaintance. Upon waking, she opened the door to find Xiao Tian engaged in conversation with Uncle Li. What brings you here, Uncle Li? Yin Bing asked, momentarily taken aback as she approached him. Uncle Li, visibly excited upon seeing Yin Bing, exclaimed, Secretary Yin, you're finally awake. Xia Tian has something to discuss with you. What's going on? This scoundrel has even enlisted Uncle Li to conspire against me? Yin Bing's eyes widened in disbelief, but she quickly realized that despite Xia Tian's annoying demeanor, he was quite reliable when it came to matters at hand. He must have a legitimate concern to have summoned Uncle Li. What is it? Uncle Li pregunta. Xia Tian, please explain to Secretary Yin, he added. Xia Tian then laid out his plan in detail. I intend to lease a plot of land on the back mountain to establish a poultry farm, initially raising 10,000 local chickens. Once the funds are recouped, I will expand the scale of the operation. Leasing land? Building a poultry farm? Raising 10,000 local chickens? What kind of international joke is this? Yin Bing's eyes widened in astonishment as she questioned Xia Tian. Xia Tian, have you lost your mind? Large-scale poultry farming could lead to catastrophic losses if avian influenza strikes. I can treat avian influenza, he responded. Right, I almost forgot that you can treat avian influenza. Yin Bing conceded, yet she remained unyielding. Establishing a poultry farm isn't as simple as purchasing a few fences. It requires various equipment. Can you afford that? Yin Bing had previously contemplated large-scale poultry farming, but ultimately deemed it impractical. The materials have already been ordered, and the payment has been made. They will ensure everything is executed flawlessly, Xia Tian assured her. Is it finalized? When did this happen? Did it occur today? Yin Bing was once again taken aback. Xia Tian had just returned from military service and had limited connections in Gan'an. How could he have achieved such high efficiency? After a brief outing, I secured a procurement contract with a major hotel. After another trip, I arranged for a cable car to facilitate easy access up and down the mountain. I went out again, and the poultry farm's buildings have already been reserved. What efficiency! In Yin Bing's gaze, there was not only disbelief, but also an unusual glimmer. What about the permits? Establishing a poultry farm requires approvals from various departments, including the Environmental Protection Bureau and the Industry and Commerce Bureau. You haven't managed to secure those as well, have you? Yin Bing's eyes were fixed on Xia Tian, her heart conflicted. She hoped for his success in developing the village alongside the villagers, yet she feared his control over the situation might overshadow her. Yes, the supplier of the poultry farm materials assured me he would handle all the necessary procedures. Additionally, I have already sent Li De and the others to nearby villages to collect the chicks. Now we just need to secure the land, Xia Tian stated. Yin Bing was thoroughly astonished. So, the matter you wished to discuss with me earlier was about leasing the land? Summer gazed at her with a smile, teasingly remarking, Of course, do you think this is anything inappropriate? This time, Yin Bing refrained from retorting. She had never anticipated that Summer would possess such grand ambitions. Nor did she expect his execution to be so formidable. How long had Summer been back in the village? Yet, his contributions surpassed her own over the past few years. A glimmer of admiration flickered in her eyes as she regarded him. Though reluctant to admit it, Summer's capabilities were indeed impressive. Perhaps he could genuinely lead Tianji village toward prosperity. Observing her astonished expression, Summer jested, Secretary Yin, why not follow me? You'll feast on meat if you do. What kind of meat? Big meat sticks. You scoundrel, I'll make you pay for that. Chapter 74. Clandestine affairs as night deepened. The full moon hung high in the sky. The evening in Tianji village resembled a celestial paradise. Under the dim moonlight, one could occasionally see dogs racing along the roads, while the croaking of frogs intermittently shattered the tranquility of the night. Amidst the shadowy village, one house stood illuminated, for figures could be discerned seated on a kong, engaged in lively conversation. On the table rested 4 dishes and 2 bottles of Nulingshan liquor. Seated at the table were 4 individuals. To the east sat Wang Dehai, his countenance fierce and flushed from drink. Haven't the 3 of you latched on his summer leg, acting as a sycophants? What brings you to my home? His voice was harsh, laced with anger, as if ready to raise a bottle and shatter it over the heads of the remaining 3. Wang Dehai had always been competitive, a local tyrant in the village. However, after being soundly beaten by Summer and subsequently betrayed by his comrades, the villagers whispered behind his back, stripping him of both pride and dignity, leaving him too ashamed to step outside for days. It was utterly humiliating. Brother Hai, yesterday's incident was a misunderstanding. What could that fool Erguzi possibly compare to you? Li Kuei poured a drink for Wang Dehai, his beady eyes darting around. We urgently needed money, and the native chickens had to be sold. We had no choice. As soon as we received the funds, we immediately bought you a few bottles of fine liquor. You dare call Nolanchen fine liquor? Wang Dehai nearly hurled the bottle at him. Isn't that just because the chickens didn't sell for a good price? Li Kuei awkwardly explained, 5 yuan per pound is practically giving them away to Summer. These 2 bottles of Nolanchen were bought with gritted teeth. Summer truly knew how to exploit others. 5 yuan per pound? Isn't that outright robbery? Yang Bin and Zhang Chong chimed in. You lot realize it's blatant theft? Wang Dehai retorted, his frustration evident. If you had been as tough as I am, Summer would have backed down. Back down? A whole flock of chickens is dead? Isn't that foolish? The 3 murmured inwardly. The chicken plague was terrifying. It spread rapidly, and upon entering, they had observed Wang Dehai's chickens lying lifeless on the ground, unable to see the light of the next day. While Wang Dehai had other sources of income, the others did not. Yang Bin consumed a peanut and, gritting his teeth, declared, Brother Hai, I have inquired thoroughly. Our chickens are all at the old homestead during the summer. That desolate place is scarcely inhabited. Those fine local chickens are selling for just 5 yuan per gene. I simply cannot accept it. Why don't we steal them? Steal chickens? But isn't Xia Tian at the old homestead? Wang Dehai said, his face reflecting a deep-seated apprehension. Xia Tian's combat prowess resembled that of a super scion, and he bore the psychological scars of past encounters. He's not there, Yang Bin asserted confidently, raising his wine glass. I just checked. Xia Tian is home with his daughter. The old homestead is only guarded by a dog. Li Kuei licked his lips, excitement evident in his voice. Damn it, it's been ages since I savored dog meat. Let us capture that dog while we're at it, brothers. We can feast well. The flavor of Air Guzzi's dog is undoubtedly exquisite. Brother Hai, what do you think? The 3 men turned their eyes toward Wang Dehai. Without him, they would hesitate to act. Wang Dehai felt conflicted. He wanted to proceed, but feared Xia Tian's discovery. There are so many chickens at the old homestead. Are you certain Xia Tian hasn't sent anyone to watch over them? Yang Bin patted his chest, reassuring him. Brother Hai, rest assured, the lights at the old homestead are off. There's definitely no one there, just that old dog, which I can handle alone. Then why hesitate? Wang Dehai raised his wine glass, gritting his teeth. Let's do it. Xia Tian, aren't you so formidable? You give me the medicine for chicken plague. Would you? Then I shall steal back all the chickens you've healed and claim I bought them. Who can stop me? Wang Dehai had dozens of relatives in the village, while Xia Tian was an orphan, unanchored. If trouble arose, he dared not confront Wang Dehai. Let us go. The 4 men clinked their glasses, downing 2 liang of baijiu, their faces flushed as they armed themselves for chicken and dog theft, making their way toward the old homestead. As night fell, most villagers were already asleep, and they feared no discovery. 10 minutes later, they arrived outside the homestead. Wang Dehai surveyed the surroundings and coldly remarked, they've even planted so many 5-fingered peach trees. When we leave, make sure to destroy them all. Rest assured, Brother Hai, we shall leave nothing standing, Li Kuei said, shaking his shovel with excitement. The old homestead's door was of a traditional style, and Yang Bin skillfully pried open the lock. He then turned on the flashlight strapped to his head and began smashing the 5-fingered peach trees, while the others kept watch. Brother Hai, are those our chickens? Damn, weren't those chickens on the verge of death yesterday? How are they so lively now? What kind of medicine did Xia Tian give them? The chickens aren't even sleeping at this hour. Inside the enclosure, the chickens appeared vibrant and full of energy, entirely unlike the sickly creatures they had anticipated. Keep it down. You lot are acting like you've never seen anything before. Get the sacks out and catch the chickens first, then the dog. Speaking of which, where's the dog? Wang Dehai, having not eaten dog meat in a long time, planned to take this opportunity to indulge. He even contemplated preparing the dog meat for Xia Tian the following day. Brother, it seems there's no need to search for the dog anymore. It has arrived. Yang Bin stammered, as if he had encountered some primordial beast. What are you panicking for? Wang Dehai slapped Yang Bin, then turned around, cursing, it's just a dog. After all, we've caught plenty before. They had engaged in such petty thefts during their youth, well versed in the art of it. However, as he turned back, he sensed something was amiss. This dog appeared to be extraordinary. In the pitch-black night, A pair of eyes glowed with an eerie light, reminiscent of the fires of hell. Its gray fur glistened under the moonlight, and its stark white fangs seemed capable of severing their throats in one bite. Most frightening of all was the glimmer of menace in its gaze. Wang Dahai and his companions were accustomed to catching dogs, emanating a peculiar aura that made the village dogs cower at their sight. Yet, this dog seemed eager to attack. Was this truly a dog? Even the fiercest hound in the village paled in comparison before it. Hi go what? What should we do? Yang Bin and his companions felt a chill of fear and contemplated retreat. What else can we do? It's merely a dog. Just knock it out. Wang Dahai gripped the stick in his hand and took a step forward. But in that very instant, the agile little gray dog lunged like a bolt of lightning. Its chilling fangs pierced Wang Dahai's calf. Ah, help! A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of Tianyi village. In the next moment, lights flickered on in every household, and men grabbed shovels and wooden sticks, rushing towards the source of the commotion. Xia Tian, who had been narrating a story to Tian Sweet, was startled and dashed out of the room, only to find Yin Bing looking at him in astonishment. What are you doing at home? Where else would I be at this hour? Xia Tian replied, momentarily taken aback. Hearing the scream, he assumed it was Wang Dahai and thought Yin Bing had harmed him. Don't just stand there. Let us hurry and see what is happening. With that, Yin Bing hurried out. Upon arriving at the scene, Xia Tian was taken aback. Wang Dahai and his 3 companions lay on the ground, illuminated by the moonlight, their expressions twisted in agony, occasionally letting out shrill cries. Their trousers were soaked in blood, and their calves bore grotesque wounds. Not far away, a group of men surrounded the little gray dog, clutching shovels, their anxiety palpable. The dog's fangs were stained crimson, blood droplets falling rhythmically to the ground. Uncle Li, with a cigarette in his mouth, puffed away. Upon seeing Xia Tian approach, he sighed, Xia Tian, your dog has bitten Wang Dahai and his friends. Why didn't you put on a leash? Uncle Li had been startled by the little gray dog the day before while delivering chickens, but had behaved well in Tian Sweet's presence. Little did he expect it to become so fearsome. Indeed, Xia Tian, your dog is excessively fierce. Wang Dahai's leg has been bitten through. Frankly, it hardly resembles a dog. It's more like a wolf. Truly terrifying. They want TB getting out of bed for at least 3 months. The villagers recounted their fears, asserting that my dog does not bite indiscriminately. It was they who provoked Xiao Huihui first. Summer squinted at several individuals, questioning their late-night presence at the old homestead. Why are you here at this hour? Guzi interjected. We have no reason to provoke your dog. Our chickens have already been taken by you. We merely sought to gather some 5-fingered peaches to sell, and upon arriving here, the dog went berserk and attacked us. Oh dear, I have the elderly and young to care for. My leg has been bitten off. What shall we do? Damn dog. Why didn't it just kill me outright to end this suffering? Wang Dahai and his companions lay on the ground, lamenting in agony. The villagers exchanged glances, shocked by the severity of the injuries. My goodness, that wound will require months of healing. This is truly unbearable. How will we manage with the elderly and young to support? The chickens, taken at 5 yuan a pound, yielded no profit, and now, with a broken leg, their future looks grim. Although the 4 had acted wrongly before, this incident warrants an explanation from Guzi. His dog cannot be allowed to bite without consequence. Witnessing the quartet's pitiful state, many villagers began to feel sympathy. Hearing this, Wang Dahai nearly sprang to his feet in excitement. Guzi, the damage has been done. Let us discuss compensation. Compensation? Yin Bing's heart sank at the mention of this word, casting a sorrowful glance at Summer. These 4 rascals were about to demand exorbitant reparations. This time, their injuries were genuine. Even if reported to the authorities, Summer would be liable. My calf has been bitten through. I won't be able to work properly for years. In addition to medical expenses, compensation for lost wages and emotional distress is warranted. We want to press you further. Each of us demands 100,000. Otherwise, I will call the police and have you arrested. Whether or not to report, this is your choice. With a roar, Xiao Huihui bared its teeth. Look, it still wants to bite Uncle Li. Everyone, see this dog. It's a mad beast that must not be allowed to remain. Just moments ago, Wang Dahai had been chased out of the old house by Xiao Huihui. Now, Witnessing its fierce demeanor, he was utterly terrified. The villagers quickly positioned themselves to intervene. Indeed, Summer's dog was quite intimidating. Today, Wang Dahai and his cohorts were not entirely in the wrong. This dog was indeed trouble. They deserved compensation for medical expenses, but was 100,000 each not a tad excessive? Many villagers felt that 400,000 was too much. Yet the injuries were undeniably severe. Should the police be called, the amount might well be justified. Casting a cold glance at the four, Summer stated, "I have told you. Our Xiao Hui does not bite without cause. I will ask one final time. What exactly transpired?" Summer's gaze was piercing, causing Wang Dahai and his companions to feel anxious. However, recalling the desolate nature of the old homestead, they found their confidence renewed. Wang Dahai, with a sorrowful expression, tears streaming down his face, looked at Uncle Li and exclaimed. Uncle Li, Xia Tian insisted that his dog wouldn't bite indiscriminately, but as you can see, it's a mad dog. Fine, since Xia Tian refuses to acknowledge it. We shall call the police. Roar. Feeling provoked, the dog Xiao Hui let out a low growl. Xia Tian, everyone can see what your dog is like. If you think a compensation of 100,000 is too steep, we can negotiate. There is no need for denial. Frankly, with so many people around, even I feel weak in the knees at the sight of your dog. I understand you have a bias against a high, but we are all from the same village, and compensation must be made. Otherwise, let us first head to the hospital to ascertain the medical expenses, and then perhaps we can discuss some compensation for lost wages. The villagers chimed in, and even Uncle Li suggested that Xia Tian should pay. If one has done wrong, one must admit it. Moreover, Xiao Hui is genuinely ferocious. Who would believe it wouldn't harm others? Well, it seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, Xia Tian scoffed, calling out to Tian Tian, Tian Tian, come here. Tian Tian retrieved her phone and played a video. In the footage, Wang Dahai and his companions pushed open the door and entered Xia Tian's old residence. Without a word, Yang Bin trampled a patch of five-fingered peach, while Li Kuei approached the fence with a sack. Watching the video, the four men felt a wave of darkness wash over them, nearly fainting. Does this wretched house actually have surveillance? Xia Tian glared coldly at the four, scolding. Since the moment I retired, I have dedicated myself to helping Tianyi village rise from poverty. You four, as the village's able-bodied youth, have not only refused to assist, but have continually caused me trouble, cutting the cable car ropes and now attempting to steal my free-range chickens. You wish to report me? Go ahead, report me. Chapter 76. The cost of failing to steal chickens. Boom. Like a thunderclap, the sound resonated in the minds of the four. Wang Dahai felt a wave of darkness before him, nearly losing consciousness. Beside him, Uncle Li, cigarette in mouth, spoke with indignation. Wang Dahai, after Guzi returned, selling chickens and fixing the cable car. How much help have we received? If you lack gratitude, that is one thing, but to scheme against Guzi repeatedly? To engage in such petty theft? How can you be so brazen? As the village chief and Xia Tian's second father, Uncle Li was flushed with anger, causing Wang Dahai and his companions to tremble with fear. Lying on the ground, Wang Dahai cried out, Uncle Li, please don't call the police. It would be embarrassing to have our village's affairs exposed. Besides, our legs have been bitten and we can no longer commit any wrongdoing. Please spare us. The four felt a bitter pang in their hearts. They had initially thought to steal the chickens, eat the dog, and leave Xia Tian in despair at his old home, never imagining that he had installed surveillance. What kind of person are you, to put up defenses against your fellow villagers? Zhang Chong and the others also pleaded for mercy. Uncle Li, in our current state, if we end up in prison, we would be beaten to death. We all belong to the same village. Breaking bones connects us in suffering. Can you truly bear to do this? Uncle Li, if I go in, who will take care of my mother? Uncle Li's expression darkened. Summer, alongside the villagers, had attempted to foster development, yet their efforts often resulted in more harm than good, leading them to contemplate deceitful actions. However, upon witnessing the four individuals, their legs still oozing blood, Uncle Li fell into a contemplative silence. These children were ones he had watched grow up. It pained him to think of sending them to prison. Perhaps it was best to let it go. After all, Guzi's family had not suffered significant losses. Indeed, all four had been bitten by the dog, which could be seen as a form of punishment in itself, so perhaps it was best not to involve the authorities. They all lived in the same village, and it would be unwise to create lasting animosity, as future encounters would be uncomfortable. Without a doubt, they would be bedridden for at least 3 months, incapable of causing further trouble. Mercy should be shown where it can be afforded. The villagers rallied to persuade him. Uncle Lee, you cannot continue to shield them. Yin Bing cast a glance at the four. Last time you let them off the hook, and what happened? They became even more brazen. Uncle Lee's face contorted with distress. Although angered, they were all relatives. If he truly sent those four to prison, he would have no face left to meet their elders. Guzzi, what do you think we should do? He looked at Summer with an awkward expression, a hint of pleading in his tone. This time, I will grant you Uncle Lee's leniency, but let it be known that there shall not be a second chance. If any of you four cause trouble again, do not expect my mercy, Summer stated coldly. With Summer's pronouncement, Yin Bing felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. If Tian-Ti Village is to flourish, it must be through unity. We must look to the future rather than focus on these petty gains. You lot, Yin Bing muttered, chastising them for their short-sightedness. Yet, after a moment of reflection, he decided to let it go, considering the number of onlookers. It was wise to grant them some dignity. Otherwise, in their desperation, they might commit further reprehensible acts, which would be regrettable. There is no need to go to prison. The four exhaled in relief, hastily agreeing. Yes, we will unite with everyone from now on. Yet, Wang Dahai gazed at Summer with pleading eyes. What about our legs? After all, it was your dog that bit us. You must take responsibility for our treatment. His calves have been severely bitten, and medical expenses would be considerable. I am responsible for your treatment. Summer almost laughed in exasperation. Shall we call the police, then? Wang Dahai, don't be shameless. Guzzi has chosen not to pursue your culpability, and you still dare to ask for medical expenses? Keep your mouth shut. The villagers exchanged glances of disbelief. Then who will help me seek treatment? I need to get to the hospital. My leg is killing me. Wang Dahai called out to his relatives in the crowd. Summer shot him a disdainful glance and declared, Did I permit you to leave? Huh? Wang Dahai looked bewildered at Summer, feeling a surge of anxiety. You injured my dog and ruined my precious 5-finger peach saplings that I paid handsomely for. We have yet to settle this score, considering we are from the same village. Let's agree on a compensation of 5,000 from each person. Summer's tone was as frigid as ever. What? I have to pay you? Wang Dahai was dumbfounded, staring at Summer in disbelief. Guzzi, look at how badly we have been bitten. Can you really expect us to pay you? And we're a few 5-finger peaches worth. They are not worth 20,000. Do not extort us. Wang Dahai was frantic. In the summer, Xia Tian cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked nonchalantly, I spent tens of thousands to create the transplant for the 5-finger peach. Wang Dahai, you damaged someone else's property. Compensating is only fair. It's already generous of me not to involve the authorities, so don't push your luck. Making mistakes repeatedly. Even if Guzzi were your father, he can no longer indulge you. The villagers began to criticize Wang Dahai. With a troubled expression, Wang Dahai pleaded with Xia Tian. Guzzi, I accept responsibility for the 5-finger peach. However, your dog is lively and clearly uninjured. If we each compensate 3,000, let us put this behind us and ensure we behave well in the future. Had he been able to stand, Wang Dahai might have fallen to his knees before Xia Tian. Please spare us. 5,000 is akin to a death sentence for me. The other three displayed equally pitiful expressions. Xia Tian's icy gaze swept across the crowd. He was not one to seek total annihilation. He calculated that 5,000 was insufficient to cause lasting harm to the four, yet it would leave a lasting impression. Hence, not a penny less would suffice. Who claims my dog isn't scathed? Tian, go check on Xiao Huihui. Look at its bared teeth. It appears uninjured, yet it's menacing and seems eager to bite me. The four of Wang Dahai rolled their eyes in disbelief. The villagers echoed, Guzzi, your dog hardly seems injured. It was so spirited that had we not intervened, it could have killed Wang Dahai. Indeed, let us forego the medical expenses. Tomorrow, I'll bring you some large bones to feed it. Wait. Before the villager could finish, Xiao Huihui suddenly collapsed, lying on its back, tongue lolling, blood trickling from its mouth, its eyes filled with agony. Tian, filled with concern, crouched beside Xiao Huihui. grasping its paw and anxiously cried, "Xiao Hui Hui, what is wrong?" "Oh no, Daddy, our Xiao Hui Hui has been hurt by these villains. It's even bleeding." Tian Tian clutched Xiao Hui Hui's paw, crying in utter distress. The dog's pitiful state clearly indicated it had been grievously harmed. Such a loyal creature, even when battered and bruised, persisted until its owner arrived, only then succumbing. Yin Bing shot a fierce glare at Wang Dehai. "Wang Dehai, how can you still claim Xiao Hui Hui is uninjured? Pay up immediately. You've harmed the dog and destroyed the recently transplanted five-finger peach. Compensation is necessary. Guzi demands 5,000, which is hardly excessive. Don't think that just because there are many relatives in the village, you can act with impunity. If you err again, we will collectively inform the authorities." The villagers were incensed. Wang Dehai and his companions turned pale. Yet, he knew the tide had turned, and further argument was futile. "Fine, I'll compensate. If that's what it takes. Damn it, to fail at stealing a chicken and lose the rice as well. What a stroke of misfortune." Chapter 77. This is too fast. The next day, the sun had already risen high in the sky by the time Yin Bing opened his eyes. Having been utterly exhausted the previous night, after compelling Wang Dehai to compensate, Uncle Li and others hurriedly transported the four individuals to the hospital. It is said that upon examining the wounds, the doctor firmly asserted they were inflicted by a wolf. Is Xiaohui a wolf? From a distance, it bears a slight resemblance. Yet in front of Tian Tian, it incessantly sticks out its tongue and grins foolishly, clearly just a simple dog. After a quick wash, Yin Bing ventured into the courtyard, only to find that both Xiantian and Tian Tian were absent, and she had no time to eat. She decided to head towards Uncle Li's house. Tianti village is home to many elders who typically gather in clusters at their doorsteps to chat when not working. However, today, the village felt eerily deserted, devoid of any human presence as she walked through. A sense of unease crept into Yin Bing's heart. Had I awakened to find myself the sole inhabitant of the village? The door to Li's house was ajar, yet inside was empty. What on earth is going on? Where has everyone gone? Yin Bing pulled out her phone and dialed Uncle Li. As soon as the call connected, she heard Uncle Li's voice. "Secretary Yin, we're at the back mountain. You'll know when you come over. It's splendid news, truly magnificent. Hurry over." Magnificent news? Could it be that a treasure has been discovered on the back mountain? Furrowing her brow, Yin Bing hastened towards the back mountain. Before she could get close, she saw a throng of people on the mountain. Surely, they Haven T genuinely unearthed some treasure? Or perhaps they stumbled upon an imperial tomb? Could it be that Tianti village is on the verge of developing its tourism industry? A surge of excitement filled Yin Bing as she quickened her pace. As she approached, she overheard villagers exclaiming, "Hey, do you have any idea how much all this will cost? It must be at least 100,000. 100,000? Do you think this equipment is as cheap as cabbages? I just asked, and it's a whopping 700,000, and that's with Guzi knowing their boss. Otherwise, it wouldn't come down for less than 1 million. What on earth? 1 million? That's enough to buy a house in the county. Has Guzi lost his mind? Your vision is limited." A voice chimed in from behind the crowd. What was that saying? When impoverished, one should cultivate oneself, and when prosperous, one should benefit the world. Yin Bing's voice resonated as she emerged from the throng. A few individuals turned sharply, recognizing her, and greeted her warmly. "Secretary Yin, you've arrived. What is that factory over there?" she asked, pointing at a nearby building, momentarily taken aback. Before her stood a nearly 1,000 square meter factory, adorned with beautiful murals of chickens on its white walls. Workers busily transported equipment inside. "Oh, that's the chicken coop some arranged." "What coop?" "This is a poultry farm. It's filled with state-of-the-art equipment. I've heard even the water troughs are imported." "A poultry farm? Good heavens. The poultry farm is completed? Yesterday. Weren't they just placing orders? How could it be finished overnight?" Yin Bing slapped her cheeks, feeling a twinge of pain. This wasn't a dream. But how could this be possible? In a flurry, she made her way toward the poultry farm. Observing her hurried departure, two villagers whispered to each other. What is up with Secretary Yin? Maybe she hasn't fully woken up yet. Upon entering the poultry farm, Yin Bing was taken aback by the sight before her. The neatly arranged chicken coops, fully automated feeding and watering systems, and advanced temperature control instruments were all being fine-tuned by the workers. She had previously conducted research at a chicken farm in the county, but in comparison, that place could only be described as a mere chicken coop. Secretary Yin is awake, called out Uncle Lee at that moment. Yin Bing approached and noticed that Xia Tian and the village elders were gathered, pointing at the instruments with animated discussions. I just heard the owner mention that the feeding and watering equipment here is fully automated. A mere 2 or 3 people can manage 10,000 chickens. Wow, is that really true? I have over 100 at home, and I'm worn out. How can they handle 10,000 here? Do you think this 700,000 was spent for nothing? Such technology is something the county's chicken farm lacks, understand? Several villagers engaged in a fervent debate. Upon seeing Yin Bing approach, they ceased their arguments and greeted her. Yin Bing looked at Xia Tian with bewilderment and asked, "When did you build this chicken farm? And what about the land issues you were handling? Why am I completely in the dark?" It felt as if she had awakened to a transformed world, doubting whether she had slept for a century. Xia Tian shrugged and replied calmly, "The workers arrived at 3 in the morning. I estimate everything will be completed today. Regarding the land, after you promised me yesterday, I followed Uncle Lee to sign the contract. This morning, Uncle Lee took the contract to the county and, without hesitation, they stamped it, encouraging me to proceed well. It's not just a piece of land. Even if I were to contract this entire mountain, it wouldn't be a problem." Uncle Lee and others nearby all gave thumbs up. Guzi truly has the capability. Whatever he undertakes, he excels at, unlike those young men from society who boast yet fail to deliver. Guzi possesses both skill and appearance, being of military background. Any woman who marries him would be fortunate. It's a pity he has a child. Otherwise, suitors would be lining up at his doorstep. Pa, Tian looks like a little fairy. Who wouldn't he adore such a daughter? Were my daughter not already married, I would have urged Guzi to take her as his bride. It would be a blessing for them to marry Guzi. Who could possibly look down on Tian? Enough of this. Guzi's marital affairs need not concern you. Secretary Yin, however, is still single. Suddenly, someone teased, leaving Yin Bing momentarily stunned. My single status has nothing to do with Xia Tian. Before she could gather her thoughts, Xia Tian's cheerful voice reached her ears. "Secretary Yin, did you hear? Everyone says that marrying me will bring extraordinary happiness. If you like me, you should confess. Otherwise, someone else might beat you to it." "Beat me to it? I'd never marry someone as arrogant and narcissistic as you." Seeing Xia Tian's smugness, Yin Bing rolled her eyes and retorted, "What is there to be proud of? Even if you've built a factory, it's of no use without the necessary certifications from the various departments. Do you understand?" The villagers, upon hearing this, grew anxious. "What certifications? Do we need approval to raise our own chickens?" "Secretary Yin, what is going on?" As everyone turned their attention to her, Yin Bing spoke eloquently. Running a chicken farm is distinctly different from raising chickens at home. In addition to land use permits, one must also obtain approval from the Environmental Protection Bureau and a sewage discharge license. Furthermore, it is essential to acquire the Animal Epidemic Prevention Condition Certificate, which is quite a cumbersome process. Is it truly necessary to have so many approvals? What shall we do? An investment of over 700,000 in the chicken farm cannot simply go to waste. Observing the anxious expressions on everyone's faces, Yin Bing reassured them. "However, fret not. I will take the initiative to run to the county office to expedite the necessary procedures. I estimate that it will be resolved in about a month." With a proud glance towards Xia Tian, she seemed to convey, "You need not thank me. I am merely contributing to the village." "Secretary Yin, must it really take so long to obtain a few certificates?" Uncle Lee inquired with a furrowed brow. "A month is quite swift, especially considering my position. Otherwise, a regular individual would likely take no less than 3 months, Yin Bing stated, not exaggerating. The Environmental Protection Bureau, indeed, required on-site inspections before issuing certificates, and a month was already considered expedient. However, at that moment, a bald man clad in a white tank top approached, carrying a folder. He exclaimed, "Brother, I have brought the documents you need: the Environmental Protection Bureau permit, the sewage discharge license, the Animal Epidemic Prevention Condition Certificate, and the business license." After a brief adjustment, the The chicken farm can commence operations. Chapter 78. A stinging reality slap. These words struck Yin Bing like an invisible hand, leaving her utterly disoriented. Secretary Yin, did you not say these procedures would take a month? A villager asked, oblivious to the tension. Yin Bing's face flushed crimson. Xiao Tian chuckled and teased, it appears, Secretary Yin, that your name holds less sway than mine. In the future, simply use my name for such matters. Afterward, he accepted the documents with a smile, saying, Thank you, Boss Wang. The newcomer was indeed Wang Chong, the man who had been slapped by Hong Jie at the market. He realized that Xia Tian was far from ordinary. We are all brothers here, no need for pleasantries. I have some matters to attend to at the market, so I shall take my leave. If you require anything in the future, just give me a call, and I will ensure it is taken care of. Xia Tian responded, Boss Wang, I had the villagers slaughter a local pig. Why not stay for a meal before you leave? You can also take a few of our native chickens to sample. Understanding the nuances of social relations, Xia Tian recognized the importance of gratitude. Wang Chong, having worked tirelessly through the night without even enjoying a warm meal, would certainly appreciate the gesture. Very well. Thanks to you, I shall savor the taste of rural pork. Wang Chong agreed, directing his workers to make adjustments. Uncle Lee raised his thumb in admiration and commented, Guzi is truly impressive. How long has it been since his return, and he is already conversing amiably with the county's big boss? It must be because he served in the military. I saw Wang Chong's legs trembling, let alone negotiating business with him. If only my troublesome son could achieve even a fraction of Guzi's success, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. A group of people began to praise Xia Tian. Yet at that moment, Yin Bing's cold voice interrupted their merriment. Isn't it a bit premature to celebrate? The chicken farm may be established, but what about the chickens? One cannot simply bring all the villagers' chickens here to rear them. How will we then divide the profits? Upon hearing this, the previously lively atmosphere in the factory suddenly turned tense. Indeed, we have no chickens. Guzi's old homestead has only a little over 300 chickens. What can that accomplish? My family does have some chicklings, but I cannot simply give them to Guzi. 10,000 chickens. Even if we were to gather all the local free-range chickens, it might not suffice. At that moment, Uncle Lee and the others began to feel anxious. The operational costs of a chicken farm are exceedingly high. Merely maintaining those few hundred chickens would lead to losses in the summer. Ahem. Yin Bing cleared her throat, clasped her hands behind her back, and gazed at the summer sky with the demeanor of a seasoned official. Thus, it is imperative that in the future, we consult with everyone before embarking on any endeavors, rather than rushing in with fervor and causing chaos. Now, we have constructed the chicken farm, yet without chickens. It cannot function. However, do not fret. As the village secretary, I cannot bear to watch you incur losses. I will return and contact suppliers of chicklings to see if they can coordinate a batch for us. Yin Bing supports the establishment of the chicken farm. She simply disapproves of the way Summer had just arrogantly teased her. As the esteemed Secretary Yin, she must maintain her authority in Tianyi Village. Secretary Yin is indeed a good person. In critical moments, we must rely on Secretary Yin. Guzi should consult with Secretary Yin regarding his future plans, as she has conducted extensive research on raising free-range chickens over several months and possesses considerable experience. The villagers enthusiastically praised her. Yin Bing felt a sense of pride, as if she could already envision Summer coming to her for assistance. Yet before her thoughts could settle, Summer shook his head and said, no need. Newly hatched free-range chicklings are too small, and their rearing period is far too lengthy. They would not be ready for sale in time. I intend to purchase 10,000 2 to 3-month-old free-range chickens directly. This way, they will be ready for market in no time. The chickens raised by the villagers would be sufficient to supply Hong Jie's hotel, while the chickens from the farm would primarily be sold to the fans in the live streaming room. Thinking of their eager and needy expressions, Summer felt compelled to expedite the rearing process. Chickens aged 2 to 3 months? Are you dreaming? Yin Bing rolled her eyes and retorted, at 2 to 3 months. They would still require additional time to mature before being ready for market. Who would sell you that many? Moreover, that is a staggering number, 10,000 chickens. The total number of chickens in Tiani village does not even amount to that. Uncle Lee and the others also wore furrowed brows. Perhaps I could sell some of my chickens to Air Guzzi and then buy a few chicklings to rear. My chickens could also be sold. Air Guzzi invested 700,000 in the factory. We cannot let him fail, even if it means incurring a small loss, right? Upon hearing their words, Summer felt a twinge of gratitude. Not all the people of Tiani village are ungrateful, or else he would not have returned. Yet Yin Bing poured cold water on the situation. Everyone, that is 10,000 chickens. The total number of chickens in Tiani village is insufficient. We would have ample time to rear the chicklings rather than waste time seeking out 2 to 3 pound free-range chickens. Summer is merely indulging in a futile endeavor. Upon hearing this, Uncle Lee and the others fell silent, acknowledging the validity of Yin Bing's words. However, at that moment, Summer smiled and said, "Secretary Yin, would you care to make a wager?" "A wager on what?" Upon hearing the word gamble, Yin Bing's heart leaped to her throat. Although she was entirely unaware of the terms of the wager, an inexplicable sense of foreboding gripped her, leading her to believe she would inevitably lose. The bet was whether her chicken farm would be operational today. "Have you acquired the native chickens?" Yin Bing inquired, her brows furrowed in disbelief as she gazed at Xia Tian. "Of course," he replied. "Impossible," Yin Bing stated incredulously. The land had been rented only the previous night, and the construction had been completed today. There was no way Xia Tian could have procured chickens, nor was there anywhere for him to acquire them. If they were chicks, it might be feasible, but 2 to 3 month-old chickens? He must be dreaming. Xia Tian had already spent nearly $1 million on establishing the cable car and building the farm. How could he afford to buy chickens? Sell a kidney? What was he betting on? Yin Bing was certain her analysis was correct. She was determined to win this round against Xia Tian. Xia Tian smiled faintly and said, "If I win, Secretary Yin will fulfill all previous wagers. If I lose, Secretary Yin may dispose of me as she sees fit." His confidence made Yin Bing uneasy. Could it be that he truly had acquired the native chickens? Yet, that seemed implausible. This scoundrel must be bluffing. With this thought in mind, Yin Bing huffed lightly and declared, "All right, I accept your wager. If I win, what shall I make this scoundrel do? Move into the old residence? Yes, that will be perfect. He can live there while Tian and I stay here." Xia Tian chuckled softly and addressed Uncle Lee and the others, saying, "Uncle Lee, please bear witness, lest I win and Secretary Yin denies it later." Upon hearing this, Uncle Lee hastily advised, "Air Guzzi, chickens are not easy to procure. I believe we should refrain from gambling. Indeed, it would be wiser for everyone to discuss how to purchase the chickens, as Secretary Yin suggested. Consulting her before any future endeavors would be prudent. They should let the betting go." No one placed their faith in Xia Tian, which filled Yin Bing with a sense of triumph as she crossed her arms, casting a boastful glance at him, as if to say, "Do you see? This time, victory is assured." At that moment, the 3 Lee brothers burst into the room with great urgency. "Tiangu, we have acquired 10,000 chickens, ready to be delivered at your command." In that instant, everyone, including Yin Bing, was left utterly astonished. How remarkable! Just as the words left their mouths, the Lee brothers returned with the chickens. Had Xia Tian already arranged for them in advance to deceive her? Yin Bing felt dizzy with anger. She had lost the wager in front of so many village leaders. "Impossible. Where did you get the money to buy the chickens?" "Tiangu. Here is the purchase contract. It details how many chickens were acquired from which households in the village. If anyone dares to go back on their word, they face tenfold compensation." Li Da's booming voice resonated in everyone's ears. It was done. Xia Tian wore a smile, as within a single day, the Li brothers had successfully procured 10,000 native chickens weighing approximately 1 pound each, demonstrating remarkable execution. "Li Da, where did you buy the chickens? At what price?" Yin Bing asked, visibly excited and wearing an expression of disbelief. Li Da paused for a moment, glancing at Xia Tian, who nodded encouragingly before he began to speak. "Upon returning yesterday, Brother Tian entrusted me with 150,000 yuan to procure 1 or 2 pounds of sizable native chickens. The 3 of us brothers embarked on our separate quests, traversing the villages and hamlets for miles, ultimately accomplishing our mission. The trio spent a sleepless night, their minds consumed with the desire to flawlessly execute the task and showcase their capabilities to Xia Tian. Yet, acquiring these chickens was no trivial endeavor. This morning, we nearly clashed with another group vying for the same chickens. Fortunately, our formidable reputation in the area quelled any potential conflict. Had it been someone like Yin Bing, the genteel secretary, they would have been unable to secure even 100 chickens, let alone 1,000. 15 yuan each, and they sold them? One astonished villager exclaimed, eyes wide. What do they expect? Even if I offered them 10 yuan apiece, these chickens would still sell. Lita wore an expression of supreme confidence. Do they think everyone is like Brother Tian, willing to toil for free? Leah scoffed. Upon hearing this, the surrounding villagers lowered their heads, suddenly reminded of their own past when they had sold their chickens for merely 10 yuan per pound, only to have Xia Tian offer 20 and be accused of taking kickbacks. How humiliating. Yin Bing appeared as an outsider, utterly bewildered. Xia Tian, with a knowing smile, understood the calculations swirling in Yin Bing's mind, likely pondering how to navigate the betting agreement. However, Yin Bing abruptly spoke. Xia Tian, what use is it to have chickens without a sales channel? Once these 10,000 chickens mature, to whom will you sell them? Can the hotels accommodate that volume? At this, the villagers were momentarily taken aback. Ergo, who will buy so many chickens? Unkla liinkirat. I believe Ergo must have already secured a channel if he dares to raise so many. Perhaps the county hotels will source their chickens from us in the future. Another villager speculated. Is Ergo really going to raise all those chickens while still buying ours? A villager's face contorted with worry. Xia Tian, do not forget your purpose in returning to the village is to lead the villagers toward prosperity, not to enrich yourself as a landlord. Yin Bing admonished sternly, arms crossed. Ah, Secretary Yin, how many times must you lose before you acknowledge my capabilities? Without a sales channel, would I establish a factory to raise chickens? Xia Tian replied slowly. Once the native chickens mature, I will conduct live streams to sell them. I assure you, whether it's 10,000 or even 100,000, I will sell them all. So there is no need for anyone to fret about unsold chickens. Live streaming to sell chickens? Have you lost your mind? Yin Bing was taken aback. Do you really think online shoppers are that gullible? Isn't it better to buy fresh, tangible native chickens of the market? Why resort to online sales? It's absurd. I recall a neighboring village tried live streaming to sell apples, and they ended up with rotten fruit in the fields, only managing to sell 5 pounds. They didn't earn a dime and lost money on shipping. Ergo, don't be foolish. 10,000 native chickens is no joke. If they don't sell, it could lead to major problems. The sheer audacity of selling chickens via live stream, especially in such a quantity, struck even the city-bred Yin Bing as a fanciful dream. Observing the anxious expressions of the crowd, the 3 brothers of the Li family felt an overwhelming sense of delight. This group of antiquated individuals. You mock Brother Tian for his eccentricity, yet he finds humor in your naivety. Is 10,000 a substantial amount? Brother Tian dares to make it available, and his legion of fans will snatch it up in an instant. Xia Tian calmly remarked, there is no need for concern regarding sales. However, I can assure you that the chickens for the hotel will be purchased from all of you first. I will handle my own chickens. Upon hearing this, Yin Bing and the others ceased their attempts at persuasion. Once Xia Tian had made a decision, not even a herd of oxen could sway him. Furthermore, with the chicken farm newly established, it was imperative not to dampen Xia Tian's enthusiasm. Everyone, pay attention. To celebrate the inauguration of the chicken farm, I have bought a pig. Shortly, all of you are invited to the village committee for a pig feast. Upon hearing Uncle Li's announcement, a wave of excitement erupted. The factory, already bustling with noise, became a cacophony of exhilaration. Wow, Erguzi is quite the generous one. It's been a year since I last indulged in a pig feast. Today is my lucky day. Once the chicken farm is up and running, Erguzi will provide the meat while we savor the broth. The villagers cheered with fervor. After the machines were calibrated, the group proceeded to the community committee. Aunt Li took charge of the cooking, and the aroma of the dishes wafted for miles. Xia Tian, Yin Bing, Uncle Li, and Wang Chong gathered at the table, enjoying a lively meal. After feasting, Wang Chong suddenly turned to Yin Bing and inquired, I heard from the villagers that Secretary Yin was the first to propose raising native chickens. Why didn't you consider establishing a chicken farm back then? Clatter. Yin Bing's bowl fell to the ground. How could Wang Chong, a prominent figure, so thoughtlessly rub salt into the wound? Did I not wish to establish a chicken farm? Could I afford it? I recall that Secretary Yin conducted extensive research before deciding to raise chickens, a village resident interjected. Yin Bing took a deep breath and awkwardly replied, "Initially, I spent 3 months conducting research, followed by another 3 months discussing it with the villagers. It was only after over a month of establishing sales channels that I began raising chickens." Wait, it took over half a year to commence raising chickens? Wang Chong paused, astonished. The villagers reminisced about those early days with a sense of nostalgia. Guzi truly possesses determination. Indeed, he managed to set up the factory, purchase the chickens, and handle the paperwork all in 2 days. Once Guzi returned, he doubled the price of the native chickens, ensuring we all have a prosperous year ahead. Not only native chickens, but he also collected 5-fingered peach. Truly commendable. Guzi, it must be inconvenient for you to care for Tian alone. My sister has a daughter, 18 years old and blooming. Perhaps you could find a day to dine together? Guzi, my cousin's niece is a university student. I have her photograph. Upon Xia Tian's return, he brought genuine benefits to the villagers, and increasingly more people began to support him. Yin Bing's expression turned somewhat grim. Without comparison, there is no pain. Though reluctant to admit it, Xia Tian truly possesses remarkable capabilities. During her scholarly pursuits, she encountered numerous talented young individuals. Yet none could effortlessly achieve such an astonishing array of feats as Xia Tian. If Xia Tian were a scion of wealth or the offspring of a prominent figure, his accomplishments would seem rather commonplace. However, he is merely an ordinary villager. How much better it would be if his tongue were not so irreverent. In truth, he possesses quite a commendable character. A subtle shift occurred in Yin Bing's heart at that moment, when Xia Tian's mischievous voice reached her ears. "Secretary Yin, did you hear? Everyone is eagerly anticipating introductions. If you have feelings for me, you should confess early. Otherwise, you may find yourself wistfully gazing at my departing figure, consumed by melancholy." Chapter 80. Seeking medical attention. He is so audacious. I could just slap him. Yin Bing felt as though she might sputter blood in exasperation. She struggled to maintain her composure and managed to utter a few words through gritted teeth. "One should not be so narcissistic. I would never harbor feelings for you." Her cheeks flushed crimson. Establishing factories, purchasing chickens, and celebrating achievements, he was the center of attention, while she, the secretary, remained a mere observer. Beyond his infuriating tongue, she found it increasingly difficult to critique Xia Tian. Secretary Yin was blushing. Secretary Yin and Guzi are truly a match made in heaven. Guzi, a military man, possesses capability, looks, and wealth. He is undoubtedly worthy of Secretary Yin. I believe Secretary Yin has a particular fondness for Tian. Why not deepen that connection and have her act as Tian's mother? The villagers nearby joined in the teasing. "You lot are truly reveling in the spectacle. If you wish to marry, do it yourself. Why bring me into it?" Yin Bing wished she could find a hole to hide in. Just then, Xia Tian's phone rang. After answering, he addressed the crowd, saying, "I have some matters to attend to in the county. Uncle Li, please entertain everyone. Vida. After your meal, contact someone to transport the chicks to the poultry farm." "All right, Brother Tian, I promise to handle it clearly," Li Da assured, patting his chest. "You go ahead, I'll assist Li Da and the others," Uncle Li added. At this moment, Wang Chong stood up and said, as it happens, "I'm also heading back to the county. I'll accompany you." "That would be much appreciated, Boss Wang. We're all brothers. No need for formality. Let us go." Yin Bing let out a sigh of relief. This rascal was finally leaving. Had the villagers continued their banter, she would have fled in embarrassment. Yet, Xia Tian's teasing voice reached her ears once more. "Secretary Yin, please take care of Tian and familiarize yourself with life after marriage." "My life after marriage? You wish?" Yin Bing clenched her fists, her eyes blazing with indignation. In a spacious office, under a vast sky, Hong Jie sat like a queen, observing the regret etched on the faces of Chun Ingjun and his wife. "What is this? Remember me now?" Seeing their expressions filled with remorse, Hong Jie realized that Xia Tian had not lied. His slap had indeed been a remedy, and its effects were remarkable. The couple's countenance was quite grim, having never anticipated that such a young barefoot doctor could truly heal. Sister Hong, we indeed erred in yesterday's matter, Chen Ingjun expressed with a face full of remorse. Huh, now you realize your mistake? Sister Hong's face wore an expression of impatience. Your character is renowned in Ganjian County. My willingness to bring Xia Tian along signifies my endorsement of his medical prowess. Yet what of you? You not only disregarded Xia Tian, but also allowed that group of insipid so-called experts to ridicule and berate him. How lowly one's vision can be. With her words, she rendered the couple speechless. Reflecting on yesterday's events, they too felt a pang of guilt, even finding it difficult to face Sister Hong. Professor Wang had observed through the night and discovered that after that slap, Chun Xioning's condition had indeed improved significantly. Xia Tian was truly a miraculous healer. Sister Hong, it was our narrow-mindedness. You can scold or punish us, even force me to bow an apology, but I implore you to contact the divine healer Xia and save Xioning. As he spoke, Chen Ingjun knelt before her. A man's knees are worth their weight in gold, yet for the sake of his daughter, he disregarded all else. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. Sister Hong snorted in displeasure. Yesterday, I bared my heart to you, and you label me as heartless. Now you seek my assistance? Don't indulge in foolish fantasies. Li Wanqin, with a sorrowful visage, pleaded Sister Hong. You watched Xioning grow up. Can you truly bear to see her perish? The fault lies with us, not with Xioning. Please, I beg of you to save her. Upon hearing her name, Sister Hong's body trembled. Over the years, she had cherished her dear friend's child as her own, and the sweet calls of Hong Ma shattered her heart. All blame rested solely on Chun Ingjun and his wife. Xioning was innocent. Sitting upright, Sister Hong coldly stated, I can facilitate contact with Xia Tian, but whether he chooses to treat her is entirely his prerogative. Thank you, Sister Hong. I knew you would not turn a blind eye to suffering. The couple was as exhilarated as children. For Professor Wang had proclaimed that only Xia Tian might have the remedy for this ailment. Sister Hong rolled her eyes and dialed Xia Tian's number. What is it? Sister Hong? Where are you? I'm in the village. Today, Boss Wang brought people to install the factory, and I'm hosting them for a meal. The old Chin couple has come seeking your assistance for Xioning's treatment. What are your thoughts? You need to ponder it, Sister Hong. I was quite irked by how they treated you yesterday. If you wish to decline, I will refuse them. I shall come to the hotel to find you. Xia Tian sensed Sister Hong's desire for him to assist in the treatment, and given her numerous kindnesses, he felt compelled to oblige. All right. After hanging up, Sister Hong cast a cold glance at Chun Ingjun and remarked, Mr. Chun, be courteous to Xia Tian when he arrives. Rest assured, I will treat the divine healer with utmost respect. I am heading to the hotel entrance to welcome him now. With that, Chun Ingjun sprang to his feet, hastily making his way downstairs, fearing that a tardy welcome might discomfort Xia Tian. Hongjie and Li Wanquan followed suit downstairs. On the way, Li Wanquan, her head bowed in embarrassment, remarked, Hongjie, my concern for Xioning's illness was excessive yesterday. What is the point in discussing it now? Hongjie felt a twinge of resentment at being misunderstood by her close friend. Meanwhile, Wang Chang drove, taking Xia Tian towards the vast expanse of the sky. Along the journey, he privately speculated about the ambiguous relationship between Xia Tian and Hongjie, yet he seemed more drawn to Secretary Yin. It must be said, Secretary Yin was indeed strikingly beautiful, youthful, and possessed an exquisite figure, far surpassing Hongjie. It remained uncertain whether Hongjie was aware of Secretary Yin's existence. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Wang Chang noticed Chun Ingjun peering curiously from the doorway. Wasn't this the esteemed Chun, the prominent businessman? Wang Chang recognized Chun Ingjun, knowing him to be a formidable entrepreneur who maintained a good rapport with Hongjie and often assisted in her business endeavors. However, today, Chun appeared somewhat unsteady. Thank you, Wang boss. Xia Tian expressed her gratitude as she opened the door to alight from the vehicle. There's no need for pleasantries among brothers, Wang Chang chuckled, stepping out as well, intending to greet Chun. Yet, as soon as he exited, he observed Chun Ingjun hastily approaching him, his expression brimming with excitement, akin to a fervent fan encountering a beloved idol. Wang Chang was taken aback. Chun usually regarded him with indifference. What could have prompted such a transformation? Just as Wang Chong was about to extend a greeting, Chen completely disregarded him, rushing to Xia Tian and bowing deeply, resembling an adoring disciple. Mr. Xia, yesterday I misjudged you. I hope you can forgive my lack of discernment. What? This was the formidable boss Chen Yingjun, extending such courtesy to Xia Tian? Was this truly just a farmer? Wang Chong's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene. Simultaneously, he felt relieved that he had worked overnight to prepare the chicken farm. This was no mere gigolo maintained by Hongjia. This was a true gem. Chapter 81. The distinctive Xia Tian at the Chun family villa. Chen Yingjun paced anxiously in the living room. Professor Wang and others from the capital were also present, their expressions equally grave. Could that individual truly heal Chen Xiaoning? I noticed he brought silver needles inside. Could he be employing acupuncture for treatment? With countless acupoints in a human body, acupuncture relies heavily on experience, and even a slight mistake could lead to catastrophic consequences. He doesn't even seem older than me. Is he truly capable? Professor Wang's students displayed skepticism, underestimating others. Xia Tian's medical skills surpass yours 100-fold, Hong Jie retorted coldly. At her words, the students immediately bristled with anger, but Professor Wang silenced them with a glare, and they fell silent. Chen Yingjun continued to pace, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Xia Tian had been inside for nearly half an hour, and his anxiety reached a fever pitch. He will definitely succeed. He will definitely succeed. He will definitely succeed. Chen Yingjun repeatedly reassured himself. Chen Yingjun, contain your heart within. For if summer dares to arrive, it undoubtedly signifies that it can cure Xiaoning. Do you comprehend? Creak. The door swung open. Two figures, one large and one small, entered. Father, mother, Chen Xiaoning exclaimed with a beaming smile, gazing at her anxious family. Chen Yingjun, filled with excitement, rushed forward and embraced Chen Xiaoning. Xiaoning, are you well? Have you truly recovered? At that moment, Chen Xiaoning's complexion was flushed, her eyes sparkling with vitality, and a smile graced her lips, starkly contrasting her feeble demeanor from the previous day. Ha! I told you, summer would surely heal Xiaoning's ailment, Hong Jie remarked with a sense of pride, attributing the credit to summer. We are profoundly grateful to the divine physician of summer. Please accept my humble bow. You are the savior of the Chen family. The Chen family was elated. In contrast, Professor Wang and others wore solemn expressions. Acupuncture is also an art of traditional Chinese medicine, and as distinguished practitioners of the capital's Chinese Medicine Association, they felt utterly humiliated by being outshone by someone else's acupuncture skills. Do not rejoice too soon, Summer interjected, halting the jubilant cheers. The treatment of Chen Xiaoning's ailment was not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lies in nurturing her health. What do you mean by that? Divine physician of summer? Is Xiaoning's illness not fully cured? Chen Yingjun asked anxiously, his gaze fixed on Summer. As I previously mentioned, her affliction is not physical, but rather due to insufficient yang energy. Although she has been treated, if she does not nurture her health subsequently, she may relapse. Summer explained calmly. Insufficient yang energy? What could be the cause of that? The Chen family looked at Summer in astonishment. Had it not been for the recent successful treatment of Chen Xiaoning, they would have deemed Summer's words as mere nonsense. Only Professor Wang's eyes flickered with a glimmer of insight. Yang energy. This is an essential concept in traditional Chinese medical theory. It may sound ethereal, yet it has been substantiated by numerous real-life cases. Divine physician of Summer, what should we do? Must she consume some traditional medicine? Chen Yingjun inquired. Summer shook his head and replied, the solution is quite simple. Surround her with more yang energy. First, acquire a large dog to keep her company. Secondly, your home is too spacious and empty, and I notice that all your servants are female. This is not ideal. Should you be away, there will be no yang energy in the house. Replace the female servants with males. Additionally, cultivate more plants in your home and ensure that during the day, all curtains in every room are drawn open to allow sunlight to flood in. By following my guidance, she should encounter no further issues. It is straightforward and clear, requiring no medication. A thought surged within Professor Wang. Traditional Chinese medicine shall continue to thrive. Despite their esteemed presence here, traditional Chinese medicine is often looked down upon. primarily due to the absence of a formidable leader. There are indeed some senior practitioners within the Chinese Medical Association, yet they seldom intervene, relying on nurturing rather than immediate results. But now, a skilled practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine has emerged from the grassroots. There is no need for an abundance of cases. The current situation with Chun Xiaoning alone is sufficient to showcase his formidable acupuncture prowess. Most importantly, his understanding of the illness was unexpectedly profound. What the numerous experts failed to comprehend seemed trivial in the eyes of Xia Tian during the summer. I find myself somewhat admiring this barefoot doctor. Indeed, there are some renowned physicians hidden within the mountains. How about inviting him to the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association? I believe he would surely shine brilliantly in the capital. Being so young, if he were to undergo systematic training, he could undoubtedly advance even further, discussed Professor Wang and his peers. However, the group of students felt a sense of indignation. Wasn't it merely a stroke of luck that he cured Chun Xiaoning's ailment? Did it warrant such attention? Let's go. After explaining the situation, Xia Tian spoke to Hong Jie. Dr. Xia, please don't leave. We should go to Hai Kualan Tian for a meal together. It's on me. Chen Jun exclaimed excitedly. No need. I have matters to attend to in the village. Moreover, you should act on what I mentioned immediately. Her young energy is too weak to endure any further strain, Xia Tian replied. Just as he was about to depart, he was stopped again by Professor Wang. Mr. Xia, I heard from Mr. Chen that you have not formally studied medicine nor attended medical school. How about coming back to the capital with me? I can arrange for you to further your studies at the Capital University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, Professor Wang suggested with a smile. Upon hearing this, the students widened their eyes in disbelief. After 10 years of diligent study to gain admission to this institution, Xia Tian could just waltz in? By what right? Yet, Xia Tian merely shrugged nonchalantly. I have no time. Having said that, he departed, with Hong Jie promptly following suit. Crash! The group of students was left stunned, sprawled on the ground. No time? That is the best medical university in the capital. How many people dream of studying there, but never get the chance? And you say you have no time? That is a sacred place for medical students. Do you understand? Xia Tian paused, calmly stating, I need to return to the village to raise chickens. I have no time for school. Besides, if someone like that could be a professor, then this school probably has little to teach me. His words, though simple, exuded a certain dominance. Yet, this statement left everyone once again in shock. Are you joking? Raising chickens cannot be compared to attending the Capital University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Chen Jun and the others were also astounded. This Xia Tian was truly one of a kind. Chapter 82. The Argument in the BMW. Hong Jie cast a glance at Xia Tian. Xia Tian, were you trying to provoke them with what you said just now? Ha ha ha. Just thinking about their awkward expressions makes me want to laugh. You're so mischievous. Yet, she found it delightful. Xia Tian replied earnestly, No, I genuinely want to return to the village to raise chickens. I have no time for the capital, and they cannot teach me anything about medicine. On the battlefield, countless individuals sought Xia Tian's healing, often needing to wait in line. There was no need to return to school for a refresher course. Hong Jie paused for a moment before teasingly responding, Right? You also need to help the villagers become prosperous, so you have no time to go out. By the way, what is the fee for this medical treatment? I will transfer it to you shortly. Although they were friends, Hong Jie could not allow Xia Tian to assist without compensation. Summer chuckled nonchalantly and remarked, Sister Hong, given our relationship, discussing money would be rather detrimental to our bond. That simply won't do. As a person of integrity, I never take advantage of others. Especially considering your youth, she replied. Let us do this. I shall forego the consultation fee this time, but I must gift you a small token, which you cannot refuse. Upon returning to Tianji village, Uncle Li and the others had already arranged for the free-range chickens. A group of villagers gathered around the poultry farm, wearing expressions of admiration. This chicken farm is truly unparalleled in the surrounding 10 miles. Guzi has been exceptional since childhood. If Tianji village is to progress, it must rely on him. Returning from military service has indeed made him more organized in all his endeavors. I recognize that Boss Wang who came earlier. He is a formidable figure at the Golden Triangle building materials market. Our village head even treats him with utmost respect. To think he and Guzi refer to each other as brothers. Guzi is genuinely impressive. The villagers were lavish in their praise, observing the impressive poultry farm. Even Yin Bing couldn't help but express her admiration, acknowledging that Summer truly possesses remarkable capabilities. However, she reflected, while the chicken farm has been established, it is ultimately his private enterprise. The villagers cannot rely on it for wealth. Her dream is to develop the village and achieve prosperity collectively. As soon as she spoke, the previously lively atmosphere in the chicken farm became tumultuous. Indeed, the chickens belong to Guzi. They have no relation to us, some remarked. Guzi can hire workers, creating job opportunities. Did you not hear the boss say? The machinery is fully automated. Only 2 or 3 people are needed to supervise. After much discussion, it became clear that the chicken farm does not concern them, leading to feelings of disappointment. Are you all here to amuse us? The farm was built by Guzi, and he purchased the chickens. Even if he were to offer us money, we cannot accept it. Why the rush? Guzi is not the type to forget his roots. Once he becomes prosperous, he will surely think of us. Yes, this is what is meant by the rich helping the less fortunate. Listening to the villagers' discussions, Summer wore a smile. Indeed, it is shared interests that ignite the hearts of the people. Nevertheless, he had long devised a plan for the impending matters. There is no need to rush, he assured. Uncle Lee, what crops have we planted in our village in previous years? Uncle Lee, puffing on a cigarette, replied, what crops? Many fields have gone fallow. Growing grains is backbreaking labor for mere pennies per pound. It barely covers the cost of seeds. Since the villagers began raising free-range chickens, hardly anyone tends to the fields anymore. Most of Tianji village consists of the elderly. Cultivating grains is arduous and yields little profit. So after switching to chicken farming, people ceased their agricultural activities. Upon receiving this information, Summer smiled subtly. After a busy afternoon at the chicken farm, he treated the villagers to a delightful meal. And as night fell, the group returned home. Yin Bing glanced at Summer, having awaited his plans. She noticed he remained silent at the chicken farm, refraining from inquiries. Now that they were home, it was time to speak. Go ahead, what are your plans? On a sultry summer day, Xia Tian leisurely lit a cigarette, savoring a couple of puffs before softly speaking. This morning, when I accompanied Uncle Lee to the county officials mentioned that the land in Tianyi village is available for our use, and the rental is exceptionally affordable. Are you considering leasing it? However, you have just commenced your poultry farm. I presume you lack the funds to expand, right? Yin Bing instinctively remarked, but then her eyes brightened, and she excitedly exclaimed, are you suggesting we lease land to cultivate five-fingered peach? The five-fingered peach that Xia Tian transplanted at the ancestral home has thrived remarkably. Proving this path is undoubtedly viable. Uncle Lee set down his cigarette and added, lease the land and have the villagers all grow five-fingered peach? Yes, that is my preliminary plan. Growing grains yields only a few dimes per pound, whereas five-fingered peach fetches 8 yuan per pound. With so much land in the mountains, if we do this right, we'll earn more than raising native chickens, Xia Tian confidently asserted. A few dimes versus 8 yuan. Even a fool knows which to choose. Moreover, with Xia Tian's miraculous methods, we need not fear the five-fingered peach dying. But the question remains, who will we sell it to? Yin Bing furrowed her brow, inquiring, with so much to cultivate, who will buy it? Furthermore, the high price of five-fingered peach is due to the difficulty in transplantation. Won't mass cultivation cause its value to plummet? Rarity dictates price, which is why native chickens are more expensive than regular ones. Xia Tian smiled lightly and replied, rest assured, you needn't worry about the sales. I can sell the five-fingered peach alongside the native chickens during my live streams. There will be no shortage of buyers. Besides, the small quantity of five-fingered peach from our village won't affect the market price. Native chickens and five-fingered peach complement each other perfectly. I am confident that my fans won't miss this opportunity. Another live stream for selling goods? Surely you jest, Xia Tian. Do you really think those online users are gullible? Yin Bing protested. I'm not trying to dampen your enthusiasm, but live streaming for sales is quite unreliable. It requires fame and followers. Both our native chickens and five-fingered peach are unbranded products, abstract and intangible. Who will buy them online? Uncle Lee, without hesitation, responded, "Of course. I would buy from the market. What if the online order arrives spoiled?" Yin Bing shrugged, addressing Xia Tian. "See? Even Uncle Li wouldn't buy it, let alone those young people watching the live stream. You're far too impulsive, failing to consider the consequences. If we truly cultivate five-fingered peach and cannot sell it, the villagers will tear you apart." Yin Bing's tone was stern yet laced with concern. Xia Tian took a sip of water and replied with a gentle smile. "You needn't worry about sales. Once everyone has planted it, I'll buy it at 8 yuan per pound. How does that sound?" Xia Tian. Yin Bing abruptly stood up. "I'm not joking. Live streaming sales is unreliable. We should seriously explore other channels, like seeking out more restaurants." Is Secretary Yin worried that I might squander all my money and be unable to afford the bride price to marry you? Xia Tian chuckled, observing how lovely she looked when angered. What on earth is this rascal thinking? Fine. Aren't you brimming with confidence? Upon witnessing the ripening of the native chickens and the five-fingered peach, she inquired about whom they would be sold to. Yin Bing, suppressing her simmering anger, retorted through gritted teeth, "Very well. Since you possess such confidence, let us cultivate them. When the time comes and you are unable to sell, prepare yourself for the scorn of the masses." Chapter 83. The Cooperative. Yin Bing wore a mocking expression, seemingly eager to witness the folly of Xia Tian. However, in reality, she was already devising a plan to explore the local eateries in the county after attending to village matters, hoping to assist Xia Tian in finding a market for their produce. She simply could not bear to watch him suffer financial losses due to his incessant teasing. As the two bickered like playful adversaries, Uncle Li wore a knowing smile. Being Xia Tian's second father, he naturally wished for his son to find a suitable partner. Yin Bing, a talented individual from the city and quite beautiful, would indeed make a delightful daughter-in-law, bringing joy to his aging visage. Secretary Yin, when has Heir Guzi ever failed to deliver on his promises? You can rest easy, Uncle Li praised Xia Tian. Selling chickens, treating ailments, cultivating five-fingered peaches, and establishing factories, every boast Xia Tian had made had come to fruition. However, the notion of selling goods through live streaming seemed rather dubious. Yin Bing cleared her throat and stated, "Well then, I shall not concern myself with the sales aspect. Let us discuss the cultivation of five-fingered peaches. Prior to coming to Tianyi Village, I studied the paths to success of many villages, and they share a common trait, cooperatives." Cooperatives? Is Secretary Yin seeking a loan? Unklali inquirat perplexa. Not at all. Yin Bing shook her head, elaborating, "This cooperative is akin to a company in the city. We, the villagers, would all be shareholders, jointly cultivating the five-fingered peaches, selling them together, and then sharing the profits. Isn't that just communal dining?" Unklali interjecta instinctively. Communal dining is not necessarily a positive thing. There will always be those who cut corners, Yin Bing countered, shaking her head. It's similar, but not entirely the same. I will meticulously record the quantity each household cultivates, rewarding those who labor more. In essence, it would operate like the native chickens. We would raise them ourselves, entrust them to Xia Tian for sale, and then distribute the earnings collectively. Hearing this, Uncle Li nodded in agreement, saying, "I believe this could work. Without Heir Guzi, we would be able to sell all these five-fingered peaches." Xia Tian also nodded in affirmation. The most crucial aspect of cultivating five-fingered peaches is the nutrient solution. After receiving Xia Tian's formula, Yin Bing studied it for quite some time, only to find herself unfamiliar with several of the ingredients. Thus, it would fall upon Xia Tian to provide it. She turned to him and said, "You will be responsible for creating the nutrient solution and supplying it to the villagers." Xia Tian replied, "That's agreeable, but the nutrient solution will come at a cost." "A fee?" Yin Bing's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him, questioning, "You would charge for work done for the village? Have you become utterly obsessed with money?" Xia Tian smiled. "Secretary Yin, have you not heard the saying? A grain of kindness can lead to a grain of resentment. When too many favors are bestowed, gratitude diminishes. Do you not recall the incident with the native chickens?" Yin Bing fell silent, lost in thought. She vaguely remembered how Xia Tian had faced a torrent of backlash when he withheld 5 yuan. Wang Dehai and others, driven by a desire for revenge against Xia Tian, even resorted to severing the cables. with the nutrient solution now charging a fee. Does Xiatian not fear the villagers' ire? Yet, Xiatian continued his discourse. You have seen the formulation of the nutrient solution. You should be well aware of its complexity. Is Secretary Yin truly expecting me to incur losses in producing the solution? There are over 100 materials involved, and the costs are certainly not negligible. It seems quite unreasonable to expect Xiatian to lead the villagers to prosperity while simultaneously burdening him with losses. However, I am a person who values the greater good above all. The funds generated from the sale of the nutrient solution will be deposited into the village's account. And when the time comes, this money will be utilized for road construction and mountain excavation. Yin Bing felt a flush of embarrassment. She had initially assumed that Xiatian's charges were for his personal gain, but it turned out to be for the village's benefit. She remarked, "Road construction is a communal affair. Once everyone profits, we can all contribute a little." Xiatian chuckled directly. "Oh, Secretary Yin, you have been in Tianyi Village for some time now. Do you not yet understand that once the money enters one's pocket, it is unlikely to be relinquished?" Yin Bing was taken aback. Reflecting on the recent series of events, it indeed seemed to be the case. At that moment, Uncle Li lit a cigarette and, exhaling clouds of smoke, stated, Guzi is right. Extracting money from their pockets is more challenging than slaying them. Let us heed his advice. Excavating the mountains and paving the roads is of utmost importance. Very well, we shall proceed as Xiatian suggests. However, the price of the nutrient solution must not be excessively high. Rest assured, I am well aware, Xiatian replied with a serene smile. At this juncture, Uncle Li rose, proclaiming, I shall gather the villagers to share this good news. All right, Secretary Yin and I will head to the village committee first. Uncle Li walked ahead, with Xiatian and Yin Bing following closely. Xiatian, with a mischievous smile, remarked, Secretary Yin, it's time to fulfill our previous wager. ISNT it? If you feel embarrassed during the day, we can return at night, when it is quiet, just you and me. Yin Bing rolled her eyes and glared at Xiatian. Have you already bought the chicks, deliberately setting a trap for me? How about it, Secretary Yin? Are you contemplating breaking the agreement? With so many witnesses, wouldn't it be rather embarrassing to do so? Xiatian continued to smile. Yin Bing said nothing but quickened her pace, attempting to distance herself from Xiatian. Before long, Uncle Li's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, reaching the ears of the villagers. Attention, everyone! Attention! Assemble at the village committee. There is important news to announce. He repeated this 3 times, resonating throughout Tianyi Village. By the time Xiatian and the others arrived, most villagers had already gathered. Uncle Li, what's the matter? It's been quite a while since we held a village meeting. What good news do we have? Could it be that Guzi's chicken farm is set to benefit us all? A villager joked. What a fanciful dream. Uncle Li shot back, then slowly explained. The chicken farm is solely Guzi's venture. The profits do not concern us. However, Guzi realizes that earning money is no easy feat for everyone. Thus, he has devised another path, the cultivation of five-finger peach. Cultivating five-finger peach? Surely, you jest. The five-finger peach was believed to be incapable of artificial reproduction. Yet my family once cultivated it, only to witness its demise shortly thereafter. The villagers expressed their incredulity. Observing this, Uncle Li raised his hand to signal for silence. Guzi had developed a growth solution and established an experimental base at the ancestral home, proving that the five-finger peach could indeed be artificially transplanted and cultivated. Consequently, Secretary Yin resolved to form a cooperative market. Henceforth, everyone would uniformly cultivate five-finger peaches, selling them to Guzi at 8 yuan per pound, which he would then market, distributing the profits among us. Upon hearing this, the village committee's entrance erupted with excitement. 8 yuan per pound. Was that not more lucrative than raising free-range chickens? With 20 acres of land, was prosperity not within reach? Ha ha! If Guzi's solution proves effective, I shall call my son back to join in cultivating five-finger peaches. Manual labor is not an option. The allure of growing five-finger peaches is irresistible. With the vast land and sparse population in Tianyi Village, even 10 acres is considered scant. Should the five-finger peach be perfectly cultivated at 8 yuan per pound, while not guaranteeing wealth, it certainly surpasses the prospects of manual labor. In that moment, Even Wang Dahai and his companions, who had arrived in wheelchairs, were tempted. The doctor had informed them that it would take 3 months for their leg injuries to heal. Fate Yuan, the market price for 5-finger peaches is far above that. This summer, they aim to swindle us. Wang Dahai scoffed quietly, suppressing his discontent. However, Uncle Li's next words fell like a bucket of cold water upon the crowd. Of course, the nutrient solution is not free. Once Guzzi calculated the costs, he would set a price for it, and everyone would need to buy it from him. Chapter 84. Shamelessness Clang. In an instant, the villagers in the front row were shocked and fell to the ground. Wang Dahai, who had been observing in silence, nearly stood from his wheelchair, incredulously gazing at Uncle Li. What? Uncle Li, are you charging the villagers for assistance? He exclaimed in disbelief. Producing the nutrient solution incurs expenses, Uncle Li replied sternly. He had anticipated dissatisfaction regarding the charges for the nutrient solution, but had not expected such an uproar. The herbs for the nutrient solution are sourced from the back mountain. Guzzi merely lifts a finger and expects to charge us? Wang Dahai sneered, observing the villagers' reactions. Yin Bing frowned. Uncle Li could hardly bear to witness the scene. While it was true that Xia Tian was an orphan, who among the villagers had ever offered him a meal, who had ever bought him a piece of clothing, especially Wang Dahai, who had bullied Xia Tian in his youth. Now, demanding repayment from him? Was that not shameless? At that moment, several villagers rallied to support Wang Dahai. Indeed, Guzzi was nurtured by Tianli village. Now that he has the means, he ought to repay the village unconditionally. Charging for the nutrient solution is an act of ingratitude. What Wang Dahai says is right. If he dares to charge for the nutrient solution, he should repay the village for all the years it has supported him. They pointed to the wealthy entrepreneurs, noting how many, upon achieving success, donated billions back to their villages. And for a mere nutrient solution, he demands payment? Has his conscience been devoured by dogs? Selling free-range chickens. If you exploit 5 yuan, that can be forgiven, but now you wish to exploit the 5-fingered peach. Are you a capitalist? The market price for 5-fingered peaches in the county exceeds 8 yuan per gene. Guzzi, one must not forget their roots. In the summer, as the villagers voiced their grievances with fervor, Xia Tian remained expressionless and unmoving. The scene of spitting accusations left Yin Bing utterly astonished. If news of the nutrient solution were to spread, people from nearby villages would flock here, eager to purchase it. Xia Tian, despite your nickname, one must not act like a dog. The profits from the chicken farm are more than enough for you to live comfortably for a lifetime. So do not be excessively greedy. Wang Dahai gazed at Xia Tian with a smile, thinking, damn it, if your dead dog bites me, just watch how I will make you nauseated today. Yang Bin and a few others arrived, pushing a wheelchair. The occupants of the wheelchair glared at Xia Tian with disdain. Without Tianli village, you would have starved long ago. It is now your turn to give back to the community. If you find it troublesome to produce the nutrient solution, you can hand over the formula, and we will gather the herbs and make it ourselves. Indeed, you need not lift a finger. What cost do you incur? To refuse to contribute to the village is unacceptable. Guzzi, have you wasted your years in the army? Do you not understand what it means to serve the people? Yin Bing's eyes widened as he reprimanded the crowd. Villagers, I have already discussed with Xia Tian that the profits from the nutrient solution will be deposited into the village account, to be used for road construction and the development of Tianli village. Wang Dahai, with a righteous demeanor, declared the money should be distributed among everyone. When it comes time to repair the road, each household can contribute again. Don't you all agree? Yes, distribute it first, and we can pay later for the road. The nutrient solution should not be charged. Xia Tian correctly anticipated their intentions. This group needed to keep the money in their own pockets to feel secure. Yin Bing sighed in resignation. It was primarily Wang Dahai and his group causing the disturbance. Xia Tian, shall we exclude them from our cooperative? Uncle Li gritted his teeth in frustration. No worries, I will handle it. The elder had passed away, and now his only concern was the village and Uncle Li. Moreover, he never expected these villagers to aid him in developing the village. Frankly, the villagers were mere tools, and disobedient tools could easily be replaced. Xia Tian tapped the microphone, waited for silence, and spoke slowly. It is true that Tianli village has shown me kindness, but to claim that you have been kind to me is a gross misconception. Over the years, Only Elderda and Elder Heir have genuinely cared for me. As for you, reflect on your conscience. Have any of you ever provided me with a meal or bought me new clothing? At this, the crowd fell silent. Many of them could barely provide for their own children. Who could afford to buy anything for Xia Tian? Especially you, Wang Dahai, who frequently bullied me in childhood because of your age. Yet, I have treated you equally, whether raising chickens or cultivating five-fingered peaches. I have always considered you. But what about you? You vandalized the cable car, disregarding the interests of Tianli village. You stole my free-range chickens and damaged my five-fingered peaches, causing significant harm. And now, you dare to sow discord? If you wish to eat for free, I can report you to the police and share your glorious deeds. I assure you, your future years will be free from want. Xia Tian's tone remained calm, yet it bore an indescribable air of dominance, compelling everyone to quiet down and listen intently. Savoring every word, Yin Bing felt a surge of emotions. Despite Xia Tian's somewhat brash demeanor, he was genuinely devoted to serving the village. In stark contrast, Wang Dahai and his ilk seemed solely motivated by self-interest. How could the disparity among the youths of Tianli village be so vast? The villagers, struck speechless by his words, realized they had only contributed a mere bowl of water, yet demanded a lavish feast in return, which indeed seemed rather insatiable. Xia Tian cast a serious glance over the crowd, speaking in a cold, unyielding tone. From this moment forth, we shall establish a rural cooperative. You may cultivate five-fingered peach on your own land. For those who wish to acquire nutrient solution, come to me to purchase it. If you find it too expensive, you need not buy it. Your crops will perish without my aid. Upon maturity, I shall uniformly purchase them at the price of 8 yuan per pound, he declared, his voice leaving no room for dissent. Wang Dahai shouted, Everyone, do not heed Xia Tian. If he dares to let us cultivate on a large scale, he must have already secured a buyer. We will not plant, and let us see how he explains it to his partners. How long will it take to sell such a vast quantity on the market? Surely, a big boss is behind the purchase. Perhaps it is that very big boss who supplies the nutrient solution. If you seek to make a fortune, you must share the spoils with us. Wang Dahai glared coldly at Xia Tian, as if to say, You are still too inexperienced to challenge me. Upon hearing these words, many villagers fell into doubt. A number of them were reluctant to part with the funds for nutrient solution, stepping forward to support Wang Dahai. He is right. If we're to grow five-fingered peach, the nutrient solution should not incur a fee. Selling at 8 yuan per pound, we are already at a loss. Xia Tian, with an impassive expression, surveyed the crowd and replied nonchalantly, Those who wish to plant may do so. Those who do not may leave their land fallow. No one is forcing you. The meeting is adjourned. Wang Dahai's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, Rest assured, if you dare to charge, not a single person in this village will cultivate five-fingered peach. Just wait and see how you will explain your inability to supply to the big boss. Let your nutrient solution grow mold. He was certain Xia Tian would relent. Chapter 85. The Rise of Five-Fingered Peach. Let us go. With a flourish, the group departed. After walking a considerable distance, Wang Dahai turned back to see the meeting had concluded and the villagers were returning home. He smirked. I knew no one would buy the nutrient solution. Trust me, as long as we stand united, he will undoubtedly yield. Wang Dahai proclaimed triumphantly. Young Bin, feeling a twinge of anxiety, inquired, What if someone decides to follow Xia Tian and plant? Plant? Did you not see how jubilantly they cheered just now? Even if someone is inclined to follow, they will likely wait a few days to observe the situation. After all, no one wants to miss out on a bargain. Wang Dahai laughed heartily. The others nodded in agreement, realizing the truth in his words. The villagers were not foolish. If they united in their discontent, Xia Tian would surely concede. Why not use the money for nutrient solution to buy ribs instead? Surely, that would be more delightful. At this moment, Li Kuei blinked his mung bean-like eyes and cautiously remarked, Brother Hai, what if summer arrives and we do not plant the five-finger peach? After all, the profits from that poultry farm are sufficient for him. The size of that poultry operation truly made the others envious, ensuring a life free from financial worries. Not planting? Do you dare ask him? Wang Dahai confidently patted his chest and declared, when summer returns, he will be busy with cable cars and the poultry farm. How will he have the funds to purchase five-finger peaches? His encouragement for everyone to plant must stem from having secured a buyer. Perhaps even signed a contract with specified supply quantities. Just watch. As long as we remain resolute, he will soon come to beseech us. But what if he seeks others from different villages to plant? Yangbin furrowed his brow and questioned. If he is unafraid of being criticized by the villagers, let him try, Wang Dahai chuckled, addressing his companions. Come, let us gather in my home tonight for a drink. Tomorrow, we shall go observe the spectacle at Summer's place. The mere thought of his troubled expression invigorated my appetite. I could drink a whole gene of white liquor tonight. Ha ha, this is truly delightful. In Tianshir village, the four of us wheeled ourselves straight to Wang Dahai's abode. We indulged in revelry until the early hours of the morning. Upon awakening the next day, it was already noon. Wang Dahai shook off his grogginess and roused the others. For heaven's sake, stop sleeping. Let's head to Summer's place and enjoy the commotion. Young Bin, excitedly climbing into his wheelchair, remarked, Guzi is surely sitting at the door, fretting. Damn it, he tried to swindle us out of our money. And now karma has come calling. He even claimed to deposit the earnings from the nutrient solution into the village account. I suspect he and Yin Bing are in cahoots, and that money will ultimately line their pockets. Certainly, they say it's for road repairs. Who knows what the truth is? As the group wheeled themselves outside, they spotted Summer and Yin Bing, their faces somber as they passed by. Wang Dahai immediately shouted, Oh, isn't that Guzi? Why the long face? Is it because no one is buying your nutrient solution, leaving you disheartened? Summer and Yin Bing paused, frowning at Wang Dahai. Observing their reaction, Wang Dahai became even more convinced of his assumptions. Indeed, no one was cultivating five-finger peaches. Thus, he grinned at Summer and taunted. I had forewarned you against exploiting the villagers, yet you refused to heed my advice, insisting on selling nutrient solutions and inciting public outrage, didn't you? The three of them joined in on the mockery. Guzi, one must not forget their roots. If you wish for us to plant five-finger peaches, then you must offer up the nutrient solution. Want to make a profit? No one in this village will fall for your tricks. Humph. We shall not plant five-finger peaches. And I dare say you are quite upset, aren't you? Wang Dahai smiled at Summer, thinking, come beg me, beseech me, and I shall lead everyone to plant. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Summer's expression remained calm, entirely unfazed by their taunts. You may plant or not. It is of no concern to me, he stated. Before turning and walking away, his indifference left the four dumbfounded. This script was not proceeding as expected. At this moment, Yang Bin suddenly exclaimed, Oh my goodness, Brother Hai. Look at your second uncle. What happened to my second uncle? Wang Dahai turned his head and saw his neighbor, his second uncle, pushing a cart full of five-fingered peaches into the courtyard. What's going on? Why is he bringing in so many five-fingered peaches? The group was taken aback. Let us go take a look. As the four of them pushed the wheelchair to the door, they saw the second uncle wielding a pickaxe, tilling the soil, while the second aunt followed behind, planting the five-fingered peaches. Second uncle, what is going on? Why are you planting five-fingered peaches? Wang Dahai's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't he had agreed that they would stick together? Wasn't he had decided to resist the summer heat together? How could their own relatives betray them? The second uncle turned around, recognizing Wang Dahai and the others, and while continuing to till the soil, he explained, five-fingered peaches sell for 8 yuan a pound. It's much more profitable than planting grains. Everyone is doing it. Everyone. The four looked at one another, seeing the anger reflected in each other's eyes. Damn it. After a night's rest, all my comrades have turned traitor. This is disgusting. Wang Dahai struggled to suppress his anger and shouted to his second uncle, Uncle, isn't the nutrient solution charged? Are you really willing to let your money be swindled by that scoundrel? At this moment, the second aunt spoke up. We didn't buy the nutrient solution. We thought we should plant the five-fingered peaches first. Otherwise, the ones on the back mountain will all be dug up. Since five-fingered peaches are extremely difficult to cultivate artificially, there are no seedlings for sale. They must dig them from the back mountain, transplant them, and cultivate them. Thus, everyone rushed to dig them up without considering the nutrient solution. The four fell silent upon hearing this. Damn it, people are even competing to plant five-fingered peaches? Uncle, you carry on with your work. I'll take a stroll. Wang Dahai called out, pushing the wheelchair around the village. To his surprise, he discovered that indeed, every household was engaged in planting. Most people decided to plant a batch of five-fingered peaches in their courtyards, first to observe the results before deciding whether to plant them in the fields. Yang Bin, frowning, remarked, "Brother Hai, this situation seems a bit off. No wonder that scoundrel was so confident earlier. It turns out they have all gone to plant five-fingered peaches. What should we do?" "Brother Hai, I'm starting to panic. Can planting five-fingered peaches really make a lot of money? 8 yuan a pound. It must be quite profitable. But will it sustain us? I just asked. No one has bought the nutrient solution. Apparently, they want to see how it goes first." The group began to chatter animatedly. Wang Dahai furrowed his brow. Today, a situation was entirely different from what he had envisioned yesterday. Although no one had purchased the nutrient solution, the entire village had gone to plant five-fingered peaches. The situation was unfavorable. Wang Dahai's mind raced as he suddenly said, "If they can plant, we can too. And perhaps the five-fingered peaches can survive without the nutrient solution." Yes, they didn't buy any nutrient solution. "Brother Hai, let us plant too. It's 8 yuan a pound. Let us plant in the courtyard first and see how it goes." The crowd was filled with enthusiasm. But Yangbin doused their excitement with cold water. "Brother Hai, we're all in wheelchairs. How can we plant?" The other two also appeared disheartened. Given their current lineup, they are hardly equipped to cultivate the five-fingered peach. With a determined bite of his teeth, Wang Dahai declared, "Let us hire someone to plant them." Chapter 86. All have betrayed after expending 500 in labor costs. He engaged workers to plant a full 100 five-fingered peach trees in his yard. At an average price of 5 yuan per tree, it was outrageously expensive. However, under normal circumstances, each tree could yield around 5 pounds, selling for 40 yuan, a lucrative investment. By the time they finished, night had fallen. Wang Dahai turned to his 3 brothers, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "If they can plant them, so can we." The trio of Yang Bin, however, mirrored none of Wang Dahai's optimism, particularly Li Kuei, who, with little money to spare and having suffered losses from his free-range chickens during summer, worried that if the five-fingered peaches failed to thrive, he would be in serious trouble with his wife. With a concerned expression, he asked, "Brother Hai, shouldn't we buy some nutrient solution?" "Buy what?" Before Wang Dahai could respond, Yangbin snickered. "I just inquired. The nutrient solution costs 10 yuan a bottle, and 1 bottle is only sufficient for a single tree. Given that everyone is planting thousands of five-fingered peach trees, do you really think they will purchase the nutrient solution? Goodness, 10 yuan a bottle? Why doesn't Tier Guzi just rob it instead? 1,000 trees means 10,000 yuan. If everyone in the village buys from him, he could make millions. This is faster than a printing press. If only I had the formula for that nutrient solution, I wouldn't be planting five-fingered peaches, but selling medicine and becoming the richest in the village. Not only would he be the wealthiest in the village, but surely he could rise to be the richest in the county. Damn, Guzi is truly a dog." The group erupted in excitement. 10 yuan. Unless the villagers had lost their senses, no one would buy it. At that moment, Yang Bin, with a curious expression, turned to Wang Dahai and asked, "Brother Hai, didn't you learn some medicine from old bachelor before? Don't you know the formula for the nutrient solution?" Before encountering Summer, old bachelor had sought a disciple. Wang Dahai had studied under him for a few years, but he had grasped neither the essence nor the intricacies, while he could concoct a cold remedy. The nutrient solution was beyond his reach. Why dwell on such matters? In my view, the nutrient solution is merely a gimmick. Everyone has managed to plant the five-fingered peaches without it. Haven't they? Come, let us drink. Tomorrow we shall visit Guzi. After a night of heavy drinking, Wang Dahai blissfully lay down to sleep, dreaming of Summer, who sat before a pile of nutrient solutions, sorrowfully weeping. Having produced tens of thousands of bottles, none had sold, resulting in devastating losses. Just as he approached to mock Summer, a sudden scream pierced the air. "Not good. Brother Hai, come quickly. Something terrible has happened." Wang Dahai's head buzzed as he jolted awake. "Brother Hai, hurry out. It's all over. What's all this shouting early in the morning, you fool?" Wang Dahai cursed, rising from his bed, stepping outside, and was rendered speechless. Before him, the five-fingered peach trees, which had been so vibrant the day before, now lay withered, their roots shriveled. They were dead. What the hell? Lousy spent 500 yuan cultivating the five-finger peach, only to witness it perish overnight. Wang Dahai's mind buzzed, nearly causing him to faint. Brother Hai, what shall we do? Everything was perfectly fine last night. How could all be dead by morning? I just returned home to find mine has also perished. Damn it, another 500 yuan down the drain. The four of them, already unable to earn due to injuries from small gray creatures, found this loss exacerbating their already precarious financial situation. Damn it, we've been deceived by Air Guzi. Let us confront him. Wang Dahai cursed, digging out a five-finger peach in a fury, determined to question Xia Tian. However, upon stepping outside, he encountered his uncle, grinning widely. Wang Dahai paused, perplexed. Uncle, how can you still smile when all the five-finger peaches are dead? Come with me to confront Air Guzi and demand compensation. Dead? What do you mean dead? My five-finger peaches are thriving. His uncle appeared utterly baffled. Yours are still alive? Wang Dahai was taken aback, pushing his wheelchair next door, where he beheld his uncle's five-finger peaches standing tall and vibrant, leaves dancing in the breeze. Incredible! Your five-finger peaches are actually alive? Wang Dahai exclaimed, rising from his wheelchair in excitement. Slap! His uncle swiftly struck him, scolding, What nonsense are you babbling? Are you unable to bear seeing your uncle prosper? The sharp pain in Wang Dahai's head jolted him back to reality. Uncle, that is not what I meant. I'm genuinely happy for your flourishing five-finger peaches. But the problem is, mine are completely dead. What? Dead? That's impossible. His uncle, cigarette in mouth, glanced at Wang Dahai's garden, returning with a furrowed brow. Indeed, all had perished. What is going on? I just took a stroll, and everyone else's five-finger peaches looked quite healthy. Yours alone have died. Everyone else is thriving? Now, it was Wang Dahai's turn to be bewildered. Could it be that his method of cultivating the five-finger peaches was flawed? That seemed improbable. His uncle took a few puffs of his cigarette and suggested you should ask Air Guzi. He mentioned that if the five-finger peaches died, we could forget about the money for the nutrient solution. Nutrient solution? Wang Dahai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his uncle. What did you just say? Nutrient solution? Did you go to Xia Tian to buy it? Yes, his uncle nodded affirmatively. How could the five-finger peaches survive without the nutrient solution? You didn't forget to buy it, did you? His uncle looked at him with a strange expression. Upon hearing this, Wang Dahai erupted in anger, shouting, Uncle, have you lost your mind? Didn't we agree to boycott Xia Tian and not purchase the nutrient solution? How could you betray us? Wang Dahai was furious. His uncle, the person closest to him, had turned traitor. How could they possibly continue this battle? His uncle tossed the cigarette but to the ground and extinguished it. Casting a cold glance at Wang Dahai, he spoke icily. Dahai, aren't you the one who's lost your senses? Everyone in the village knows that without nutritional solution, the five-fingered peach is destined to perish. Why would you attempt to transplant them without purchasing the necessary nutrients? Furthermore, Air Guzi is quite reliable. The nutritional solution costs merely 10 yuan per bottle, and a single five-fingered peach can yield 5 to 6 gene, selling for 40 to 50 yuan. It's a guaranteed profit. Besides, Air Guzi mentioned that the payment for the nutritional solution can be deferred until after selling the peaches. Why not engage in a risk-free venture? My uncle wanted to argue that only a fool would refuse to collaborate with Xia Tian, but upon seeing the furious expressions of Wang Dahai and his companions, he swallowed his words. Traitors, all of them, they are traitors. If you stood your ground, Air Guzi would offer the nutritional solution for free. Now that you've compromised, Air Guzi must be reveling in his triumph. At 10 yuan per bottle, he could become the wealthiest man in the village overnight. Do you not comprehend? After being subjected to Wang Dahai's tirade, my uncle was also incensed. You, a junior, dare to point fingers at me? How utterly disrespectful. Stand firm? Huh. Would you rather be as obstinate as you are and end up killing the five-finger peaches? Keep your stubbornness to yourself. Do not hinder my cultivation of the peaches. Just step aside. Chapter 87. Ingenious strategies, damn it. Even family cannot be relied upon. Come, let us see who else has betrayed us. Wang Dahai cursed under his breath as he observed his uncle's retreating figure. Fueled by anger, the four of them abandoned their wheelchair and limped toward the village. After a thorough inspection, they were astonished to discover that, apart from their four households, every family in the village had thriving five-fingered peaches. In fact, some had begun large-scale cultivation. With so many peaches planted, How much profit could be made? 40 yuan per tree. For 1,000 for 100, and good heavens. What about 1,000? This is far more lucrative than raising chickens. Brother Hai, the enemy is formidable. Perhaps we should concede as well. Watching them profit pains my heart. Yang Bin and the others lamented, feeling a twinge of regret for siding with Wang Dahai. The five-fingered peaches grew swiftly, yielding returns in just 1 to 2 months. By then, while others feasted on braised pork, they would be left gnawing on steamed buns. No way, Wang Dahai declared, his eyes wide with determination as he gritted his teeth. We must resist to the end, otherwise in the future. Tianti village will be at Air Guzi's beck and call, selling native chickens, constructing chicken coops, and cultivating five-fingered peaches. Xiatian series of tactics had rapidly garnered in prestige in Tianti village. If they went to purchase the nutritional solution, it would signify their submission to Xiatian. In the future, should Xiatian wish to impose his will, they would lack even the standing to negotiate. How could Wang Dahai, who had been a local tyrant since childhood, tolerate such a fate? However, for the sake of their families, they could not afford to forego income. If the native chickens did not yield profit, that would be one thing, but the five-fingered peaches were a golden opportunity. Failure to plant them would incur the wrath of their wives. Brother Hai, let us cultivate them. They had followed Wang Dahai to seek fortune. After all, Uncle Air was not mistaken. The nutrient solution can be acquired on credit, and the five-fingered peach can be dug from the back mountain. This indeed is a business with no initial investment. Only a fool would refuse such an opportunity. Are you all contemplating treachery? Wang Dahai's eyes widened in disbelief, grappling with a tumultuous mix of emotions. To be candid, he, too, felt a stir of temptation. Why pass up an opportunity for profit? However, he could not bring himself to bow to Xiatian. At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in Wang Dahai's mind as he conceived a brilliant plan. During my time learning medicine with the old bachelor, the vegetables he cultivated thrived rapidly, much like those five-fingered peaches. I suspect the formula for this nutrient solution was handed down from the old bachelor to Xiatian. Incredible! How could that old bachelor possess such prowess and not disclose it sooner? It's a pity that I, Hai Gu, did not acquire this technique. Otherwise, we'd be thriving now. Indeed, if only we had that formula, several of them lamented. I may not possess it, but Xiatian certainly does. Wang Dahai mused with a wry smile. What? Yangbin blinked in surprise before asking, Hai Gu, are you suggesting we steal Xiatian's formula? But look at our current state. We lack the strength for such an endeavor. The mere thought of Xiatian's overwhelming combat prowess sent shivers down Yangbin's spine. Furthermore, they were currently limping. Attempting thievery under such conditions would be tantamount to courting disaster. Li Kuei scoffed, let us forget it. We still have leverage over Xiatian. If we were caught stealing, he would send us to prison. Wang Dahai rolled his eyes and coldly retorted, are you three fools? We may not be able to defeat Xiatian, but we can seek collaboration. Collaboration? To enlist someone else to steal? The only person who could get close to Xiatian would be Yinbing. She resides in Xiatian's household, making it convenient for her to pilfer the formula. The issue, however, is whether she would assist us. Don't be ridiculous. Last time she was caught stealing, she insisted on calling the police. If it weren't for Uncle Li's plea, we would have ended up in jail. Approaching Yinbing would be akin to seeking our own demise. Yet, aside from Yinbing, it would be difficult to find another accomplice. Yang Bin and the others concluded, believing Wang Dahai was simply daydreaming. The notion of stealing the formula was utterly implausible. At that moment, Wang Dahai licked his lips, adopting an enigmatic demeanor as he proclaimed, surely you haven't forgotten. There is another individual who is more amenable than Yinbing. Who? The three asked, bewildered. Tian. At this revelation, their eyes widened in astonishment. Have you lost your mind? Seeing their incredulous expressions, Wang Dahai smiled calmly. Do you think I'm insane? Do you believe I'm courting disaster? But consider this. How old is Tian? Perhaps 5 years old? 6? 3? The trio offered 3 entirely different answers. Wang Dahai continued, regardless of her age. She hasn't even started school yet. What could a little girl not yet in school possibly comprehend? I have heard that Air Guzi is quite strict with her, regulating her eating and screen time. If we provide her with a little incentive, she will undoubtedly cooperate with us in stealing the formula. The realization dawned upon Yang Bin and the others. A child who has not yet begun her education would be the easiest to deceive. After all, years ago, someone lured a little girl away with just a piece of candy. Sweet was so small, unable to resist such temptation. Moreover, she likely did not comprehend the significance of that formula. Remarkable. Truly, Brother Hai is astute. His mind spins like a top when it comes to trickery. Let's go find Sweet. The group, all action-oriented, purchased a bag of lollipops and spicy strips, making their way to Xia Tian's house. Sweet was playing in the mud when she looked up and was startled to see 4 figures. Her big, watery eyes cautiously scrutinized them. Do you need something? Wang Dahai smiled as he retrieved a lollipop from his pocket. Sweet, Uncle has bought you lollipops and spicy strips. Would you like some? Sweet paused for a moment, her innocent understanding evident as she nodded eagerly. I want to eat. Normally, Xia Tian did not allow her to indulge in overly sweet treats. They had her hooked, observing the anticipation on Sweet's face. Wang Dahai felt confident that his plan would succeed. He approached her, carrying a bag of goodies. Sweet, not only do I have candy, but I also have chips, spicy strips, and cola, all exceptionally delicious. Would you like some? Yang Bin and the others watched from the back, amused. It was like a peculiar scene from a story, reminiscent of the Big Bad Wolf and Little Red Riding Hood. How odd it appeared. If anyone else were to witness this, they might mistake Wang Dahai for a child trafficker and promptly call the authorities. My daddy doesn't let me take things without reason, Sweet said, gazing longingly at the bag of snacks. Wang Dahai chuckled. This isn't without reason. We can make a trade. You help me with a task, and I will give you these treats. How does that sound? Sweet hesitated, her innocence shining through, and then nodded. Okay. Chapter 88. Sweet's conditions. Sweet. You are incredible, Wang Dahai exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. His excitement was palpable as he presented the snacks before her. Sweet. As long as you assist me with one task, all these delectable treats will be yours. What task? Sweet gazed at the food with wide, innocent eyes. Do you know where the formula for the nutritional liquid is? The path to wealth was right before him, and Wang Dahai's hands trembled with anticipation. I know. It's in Daddy's pocket, Sweet replied without hesitation. Really? That's amazing, Brother Hai. In that moment, Yang Bin and the others felt their hearts race with excitement. At 10 yuan a bottle, selling 100,000 bottles would make them millionaires. If life was unsatisfactory, they could stack their fortunes high. Who would dare look down upon the 4 brothers then? Wang Dahai produced a lollipop and held it out to Sweet. Sweet, if you bring me the formula for the nutritional liquid, not only will you have all these tasty treats, but Uncle can also take you to the county to buy all sorts of snacks. Looking at the lively Sweet, Wang Dahai felt assured of his success. Brother Hai, there's also the formula for avian flu, Yang Bin suddenly interjected. Yes, do you know where that is? Wang Dahai turned to Sweet with hopeful eyes. I know. It's together with the nutritional liquid's formula. Upon hearing these words, the 4 individuals were filled with excitement, their faces flushed with exhilaration. Had they been able to treat chicken plague earlier, they would not have suffered such financial losses. Indeed, it was a serendipitous discovery, effortlessly attained. Sweet truly deserves commendation. With these 2 formulas in hand, who would dare to underestimate us? Wang Dahai was nearly leaping with joy, his heart brimming with pride. No matter how many skills you possess in summer, in the end, it all boils down to earning money for me, doesn't it? Sweet, please fetch me the formulas. Wang Dahai unwrapped a lollipop and extended it to Sweet. I don't want it. Sweet turned her head away, her expression one of dissatisfaction. Why not? Don't you want a lollipop anymore? Wang Dahai was taken aback. It was astonishing to encounter a child who did not enjoy lollipops. 1 lollipop isn't enough. I have a whole bag, along with some spicy strips. Sweet still shook her head. What do you desire then? As long as you bring me the formulas, Uncle will buy it for you. Wang Dahai patted his chest, speaking with conviction, as if he could pluck the moon from the sky for Sweet. I want a DJI drone. Sweet's smile radiated brightly. Capturing aerial footage of Tianyi Village with a drone would be exquisite. She had long yearned for one. A DJI drone? Wang Dahai paused, glancing back at the 3 others. I've heard of them. The good ones cost over 100,000, while even the cheaper ones are around 5 to 6,000. Is it really that expensive? However, the formulas for the nutrient solution and chicken plague remedy are worth far more than 5,000, even 50,000. All right. Wang Dahai gritted his teeth and said a sweet, I'll give you these snacks for now. Tomorrow morning at 7. Let us meet near Air Guzi's old house. You hand me the formulas, and I'll give you the drone. How's that sound? Sounds good. Sweet accepted the lollipop with satisfaction. See you tomorrow then. She skipped away, lollipop in hand. The four of them watched her retreating figure, their brows furrowed in contemplation. Brother Hai, 5,000 is not a trivial sum. Do you really believe Sweet can steal the formulas? Li Kuei asked anxiously, his eyes narrowed. You all know that Air Guzi treasures Sweet like a gem. It wouldn't be difficult for her to pilfer a few things, Wang Dahai replied with gleaming eyes. That makes sense. Li Kuei's eyes sparkled with anticipation. But 5,000 is quite a lot. Yangbin's eyebrows knitted tightly together. The free-range chickens are a loss. And all the five-finger peach trees died yesterday. I don't even have $5 in my pocket right now. Could you please think long-term? It's just 5,000. Bigger profits await us down the line. Wang Dahai clapped Yangbin on the shoulder, gesticulating excitedly. Free-range chickens are 25 pound. If we raise 100,000, how much profit will that yield? Five-finger peaches are $8 a pound. If we plant those all over this vast land, will we still fear a lack of money? 5,000? I can earn 1,000 times 5,000. With your limited vision, you'll never enjoy a balanced meal in your life. Wang Dahai exclaimed fervently. At that moment, Yang Bin and the others began calculating how much 1,000 times 5,000 would amount to. Though they could not grasp the exact figure, they knew it was a substantial sum, enough to last them a lifetime. 27 years. I have never encountered such a sum of money before. When dining in the county, one must meticulously calculate the cost of dishes. Who would have anticipated that a day of prosperity would finally arrive? The key to this fortune lies with my brother Hai. Were it not for his brilliant strategies, we would never have had the opportunity to acquire these two formulas. Indeed, once we produce the nutrient solution and the avian plague medication, let us see who dares to look down upon us. Let us purchase 2 bottles of Matai, one for consumption and the other to be poured onto the ground. The thought of our future splendid life left several of us unable to contain our excitement. Wipe that drool. We haven't even secured the formulas yet, and you're already dreaming? Enough chatter. Let us first procure a drone. Wang Dahai fished out 2,000 yuan from his pocket and addressed the quartet. I will contribute 2,000. Each of you will provide 1,000. And let us select the most economical option for Tian. At this declaration, the three fell into a stunned silence. What does this mean? Fork over the money. Wang Dahai glared. Yangbin scratched his head, looking sheepish. Brother Hai, all my funds are with my wife. My pockets are emptier than my face. Li Kuei also wore a grim expression, offering a wry smile. I spent 500 yesterday to hire someone to plant 5-finger peach trees, only for them to perish overnight. My wife nearly took my life. Brother Hai, don't look at me. I am the most unfortunate. I still owe the money for the 5-finger peach trees. For heaven's sake. Approaching 30 and unable to produce a mere 1,000? What a disgrace. Wang Dahai felt an urge to scold them. Yet remembering that he would need these 3 brothers to charge into battle for him in the future, he swallowed his frustration. His family was relatively well off. He could still manage 5,000. Very well. I shall cover the cost of the drone, but in the future, when profits are made, I shall take the lion's share. Having invested so much, the returns must exceed those of others. The 3 brothers nodded in unison. Brother Hai enjoys the meat, while we savor the soup. Brother Hai, you are remarkable. Brother Hai, you are formidable. In the future, Brother Hai shall be the wealthiest in Gan County. And even a mere portion of his bounty would make us rich beyond measure. Ha ha ha. Wang Dahai grumbled. Enough with the idle talk. Hurry and buy the drone, or the mall will close soon. Chapter 89. The Actions of Wang Dahai. Papa, I am off to play with Little Gray. After breakfast, Tian skipped out of the house. During this time, Tian had become familiar with the village, often visiting the old residence alone to seek out Little Gray. So during the summer, she did not pay much attention. After breakfast, she accompanied the 3 brothers, Lida, to deliver the chickens. As for the nutrient solution, she had already prepared ample amounts. all stored with Yin Bing, who was responsible for recording how much each villager had borrowed. Before departing, Xia Tian did not forget to jest. The man handles external affairs, while the woman manages the home. Let Yin Bing learn how to manage the household finances in advance. Yin Bing rolled her eyes, but enthusiastically immersed herself in her work. Before Xia Tian's return, she was fervently busy, albeit only managing to marginally improve the villagers' living conditions. Upon Xia Tian's return, she suddenly glimpsed hope. It felt akin to someone who had long dwelled in a chasm, suddenly seeing light and direction for their efforts. She believed that with continued diligence, Tianshire village could undoubtedly become the most formidable, well-off village in Gan County, or even in Jiangnan City. On the other side, Wang Dehai and his 3 companions, clutching a large box, hid amidst the trees beside an old residence, casting anxious glances around. "Brother Hai, do you think Tian Tian will tell Xia Tian?" Yang Bin asked with a hint of nervousness. Impossible. That little girl was positively ecstatic when she mentioned the drone. She will undoubtedly steal the secret recipe. Wang Dehai replied confidently. At that moment, a startling cry emanated from Li Kuei. "Oh no! Tian Tian has brought that wretched dog." The next instant, Wang Dehai's eyes nearly bulged out in horror. In the distance, a gray figure was approaching, unmistakably the little gray creature that had instilled fear in them days prior. With chilling red eyes and saliva dripping from its sharp fangs, all 4 men felt a sudden pain in their calves, nearly collapsing to the ground. On the back of the little gray creature, a girl in a red dress beamed with an innocent, charming smile. Little Red Riding Hood riding the big bad wolf? Surely, television wouldn't dare depict such a scene. The 4 were left with a plethora of question marks hovering above their heads. "Brother Hai, why do I feel a bit of pain in my legs? I think I can't walk," one of them muttered. "Damn it, that wretched dog won't bite us, will it?" Recollecting the terror of that night, they trembled in fear. As they spoke, the little gray creature drew closer. Observing their quaking forms, Tian Tian flashed a delightful smile and cheerfully said, "Uncles, don't be afraid. Little Gray is very well behaved. He won't bite you." A mere child, comforting 4 burly men. The little gray creature lay down, and Tian Tian gently patted its head, causing it to carefully lower itself, cautious not to tumble over her. "Wow, this dog is so well behaved." They marveled, witnessing the creature guard Tian Tian like a sentinel. Could this be the same rabid dog that had bitten them without a second thought? Yet, such details were trivial. What mattered was the recipe. Wang Dehai waved the drone in his hand, grinning as he said, "Tian Tian, Uncle has bought you a DJI drone. Now, where's your recipe?" "Right here," Tian Tian exclaimed, pulling a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket and handing it to Wang Dehai. As he unfolded it, he found a list of ingredients: angelica, goji berries, honeysuckle, and the names of dozens of medicinal herbs, scrawled in a chaotic manner, surpassing even the wildest calligraphy. Wang Dehai widened his eyes, looking at Tian Tian in confusion. "I have seen Xia Tian's handwriting. It is far more beautiful than this. This cannot be his recipe." Upon hearing Wang Dehai's skepticism, Tian Tian rolled her eyes. "Silly. If the recipe were lost, Daddy would definitely notice. This is my own copy." Hearing her reasoning, Yang Bin and the others nodded in agreement. It made sense. Such a precious recipe would surely be examined daily by Air Guzi, and if it were truly lost, he would certainly realize it. They felt utterly dumbfounded that they had been outsmarted by Tian Tian, who was indeed wise beyond her years. Wang Dehai then produced a lollipop as a reward for Tian Tian. "You are right, Tian Tian. This matter must remain a secret from everyone. Here, S your drone. But how will you carry back such a large box?" Wang Dehai asked curiously. Tian Tian donned the box on her back and, resembling a little commander, turned and called, "Little Gray, come here." Xiao Huihui immediately approached and lay down before everyone. Tian Tian said to Wang Dehai and the others, "Place it on Xiao Huihui's back." Wang Dehai was taken aback. Who would dare to approach that fearsome beast with its green face and sharp fangs? The mere recollection of the terror he experienced that night under Xiao Huihui's dominance made his legs tremble, rendering him unable to walk. Xiao Huihui was quite obedient. Tian Tian flashed an innocent smile. Wang Dehai shivered and handed the drone to Yang Bin, urging, "Quickly place the drone on Xiao Huihui's back." Yang Bin was 30 feet. trembling as he placed the drone upon Xiao Hui's back. Tian mounted and waved goodbye to the four of them, saying goodbye, uncles. Xiao Hui, let's go. Thus, a person and a wolf departed together. Such a ferocious dog, yet so obedient. Impressive indeed. What do we care? Let us hurry back to plant some five-finger peaches. Hee. Yangbin exclaimed with excitement. A proud smile emerged on Wang Dahai's face as well. Before long, the four returned to Wang Dahai's home. Drawing upon the medical knowledge he had acquired from the old bachelor, Wang Dahai swiftly arranged for the collection of medicinal herbs and concocted a large pot of nutrient solution along with a remedy for chicken plague. Upon acquiring the nutrient solution, Wang Dahai beamed with satisfaction. He approached his busy second uncle next door and said, "Second uncle, could you help me dig up some five-finger peaches from the back mountain? I plan to plant some in the yard." "Oh, has the light bulb finally gone on? Planning to buy nutrient solution now?" Second uncle chuckled, recalling Wang Dahai's obstinate demeanor the previous day. "Buy? Huh, let me tell you, even if all my five-finger peaches wither away, I would never buy nutrient solution from Air Guzi," Wang Dahai retorted with a cold smirk. Second uncle was taken aback and questioned, "Not buying nutrient solution? Then I want to plant them for you. They just die tomorrow. I'm not asking you to do it for free. It's 5 yuan per tree. Will you plant or not?" Initially inclined to refuse, second uncle reconsidered. "Who would turn down money? I'll plant for you. But I won't be responsible for whether they live or die. Relatives must have clear boundaries. Don't worry, I'll pay you up front. Plant 100 trees for me," Wang Dahai declared grandly, pulling out 500 yuan and handing it to second uncle, then adding, "By the way, ask around if anyone has chickens affected by chicken plague. I'll buy them at 5 yuan each. Are you out of your mind?" Second uncle resolved to teach Wang Dahai a lesson, but Wang Dahai preempted him, saying, "I'm not joking. I'm serious. 5 yuan per chick, I want as many as you have. Don't try to persuade me, or I might get angry." "You getting angry? You foolish, reckless spendthrift." Second uncle wished he could slap some sense into him, but was halted by second aunt, who whispered in his ear, "All right, let him do as he pleases. We can't interfere. If he wants to collect, let him. Perhaps a little loss will enlighten him." Isnt had said that misfortune can be a blessing. A little setback will do him good. With this in mind, second uncle replied, "Our village doesn't have chicken plague, but over at Old Zhao's in the neighboring village, more than 100 chickens are afflicted, 10 yuan each. Do you want them? I'll take them all. Have him deliver them to me immediately." Purchasing at 5 yuan per gene, he managed to sell them for 25. How gratifying it is to earn such profits. Chapter 90. The rise of a small man acquiring local chickens afflicted with avian flu. He employed laborers to cultivate five-fingered peach trees. The news left not only his uncle, but the entire village astounded. Had he lost his sanity? The five-fingered peach trees he planted yesterday had perished entirely, and he still intended to plant more? Moreover, spending 10 yuan to buy avian flu-infected chickens, did he truly consider himself a fool? The fool, with no remedy for avian flu, was destined to squander his meager savings, remarked Uncle Li, his voice tinged with disbelief. The purchase of local chickens amounted to nearly 2,000 yuan, a significant sum for the villagers of Tiani village. Coupled with the avian flu and the losses incurred during summer, this 2,000 yuan further exacerbated Wang Dahai's already precarious situation. Should the villagers learn that Wang Dahai had squandered 5,000 yuan on a drone for Tian, they would be utterly flabbergasted. Insanity, sheer insanity. How dare he? Was he perhaps contemplating a partnership with the fool? With his assistance, it might actually succeed. The fool was not one to be easily dismissed. Perhaps collaboration was indeed possible. They understood that Summer was soft-hearted and benevolent to all. If Wang Dahai truly humbled himself, Summer might sell him the medicine without prejudice. Wang Dahai cast a cold glance at the onlookers by the door and sneered. "Huh, does Wang Dahai need others' assistance? I proclaim here and now, tomorrow morning all these chickens will be lively and vigorous, and these five-fingered peach trees will thrive more abundantly than yours. From now on, follow me, Wang Dahai, and I shall ensure you all enjoy a life of luxury." With 2 formulas in hand, Wang Dahai was in high spirits. The villagers who gathered to watch were left in awe by his grandiose claims. How could Wang Dahai be so confident? Could it be that he possessed some secret weapon? He had studied medicine for a time under the old bachelor, Could it be that he had also discovered a cure for avian flu? Uncle Lee furrowed his brow, gazing at Wang Dahai in astonishment. Beyond possessing formulas, he could not fathom what justified Wang Dahai's arrogance. Had he also studied medicine under Summer's uncle? Passing by, Yin Bing was left speechless upon hearing the news. Wang Dahai was cunning, not foolish. His audacity in buying chickens and planting five-fingered peaches surely indicated he had a trump card. Yet, considering the myriad obscure herbs in Summer's formula, it seemed unlikely. Moreover, if he truly had the formula, a money-driven man like Wang Dahai would have long since manufactured the medicine for sale. Why wait until now? Yin, secretary, how about a collaboration in the future? Wang Dahai leered at Yin Bing. Yin Bing smiled slightly, probing, Wang Dahai, with your chicken purchases and five-fingered peach cultivation, are you perhaps preparing to acquire nutrient solution from Summer? Ha ha, nutrient solution? That's all a scam. Five-fingered peaches are easy to grow. You all have been duped by the fool. Wang Dahai laughed heartily, hands on his hips. Brother Hai speaks the truth. Without the fool, Brother Hai can still cultivate five-fingered peaches with success. Urguzi's conduct is exceedingly despicable. He even demands payment for assisting the village. Huh. We have no interest in collaborating with him. What does Urguzi possess that could possibly compare to Brother Hai? Yang Bin and his companions wasted no time in extolling the virtues of Wang Dahai. Yin Bing remained silent, offering a faint smile before departing. Meanwhile, Uncle Lee lingered at the entrance for an extended period, observing intently. After the delivery of the native chickens, Wang Dahai and his companions inserted some unknown substance into the chickens' beaks, which caused even the usually composed Uncle Lee to feel a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that there's indeed some sort of medication? As night fell, news of Wang Dahai's procurement of chickens afflicted with avian flu circulated throughout Tianyi village, becoming the talk of the town. I heard that Wang Dahai possesses the formula for a nutrient solution. I witnessed him administering medicine to the sick chickens, claiming they would surely recover by the next day. Wang Dahai has truly lost his mind. He is spending money to hire people to cultivate five-fingered peach and will suffer immense losses. He dares to buy chickens stricken with avian flu? I believe he has been rendered foolish by Urguzi's influence. Would it not be wiser to collaborate with Urguzi in good faith? He is bound to regret his reckless actions sooner or later. Wang Dahai, seated on the Kong with Yang Bin and his companions, chuckled nonchalantly upon hearing such discussions. By tomorrow morning, they will realize who it is that ought to be regretting. Yang Bin and his friends also wore smug smiles. Brother Hai is formidable. Once this batch of chickens recovers, we shall raise even more. We cannot allow Urguzi to monopolize this vast expanse of land. Indeed, let us first head to the county and secure all the land on the back mountain, cutting off Urguzi's options and allowing him to experience true despair. Listening to the trio's flattery, Wang Dahai felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him. By associating with the Brotherhood, one is guaranteed a life of luxury and indulgence. From this day forth, you shall undoubtedly be the most remarkable individuals in Tianyi village. Come, let us drink. Wang Dahai raised his cup, and the three immediately filled theirs to the brim. As the cups clinked, Wang Dahai would typically revel in the merriment until dawn, but tonight, at merely 10 o'clock, he called for the gathering to disperse. Tomorrow, he must rise early to witness the astonished faces of the villagers. He chuckled to himself, so, you all look down upon me. Wang Dahai, do you? Tomorrow morning, I shall show you who the true king is. That night, Wang Dahai had a splendid dream. In his slumber, the once feeble native chickens appeared vibrant and lively, frolicking in the courtyard with a vigor surpassing that of Summer's native chickens. The five-fingered peaches in the yard, after being treated with the nutrient solution, flourished into lush greenery, seemingly ripening overnight as though they would bear fruit in just a few days. He stood in the courtyard, brimming with confidence. Ha ha, Urguzi, you think you command respect solely because you can cure avian flu and possess a nutrient solution? Now I too have acquired it. Let us see how you will boast now. Even Secretary Yin treats you well, but she is the woman I have my eye on. You are unworthy. From this day forth, I shall see who in Tianyi village dares to look down upon me. Wang Dahai. With hands on his hips, he struck a pose of triumph. Yet, just as he prepared to step out of his home to mock Xiatian and those villagers who disdained him, A sudden scream jolted him from his beautiful dreams. Hygo, wake up quickly. Something terrible has happened. Chapter 91. Irrespective of after-sales service, what are you doing? The sky is falling, and it sounds like a wailing ghost. Wang Dahai grumbled. As he stepped outside, he was rendered speechless. The lively, animated chickens that had filled his dreams now lay lifeless and scattered across the ground. The five-fingered peach trees, which should have been thriving, drooped sadly, likely unable to see the sun rise again. What on earth is happening? Who has poisoned my chickens? Wang Dahai was instantly alert, rushing to confront the situation. Yang Bin and the others looked utterly bewildered. We just arrived and found the chickens dead. That is why we called you. Who dares to deceive Hai Gu in Tianli village? Are they tired of living? A group of villagers passing by stopped to gawk at the dead chickens, engaging in hushed discussions. Dahai, weren't you so adamant yesterday that the chicken plague could be cured? How come all the chickens are dead now? Huh, I told you to go buy some nutrient solution from Air Guzi, but you wouldn't listen. The five-finger peaches are dead too, right? You're just wasting money. It's not like I'm criticizing you, but just admit your mistake to Air Guzi, purchase some nutrient solution, grow the five-fingered peaches, and you can make a profit. Wouldn't that be better than this? Your stubbornness is infuriating. Now that you've hit a wall, shouldn't you reconsider? The crowd continued to swell, and more voices chimed in. My goodness, Wang Dahai, how could all the chickens be dead? Old Zhao from the neighboring village must be laughing madly now. He made over 1,000 from the dead chickens. You have such a bias against Air Guzi. Just humble yourself a bit, and he won't hold it against you. You've boasted so much, and look what a mess you've made. Aren't you embarrassed? Given your carefree attitude, how can you expect Yang Bin and the others to enjoy the fruits of your labor? You might as well find a good spot and drink the wind. Someone mocked. The villagers meant no malice. They were merely there for the spectacle. Yin Bing also mingled among the crowd. Upon seeing the dead chickens scattered across the ground, she felt a sense of relief. It wasn't that she was cold-hearted. If someone in the village could truly devise a formula for the nutrient solution, she would wholeheartedly support it. But she certainly did not believe that Wang Dahai and his friends were capable of that. If they obtained the formula, chaos would ensue in Tianli village. With the matter settled, Yin Bing's tense demeanor seemed to lift, as if clouds had parted to reveal the light. Wang Dahai's financial loss was significant, and she declared, everyone, let us disperse. Go home and check on my five-fingered peaches. They should be ready to sell in about a month. One must not be stubborn. Recognizing the times is a lesson everyone should learn. Unfortunately, Wang Dahai was incapable of such wisdom. After the villagers departed, Yin Bing cast a meaningful glance at Wang Dahai, sighed deeply, and gently advised, Wang Dahai, I know you harbor a strong dislike for summer due to past events. However, upon her return in summer, she diligently endeavored to aid the village's development. I previously mentioned that the funds for the nutritional solution would be deposited into the village's account to be used for road repairs in the future. Contemplate this carefully. If you continue this way, you'll squander the family's wealth. Yin Bing ultimately found it hard to be ruthless, given the actions of Wang Dahai and his cohorts. He would not be blamed by the villagers for withholding the nutritional solution. Yet, she resolved to lend them a hand. Unfortunately, the words of encouragement that reached Wang Dahai were met only with derision and disdain. Damn it, is she implying that I am inferior to Air Guzi? Air Guzi, Air Guzi, Air Guzi. They keep saying Air Guzi. What makes him better than me? Wang Dahai, infuriated, gritted his teeth as the village's youth, who should have rallied behind him, now only spoke of summer, which ignited his anger. Hey, do you think there might be an issue with the formula? Li Kuei asked, blinking his small, greenish eyes. Slap! Wang Dahai struck him on the head and cursed. Do we need you to tell us? Of course, there's a problem with the formula. Otherwise, why would all these chickens and five-fingered peaches have perished? Anger festered within Wang Dahai. Come, let us find Tian. That little brat dared to deceive me. I will make her pay. Wang Dahai rolled up his sleeves and stormed out. At the foot of the mountain, Tian, with her hair styled in two high buns, held a remote control, operating a drone with childlike innocence. Wang Dahai marched over furiously, and before he could unleash his wrath, Tian cheerfully greeted him. Uncle Dahai, your drone works wonderfully. Thank you, Uncle Dahai. Tian, explain to me the situation with that formula. Why did the medicine I prepared prove ineffective, causing all the chickens to die overnight. Wang Dahai gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to slap the child. He gestured for Yang Bin and the others to encircle Tian Tian. It was morning. While Summer was out delivering chickens and Yin Bing was teaching in the village, the villagers were occupied with farming, leaving no one to intervene. Today, Tian Tian would not leave without providing a satisfactory explanation. Why did they all die? Tian Tian's large eyes widened in surprise, displaying genuine concern. I am asking you. Wang Dahai's expression hardened. I don't know. Tian Tian pouted, her pitiful demeanor making Wang Dahai feel that shouting at her was a wrongdoing. However, the thought of the deceased, chickens, and five-fingered peaches ignited his fury anew. The formula you provided us is flawed. We followed your recipe, and now the five-fingered peaches and native chickens are dead. You must take responsibility for this. Wang Dahai threatened, pointing at Tian Tian with a fierce demeanor, as if to declare a confrontation. Tian Tian blinked innocently, her expression conveying a childlike ignorance. Uncle Dahai, I don't know what you're talking about. You promised me that if I copied the formula for you, you would buy me a drone. Now that I have given you the formula, you want to go back on your word? Adults should not lie, but this formula is fraudulent. Wang Dahai retorted, pulling out the recipe angrily. I merely said to copy the formula for you, but I never promised any after-sales support, Uncle Dahai, Tian Tian replied, looking utterly bewildered. Wang Dahai felt a surge of frustration, nearly ready to explode. Wang Dahai had yet to regain his composure when Tian Tian spoke again, asserting, "We have neither signed a contract nor recorded any audio, and there are no witnesses to bear testimony. You cannot blame me for this. Furthermore," she continued, "even if such things existed, I'm still young and thus it holds no legal weight. Uncle Dahai cannot demand compensation from me." The four individuals were nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy. Was this child yet to attend school? Was she akin to the eternal elementary student, Conan? The realization that he had been outwitted by a mere child ignited a blazing fury within Wang Dahai, who gritted his teeth and declared, "Stop wasting time with her. Seize her. I will not relent until I obtain the formula." Tian Tian stepped back, her adorably innocent eyes devoid of fear. "Uncle Dahai, please do not be angry. I do not wish to bully you. You should leave." Bullying? A mere child dares to bully me? This is absurd. Wang Dahai felt a profound sense of humiliation at being mocked by a child. He advanced menacingly towards Tian Tian. "I am curious to see how you intend to bully me. Calling for help? Your father has sent the chickens home. There is no one to rescue you. How will you intimidate me? By acting cute?" Tian Tian stood her ground, her expression earnest, and with unwavering gaze, she stated, "Uncle Dahai, I am serious. You should leave. I will let you go this time, but this is your final opportunity." "How dare you?" Such disdainful words. The four grown men felt belittled by a child. "Come on, try to bully me. I do not believe in such nonsense." Wang Dahai opened his arms defiantly. Upon witnessing this, Tian Tian sighed deeply, her cherubic face marked by resignation. She replied, "Uncle Dahai, you have forced my hand." Taking a moment to breathe deeply, she shouted into the thicket, "Xiao Hui Wei," with a thunderous roar echoing through the mountains. A gray figure appeared before Tian Tian in the blink of an eye, baring its teeth and radiating menace. Under the watchful gaze of Xiao Hui Wei, Wang Dahai and his companions felt a chill run down their spines, the haunting dread of that fateful night resurfacing in their minds. Xiao Hui Wei bent low, allowing Tian Tian to mount its back. The scene resembled that of Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf, an incongruous sight indeed. Tian Tian gazed at Wang Dahai with a charming smile, saying, Uncle Dahai, I have said I do not wish to bully you. Yet why must you compel me to do so?" Wang Dahai clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "Little girl, do not think that summoning a mangy dog makes you formidable. Can four of us not overpower a mere dog?" Xiao Hui Wei let out an unrelenting roar, causing Wang Dahai's legs to quiver in fear. He picked up a stone, glaring at Xiao Hui Wei. "What are you so arrogant about? Had it not been for the darkness that night, I would have beaten you into a lifeless dog. I, Wang Dahai, am known as the one who makes dogs flee. Every dog in the surrounding villages avoids me. If you do not run, I shall stew you for dinner. Uncle Dahai, do you wish to fight with Xiao Hui Wei?" It is very strong, and I cannot hold it back if it gets into a scuffle. The cherubic face of Tian Tian was etched with helplessness. You won't leave without compensation. Wang Dahai feigned bravado. Roar! Xiao Hui let out a fierce growl, advancing menacingly towards Wang Dahai. Taken aback, Wang Dahai exclaimed, Tian Tian, if a dog bites a person, there are medical expenses to consider, far exceeding the cost of a drone. Think this through. Tian Tian blinked innocently, her large eyes shimmering, but Xiao Hui is too strong. I can't hold him back. Her plump cheeks were flushed with anxiety as Xiao Hui strode closer to the group. His ferocious gaze was reminiscent of a king of the forest, exuding lethal intent. In that moment of eye contact, the four felt a shiver run down their spines. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, Yang Bin and the others dropped to their knees without hesitation. Tian Tian, please take Xiao Hui and go, they urged. You misunderstood. Uncle Li, hurry away. Wang Dahai's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? You're kneeling before a dog? Where's your dignity? Cursing inwardly, he forced a smile. Tian Tian, it's time to head home. After such a long play, your guardians must be worried. I don't need any compensation. Please, just go. That dog is fiercer than a wolf. Xiao Hui seemed displeased and barked at Wang Dahai, startling him into kneeling as well. Tian Tian, quickly, take your dog home. Reluctantly, Tian Tian nodded. Goodbye, Uncle Dahai. Thank you for the drone. If you want anything in the future, feel free to trade with me. Hee. With a cheerful wave, she mounted Xiao Hui and departed. As they watched the pair fade into the distance, Yang Bin remarked, Brother Hai, I can't shake the feeling that we've been played by Tian Tian. Wang Dahai slammed the stone he was holding against a tree, cursing under his breath, forget the feeling. Tian Tian has indeed tricked us. Damn it. To be outsmarted by a child who hasn't even started school is infuriating. His anger boiled as he thought of the cunning girl, likely influenced by too many detective stories. But then again, perhaps Guzi is orchestrating this from behind the scenes. And that dog. In my 30 years, I've never encountered such a ferocious creature. My heart raced, and my legs felt weak in its presence. There used to be a dog king in our village, but compared to Xiao Hui, it was merely a sickly cat. Ugh! Wang Dahai felt a twinge in his leg. Grumbling, one day, I swear I'll get rid of it and cook it for dinner. Yang Bin, with a woeful expression, asked Brother Hai, are we really just going to let Tian Tian's trickery slide? If word gets out, we won't be able to show our faces in the village. We might as well accept it under the summer heat, but to be outwitted by a mere child is humiliating. Just let it go. Wang Dahai, bristling with indignation, retorted, we'll go to her parents. When a child misbehaves, the parents must take responsibility. Let them compensate us. Yes, let's find her parents. Yang Bin perked up. However, as he took a step, he turned back with an incredulous expression. Brother Hai, Tian Tian's father is Guzi. What? Instantly, the four felt deflated. Had it been anyone else, Wang Dahai would have marched right up to confront them. Without retrieving the money, I shall not relent. However, the opponent is Xia Tian, a formidable adversary capable of single-handedly overpowering the four of them. He possesses evidence that could send them to prison, and, crucially, they are in the wrong in this matter. How should one approach Xia Tian? Guzi, I had your daughter pilfer your formula, leading to the demise of my native chickens and Wuji Peach. Xia Tian could undoubtedly strike them into incarceration with a mere swipe. Damn it! Wang Dahai cursed vehemently. Unable to prevail or retaliate, he resigned himself to the situation. The four of them trudged home like forlorn stray dogs, heads hanging low. Villagers witnessing this spectacle erupted in laughter. What brought them up the mountain? To harvest Wuji peaches? And would they continue to eschew purchasing the nutrient solution, leading to further ruin? Under the scornful gaze of onlookers, Wang Dahai felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he had become a jester in this farce. What utter humiliation! To lose a chicken and yet waste grains, it was truly disheartening. Wang Dahai cursed again and began to tally his losses. On the first day of planting Wuji peaches, he incurred 500 in labor costs, spent 5,000 on a drone. On the second day, he lost another 500 and spent 1,100 on native chickens. Adding the expenses for meals and drinks over the past few days, he found himself at a loss of over 7,000. What a calamity! What is the average income in Tiani village? 7,000 could sustain an ordinary family for an entire year. Who loses and feels no pain? And what you all? How much have you lost? Wang Dahai glared at Yangbin, assuming he too had suffered significant losses. Yet, he noticed the three others wore strange expressions, their gazes evasive. There is something amiss. Speak up, how much have you lost? Wang Dahai suddenly bellowed. Yangbin jumped in surprise, stammering, I didn't tea-plant any Wuji peaches yesterday, nor did I purchase any chickens. That day, I spent 500 hiring someone to plant Wuji peaches, but they all perished. My wife chased me down 3 streets with a kitchen knife. If I plant again, she might truly resort to violence. I didn't tea-plant either, Li Kuei added slowly. I thought I'd observe the results at Brother Hai's place first. If the nutrient solution proves effective, I'll plant. After all, our family can't afford to take risks. Indeed, 500 is enough for my family for a month. I dare not gamble any further. Fortunately, they had refrained from hiring someone to plant Wuji peaches yesterday. Otherwise, the morning in Tianyi village would have been drenched in blood, as their wives would undoubtedly break their legs. However, listening to their words, Wang Dahai was nearly driven to fury. So, none of this group had planted. The fool was indeed myself. To hell with it. Chapter 93. Misunderstanding in the office. Xia Tian presented the kitchen's order to Hong Jie. Sister Hong, today we delivered a total of 900 pounds of native chickens and 100 pounds of Wuji peaches. Please take a look at the order from the kitchen. On Jie lazili à cigarette, elle gantli exaline à smoking. No need to look, just transfer the payment. She picked up her phone and made the transaction. Ding! 300,000 arrived. Gazing at the string of zeros, Xia Tian remarked, Sister Hong, isn't that too much? 300,000 is the advance payment. You have changed remarkably. You now own a chicken farm. I see that your 3 little brothers are performing admirably, so there is no need for you to deliver chickens personally anymore. I too am quite preoccupied and cannot afford to wait for you in the office every day. Just deduct the expenses from the 300,000 and let me know when it's all settled. After spending some time together, Hong Jie has developed a profound trust in Xiaoyan, and their collaboration need not be excessively rigid. Very well then. Thank you, Hong Jie. Xiaoyan graciously accepted the money and took note of the transaction. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave, he said. Wait a moment. Hong Jie tossed him a flirtatious glance. Why the rush? The gift I promised you is ready. Gift? What gift? Although Hong Jie had mentioned bestowing a gift upon him, Xiaoyan had not given it much thought. Hong Jie swiftly jotted down an address and presented it to Xiaoyan. Go to this address and find a woman named Su Li. Xiaoyan's face flushed. Ahem, Hong Jie. I'm a respectable person. This might not be appropriate. Puffed. Hong Jie burst into laughter, playfully tapping Xiaoyan on the head. You mischievous boy, what are you thinking? Su Li is my friend. She has been suffering from stomach pains. You should check on her. So it was a matter of healing. Xiaoyan understood and nodded. All right. I shall go. Hong Jie's friends are my friends. Hong Jie's beautiful eyes flickered, and she lightly grasped his chest, whispering in his ear. After the treatment, Su Li will give you a check. Do not refuse it. The importance of the checkbook is secondary. The priority is to attend to the patient. Upon leaving the hotel, Xiaoyan arrived at the Liren group, where the receptionist greeted him with a smile. Do you have an appointment, sir? Xiaoyan nodded. My surname is Xia. Hong Jie sent me to find Su Li. Please hold on a moment. The receptionist promptly made a call, and after receiving confirmation, she emerged from behind the desk. Her smile radiant as she led Xiaoyan to the elevator. Mr. Xia, President Su is on the 28th floor filming an advertisement. Please wait in the lounge for a while. The receptionist personally escorted Xiaoyan to the lounge and poured him a glass of water before departing. The lounge was adorned with numerous books, and feeling rather idle, Xiaoyan picked up one to peruse. To his surprise, it was a lingerie magazine filled with vibrantly colored and exquisitely designed undergarments, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from outside the lounge. Xiaoyan peered through the transparent glass and was instantly mesmerized by the sight of long, slender legs. A group of models was strutting down the runway. Suddenly, a woman doubled over, clutching her stomach and exclaiming in pain. People immediately gathered around her. President Su, what's wrong? It's nothing, just my chronic issue. Bring me some heating pads, Su Li replied, her face pale as she stood up, her beautiful eyes narrowing in discomfort. The pain contorted her features. President Su, are you experiencing stomach pains again? Perhaps you should visit a hospital. Visit for what? Those incompetent doctors have examined me numerous times without identifying the problem. Paying them consultation fees is futile. I might as well buy a few heating pads. Suli exclaimed in frustration. But enduring this pain indefinitely is not a solution. Bring me the heating pads, she said weakly, her complexion still ashen. At that moment, a voice interjected. No need for heating pads. They're of no use. The crowd turned to gaze at Xia Tian, momentarily taken aback. Where did this man come from? Su Li, the general manager of the Liren Group, a company specializing in the design and sale of lingerie, had volunteered to be both model and brand ambassador when the company was newly established and funds were limited. To everyone's astonishment, Su Li's tall stature and alluring figure propelled the Liren Group into the limelight. With each new product, she personally participated in the experience and promotional photography. Just moments ago, while posing for the promotional photos, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, as if it were splitting apart, causing her scalp to tingle with discomfort. At that moment, the models had just completed their photo shoot, showcasing their fair necks, seductive collarbones, and mesmerizing curves. All the models were women, and Su Li thought nothing of it, until the sudden appearance of a man startled her, causing her to instinctively tighten her coat to shield her figure. Who are you? As a man, what are you doing here? Surely you're not here to steal something? She questioned, her tone accusatory. The abrupt intrusion of a man had startled everyone present. Xia Tian attempted to explain, I am here to, but was abruptly interrupted by a short-haired woman who scoffed of, I suspect you're here to take illicit photographs. Take photographs? Xia Tian was taken aback. The short-haired woman's expression darkened. If you're not here to take photos, what business do you have in the photography department? I've heard rumors of many perverts lurking around the company, trailing and photographing unsuspecting women. I can't believe you dare to enter the office. Xia Tian found himself misunderstood. Sister, you're overthinking this. Even with your makeup, you're only a 6 at best. Why would I need to take pictures of you? He noticed her bright exterior, but to his dismay, she seemed to view him as a lecher. Just because he looks bright doesn't mean anything. Look at how disheveled he is. He clearly can't afford a wife. I heard from my girlfriend last night that some lingerie had been stolen. Now, we've caught him red-handed. Call the police, let him face justice. A group of voluptuous women surrounded Xia Tian, encircling him tightly. You're mistaken. I'm here to find Su Li. Also, she is in severe pain, and I can help alleviate it, Xia Tian explained with exasperation. You're looking for Su Li? Then tell me, who is Su Li? The short-haired woman rolled her eyes. It should be her, Xia Tian pointed to Su Li. He had never met her before, but his friend had mentioned that Su Li was unwell, and among this group of women, only she appeared to be in distress. Huh, you're lying without a script. Do you think Hong Jie would know someone as rustic as you? Even if you shout to the heavens, you're still just a pervert. Shut your mouth and sit there without moving until the police arrive to deal with you. And claiming you can alleviate Su Zhong's pain? I think you're just trying to take advantage of her. Xia Tian was bewildered. He had been invited in by the receptionist only to be met with accusations of voyeurism and lewdness. Feeling incredibly frustrated, he could not help but utter, "Call the police then." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the women shifted dramatically. A voyeur daring to act so brazenly? At that moment, Su Li's phone rang, and the lounge fell into an immediate silence. Su Li answered the phone and immediately heard Hong Jie's cheerful laughter on the other end. Su Li, the miraculous doctor I found for you should be arriving soon. His name is Xia Tian. This doctor is no ordinary person, so be sure to treat him with utmost respect. If you offend him, my dear sister, I will not let it go easily. Xia Tian? Su Li, holding the phone, turned to glance at the lecherous man and timidly asked, Are you Xia Tian? Chapter 94. Zhang Tianyi. Xia Tian remained silent, merely nodding his head. In an instant, the lounge erupted with astonishment. Goodness, he truly is a friend of Hong Jie. He is indeed a miraculous doctor. I just accused him of trying to take advantage of General Su and even called him a peeping Tom. I am doomed. Suddenly, The expressions of everyone shifted towards Xia Tian. The short-haired woman, who had just been mocking him, bowed deeply as if she were a guilty child. Mr. Xia Tian, my previous attitude was inappropriate. I hope you can forgive me. Xia Tian smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. It's only natural for you to react strongly to a man appearing in a kingdom of women. It was merely a misunderstanding. There is no need to be overly aggressive, especially since he is a friend of Hong Jie. Xia Tian's magnanimity instantly won the favor of all present. Mr. Xia Tian, please examine General Su's condition. Xia Tian approached Su Li, first checking her pulse, then calmly instructed, take off your coat. What? This statement astonished everyone, considering Su Li was only wearing her underwear underneath. Su Li, who was already grimacing in pain, felt her face flush a deep red upon hearing she needed to undress. Although she frequently modeled for lingerie advertisements, she was inherently a modest woman. Throughout her 4-year relationship with her ex-boyfriend, she had never been completely open. However, thinking of Hong Jie's character eased her apprehensions about Xia Tian. A doctor's heart is akin to that of a parent, Su Li reassured herself. After removing her coat, she was left in the lingerie she had worn for the advertisement. Her nearly perfect figure left the surrounding women drooling, exclaiming, General Su's physique surpasses that of many stars. She should be her own spokesperson from now on, saving on endorsement fees. She could no longer serve as a spokesperson. Xia Tian suddenly spoke, letting his right hand gently rest on her smooth, flat abdomen. His rough hand glided across Su Li's belly, instantly making her tense up, her breathing quickening. The sensation of Xia Tian's touch made her feel uneasy, yet she couldn't deny that after his massage, her stomach no longer ached as it had before. In fact, there was a strangely pleasant sensation that sparked a flicker of anticipation within her. 10 minutes later, Xia Tian withdrew his hand. Does it still hurt? Su Li noticed everyone's gaze fixed on her, and her cheeks reddened even further. Hastily donning her coat, she replied, It doesn't hurt anymore. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but cast admiring glances at Xia Tian. The short-haired woman sincerely apologized once more. Mr. Xia Tian, I truly apologize. I misunderstood you earlier. Xia Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying it's nothing. The massage merely alleviates your current pain. When I return, I will write a prescription for you to give to Hong Jie. If you take the medicine as prescribed, you should be just fine. Xia Tian had no desire to linger in this kingdom of women. However, this statement, upon reaching Su Li's ears, took on a different flavor. Su Li pondered that her previous sarcastic remarks must have provoked Xia Tian, prompting him to insist that the formula be transferred through Hong Jie without any apology, which seemed quite unreasonable. Consequently, Su Li intercepted Xia Tian and said, Mr. Xia, I truly apologize for earlier. Allow me to treat you to a meal, and we can discuss my health condition and any precautions I should take. Su Li's ailment was of significant concern, necessitating careful attention, especially since she was a friend of Hong Jie, and there were matters that required thorough explanation. Thus, she nodded in agreement. Su Li drove Xia Tian to a renowned restaurant in Gan County. Mr. Xia, please take a look at the menu and see what you wish to order. She presented the menu to him and then addressed the waiter. I would like a steak and a glass of iced milk. Xia Tian furrowed his brow and coldly replied, Iced milk is not permissible. Please change it to a hot beverage. The waiter hesitated, glancing between Xia Tian and Su Li. Su Li nodded to the waiter, who then placed the order. Xia Tian was not particularly hungry and casually ordered drink. Su Li observed Xia Tian with care. He was remarkably young and handsome, yet his attire lacked the opulence of expensive suits and watches, giving him an unremarkable appearance. His skin bore a slight tan, rendering him quite ordinary. However, he was someone introduced by Hong Jie, and those associated with her were certainly not commonplace. Mr. Xia, you mentioned that my health issue is not severe. What exactly is my condition? She inquired. The persistent abdominal pain is truly unbearable. I have consulted numerous doctors, yet none have been able to provide a remedy. Xia Tian replied coolly, You are suffering from a deficiency of yang energy, which in simpler terms means you are too cold. Unlike men, women must maintain warmth, especially in the abdominal area. Spending prolonged periods in air-conditioned environments and consuming cold beverages has severely compromised your body's warmth. If I am not mistaken, your menstrual cycle is also irregular. To be frank, given your current state, conceiving a child would be quite challenging. Oh, Suli gasped for a woman. Being unable to bear children felt akin to being incomplete. Instantly, a wave of fear washed over her. What should I do? Mr. Xia, is there hope for my body to be restored? Xia Tian smiled reassuringly. It is indeed possible. There is no need for excessive worry. Trust my guidance, and you will gradually improve. Just the prospect of recovery is a relief. I adore children. I aspire to have at least 2 in the future. Suli exhaled in relief and then shifted the conversation to her work. The deterioration of her health was primarily due to her relentless dedication to her career. She prioritized earning money over concerns for her well-being. In pursuit of business, she often pushed herself to the limit. On one occasion, she had gone 3 days and nights without sleep, tirelessly crafting proposals to secure a client, only to end up in tears when the client did not sign. After a mere 8 hours of sleep, she rose to continue her work. Upon hearing this story, Xia Tian expressed a sense of sympathy. The world of adulthood is indeed fraught with difficulties. After their conversation continued for a while, Su Li's cheerful and generous demeanor left a favorable impression on Xia Tian. Given their mutual connection through Hong Jie, a sense of trust began to blossom between them, leading to the exchange of WeChat contacts for future communication. As the steak was finished, the two were preparing to leave when a voice, tinged with surprise and coldness, echoed through the air. "Oh, isn't this Su Li?" As the words fell, a middle-aged man in a suit appeared beside them. Zhang Tianyi? Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Li's expression immediately darkened. Zhang Tianyi was her scoundrel ex-boyfriend, who had taken advantage of her for 4 years, indulging in her generosity while engaging in an affair with her employee, ultimately shattering Su Li's heart. Zhang Tianyi cast a glance at Xia Tian, noticing his rural attire, and a cold sneer emerged. Though his life had not been particularly prosperous since their breakup, it was undoubtedly better than Xia Tian's. He patted Xia Tian on the shoulder and mockingly proclaimed, "Kid, I've been with her for 4 years. You want a woman like that? Are you a rebound?" His voice resonated, drawing sympathetic glances from the surrounding patrons towards Xia Tian. "Rebound?" Xia Tian was taken aback. He glanced at Zhang Tianyi and then at Su Li. This man must be Su Li's ex, as she had mentioned him briefly while recounting her entrepreneurial journey. Truly, the devil himself had appeared. As an outsider, Xia Tian should not have intervened in their affair. Yet, Zhang Tianyi's words were so vile that remaining silent would not be the act of a gentleman. Holding Su Li's hand affectionately, he squinted at